The virtual online game, Huan sure has arrived. Upon entering the game, I found myself transformed into a fox-eared beauty. Fortunately, my little brother remains by my side. The Lord of the Charming Fox, captivating and enchanting, ensnares the souls of many. With a mere glance or smile, she ensnares all living beings, rendering even the divine, demonic, and celestial beings her servants. As the realms of game and reality intertwine, Subai implores, "You must believe me, not all members of the Mayhu clan are female." The reincarnated one questions, "Who are you truly?" The transmigrated muses male? Female? What difference does it make? What must I do for you to accept me? The system user exclaims, "How infuriating. You, a girl, are vying for the title of sister with us? Are you aware of the current gender imbalance? Logically, I should be the protagonist here." Chapter 1. The Descent of the Gods. The Awakening of Huan Shi. As I opened the apartment door, before either of the two could react, the girl seated on the sofa greeted us with a voice that was sweetly soothing, a melody to the ears. Lowering my gaze to the girl before me, clad in a white dress that accentuated her slender legs, her face bore a youthful innocence, tinged with a hint of crimson. She was not particularly tall, appearing more like a junior high student than a college attendee. However, her ample bosom was undeniably impressive, a feat not easily attained, akin to facing the towering heights of snow-capped mountain none who beheld her would dare. Question her. Gugua approached the television and turned it off, lowering his head while issuing a few instructions. In the current university dormitories, the arrival of Huan Shi had resulted in the dissolution of most existing departments, with all dorm rooms and a majority of classrooms transformed into compact apartments, elegantly furnished over 2 stories, with 6 dormitory rooms. The arrangement did not segregate by gender, as each individual had their own room. After a long day of classes, we returned to the apartment, observing Guyugua as he hurried to his room after concluding his tasks. Subai gazed at Lin Haoxian with a hint of melancholy, saying, "I asked you to check if the door was locked one more time, but you refused. Now look where we are. It's one thing for others to see, but it's particularly unfortunate that it had to be Yugua." One hand pressed against his forehead. For the past few days, Guyugua had been deliberately avoiding them. With 3 males and 3 females in the apartment, if the other 2 girls had seen it, the repercussions would not have lingered this long. Alas, it was the innocent and naive UGUO.my fault. The last person to enter the room was that Wu Ziong fellow. "Wasn't it you who proposed this resource-sharing meeting?" Lin Haoxian's mouth was swiftly covered. Subai assumed a righteous demeanor. It was perfectly normal for 3 young men to gather and enjoy something together, was it not? Just as he was about to elaborate further to Lin Haoxian, his phone buzzed in his pocket. "The frozen pendulum? Ah, yes, that's so. Then you shall be responsible for organizing the next sharing meeting." Gradually releasing Lin Haoxian, he whispered a few words into his ear before retrieving his buzzing phone. "Hello, Mom." Upon connecting the call, Subai advanced towards the gaming pod, beginning to check the nutrient liquid reserves. "Son, the launch of Huan Shi is imminent. Are you in your room?" He caressed the metallic shell of the gaming pod. A year prior, the emergence of the intelligent brain, Zhu Shun, heralded the dawn of a new era. On that day, all related virtual world games were rendered inoperative. Diverse fantastical realms, once vibrant, now lay dormant, all due to the birth of Zhu Shun. Everything was in anticipation of the arrival of Huan Shi. "Mom, don't worry, I can manage on my own. There's no need for concern." Understanding the words his mother was about to say, Subai engaged in brief conversation before hanging up the call. This project, developed independently by Zhu Shun, had garnered the utmost attention from high-ranking officials across Blue Star's various institutions. A brand new virtual technology offering a 100% gaming experience. Even more astonishing was the 2-to-1 ratio. The potential for immortality. The commencement of a new era, accompanied by the enactment of relevant laws, compelled all enterprises, schools, and other establishments to implement modifications regarding Huan Shi. Much like the apartment where Subai currently resided, ostensibly a dormitory, its true purpose was to serve as a gaming studio to engage with Huan Shi. Ding. Please confirm that the gaming pod is functioning correctly. After verifying that the nutrient chamber and indicator lights were operational, Subai felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by the sensation of his body entering a different realm as a voice resonated in his mind. DNA verification in progress. Iris verification successful. Identity verification successful. Huaxia District. ID number 341.5. Would you like to bind? Account creation complete. Please set your game ID. The system recommends using your real name, as real names may be reused, while nicknames cannot. Subai. ID binding successful. Huanshe connection established. 2 minutes remain until the game's commencement. Please wait patiently. As the game began, link start. I opened my eyes to a dazzling white light, and the surroundings shifted dramatically. I clenched my fist. The tangible sensations were as real as those in the physical world. Yet before me lay nothing but a pale blue orb of light. Ding! Below is the basic panel obtained from scanning the host. ID. Subai Health. 100 mana. 100 race. Human class. None strength. 8 affects melee physical attacks and power note. Certain strength is required to equip gear. Defense. 7 affects basic physical and magical defense agility. 7 affects character's action capability and attack speed constitution. 5 affects health points. Intelligence. 8 affects spell damage and hit rate root bone. Affects difficulty during significant level breakthroughs charm. Affects interaction difficulty with NPCs and chances of capturing pets and mounts comprehension. Affects difficulty in grasping skills luck. Affects treasure drop rate and event trigger probability note. Hidden attributes are not viewable, and leveling up does not allow for stat allocation. Please select your starting class. Huaxia District. 8 foundational classes. Assassin, Warrior, Mage, Summoner, Priest, Archer, Knight, Taoist. Other foundational classes. Hunter, Brawler, Monk, Sarai. Setting aside my thoughts, Subai began to examine the class panel before him. With over 100 classes available for selection, having engaged in online gaming for many years, I had never encountered such a plethora of options. As my fingertips glided downward, I conducted a cursory scan. They appeared to be mere foundational classes, yet what significance lay in the differentiation between these 8 classes and the others? Our understanding of Huanshe was woefully inadequate. The official learning modules at school had merely simulated previous online games. System. Do these 8 classes possess any unique attributes? Please select your class, Summoner. Due to certain past experiences, he had always gravitated towards classes that summon companions. Chapter 2. The Nine-Tailed Fox Huanhu Clan Tianhu Species. Summoner Ding. Class selection successful. Appearance base has been locked. On the continent of Huanshe, countless races vie for supremacy. Please select your race. You may maintain your original race in the game, or it can be randomly assigned. Please note that the race affects innate attributes and is unchangeable. All consequences are at your own risk. A large red warning font appeared on the system panel before him, particularly emphasizing the final caution. Random race? Is there really a choice? He pursed his lips. As he was about to decide to enter the game as a human, Subai hesitated again. But what if it's a race like angels, demons, or dragons? The thought of such powerful races stirred something within him. There had been a similar game in the past, although it featured numerous races. Upon entering, players merely had a few animal traits added to their human base. Surely, this game would allow him to maintain his human form. If he were to transform into an animal, how many novice villages and how much race data would he need? No matter how many players participated, it would likely feel akin to a single-player game. With that thought, Subai let out a slow breath. Random race, enter the game. Randomizing race. Confirming. Race selected. Entering game. A soft blue glow emanated from the blue sphere, enveloping the entire space. After a moment of disorientation, he found himself in a brand new world. Welcome player Subai to Novice Village number 1002. You may proceed to the town for your class transition quest after reaching level 10. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. Flashes of white light flickered as numerous players gradually appeared around him. Subai's heart raced. Most retained a human appearance, while some, though not human, merely had an extra pair of cat ears or a tail. Phew! Thankfully, I wasn't mistaken. Feeling the grass beneath his toes, Subai spread his arms wide, savoring the gentle breeze that caressed him. This sensation truly feels like entering a second world. Unlike previous virtual games, which could only achieve complete visual simulation, this experience possessed an astonishing tactile synchronization capability. Godzadi summoned his attribute panel.id. Subai level, 1 class, summoner race. Jue Yahoo Huanhu tribe, Tianhu species health. 100 mana, 200 strength, 1 affects melee physical attack, impact note. Certain strength is required to equip gear. Defense, 7 affects physical and magical-based defense agility. 7 affects character's action capability and attack speed constitution. 5 affects health intelligence. 10. Affects spell attack and spell accuracy bone root. Affects difficulty during significant level breakthroughs charm. Affects interaction difficulty with NPCs, probability of capturing pets, and mount comprehension. Affects the difficulty of grasping skills luck. Affects treasure drop probability and event trigger probability note. Hidden attributes cannot be viewed. Racial talent. Tianhu Mei. Passive increases charm value upon defeating monsters. Gear drops will enhance by 1 quality. Tianhu Mei active. Enchant the world with irresistible charm, captivating all with a mere smile or frown. Note, the effect of active release depends on the strength of both. Parties, skills, detection technique, summoning technique. Detection technique can acquire the basic attributes of the target being detected. Summoning technique calls forth contracted entities. Note, summoned entities will continuously consume the summoner's mana. This racial talent. Enhancing gear drop quality? After refreshing the panel several times to confirm he was not mistaken, Su Bei's breath quickened. As for the active release effect, ridiculous. How could a man like him possibly need that? Wait. He glanced at his small hands. The skin was as smooth and translucent as jade, and noticing the players nearby, he realized that nearly everyone towered over him by a head. He was a robust man at 1.8 meters tall. No, it can't be. Absolutely impossible. He attempted to calm himself, continuously assuring that the race merely altered his height and slightly changed his appearance. Yet, feeling the long hair brushing against his waist and the lake's surface nearby, his body trembled. What am I afraid of? Perhaps I'm just a handsome man with long hair. After confirming the safety of his body, he gently patted his flat chest and leaned over to gaze at the lake surface. The water was like a mirror. Ultimately, Su Bai beheld his reflection. His golden-orange hair cascaded behind him, exuding a sense of languor, and his beautiful, clear pink eyes seemed to perceive the depths of human hearts. Beneath his straight nose lay luscious, rosy lips, which were slightly parted at that moment. Not only did he find himself captivating, but his heart raced at the sight. This was the very appearance he had envisioned for a lowly. As he gazed, Su Bai suddenly felt an urge to cry. I wished for such a lowly, but not to transform into one myself. Why is this happening? In frustration, he couldn't help but exclaim. Yet as he spoke, his originally magnetic voice transformed into something soft and delicate, devoid of strength. Instead, it possessed an enchanting allure. Hearing his own voice, he felt an exhilarating rush of vitality. The warm breeze sweeping across the lake felt like a blade against his skin. Before the tranquil lake, he could only console himself with the fact that his equipment quality was a mere one. Little sister, is this your first time playing the game? Shall I help you level up? Unable to calm his emotions, he had no idea how long had passed when a player with the ID, Xiongtu Zhuangji, seemed to notice Su Bai's predicament. With a self-assured smile, he softly inquired, though his flushed face betrayed him. Look, that's the leader of Xiongtu. Really? A civilian guild with over 100,000 members? A stir rippled through the crowd, and Su Bai turned his gaze toward the approaching muscular man. He slightly lifted his head. Within his eyes, there seemed to be a haze, a hint of melancholy. Xiongtu Zhuangji. Su Bai began to assess the man before him, thought he recognized this figure immediately. While many guilds boasted over 100,000 members, it was rare to find a civilian guild of such size. A civilian guild, by definition, allowed anyone to advance as long as they contributed significantly, even rising to the position of vice president. In contrast to those guilds that hoarded power, civilian guilds were far more popular among players. By continuously increasing their contribution value, they could exchange for necessary resources, leading to rapid development that seemed beneficial to all. However, maintaining a guild required substantial funding. The more members, the larger the scale, the more funds needed. When money came into play, many members of civilian guilds inevitably fled or dispersed. Because of this, civilian guilds rarely exceeded 10,000 members, let alone reach the scale of 100,000. To expand a civilian guild to such proportions showcased the immense cohesion and backing of Xiongtu Zhuangji. Look over there. The girl in front of Xiongtu. No way. Is there really such a beautiful girl? She looks like she stepped out of a manga. How adorable. I want to give her a hug. As all eyes were drawn to Xiongtu, the surrounding area grew increasingly noisy. Subai, already irritated, opened his mouth to decline. The enticing lips parted slightly, and countless players were instantly enveloped in silence. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Chapter 3. The hero saves the beauty. Our leader wishes to befriend you. I hope you will consider it thoughtfully. A player beside Xiongtu Zhuangji suddenly shouted. Being in Xiongtu, with a proud character, he naturally exuded an air of arrogance. Hey, you all shouldn't go too far. Can't you see that the young lady is unwilling? Meng Dezhuang approached the player who had been shouting, a hefty wooden stick resting on his shoulder. Standing at 2 meters tall, he commanded an imposing presence. What do you think you are? Shut your mouth. Before he could finish his words, the shouting player was silenced by Xiongtu Zhuangji's stern command. Quickly apologize to this young lady and this brother. We at Xiongtu do not shy away from trouble, but we certainly do not provoke it. A glint of severity flashed in Xiongtu Zhuangji's eyes. Seeing the leader's expression, the nearby player turned pale and hurriedly apologized, realizing that the leader was genuinely upset. This lady, my subordinate, was thoughtless and offended you. He will certainly make amends. As he spoke, Xiongtu Zhuangji sent a friend request to Subai. Amidst the crowd, Subai felt it inappropriate to refuse. The leader's demeanor was so earnest that he thought it would be fine to simply accept the friendship request. Ding! Xiongtu Zhuangji has sent you a friend request. Would you like to accept? Yes, upon accepting the request, Subai was inundated with notifications. Player so-and-so has sent you a friend request. Player so-and-so has sent you a friend request. Player so-and-so has sent you a friend request, enduring the cacophony of notification sounds. Subai eventually managed to silence the friend request alerts. After observing Xiongtu's reaction upon seeing him accept the request, he noticed a hint of embarrassment on Xiongtu's face as he fidgeted with the only wooden stick he had. Subai was utterly baffled. Initially, he thought it was merely talk, yet it turned out to be genuine? How delightful. President Xiongtu, that's not what I meant. I simply had too many requests, so I was just managing my friend list. You need not be so courteous. With Xiongtu's sincere demeanor, Subai felt it inappropriate to harbor any resentment. Courtesy must be observed. Listening to Subai's words, the venue fell into a tranquil silence once more. Since the game's inception, this was the most Subai had spoken. His words gentle as a spring breeze. Xiongtu Zhuangji sighed in relief and led his subordinates away. Noticing that the burly man beside him showed no intention of leaving, the surrounding players did not linger either. Time was precious, and many were eager to converse with Subai. However, the imposing presence of Meng Dezhuang remained. Young lady, if you're fine, I shall take my leave. Meng Dezhuang chuckled, scratching his head. Just as he turned to depart, Subai grasped the hem of his garment. Wait, can you take me along to level up? With no other option, as at least 10 players surrounded them, Subai feared that if he did not follow the imposing figure now, he would miss the opportunity later. Seeing the look of surprise on Meng Dezhuang's face, Subai quickly sent a party invitation. Please protect my life, Brother Tiger. Following the burly man, Subai, whose height only reached the man's abdomen, formed a striking contrast. They traversed along the lakeside to the opposite shore. Fortunately, they encountered no troublesome players along the way and even stumbled upon a group of adorable sleeping piglets. Detect. Wild Boar 1. After a scan, Subai only acquired the name of the wild boar. Before he could react, Brother Tiger charged in, wielding his wooden stick. Side strike. 20. A beam of light fell upon the wild boar, depleting nearly a quarter of its health. So this was a simple affair. Brother Tiger was surprisingly formidable. Realizing that every player possessed a wooden stick, he examined his own inventory. Inside lay a wooden stick, a pair of shoes, and a contract. Wooden stick grade, bronze level. 1 strength, 2 spirit, 2 requirement. Strength 2 description. A solid wooden stick infused with a hint of magical blessing, suitable for all novices. Novice grass shoes grade, bronze level. 1 speed, 1 spirit, 1 requirement. Strength 1 description. Practical grass, shoes imbued with a hint of magical blessing, suitable for all novices. Novice summoning contract. Bound grade. Bronze level. 1 description. The first summoning contract for every summoner can only be opened by the individual. Randomly grants a contract for a bronze level monster. This wooden stick made Su Bai's lips twitch. He finally understood why others wielded theirs while his resided in the inventory. His strength was merely 1, and after racial transformation, his intelligence and spirit surged to 10. Yet his strength, glancing at his tattered white robe, he felt relieved that the strength requirement was only 1. Otherwise, forget it. Open the contract. Contract established. Congratulations on forming a bond with a bronze-level monster Cloudcat. Cloudcat grade, bronze level, 1 health, 100 skill. Rending claws, extends claws to tear the target. Dealing 150 physical damage, cool down 7 seconds. Contract power, consumes 1 mana point per second while summoned. Note, mana consumption will increase with the enhancement of the contract item. Summon Cloudcat. Under an exquisitely simple magic circle, a small white cat, the size of a domestic cat, appeared at the center of the circle. It was hard to imagine that such a petite creature could possess strength surpassing that of Su Bai. With the assistance of the little cloud cat, Meng Zhuang found the task considerably easier, often facing 2 or 3 wild boars simultaneously. Grinding for monsters was tedious, and Su Bai could offer little assistance. After a lengthy period, no equipment had even made an appearance. Alas, another wild boar fell, and a white light enveloped both Su Bai and Meng Zhuang. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 2. All attributes increase by 1, excluding hidden attributes. You have 5 free attribute points to distribute. Race bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 2, Charm 1, Class bonus, Spirit 1. Determined to allocate all his free points to Spirit, Su Bai recognized that the summoner class necessitated mana. Sighing at the doubled experience bar, he lamented how sluggish the leveling process was. Meng Zhuang nodded, his massive form shaking slightly. After spending half a day together, Su Bai disclosed his true identity as a man. However, he requested that Meng Zhuang keep it to himself to avoid complications. Yet, Meng Zhuang found it hard to reconcile, given Su Bai's appearance. Su Bai, are you really a man? A fox tribe? I see no traits of fox tribe in you at all. On their way back to the village, Meng Zhuang could no longer suppress his curiosity. After all, if Su Bai belonged to another race, he would possess some traits, be it extra ears or a tail. Some would even have their entire head transformed as he did. Su Bai had previously explained that he had become this way due to his fox lineage. Yet Meng Zhuang observed not a single characteristic of the fox tribe. All right, you've asked that 30 times today. I truly transformed this way because of my fox lineage. Do you need me to introduce my little brother to you? Meng Zhuang. Chapter 4. The kind villagers upon returning to the village. Su Bai and Meng Zhuang discovered that there was indeed not a single player in sight. As they approached the village entrance, they encountered a group of players who kindly informed them that the village was unlikely to trigger any quests. Initially skeptical, they were beginning to believe this might indeed be true. Brother Hu, you head west, and I shall venture east. Let's test our luck if all else fails. We will regroup at the village entrance and hunt wild creatures. After bidding farewell to Brother Hu, who was quite weary of battling wild boars, he realized that after leveling up twice, the experience gained from these boars had diminished by half. If they could not find second-level monsters, relying solely on wild boars might delay their leveling for 2 days. Despair washed over him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him regarding the charm attribute, which seemed to influence the difficulty of interactions. His Tianhu, Mei, could be activated at will. Why not give it a try? There was no one around, and as he pondered, he decided to unleash this talent. With a soft murmur, his waist-length, golden-orange hair appeared to grow even longer, while his human ears transformed into fox-like ears adorned with pink fur. Noticing the peculiar changes in his body, Su Bai began to examine his new self. Did he merely acquire fox ears? Wait, this sensation. No. He couldn't afford to indulge in another addiction while still grappling with the current one. He now understood why the fox-eared maidens in videos were so wary of having their ears touched. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he felt an extraordinary sense of clarity after entering the Tianhu Mei state and the effects it brought were astounding. He had assumed Tianhu Mei was a consumption-based talent. It proved to be something else entirely. After toying with his fox ears for a while and ensuring he was completely accustomed to them, Subai made his way towards the nearest blacksmith shop. "Uncle Blacksmith, do you require any assistance?" The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man, tirelessly hammering an unknown metal material. Due to the height difference and the steps involved, Subai could only peek over the table, revealing just half his head and a pair of fox ears. "Uncle Blacksmith? Uncle Blacksmith?" Subai endeavored to showcase his acting talent. Gradually, the clanging of the hammer ceased as the blacksmith noticed Subai's presence. He initially huffed in annoyance before fixing a stern gaze upon him. This was not good. It appeared that the quest would not be completed. Clearly, he should not disturb the blacksmith while he was working. Observing the change in the blacksmith's expression, Subai reluctantly lowered his hand from the table, bowing his head in preparation to apologize. How infuriating! He had committed such a rookie mistake. Disturbing someone while they were working was a blatant way to diminish their goodwill, wasn't it? "I'm sorry, sir. I should have paid more attention in your class." Recalling the times he had dozed off during lessons, he felt a surge of emotion, realizing that one reaps what one sows. What are you doing here by yourself, little girl? Where are your parents?" The blacksmith was on the verge of exploding. The forging process could not be interrupted, and it seemed the material had become ruined. Just as he prepared to scold her harshly and demand compensation, he realized the one who had inadvertently interrupted him was a pitiful little fox girl. Meanwhile, Subai stood with his head down, after battling wild boars for so long. The tattered white beginner's robe he wore had turned a dull gray. Some areas were even torn with several gashes, barely resembling clothing. The blacksmith, noticing the girl's tearful expression, felt his beard twitch in distress. "Wait, don't cry. It was my fault for not noticing you. I'm sorry for making you shout for so long. Gulme, look at Uncle." The blacksmith cast aside his hammer, circling around Subai and making silly faces. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the girl was barefoot, standing in the muddy soil, which evoked a sense of pity. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for disturbing you," Subai replied softly. His voice choked with emotion as he wiped away imaginary tears and bowed again to express his apologies. "I'm truly sorry." After this exchange, two village women entered the shop, comforting Subai before reprimanding the blacksmith. "Little sister, if anyone bullies you in the future, just tell us sisters, and we'll make sure they regret it." The two women, affectionately dubbed sisters, beamed with joy as they left the shop, their bags in hand. Watching them disappear from view, Subai turned his gaze back to the blacksmith. Thankfully, his acting skills had proven effective. "Uncle Blacksmith, I'm sorry. I'll be on my way now." As he stood to leave, he was suddenly called back. "Little girl, wait a moment. It was my fault earlier. Please take this." The blacksmith handed her a piece of iron clothing. Iron light garment quality, bronze level, 2 defense, 5 strength, 5 speed, 1 requirements, strength 5 skill. Hardening. Hardening increases base defense by 20, cooldown 5 minutes. Description: a lightweight iron garment accidentally forged with new materials. Chapter 5. Dreaming of Sakura in illusory skirts. Holding the iron light garment in his hands, Subai realized it was the strongest level 2 bronze equipment he had encountered in his gaming experience. Not only did it possess impressive attributes, but it also came with an additional skill. Glee radiated from Subai as he admired the iron light garment, prompting a broad smile from the blacksmith. The acknowledgement of his work was undoubtedly the greatest joy for a blacksmith. "Huh, I'm glad you like it. Please try it on for Uncle." The blacksmith chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. However, Subai felt awkward, despite leveling up and gaining a bit of strength. He could not even lift the wooden stick given to him, unless he removed his tattered clothing. Reluctantly, he confessed his inadequacy. Unbeknownst to Subai, a glimmer of insight flickered in the blacksmith's eyes. This was unexpected. A fox girl's strength should not be so feeble. Moreover, with such potent charm techniques, she must have noble blood. He had heard that the royal foxes possessed considerable strength, with some even exhibiting remarkable abilities in their youth. The blacksmith could sense that the bloodline power within this fox girl was not inferior to any he had encountered before. "Little girl, what is your strength level?" At 2 o'clock, considering his 2 levels of attribute enhancement, his innate strength must be 1 point. Truly a sight to behold. "Little girl, from whence do you hail?" The blacksmith shop owner narrowed his pupils. Initially, he thought the girl before him was a lost scion of the Fox clan royal family. But it seemed she was merely a foreigner. No wonder such a high bloodline little fox did not have guards concealed around her. Relieved by this confirmation, the blacksmith felt a sense of ease. He had long since wished to distance himself from external affairs. This was preferable, sparing him from trouble. Uncle Blacksmith, I cannot wear this. I shall return the clothing to you. Observing the fervent gaze of the blacksmith, she felt a sudden pang of fear. Could this peculiar man intend to win her over with a mere piece of clothing? Oh, what nonsense! If I say I gift it to you, then I shall, he declared. As for strength, it would surely come with increased levels, wouldn't it? Come now, help me deliver this letter to the seamstress, and she will craft you an outfit with the cost on me. Ding. Quest activated. The blacksmith's letter. Objective. Deliver the blacksmith's letter to the seamstress. Quest reward. 1,000 experience points. 1 piece of clothing. Thank you, Uncle Blacksmith. After bidding farewell to the blacksmith, it was only after walking several hundred meters away that Sue Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. Pretending to be a little girl was indeed exhausting. She vowed never to partake in such rewards again. Sister. Upon entering the seamstress's shop, Sue Bai's eyes instantly transformed into crescents. For the seamstress was one of the sisters she had seen earlier at the market. Spotting Sue Bai, the seamstress reached out to pat her head. Little one, you have a sweet tongue. What is it? Did that old blacksmith bully you again? Not at all. Uncle Blacksmith is a good man. He asked me to give this to you. With that, she handed over the letter. As the seamstress opened the letter and read it, she chuckled heartily. That old rascal is still counting. After patting Sue Bai's head once more, the seamstress rose from her seat and retrieved a box from the shop's cabinet. Do not be polite with that old man. Come, little one, try this on for your sister. From the box, she extracted a splendid silk gown. Dream Sakura Phantom, female, grade, none, fashion, level, 1 strength, 10 defense, 10 agility, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 intelligence, 10 charm, 1 luck, 1 wear requirement. Female description. Sometimes, even when one is in great pain and feels helpless, one can only support others with a nonchalant smile. Skills. Phantom Dream Attire, Tears of the Dream. Phantom Dream Attire, passive, immunity to all detection skills. Phantom Dream Attire, active, removes all current abnormal states. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Tears of the Dream, passive, automatically immune to lethal damage. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. With elegance, the gown was reminiscent of snowflakes dancing gracefully in the wind. The soft, floral patterned chiffon and the alluring white lace trim created an enchanting atmosphere, rendering the entire room dim in comparison. The dreamlike essence it exuded was utterly intoxicating. The attributes of this exquisite gown were not merely superficial. It rivaled even the most sacred artifacts. Just the mere existence of those 2 skills made Sue Bai willing to forego any attribute bonuses from clothing. Moreover, it was a fashion piece. Fashion determined one's appearance irrespective of equipment. This meant that by donning this gown, one could still benefit from the bonuses of their equipped items. In a sense, this gown was even more outrageous than a divine artifact. Sister, this is far too precious. Sue Bai quickly waved her hands. It was not that she did not desire it. The wearing requirements were such that even if she removed her lower garments, she still could not don it. Oh, fret not, just put on. This is a gift from your sister. If I were to ask that blacksmith for money, he would have to give up his entire blacksmith shop. The seamstress chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Sue Bai's nose. Most would have already succumbed to greed at the sight of such a gown, let alone refuse it. This dress had a special origin. It was a treasure from her youth, and, until now, she had yet to find someone worthy to wear it. Divine artifacts possess spirits. It was not her intention to gift the gown to Sue Bai. Rather, the gown had chosen Sue Bai. As Sue Bai accepted the Dream Sakura Phantom gown, her hands trembled. Gritting her teeth, she thought, if I cannot equip this, I shall have to find a way to escape the seamstress's shop. She would rather perish than allow the truth of her male identity to be revealed. She did not wish to see tomorrow's headlines. The nation's top mechanic discovered in newbie village number 1002, or the mechanic's secret with the gown or tails beneath the skirt. With a pout, the Dream Sakura Phantom gown instantly vanished from her hands, and a pale blue aura enveloped Sue Bai. As she regained her composure, Her fair and delicate feet emerged from the light, slender and white like carved jade, glistening and translucent, as if they could shed droplets of water. The entire room was filled with an extraordinary aura. Stepping out of the glow, Su Bai's eyes sparkled with clarity, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, exuding an enchanting beauty alongside an air of elegance. Her brows were as delicate as lotus petals, and a mere smile resembled a water lily blossoming. With skin as pure as ice and exquisite features, to describe Su Bai at this moment as captivating would still seem inadequate. Sister? After a prolonged silence, as the glow faded, the seamstress remained entranced. In exasperation, Su Bai waved her small hand in front of her, bringing her back to reality. Chapter 6. Meng Da Zhuang. I understand, apologies, dear, I was just lost in thought. Speaking of which, little Su is truly beautiful. Before trying on the Dream Sakura Phantom gown, she had also examined Su Bai's information and was aware of her name. However, it was strange that despite her abilities, she could only discern Su by S attributes. The race and skills remained obscure to her. Little Su, you are simply adorable. Allow your sister to embrace you. The seamstress declared, I have a task for you. Ding. Quest activated. The seamstress's embrace. Objective. Accept the seamstress's warm embrace. Quest reward. 1,000 experience points. Moreover, she needed to deliver the seamstress's letter to the blacksmith. Ding. Quest activated. The blacksmith's letter. Objective. Deliver the seamstress's letter to the blacksmith. Quest reward. 1,000 experience points. By the way, your attributes should now suit hunting the wolf pack in the northwest. Just head straight west after leaving the village. There's a canyon with wild wolves. Ding. Quest activated. Wolf fur. Objective. Deliver 10 strands of wolf fur to the seamstress. Quest reward. 3,000 experience points. After lingering at the seamstress's shop for a while longer, Su Bai finally managed to escape from her clutches. Glancing at the experience bar that had now filled more than halfway, she realized that being a girl had its advantages. Meng Da Thuang, Broter Su Bai. I've almost explored half of the newbie village, yet not a single soul will acknowledge me. With a gentle notification, Su Bai opened her friend contacts. Su Bai, I have made some small gains here. I will finish my task soon. Let us meet at the village entrance. Closing the friend contact, Su Bai quickened Erpache. Upon reaching the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Su Bai's attire, the Meng Ing Huan Luo skirt, nearly caused Uncle Blacksmith to collapse onto the ground. Good heavens! How did this little rascal manage to don such a garment? I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. His hand trembled, almost sending the hammer flying, but fortunately, Su Bai hastily stepped forward to clarify that the dress was a gift from a seamstress. Given the blacksmith's demeanor, if he took any longer to explain, a hasty retreat might have been in order. Eventually, after presenting a letter, Uncle Blacksmith finally regained his composure. Congratulations! You have reached level 3. All attributes increased by 1. You have 5 attribute points to distribute freely. Race bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 2, Charisma 1. Class bonus, Spirit 1. Oh, so that is how it is. This little one is indeed quite endearing. It seems I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Quest triggered. Wild Wolf Fangs. Deliver 10 Wild Wolf Fangs to the blacksmith shop owner. Quest rewards. 3,000 experience points, a gift from the blacksmith shop owner. After bidding farewell to the blacksmith, Su Bai headed towards the village gate. Upon encountering Meng Da Zhuang, Su Bai proceeded directly northwest, ignoring Meng Da Zhuang's bewilderment. There was no other choice. To mitigate the effects of allure, he even exited the Tian Hume state. Yet even so, standing in front of Meng Da Zhuang clad in the Meng Ing Huan Luo skirt, he remained in trance for nearly a minute. Wait, Su Bai. Not knowing how long Su Bai had departed, Meng Da Zhuang, upon seeing a message from the friend system, sprinted in the same northwest direction. As he approached the Wild Wolf Canyon, everything about Su Bai seemed to possess an enchanting allure that irresistibly drew him in. This was not entirely Su Bai's fault. It stemmed from his racial gifts. It was not merely his appearance, but also the innate charm emanating from the depths of his soul. This was beyond Su Bai's control. Is Su Bai truly a boy? He pondered, recalling the skirt Su Bai wore, which seemed unsuitable for a male character. Meng Da Zhuang tilted his head, and then his eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. Suddenly, Clarity dawned upon him. He comprehended Su Bai's well-intentioned efforts. Indeed, girls ought to protect themselves in such a manner. Thinking thus, he finally spotted Su Bai's figure. With an exquisite silhouette, Su Bai rolled up his sleeves and swung a large wooden stick, chasing after wild wolves. Identify. Wild wolf, rank, bronze level. Health. Skills. It is known that the identification skill can only probe creatures up to 3 levels below one's own. What level could these wild wolves possibly be? And what about Su Bai, who was furiously pursuing them? At that moment, Su Bai was too consumed to care about Meng de Zhuang. He was almost in a frenzy, as these wild wolves could not even breach his defenses. Coupled with his current speed attribute, he could effortlessly evade the occasional skill effects from the wolf's claws. His experience points were skyrocketing like a rocket. In a team, monster experience distribution is based on individual contribution, and the system has its own allocation mechanism. Although Meng de Zhuang contributed nothing, he was still progressing faster than Su Bai in terms of experience from the small wild boars. Until he could ascertain the attributes of the wild wolves, he could only wait idly with Xiao Yun Mao, admiring the scenery. A drop? With a howl, one wild wolf fell, and beside its corpse lay a glimmering white light. Wild wolf leather pants modified, affected by Tian Humei. Rank, silver level, 7 strength, 5 defense, 13 requirements. Strength 2. Su Bai's mind was engulfed in a stream of dark thoughts. Though his level was insufficient to equip them, these wild wolf pants were the most inferior silver equipment he had ever encountered. Their attributes barely exceeded those of bronze gear, placing them at the bottom tier of silver equipment. The Tian Humei was indeed quite insipid. Sighing, he tossed the leather pants into his system backpack and stomped his foot in frustration. Curiously, despite having defeated numerous wild wolves, he had yet to find any wolf fur or fangs. Brother Hu, what are you doing by the wild wolf's corpse? After a bit more time, he noticed Brother Hu had despondently stowed away his wooden stick and was rummaging through each wolf's carcass. Wait, you can't defeat live wild wolves. So are you really using the dead ones to practice? Su Bai ceased his pursuit of the wild wolves as he spotted Meng de Zhuang holding a handful of wolf fur. Brother Su Bai, this is gathering skill, which can be learned from the grocery store owner for 10 copper coins. Confirming that he could no longer extract anything from the wild wolf carcass. Meng de Zhuang grine forlichly. He then initiated a trade request with Su Bai. Su Bai fed somewhat passive. He couldn't quite discern why Meng de Zhuang seemed different. Had he become less reserved? Had he finally understood and accepted that he was a boy? How wonderful. Chapter 7. Heart release. Brother Hu, are you really giving me all these materials for free? As he gazed at the pile of materials that Brother Hu had traded over, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. A brisk breeze caressed his face, and his golden orange locks framed his features. His face flushed slightly. Brother Su Bai, just accept them with ease. To speak truthfully, I am the one who has benefited from this. You did the fighting, and I merely reaped a plethora of experience and gathering skill proficiency. His voice was somewhat bashful, but due to Brother Hu's demeanor, Su Bai failed to notice any oddities. He was genuinely grateful to be teamed with Meng de Zhuang. If not for Meng de Zhuang informing him about the gathering skill, he would still be unaware of how long he would have to grind. After grinding wild wolves for most of the day, he had reached level 6, while Brother Hu barely reached level 4. His spirit was quite fatigued. The village provided accommodations, with a room costing 2 copper coins per night. Upon returning to his room and re-entering the Tian Humei state, Su Bai enjoyed a refreshing bath and fell onto the bed with Xiao Yun Mao in his arms. With a time ratio of 12:1, the game Huan Shi operated from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning in reality. In-game, this translated to a full day, but one must also rest. Forcing oneself to remain awake would burden the mind. Thus, each individual must maintain a certain amount of sleep daily. Hey, Su Bai, wake up. Class starts in 15 minutes. Lin Haoxian skillfully retrieved the key from under the doormat and opened Su Bai's door. He dragged Su Bai out of the game pod. Come on, there are still 15 minutes left. Let me sleep for another 10 minutes. It's still early. It was understandable. It was Su Bai's first day playing Huan Shi, and he was rather excited. Despite his attempts to sleep, he had only managed 3 hours. Oh, this guy? Lin Haoxian helplessly pinched Su Bai's cheek and hoisted him into the bathroom. Through persistent urging, Su Bai completed his grooming. Setting down the towel he had used to wash his face, Su Bai still bore a look of drowsiness as he groggily followed Lin Haoxian downstairs. Once on his electric scooter, the only sensation left in Su Bai's consciousness was the wind brushing against his face. Ding 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 ding. Su Bai, have you arrived? Teacher is calling you. Lin Haoxian nudged Su Bai, who was slumped over his desk, and Su Bai instinctively stood up. Reporting to the teacher, present. The teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses and then shifted his focus to the notes in hand. Reporting to the teacher, Su Bai, race, human, class, summoner, level 4. After relaying his pre-prepared lines, Su Bai succumbed to sleep once more. He did not wish to reveal too much. Maintaining an average level sufficed, as there were no benefits to exposing himself further. However, he was unaware that his words had caused quite a stir. Level 4. My goodness. Another monster has appeared in our class. How did they level up so quickly? The surrounding chatter continued, yet Su Bai had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the commotion. It is important to note that with each level gained, the experience required escalates, and defeating monsters of lower levels yields diminishing returns. To make matters worse, should one be unfortunate enough to be slain by a creature, they would lose an entire level of experience. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there were hardly more than a handful of students in the class surpassing level 3. The discussions persisted, but eventually, the homeroom teacher closed the textbook and the noise around them softened slightly. All right, that'll be all. The class monitor will be Yi Yuyan. As for the vice monitor, Su Bai, Jiang Yin, and Chun Yuani, which of you will take on the role? Upon the teacher's declaration, the other two immediately expressed their preferences. Are you joking? Level 5 Yi Yuyan is everyone's hope, and now there are others at level 4. If their SA chance to back out, they certainly will. Everyone knows that the roles of class monitor and vice monitor are purely for the burden of hard work. Lin Haoxian had initially wanted to offer a word of caution, but he realized it was too late. Class monitor Yi Yuyan, vice monitor Su Bai. Oh, and you too. Please come to my office after class. When the bell rang, most students simply turned over and continued to enjoy their comfortable slumber. The beleaguered Su Bai reluctantly followed Yi Yuyan, swaying as they made their way to the office. Old Zhang, is this the promising talent from your class? Upon seeing Su Bai and Yi Yuyan, the office instantly buzzed with excitement. Level 5. Many classes don't even have a single level 4. As for their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, his joy was palpable, his beard nearly quivering with delight. Su Bai held a considerable respect for Old Zhang, who, having surpassed 50, had dedicated himself diligently to the field of education. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary, just quite ordinary. In private, Old Zhang was rather relaxed, constantly toying with his beard, his face nearly splitting with joy. Come, Yin, Su Bai, here is some information from the school. After reaching level 10, which town do you think our class will head to? As he opened the file on his computer, a list of town names appeared. This was intelligence gathered by the school, undoubtedly more valuable than posts found online. Similar to other games, after reaching level 10, players could leave the novice village and venture into towns, as conveyed by the intelligence system. Jushin. Old Zhang's intent was clear. If an entire class could reach the same town, their development would be accelerated and forming teams would be much more convenient, as classmates are inherently more trustworthy than individuals encountered in society. Teacher, I believe we need not rush into this matter. We can first inquire within the village to see which town is preferable before making plans, Yi Yuyan suggested softly. Su Bai remained silent. When compared to the class, he favored the companions he shared his apartment with. Of course, if there were no conflicts between the two, that would be ideal. With this thought, he glanced at Yi Yuyan, who appeared slightly plump yet possessed a delicate waist. Though she had not overly adorned herself, her complexion shone with the luster of fine jade. She was renowned in the school as both a top student and a beauty, surprising Su Bai with her prowess in gaming. Reflecting on his own appearance, he felt a twinge of concern. His identity would undoubtedly be revealed at school eventually. How would he explain it? As a cross-dressing master? Or the #1 player on the national server? This matter had almost become his Achilles heel, yet he soon found peace with it. What else could he do? He could only assert that he did not mind in the slightest. Chapter 8. Oh no, time to meet. Su Bai exited the office and immediately embarked on his quest for a nap, which lasted until the afternoon bell at 3 o'clock. Ah, what a refreshing slumber. He stood and stretched lazily. Prior to the public test of Huan Shi, such treatment during class would have been unthinkable. However, considering everyone's mental state, the teachers had refrained from forcibly waking them. Subai, hurry up and pack your things. They're going for hot pot. Lin Haoxuan organized his belongings, holding a small bag in his hand. Subai suddenly remembered that their studio had a hot pot gathering. Hot pot, here we come. Subai's eyes sparkled. He had nothing to tidy up, having only brought himself to class. Recalling the hot pot, he quickly urged Lin Haoxuan out of the classroom. Riding on Lin Haoxuan's little electric scooter was nothing short of blissful, especially since this hot pot was being treated by Zi Mingjie. The 6 members of the studio were all in the same year, all second-year students, but Zi Ming was the youngest among them. Upon arriving at the agreed location, they were unsurprisingly the last to arrive. You two finally made it. Just as they parked their scooters, Wu Ziong approached from the entrance, throwing an arm around each of them. He had arrived quite early and had been waiting for over 10 minutes after messaging Su by that he was nearly there. Wait, let go. I can't breathe. Subai patted the iron lock around his neck. All right. Can you all not embarrass our apartment? Unbeknownst to them, a tall woman had appeared behind them, dressed in a simple white casual shirt and black jeans. Her figure was accentuated perfectly. With her glossy black hair and long, straight eyebrows, she radiated a sunny disposition. Lu Xiaodong, the esteemed Lu in their studio. To say Lu was the most masculine among all the girls in their school, or even among all girls of their age, would not be an exaggeration. At least, Subai had yet to encounter another like her. You three are ignoring the stunning beauties inside, lingering out here in a huddle. I'm about to starve. Lu Xiaotong pouted, a playful smile gracing her lips, completely unfazed by the onlookers as she dragged the 3 of them into the hot pot restaurant. Upon entering, Subai noticed that Xia Ziming and Gu Yuguo were engaged in conversation, oblivious to their arrival. Beautiful girls are undoubtedly the center of attention wherever they go. As soon as Subai stepped through the door, he spotted the 2 of them. Additionally, their table was already laden with dishes, though none had been cooked yet. The sound of splashing echoed as Lu Xiaotong began dumping the dishes onto the table, the commotion drawing the attention of the chatting duo. Aware of Su Bai and the others' arrival, Gu Yuguo lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. All right, Yuguo, don't be shy. It's perfectly normal for the 3 of us to generate power in the room, Lu Xiaodong proclaimed without restraint, handing plates to Su Bai and the others. She then playfully pinched Yuguo's cheek. Ouch! Lu, take it easy. Su Bai and the others turned pale. As the dishes were gradually placed into the pot, Xia Ziming seemed to recall something and softly inquired, which novice village is everyone in? Number 1002, number 5554, number 58. I'm at 679, 396. After confirming everyone's numbers, Xia Ziming focused her gaze on Su Bai. Wait, this can't be a coincidence. To her dismay, exposure was imminent. Wow, how lucky are you all? But you'll definitely level up slower than me when you're grouped together. Wu Ziong puffed out his chest, boasting. I'm already at level 4. Having played as a warrior for so many years, he not only gained experience, but also happened to have picked up a consecutive quest. He now wielded a bronze sword, wreaking havoc in a novice village. What are you so cocky about? I'm level 4 too. Xiao Ying was still chewing on something, her words muffled as she spoke. Compared to WZ Ying, she was indeed luckier, having not only acquired a bronze longbow, but also a minor skill. Are you two just going to remain silent? Surely you're not still at level 1? WZ Ying's gaze shifted to SBI and LNH Oxu, and something seemed off. While he could overlook LNH Oxu in, SBI would have flaunted a higher level if he had one. Could it be that he and T leveled up at all? SBI remained silent, prompting LNH Oxu in to speak first. I'm level 7. Oh, it's nothing. It's just 1 level behind 7. The group was taken aback, incredulous at the revelation. Even SBI couldn't help but glance at LNH Oxu in, who had somehow reached level 7 while he himself was only at 6. Don't look at me like that. I just randomly selected a race at the start and got a decent talent. LNH Oxu in stammered, causing SBI to shudder. What race are you? You're incredible, WZ Ying exclaimed, leaping up in astonishment. He had seen numerous posts online about random races. Statistically, 80% of players would end up with a race that lacked any special abilities, and half of the remaining 20% would have negative traits. The genuinely useful abilities typically only offered slight enhancements to attack or defense. He had felt somewhat fortunate for not having a random race until now. Well, I also have a random race. I'm a SH coral from the deep blue coral group, which allows me to breathe underwater. GY Goo raised her hand as well, but when she noticed everyone else's attention was solely on LNH Oxuin, she lowered her head in disappointment. Feeling a large hand on her head, GY Goo curiously looked up to find SBI sitting beside her, gently comforting her. Indeed, it's much more pleasant to pat someone else, SBI thought, feeling relieved, as his hair had nearly been tousled off by the two shopkeepers in the game. Big brother. After a considerable time, GY Goo noticed SBI had lost track of time and couldn't help but remind him. I'm terribly sorry, I got a bit carried away. Wait, don't give me that look. My race is a dragon, and my ability simply enhances my physique. By the way, SBI, what about you? LNH Oxu and S gaze drifted, quickly shifting the topic, clearly reluctant to delve further into the matter of races. He nudged SBI, prompting him to respond. LNH Oxu and S reaction left SBI perplexed, but upon reflection, he realized that great power often comes at a price. Turning to look at Shi Zieming, he knew he couldn't hide his level in the same novice village. I'm level 6, and my race is Fox. My ability enhances my charm slightly, making me a tad more attractive. A silence enveloped the group. They had grown accustomed to the fact that these two were not reticent, but rather indulging in a bit of modest boasting. You all. WZ Ing abruptly stood up. Was he the only male in the entire studio? Are you all cheating? He didn't know LNH Oxu in S ability, but with a name related to dragons, it must be formidable. However, SBI's ability merely increased his charm. It was common knowledge that the hottest topics in forums revolve around race and innate hidden attributes. Once established, those attributes could not be changed. If SBI's ability truly only enhanced his charm, WZ might have flipped the table in frustration. Nonetheless, after WZ-ing's outburst, they refrained from further inquiries about race abilities, sensing that SBI and LNH Oxu were not inclined to continue the discussion. The remainder of the time was quite leisurely, with each person sharing their experiences within the game. After all, the 100 virtual experience undoubtedly offered them a glimpse into a brand new world. Let us call it a day. Let us gather at the village entrance later. It's already 6. Closing the game pod, SBI felt a bit anxious about meeting Shi Zieming later. Verifying. Iris verification successful. Identity verification successful. Who and SH connected successfully. Game commencing. Wishing players a delightful gaming experience. As he rose from his bed, his dream Sakura illusion dress remained utterly wrinkle-free despite a night's rest. Glancing at his reflection, SBI tidied himself up before cradling his little cloud cat and setting off. Excuse me, miss, would you like to team up? At the village entrance, Shi Zieming was approached by a few players who quickly attempted to engage her. However, upon noticing her level, their expressions shifted to one of discomfort. No, I'm waiting for someone. With a pristine complexion, Shi Zieming's voice was cold, not a deliberate demeanor, but rather a reflection of her character. Her silky hair cascaded gracefully, shimmering with an alluring sheen, yet she emanated an aura that repelled others. Seeing that Shi Zieming had no intention of forming a party, the players who had approached her exchanged a few perfunctory words and then departed. Meanwhile, SBI, who had been lurking nearby, thought to himself, what happened to the plot where Shi Zieming was bullied and I heroically came to her rescue? Why won't you all persist? Women me no, he muttered inwardly, feeling frustrated that such a stunning sister was being ignored. Just as he was about to step out, a few individuals who had previously kept their distance encircled him as if they had coordinated their actions. Hey there, little sister. Are you alone? Come join me. I can help you level up. As SB, I took a step forward. He noticed that the only player at level 4 among them was a balding man with a scarred face, while the rest were all at level 2. If all went according to plan, the ensuing events would unfold. What are you all doing? Shi Zieming's voice rang out, and the surrounding crowd that had previously scattered began to converge toward her. Is that you? Mngdiju Ing seemed to have been nearby. Upon seeing SBI, he couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly reconsidered to maintain SBI's anonymity. Look over there. Such a cute little lowly. Whoa. A level 4 powerhouse. Stop calling him a powerhouse. Did you not hear how that burly man addressed the little lowly? It's a young lady. Just look at her attire. I can't fathom what those guys were thinking. I don't care. I'd gladly lose 10 years of my life for a hug from such a little lowly. As the crowd swelled, the balding man began to realize the situation was turning against him, his expression growing increasingly awkward. Let us go. Boss, are we really leaving like this? One of his underlings appeared reluctant, but upon seeing the imposing figure of HD Zhu Ing approaching, he quickly shut his mouth. We'll withdraw for now. In a village we can't fight, but once we're outside, it'll be a different story. Noticing that the crowd was beginning to encircle them, the balding man led his group away. His team primarily operated in the wilderness, and he was determined to take down SBI and the others. As he could tell that SBI's dress was undoubtedly a valuable item. Are you all right, little sister? As the crowd surrounding Su Bai dispersed, it was only Xie Ziming, standing closest, who could clearly discern Su Bai's appearance. It is no wonder that the reactions of those people were so intense. Even she, a woman herself, momentarily lost her composure. This little girl is formidable. This was Xie Ziming's composed assessment of Su Bai. Race, level, class. As she utilized her detection skills, Xie Ziming furrowed her brow, realizing that the girl before her must have concealed her equipment. Otherwise, even with a level exceeding her own by 3, she should have been able to perceive something. However, upon observing Su Bai's vacant and expressionless eyes, Xie Ziming sighed. The little girl must be terrified. The thought tugged at her heartstrings, leading her to instinctively reach out to pat Su Bai's head. You need not be afraid, Sister Ziming. Yam Su Bai. Chapter 10. Does the game affect reality? Stop laughing, Sister Ziming. You've been chuckling the whole way. As they made their way to the tailor's shop, Su Bai shot a disapproving glance at Xie Ziming, while Meng Dazhuang trailed at the back of the group. My apologies, Su Bai could only pretend not to notice. With her petite frame puffing out her cheeks, she looked even more endearing after letting out a soft huff. Sister Ziming, brother Hu, I will be using a skill shortly. After lingering a bit before entering the tailor's shop, Su Bai suddenly turned to the two of them. She was about to meet the tailor's sister, and in her current Tian Hume state, she truly did not wish for them to witness it. Noticing Su Bai's worried expression, both Xie Ziming and Meng Dazhuang sensed that something was amiss and quickly grew anxious, their gazes fixated on Su Bai. Before Xie Ziming could voice her concern, a pink luminescence flickered across Su Bai's form. The emergence of fluffy fox ears prompted Su Bai to instinctively shake her head, releasing an enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. Upon reopening her eyes, the originally clear pink irises seemed to carry a hint of allure. Her silky hair cascaded over her snow-white form, and her slightly parted red lips appeared to smile mischievously, exuding an innate captivating charm that rendered onlookers utterly entranced. In an instant, Meng Dazhuang stood as if mesmerized, devoid of any emotional response, his gaze fixed on Su Bai with an intensity that suggested he might devour her whole. Even Xie Ziming felt herself succumbing to an unquenchable desire, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her eyes betraying a longing. Wait, what is happening? Sister Ziming? Brother Hu? Wake up. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Bai called out urgently, but it seemed as if Xie Ziming and Meng Dazhuang were entirely oblivious to her distress. Just as Su Bai resolved to withdraw from her state, a melodious chime resonated. Little Su, your bloodline power must not be used on ordinary people. The tailor shop owner said, holding a small green bell with a smile playing on her lips. Ding. Obtain special buff, Qing Xianji Yin. Duration, 10 minutes. Qing Xianji Yin. The sound of Tao extends without obstruction. Effect. All attributes increase by 10. Experience gain by 5. As the lingering sound of the bell enveloped her, Su Bai felt her mind clear. What has happened? Did I just experience an emotional stir? Was it Su Bai's influence? As Xie Ziming regained her composure, she could not shake off the discomfort lingering in certain parts of her body. Meanwhile, Meng Dazhuang had collapsed to the ground, refusing to rise. Despite Su Bai's outward appearance remaining largely unchanged, He found himself unable to control the deep-seated desires that had surged within him. Both of them shivered as they came to a chilling realization. The powers within this game could affect players. Little Sue, come here. The tailor shop owner beckoned Sue by inside, rummaging through nearby cabinets. Little Sue, it would be better not to wear that dress normally. Here, try this on. Ching Sei Ji Xia grade. None. Costume. Level. 1 strength. 1 defense. 3 spirit. 2 wearing requirement. None skill. Ching Xia Ji Xin. Ching Xia Ji Xin. Passive. Health and mana recovery effects increased by 20. It was a simple orange dress. Not bad. It fits you perfectly, the tailor shop owner said, gently ruffling Sue Bai's hair. Donning the dress, Sue Bai's allure remained striking. It was undoubtedly more refined compared to the ethereal dream cherry fantasies. The divine dream cherry fantasy skirt, combined with Sue Bai's lethal charm, had even left her momentarily bewitched upon their first encounter. Sister, what on earth just happened? Sue Bai asked nonchalantly while admiring her new dress. If her Tian Hume could induce such a transformation, she would not have been too surprised, but the fact that it could also affect players was unprecedented. Her fox ears twitched slightly as she relished the touch on her head, attempting to adopt an air of innocence. Enough pondering. Your bloodline is quite unique. Until you can control it, it is best not to reveal your true form before ordinary people. As she reached out to touch her fox ears, Sue Bai shivered noticeably. Her voice took on an unusual tone. Sister, can this bloodline ability really be controlled? Yes. The sensitive areas of her body being touched, Sue Bai, who had thought she was accustomed to it, now felt utterly flustered. How could this be? The sensations of self-touch and that of another's hand felt entirely different. Weakly collapsing into the tailor's sister's embrace, the latter showed no signs of halting her actions. Little Sue, for more details, you can inquire with the owner of the grocery store. For now, let us embrace once more. I don't want to. Ding. Trigger task. Tailor shop owner's embrace. Miss, you felt that too, didn't you? Outside the tailor shop, Meng Dazhuang's pupils remained somewhat dazed. He only recalled that upon inhaling a bewitching fragrance, his consciousness had turned hazy. Now he seemed to comprehend the government's stance regarding the emergence of Huan Shi. A year ago, once the news of Huan Shi's arrival broke, the national government swiftly enacted a series of policies regarding it. All educational institutions must include game strategy courses, comprising no less than 50 of the total curriculum. Companies must ensure that every employee possesses basic knowledge of online gaming. A nationwide online gaming assessment must be conducted every 15 days. After the public beta of Huan Shi, no enterprise may occupy citizens' gaming time for any reason. With hundreds of policies enacted, the significant societal changes were merely explained by the government with a single phrase: the pursuit of immortality. For these 7 words were the original words of the intelligent brain. Zhu Shun. The government did not elaborate further, yet many began to suspect and deduce various implications. For instance, the notion that the game could influence reality. Humanity was on the brink of a new era. Was the emergence of the intelligent brain, Zhu Shun, an unintentional product of humanity, or a necessary path toward a new civilization? Was the arrival of Huan Shi a catalyst for human evolution? A plethora of related posts appeared across various platforms. What seemed unbelievable at first ignited a new wave of online fervor upon publication. With alterations in the educational system and shifts across societal institutions serving as advantageous resources for the poster. For an entire year, the government had never suppressed these posts. And now, with the game's arrival, numerous occurrences within it would undoubtedly validate certain truths. Miss, can you hear me? What information? Wait, why are you leaving? Aren't you waiting for Brother Sue Bai? S expression froze as he watched Xia Ziming abruptly turn and leave, his body swaying as if he might fall. Sue Bai, you all go level up first. I might still be busy for a while. Chapter 11. Accompanying a boy as he grows up is not as meaningful as sharing heartfelt conversations with an uncle. After finally escaping from the tailor's shop, his heart racing, he maintained a distance from the blacksmith uncle upon reaching the blacksmith's workshop. After timidly submitting the task, as he reached level 7, Sue Bai also acquired a piece of silver-grade equipment. White light stream, staff, grade, silver level, 5 strength, 2 intelligence, 15 spirit, 15 equipping requirements, strength 1. Spirit 5 for magic professions. Skill. White Dawn Light. White Dawn Light. Passive healing effects increased by 20. White Dawn Light. Active consumes 30 mana. Deals 150 maximum magical damage to a single target within 5 meters. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. A single target magical damage skill, coupled with a passive that enhances healing effects. Thank you, Blacksmith Uncle. I'll take my leave now. Releasing his hand from covering his fox ears, Subai expressed his gratitude once more to the blacksmith. It was not merely the white light stream. After learning that he was headed to the grocery store, the blacksmith uncle, much like the tailor sister, handed him a letter. The triggered quest also granted him 1,000 experience points. Little one, when you go to the grocery store, don't be nervous. That fellow is a bit strange, but he has a good temperament. If you feel something is off, don't be afraid. Watching Subai hastily depart, the blacksmith owner called out a reminder from behind. In front of the grocery store, Subai hesitated for quite a while, his fox ears twitching. He contemplated whether to enter with the charming demeanor of a celestial fox. Upon leaving the blacksmith shop, he had not fully heard what the blacksmith uncle said, only vaguely catching words like "don't be nervous" and "don't be afraid." Could it be that the grocery store owner was someone quite fearsome? However, reflecting on the torment he endured earlier at the tailor sister's shop and glancing at the Dream Sakura fantasy skirt in his backpack, he gritted his teeth and decided to take it out. Is anyone there? Slowly pushing the door open, Subai pinched his nose. A strong, musty odor assaulted him. The grocery store was filled with various unpleasant smells, some burnt and sour, others carrying a scent of decay, yet the store owner seemed unfazed. In fact, upon his arrival, the owner made no move, continuing to handle the materials in his hands. Detection technique? Grocery store owner, village chief, race, level, profession. Is this grocery store owner also the village chief? Village chief, this is a letter from the blacksmith uncle and the tailor sister for you. Shaking his fluffy fox ears, Subai obediently handed the 2 letters to the grocery store owner. Ding. Task completed. Ding. Task completed. Ignoring the 2 system prompts echoing in his mind, Subai remained vigilant, observing the grocery store owner's reaction. For some reason, after reading the letters, the grocery store owner's expression seemed somewhat awkward. Village chief, I am of the same generation as Iron Mountain. Subai noticed the grocery store owner's brows furrowing tightly, the force in his hands nearly crushing the materials. However, after reading the letter completely, he began to scrutinize Subai. ISNT your fox lineage not lower than that of the royal fox clan? Indeed, the degree of allure is remarkable. Cough, could it be the illusory fox clan? No, that doesn't seem right. It's puzzling. How could the power differ so greatly? As the grocery store owner continued to gaze at Subai, his eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. We want. Subai gradually sensed the situation was amiss as his arm was lifted. This old man seemed intent on sniffing his scent. The expression of greed and curiosity caused his small hand to be subtly raised. Indeed, this person is quite dangerous. Don't get me wrong, young lady. I merely wish to catch a whiff of your scent. I'm not mistaken. Coughing. The village chief seemed to realize the impropriety of his earlier actions, his old face flushing red. Just a sniff? I need to ascertain your race. You want me to help you control the power within your bloodline, right? I don't know how to assist you otherwise. Here, take this. Cool, me. Let Uncle have a quick sniff, just once. The gleam in the grocery store owner's eyes grew more intense, almost transforming into a covetous glint mixed with a scholar's yearning for a new discovery. That predatory gaze nearly frightened Subai into fleeing the grocery store. However, after receiving the item tossed by the grocery store uncle, Subai's attitude underwent a dramatic change. Teleportation pearl, damage grade, spirit level, none. Item, usage requirements, none. Description, can teleport to designated coordinates, with 33 uses, restores 1 teleportation opportunity every 12 hours. Can set up to 3 locations, with a maximum of 13 designated uses. Current designated coordinates, newbie village number 1002, in front of the grocery store. Village chief, please take your time. No need to rush. What was that saying again? Accompanying a boy as he grows up is not as meaningful as sharing heartfelt conversations with an uncle. What should I do to control this allure? With eyes sparkling like gems, Subai gazed at the village chief with admiration. How could such a good uncle harbor any ill intentions. The swift change in Su Bai's demeanor made the grocery store owner hesitate. At this moment, Su Bai also regained some clarity. This village chief possessed certain abilities. But why did he say like, he is indeed an illusory fox? Well, there are many fox races. The most famous in the East are the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Tushan Fox clan. The illusory fox clan, also known as the charming fox clan, belongs to the East as well. You resemble this clan, yet not entirely. Not entirely? Yes, the illusory fox clan is indeed one of the rarer groups among foxes. Adept in illusion arts and enchanting techniques, composed entirely of females, even when intermarrying with other races. The grocery store owner spoke each word carefully, and his face grew increasingly perplexed, causing Su Bai to feel a bit anxious. Could it be that this old man had discovered he was male? The grocery store owner's lips moved slightly, and Su Bai's heart raced. You are unlike the illusory fox. You are far more alluring. Huh? The grocery store owner's expression was extremely serious as he enunciated clearly. In his understanding, although the illusory fox clan excels in enchanting arts, they inherently carry a faint fox fragrance. However, that is merely inconsequential. The illusory fox clan boasts low combat prowess, and their enchanting techniques can only slightly distract opponents in battle. It is utterly impossible for someone like Su Bai to possess such a captivating allure that ensnares hearts. Moreover, the illusory fox clan, due to their beauty, had tragically fallen victim to enslavement, with traces of illusory foxes found among the servants of nearly every race hundreds of years ago. Thus, the illusory fox clan faded into obscurity. Village chief, is there any way to control this charm? With a helpless glance at himself, he was entirely unaware of the enchanting aura he exuded. Yet, just looking at the expressions of Xia Ziming and the others, he pondered, if left unchecked, what would happen if his teammates struck him during battle. Chapter 12. The Original Heart Method. Tianhu Heart Sutra. Su Bai stood in a daze, but in the eyes of the village chief, it was an entirely different sight. His expression was filled with despair, and tears seemed to linger at the corners of his eyes, resembling someone on the verge of crying. My goodness, those two, Iron Mountain and Huing, are deliberately trying to trap me. Do they think that person could possibly be this little girl? Reflecting on the contents of the letters, assisting Su Bai in resolving his bloodline power was secondary. Those two had also urged him to provide this young lad with as much help as possible. However, it is remarkable that even the Dream Sakura illusionary skirt has chosen this little fellow. Observing the Dream Sakura illusionary skirt adorning Su Bai, the village chief's expression shifted continuously. Do not weep. Mastering control is not difficult. Simply cultivate a charm-related mental technique. He sighed softly, realizing that this time he might incur significant expenses. In Huanshe, leveling up is the most arduous task. Experience is secondary. The primary challenge lies in breaking through every 10 levels. Players must reach the corresponding level of their mental technique to surpass these restrictions and continue gaining experience for upgrades. This was something Su Bai should have encountered only after reaching level 10 and arriving in the town. Never mind. The shopkeeper uncle muttered as he produced an ancient tome from an unknown source. Qi Qing Lu Yu Ju. Mental technique. Grade. Xianling level. Description. Feeds on the 7 emotions, craves the 6 desires, disrupts the heartstrings, intoxicating one's nature. The efficacy of this technique depends on your comprehension. It can be utilized up to level 79 without issue. The technique was tossed into Su Bai's hands, who appeared momentarily stunned. Mental technique? Is there such a thing in a game? Ding. Detecting mental technique, Qi Qing Lu Yu Ju. Do you wish to master it? Yes, ding. Mastery failed, unable to learn this mental technique. What? Noticing Su Bai standing there in a daze, the village chief furrowed his brow. You little girl, do not be too greedy. This technique is something worth fighting over on the continent. This little girl truly, in Xianling level technique, could spark a conflict between 2 small races, and yet she appears unimpressed. Observing the changes in Su Bai's expression, he concluded that this was the highest-ranked charm technique in his collection. No, it's not that I can't master it. This was the first time he had encountered something of this level. Truthfully, Su Bai was tempted to log off with the technique, even if he couldn't learn it. He could certainly sell it for a fortune. Yet he understood that logging off now would confine him to the novice village. The elderly man before him was the village chief, the one who controlled the village's teleportation array. You can't master it? Could it be? After scrutinizing Su Bai for a moment, the village chief seemed to recall something and rummaged around, eventually producing an ancient wooden box. The box was entirely black, its surface adorned with strange patterns resembling flowers or serpents, exuding an eerie aura. Upon opening the lid, a scent of sandalwood filled the room, dispelling the surrounding unpleasant odors. Inside lay a blood-red glass vial, quietly resembling a blooming blood lotus. Drops of crimson liquid flowed within, almost as if alive. What is this? This is the blood source spring. A drop upon your skin can awaken one's bloodline memories. Only those with a powerful bloodline can utilize it. If fortune smiles upon you, you may awaken a new talent or discover the technique best suited to you from your bloodline. A single drop is worth a small city, and this vial is one of my most prized collections. In my youth, I went to great lengths to acquire this. Thank you, village chief. Without heeding the village chief's words, Su Bai opened the vial and poured it onto her hand. This substance was indeed precious, but alas, each person could only absorb a single drop. Excess would serve no purpose. Be cautious when using it, little girl. Turning around, Su Bai had already emptied the vial. The entire contents of the blood source spring fully absorbed in her left hand, dissipating at an astonishing speed. Indeed, it was dissolving, not evaporating. In astonishment, he forgot to stop Su Bai's actions. In his understanding, for countless years, it had always been the case that once the blood source spring left its specially crafted bottle, it would immediately evaporate, and one could only experience the dissolving effect upon absorbing the first drop. But now, ding! Bloodline memory awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Congratulations, player. You have awakened the bloodline talent Tian Hu Mei Tong and comprehended the origin mental technique Tian Hu Xing. Tian Hu Mei Tong. Passive see through all illusions. Immune to all charm effects. Tian Hu Mei Tong. Active break illusion technique. Charm technique. Break illusion technique. Perceive the essence of all things. Charm technique. Control the mind. Enchant all beings. Tian Hu Xing grade. Origin mental technique. Unique. Description. Captivating souls with every glance and smile. All beings in the world become subservient. The mental technique is of the origin type, with no level limit, and consists of 9 realms. You. Never mind, just go. Grasping Su Bai's left arm and confirming that the blood source indeed dissolved, he could only relent. Village chief, I am so sorry. I didn't know that only 1 drop was allowed. Quickly, get out of here. Yes. The village chief cursed as he shouted. However, upon witnessing Su Bai's complete absorption of the blood source spring, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Wait, take this. Use it before you master the mental technique. Receiving the tossed item, Su Bai's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Phantom Mask. Mask grade. Xianling level. Level 1. Strength 10. Defense 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Spirit 10. Intelligence 10. No wearing requirements. Skill. Phantom Face. Phantom Face. Active fabricate a new exterior appearance, concealing the true self. Note, when using the mask to change appearance, no other skills can be employed, including equipment skills. I adore you, uncle. Ooh, the dear uncle still loves me. Su Bai exclaimed with excitement. This Xianling equipment, though only at level 1 with modest attribute enhancements, appeared to her as more precious than any divine artifact. Tears glistened like crystals on her youthful face because of this mask. The shopkeeper stared in shock, wondering what had caused this little girl to break down. Had his previous words been too harsh? Or was it that this equipment, this mask, was merely a trivial item he had stumbled upon in his youth? Although it was Xianling level, it was only level 1 with poor attributes and an impractical skill. In his youth, he had been unable to retaliate when caught misbehaving. He believed the mask's worth paled in comparison to the bead he had just gifted Su Bai. As he witnessed the tears threatening to fall, the village chief stood nearby, flustered and unsure of how to respond. Wait, little girl, do not cry. All right. It was all my fault. I should not have been so harsh. Unaware of the situation, the village chief coaxed for some time before Su Bai finally considered leaving, glancing back as she exited the shop. Was it merely an illusion? Upon reaching the door, She seemed to transform from an extraordinary lowly into an ordinary boy. Chapter 13, Tremor. Where has my little lowly gone? Ha ha! Finally! Finally! Gazing at his new appearance, he could not contain his joy. With short, refreshing hair, healthy tan skin, and dark eyes radiating a peaceful smile, he appeared ordinary outwardly. Yet this was his true self. Ding! You have a new friend notification. Having just calmed his emotions, Meng de Zhuang, Brother Subai, we are in trouble. Northeast of the village, mushroom monsters are respawning at the coordinates. Meng Zian, Subai, have you completed your tasks? Meng de Zhuang and Ziming Jia encountered trouble. Tiger Head Brother was fine, but Ziming Jia had sent him such a message. Outside the village, mushroom monsters are respawning. Boss, why aren't we taking action? Patience. Our primary target is that little lowly from earlier. Can equipment with hidden attributes truly exist? That skirt? Huh, today it all belongs to me. In the wasteland, 30 individuals closely surrounded Xia Ziming and her companion. The bald leader being the scar-faced man they had previously encountered in the village. After expending so many resources and time, he was not merely after these two insignificant players. It was the skirt worn by Su Bai and the equipment with hidden attributes that he coveted. Glancing at the items in his backpack, the corners of Jean Li's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. Was Su Bai truly untroubled? Casting a cold glance at the surrounding crowd, Xia Ziming initially did not wish for Su Bai to come. Even though she was aware of his level, they were still outnumbered by 30 individuals. Don't worry, big sister. Meng Dazhuang gave Xia Ziming a thumbs up, completely unfazed. No matter how formidable these people are, can they surpass the Wild Wolves? Keep in mind that the Wild Wolves can't even breach Su Bai's defense without skills. They are level 7 monsters. Both sides remained motionless, awaiting Su Bai's arrival. Boss, someone is approaching. Is it that little girl? No, it's a naive young lad, still clad in novice attire, wielding a rather impressive weapon. Zunli Fronat. He was not concerned about Xia Ziming calling for reinforcements. After all, in this novice village, he had already recruited nearly everyone he could. And could anyone they invited truly compete against 30 people? His worry lay in whether that little girl would dare to come. Like Zhanli, Xia Ziming and Meng Dazhuang exchanged puzzled glances. Did you call someone? Wait, clear the way, everyone step aside. As the encirclement of 30 individuals parted, Su Bai came into view, and relief washed over Xia Ziming and her companion. He thought there was something urgent, but it turned out to be merely an airdrop of equipment and gold coins for him to collect. Sister Ziming, Brother Hu, Su Bai greeted cheerfully. Xia Ziming felt a tinge of regret. Although she was unsure how Su Bai had transformed into his current appearance, she still found the previous little girl more visually appealing. She merely responded lightly to Su Bai's greeting. Meng Dazhuang, however, stared at Su Bai for quite some time before stammering Su Bai, brother? Observing Meng Dazhuang's expression, Su Bai could only confidently return him an affirming glance. Hey, brother, are you certain you want to meddle in our affairs at Blood Butchery? Due to the alteration of his appearance, the hidden effects of the Meng Yinghuan Luo skirt could not activate, allowing Zhanli to clearly discern Su Bai's level. He is 3 levels higher than me? Zhanli chuckled, not overly concerned about Su Bai's level. After all, even with a few more attribute points, could he possibly best 30 individuals? Leveling up so many times isn't easy, is it? If you don't want to lose a level, hurry up and call that little girl. Otherwise, I'll just camp at the village entrance waiting for you. Zhan Li's expression grew increasingly sinister. Every moment they spent here was time they could have used for leveling up, and if that little girl did not show up, they would suffer immense losses. Damn it, you all take out that newcomer. Ignoring me, are you? Su Bai paid no heed to the people nearby, and instead engaged in casual conversation with Xia Ziming and Meng Dazhuang. They had found a level 5 secret dungeon while farming level 4 mushroom monsters. They were not reckless enough to enter without proper preparation and were just about to contact Su Bai when Zhanli encircled them. You gotta be kidding me. A fireball struck Su Bai squarely on the forehead, a large red damage notification popping up above him, interrupting his words. Boss, a trembling maja bazida Zhanli stutaret. His level 2 attribute points all allocated to intelligence. Can't break through defense? What a joke. He has a bronze staff. Zhan Li's expression darkened, but having achieved his current status, He possessed considerable strength. All melee classes took the front line, adopting defensive stances to minimize damage. Priest, keep an eye on the front line's health. Archers, be alert to his casting movements and prepare to interrupt his spells. The remaining classes were instructed to unleash their might. Zhongli calmly devised a strategy while he himself held a long sword, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It must be said that Zhongli had some intelligence. Upon noticing the staff in Su Bai's hand, he immediately aimed to incapacitate Su Bai's spells. Being unable to cast meant he could not utilize magic. Without spells, a magic class, no matter how high their attributes, could not possibly defeat a warrior wielding a shield and using a defensive stance with just a wooden stick. What a ridiculous notion. A crisp sound echoed as a red damage notification appeared above the warrior next to Su Bai. Under the defensive stance, he transformed into a beam of white light, and his only novice wooden stick dropped as loot. Not only that, but there were also 2 copper coins. Collecting the dropped items, Su Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Each of these players was a veritable treasure trove. After all, he had only earned a few copper coins from battling wild wolves for an extended period. Thus, the feast of slaughter commenced. Don't run. Weren't you supposed to block my attacks? Block, block. Please don't come near me. A level 2 warrior who had allocated all his points to health stood before Su Bai, uttering his final words before his body dissolved into white light. A flurry of arrows and fireballs struck Su Bai, but the result was merely a cold 1 damage notification. The frontline warriors had already succumbed to despair. Even if they could resurrect instantly, it would still not suffice to withstand Su Bai's onslaught. Boss, should we retreat? The priests in the back stood dumbfounded, clutching their staffs. One of them spoke with a slight tremor. Their only skill, the minor healing spell, was rendered useless against Su Bai's terrifying damage, leaving them with no opportunity to cast. Chapter 14. The first level 10 player. How tedious, truly tedious. Out of 30 or so people, he had only slain around 20, while the rest fled without any sense of teamwork. Casting a glance at his backpack, a dozen wooden sticks lay quietly inside, along with several bronze equipment pieces and a single item. Plunder potion, quality, bronze, one-time use, description, when consumed for the next 24 hours. The first player killed within level 20 will drop 1 piece of equipment, and you will randomly receive 1/4 of their inventory's items. Cough, cough. He now somewhat understood why Zhongli was so adamant about blocking him. Was Su Bai all right? With defenses unbroken, pain was minimized, while the arrows were negligible. The fireballs from the mages had left their mark, causing considerable burn damage. The current pain perception in Huanshe was at 50. Xia Ziming, being a mage herself, understood the stinging sensation of fire and had prepared some potions. Taking out a burn potion from her backpack, she carefully examined Su Bai's injuries, her hand gently gliding over his scorched skin. Feeling the warmth of their skin against each other, Su Bai's face flushed slightly. Sister Ziming, it's fine. I can handle it myself. Flustered, he hurriedly accepted the burn potion from Xia Ziming, and what was originally a benign gesture took on a different atmosphere, given Su Bai's boyish appearance. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Sigh. Xia Ziming let out a breath. She understood Su Bai's intentions. It was not a matter of affection. He had always been like this since she first saw him. For an ordinary girl, Su Bai would not react so strongly. Yet for Xia Ziming, unbeknownst to her, a small mushroom monster had spawned beside Su Bai, not inclined to attack unless provoked. The level 4 mushroom, as a peaceful creature, would not assault players without direct confrontation. Ding! Area notification. A total of 100,000 small mushrooms have been eliminated, provoking the wrath of the Mushroom King. Secret dungeon. Mushroom domain. Transformation. The difficulty of the dungeon has increased by 50, with enhanced loot and a 20 boost in experience gain. Players are encouraged to explore freely. As Su Bai swiftly dispatched the newly spawned mushroom, he paid little heed to the system's notification. However, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body, and his vision began to blur. The illusion effect took hold, rendering him unable to use skills. Externally, Su Bai merely appeared to be clad in a novice's cloth attire. Yet, the attributes of the Iron Light armor and Meng Ying Huan Luo skirt were rather disorienting. The more he contemplated, the heavier his body felt. His gaze began to drift leftward, prompting Xia Ziming to rush to his side and offer support, retrieving a bottle of water from her backpack. Su Bai, are you all right? Have a sip of water. As water flowed into Su Bai's mouth, his expression softened considerably. Meng Dazhuang, noticing Xia Ziming's lingering concern, produced a piece of bread from his pack. Rest assured, Brother Su Bai is fine. It's just that he hasn't eaten for a while and has endured considerable damage. He needs to eat something and rest a bit. Meng Dazhuang chuckled, patting his head. As a professional player, he too had experienced such exhaustion from an entire day of gaming. Just like in reality, they required sustenance to replenish their energy. However, the pain of hunger was mitigated by the mechanics of Illusion World, making it common for players to faint or feel fatigued when their bodies could no longer bear the strain. He handed the bread to Xia Ziming, trying to maintain a respectful distance to avoid any physical contact. Even now, he could not fully ascertain Su Bai's gender. What was the nature of their relationship? Was Su Bai's current appearance merely a guise for her hidden identity? A shiver ran down Meng Dazhuang's spine at the thought of Su Bai's earlier bashful demeanor. Observing the two, he could not shake the feeling that their relationship was far from ordinary, neither a romantic entanglement nor a simple friendship. The atmosphere was thick with silence for a considerable time. Sister Ziming, Brother Tiger, let us proceed inside. If we clear the dungeon for the first time, there should be additional rewards. Historically, first-time dungeon clearers in games often receive generous rewards. Feeling somewhat recovered, aside from a lingering fatigue in his limbs, Su Bai was otherwise unharmed. Brother Su Bai, you. Meng Dazhuang was about to say more when a notification abruptly interrupted him. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Long Hun from the Huaxia region for reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village. As a reward, you will receive 1 piece of golden tier equipment. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Long. The system chimed thrice, sending the entire server into a frenzy. In Huaxia, within an office at the military headquarters, an elder reclined in his chair. He had not entered the game. His aged body simply lay there, seemingly devoid of life. Meanwhile, on an island in the Japanese archipelago, a flash of white light appeared as a level 9 sea beast was instantaneously defeated. How is this possible? This must be the system. How are the gods monitoring this? I must report this. I must report this. With furious swings of his katana, the surrounding sea beasts fell one after another. He was so close to leaving the novice village. Damn it. Damn all. Calm down, Yamamoto. Those Huaxiao players are merely lucky. Remember, you are different from everyone else. In the American Empire, 2 figures entered a town just as the system announcement echoed. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. The moment the announcement sounded, they had stepped into the town, clearly indicating that the 2nd and 3rd rankings were not broadcasted. One of them wore an expression of regret. If not for waiting for her, their nation would have claimed the top spot. In the Great Min Kingdom, a player lazily stretched, clad in full silver armor. He gazed at the recently cleared, nightmarish level 10 dungeon, his expression tinged with exasperation. How could such a backward nation achieve first place? What about the American Empire? Chapter 15. What is my relationship with Sister Ziming? In response to the system announcements, each nation exhibited varying degrees of reaction, though they paid little mind, considering it was merely a piece of golden tier equipment. Undercurrents of competition stirred. Su Bai and company entered the mushroom territory. The dungeon was categorized into 4 levels: normal, elite, hard, and nightmare. As they reached the hard level, both Xia Ziming and Meng Dazhuang breathed a sigh of relief at Su Bai's apparent ease. Brother Tiger, I will need your assistance in clearing the spawn mushrooms, Su Bai requested, creating some space behind him. This was not due to any other reason. He had forgotten to inquire about the gathering skill book from the village elder in his previous haste at the general store. Cough, cough, Brother Su Bai, as I said. I've already gained significant advantages from this experience. Meng Dazhuang chuckled as he traded away the materials he had just collected. Since entering the dungeon, they had transitioned from normal to hard. While other matters may still be unclear, he had discerned one thing: Su Bai's feelings. To be honest, he found it quite surprising. Throughout their journey, Su Bai had scarcely left Xia Ziming's side. Whenever he directed his gaze towards Su Bai, he noticed that Su Bai's attention was perpetually on Xia Ziming. Was it affection? No, that seemed too simple. Was it admiration? Even more perplexing. He was not overly fixated on these thoughts. but Su Bai's actions were exceedingly conspicuous. It was hard not to notice. In contrast, Xia Ziming seemed oblivious to the situation. "Su Bai, I still think your original appearance was cuter," she teased lightly. The battle continued, and despite being in a level 5 dungeon, Su Bai managed to cope. With the Mushroom King yet to appear, he maintained his real-world appearance, seemingly accustomed to the intense scrutiny, effortlessly ignoring it. What exactly was the nature of their relationship? "You seem distracted since we started," Su Bai observed. "You mean my feelings for Sister Ziming?" Meng Dazhuang hesitated. "No, that is not it. It's just that just then..." The previously normal teleportation light shifted to a deep crimson. Gurgle, gurgle. Mushroom King, level 5 grade, silver health, 2000 skills. Mushroom Bomb, hardened skin, health guardian. Mushroom Bomb deals 200 magic damage by using split mushrooms. Hardened skin, passive grants 20 physical resistance. Health guardian, active when health drops below 10. Nearby mushroom guardians will absorb the lost health. Mushroom Guardian, level 5 grade, silver health, 1000 skills, hardened skin, with 1 Mushroom King and 2 Mushroom Guardians. This marked the first appearance of the Mushroom King compared to the previous 2 difficulty levels. "Sister Ziming, Brother Tiger, you deal with those 2 Mushroom Guardians. I will handle the big one." Reluctantly, Su Bai had to tackle the immediate threat. Swinging his staff, he noted that it had been a long time since he had seen damage below 100. On that day, the immense size of the Mushroom King allowed Su Bai to aim with little precision. Merely waving his staff carelessly could still graze the edges of the formidable creature. Conversely, the Mushroom King struggled to deploy its bomb attacks as Su Bai darted around its feet. Boom! 92. Once again evading a mushroom bomb, the Mushroom King's health plummeted below 10%. "Su Bai, we have resolved the situation here." A fireball was unleashed upon the last Mushroom Guardian, and a flash of white light enveloped Xia Ziming and Meng Dazhuang. "Have they leveled up?" Su Bai exclaimed, his attention drawn to Xia Ziming and the others, momentarily forgetting the Mushroom King. Truth be told, he had not been overly concerned, for given the Mushroom King's attributes, it could not possibly eliminate him while he still possessed a significant portion of health. Roar! The murderous glint in the Mushroom King's eyes grew increasingly crimson, its inability to utilize health guardians seemingly fueling its rage. Roar! Roar! The Mushroom King continuously bellowed, its body twisting grotesquely as a dazzling white light clearly indicated a transformation was underway. Mushroom King, evolving, grade, silver health, 343, 500 skills. Mushroom Bomb, hardened skin, health guardian. Mushroom Bomb, enhanced, active when using split mushroom, it further divides, doubling the area of effect and inflicting 400 magical damage. Hardened skin, enhanced, passive the naturally resilient skin undergoes further evolution, granting 30 physical resistance. Health guardian, enhanced, active when health drops below 20. The loss can be absorbed by nearby mushroom guardians. Roar! 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 The evolved Mushroom King did not regain health, yet its skill potency had evidently increased dramatically, particularly the speed of its mushroom bombs. Su Bai could barely evade them now. "Sister Ziming, be careful." He turned to dodge a mushroom bomb while delivering a final blow to the Mushroom King, but he failed to notice Xia Ziming behind him. Equipment lay scattered across the ground. He could not afford to check them now. The game as 50% pain threshold was far more terrifying for an average player than merely losing experience points. While he could overlook the deaths of others, he could not do so for Xia Ziming. If his blunder led to her demise, he would never forgive himself. Meow! A fleeting white shadow shielded Xia Ziming, and amidst the cacophony of the explosion, only the system notification echoed in Su Bai's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Secret Realm instance. Mushroom Territory, Hard Mode. Each member of the team has qualified for the Nightmare level challenge of the Secret Realm. Mushroom Territory. Ding! Your contracted beast, Yin Mao, has perished and cannot be summoned again for 24 hours. Chapter 16. The Past of Sister Su Bai. Side Story. Su Yuro. Indeed, I am her father. The third hospital? Doctor, I'm on my way. Su father hung up the phone and rushed to the third hospital with his family. For years ago, Su Bai's younger sister, 10-year-old Su Yuro, went missing. For over a month, They had exhausted every possible resource, police connections, everything. But Uro seemed to have vanished from the earth, leaving no trace. Uro, it truly is Uro. Doctor, can we see her? Sue's father and Sue's mother were blocked from rushing into the ward, and the doctor produced a diagnosis sheet. Prepare yourselves. This is the diagnosis. Her time is running out. He handed the sheet to Sue's father, his grave words akin to a whisper from the Grim Reaper. Young Subai, though still naive, caught a glimpse of the grim reality as his gaze fell upon the white paper in his father's hands. Ruaching Dien virus, fictional, confirmed. No, it cannot be. Uro had always been in good health. How could she possibly contract Ruaching Dien? The stark black letters on the paper were an unbearable reality for Subai. A virus with a mortality rate of 90%. Even with medication, patients rarely lived beyond the age of 20. Would you like to attempt treatment? The cost for a cycle of medication was inscribed at the bottom of the page, $50,000. This was merely for the medication, not accounting for additional expenses. Subai's family was of modest means, owning only a single home, with both parents engaged in labor-intensive jobs. The doctor lowered his head. He had witnessed countless families choose to forego treatment, for such a burden was far beyond the capacity of any ordinary family. But for Uro, Subai's family was resolute. We will treat her. Of course we will. They had saved some money, yet within 3 short years. They had nearly sold off everything they owned, their assets depleted. 3 years, huh? Brother, when can I be discharged? The girl before him was exceptionally innocent. Weary, Subai replied, Uro very soon. The doctor said that if you take your medicine obediently, you will surely recover. Then we can play together. He gently patted her head, perhaps the only moment of relaxation he could afford when facing Uro. Reality had compelled him to mature. Subai had transformed. The once carefree youth addicted to online games had become diligent, balancing studies while working various part-time jobs. The once sought-after virtual equipment and items had been replaced by the currency of reality. Unable to work night shifts due to his age, he immersed himself in the game, monotonously grinding for the market's requisite gear. He tirelessly farmed the same dungeons and collected materials from the same regions, finding joy in the endeavor, as it allowed him to barely keep up with his sister's needs. In this prevailing era of virtual worlds, he resolved to endure until Uro could be healthy enough to be discharged. For Subai, on the brink of adulthood, his high school years were consumed by the pursuit of wealth. Uro, don't worry, you will surely get out. She remained unaware of her condition or their family's dire situation. Perhaps it was for the best. As long as Uro was happy, nothing else mattered. They had long since sold their home. Friends and relatives had been exhausted as sources of loans. Even their appeals for help were met with refusal upon mentioning Ruaching Dien. This was the harsh reality. No one would lend to a family incapable of repayment, attempting to fill an unfathomable void. Subai had never considered their circumstances to be unjust. Instead, he brimmed with hope. Ruaching Dien was not without a chance of cure. Uro's condition had not deteriorated. As long as they could maintain this status quo, if only he could persevere. Father, mother, I won't be having dinner. I'm going to play the game. The two sat at the dinner table, the atmosphere thick with gloom. The oppressive silence was palpable. Father? Mother? We need to give up on Uro's treatment. Father, what did you just say? I said we can no longer afford Uro's treatment. Su's father reiterated, his tone heavy. Subai, casting a fearful glance at his mother. You must be joking with me, right? Mother, please say something. Fate seemed to mock him. The emergence of gods. The impending arrival of fantasy world. The closure of all virtual games. The announcement of various policies. The transformation of government systems. Every enterprise began to pivot towards fantasy world. As Subai's parents' physically demanding jobs saw their wages slashed by nearly half, and with Subai still a minor unable to secure stable employment, their family was utterly collapsing. All of this had become devoid of meaning. He had never anticipated that the once hopeful future would be utterly shattered by the arrival of Huan Shi. After a fierce argument with his family, he left home in a fit of desperation, reaching out to everyone he knew and anyone he could contact. He was willing to relinquish everything, his pride, his dignity. Yet, as an ordinary high school student, he realized that his peers lacked the ability to assist him. Unsurprisingly, his efforts proved futile. No one would venture to fill an abyss for someone they barely knew. He fell into despair. Trembling, He dialed the contact number of his trading partner in the game, Yimeng Ziyan. That was the first time he had met Xia Ziming in reality. On that day, Su Bai could hardly lift his gaze. The affluent individuals he was acquainted with were merely those he interacted with in the game. He incessantly called anyone whose number he possessed, pleading for assistance, but their responses were predictably dismissive. Yimeng Ziyan was his last glimmer of hope. He recognized her as a kind-hearted girl. Utilizing her compassion, he arranged to meet her, fearful of rejection without disclosing his plight. He resolved to be tenacious. "Miss Ziyan, my sister, I hope you can lend me your support," he articulated, his world shrouded in darkness. Xia Ziming's voice remained soft yet cold. Nevertheless, she acquiesced. It was the first time Su Bai had the courage to lift his head since their meeting. In that moment, he finally beheld Xia Ziming's true self, and his world found redemption. They signed a contract wherein Xia Ziming would cover the medical expenses for Su Bai's sister, and in return, Su Bai would unconditionally obey her directives within the game after the arrival of Huan Shi, surrendering all monster and item drops for missions until the debt was repaid. The contract was straightforward, representing Su Bai's entire existence within Huan Shi. She could dictate every aspect of his life. At least at that moment, he could not comprehend the implications. For the sake of his sister, he dedicated himself to his studies, severing all distractions during his final year of high school, fervently compensating for the deficiencies of the previous 2 years. He understood that only universities would provide free access to the Huan Shi gaming pods for everyone. Upon completing the college entrance examination, the arrival of the acceptance letter filled him with joy. Strangely, as the date of the contract stipulations and the arrival of Huan Shi approached, his excitement grew. Miraculously, on the day of the announcement, he saw her, and she saw him as well. She still exuded an elegant charm that inspired admiration. Due to their employment arrangement, they naturally found themselves in the same studio. The addition of Lin Haoxian, Wu Ziyong, Lu Xiaotong, and Gu Yuguo completed the studio, drawn together by the bond between the two of them. In Chapter 17, Su Bai jested, "Sister Ziming, it's all right, Xiao Yun Mao will be summonable again in 24 hours, and its level is bound to mine, so it won't lose levels." Seeing that Xia Ziming was unharmed, Su Bai felt a sense of relief and began to retrieve the recent loot. "Sister Ziming, we were quite fortunate. We obtained several items suitable for you. Wisdom of the Mushroom King, staff grade, gold level, 5 strength, 2 constitution, 5 spirit, 25 intelligence, 23 requirement, intelligence 10, spirit 5, mage class, skills, mushroom bomb. Summon Mushroom Guardian. Mushroom bomb, active, deals 300 magical damage with a splitting mushroom. Cool down, 2 minutes. Summon Mushroom Guardian. Active summons 2 level 5 Mushroom Guardians, silver grade, to assist in combat, lasting 600 seconds. Cool down 1000 seconds. Blessing of the Mushroom King. Necklace grade, gold level, 5 strength, 18 defense, 10 constitution, 23 spirit, 12 intelligence, 18 requirement, none skills. Guardian of the Mushroom King. Guardian of the Mushroom King. Active generates a shield equal to 20 of maximum health, lasting 60 seconds. Cool down 5 minutes. Wrath of the Mushroom King. One-handed sword grade, gold level, 5 strength, 23 constitution, 25 spirit, 2 requirement, strength 13, constitution 5, warrior class, skills, mushroom explosive slash, heart of the mushroom. Mushroom explosive slash, active, delivers a forward slash, inflicting 300 explosive physical damage on a single target. Cool down 2 minutes. Heart of the mushroom, active, increases personal attack speed by 10 and physical damage by 20, lasting 5 seconds. Cool down 5 minutes. Incredible. Silver equipment upgraded to gold. Is this the power of Tian Hume? Even the most basic gold equipment possesses at least one practical skill. This unexpected windfall caught both Xia Ziming and Su Bai off guard. Even Su Bai couldn't help but comment on the attributes of the 3 items. Without hesitation, he sent all 3 pieces of equipment to Xia Ziming. "Su Bai, you? Sister Ziming, these 3 pieces of equipment should greatly benefit you." Although Su Bai was astonished by the attributes, his focus was primarily on how these items could aid Xia Ziming rather than himself. "Sister Ziming, this is what we initially agreed upon. It doesn't matter. If you don't want me to be upset, just accept them. This isn't part of our contract. Assisting Su Bai had been a mere triviality for her. Although a contract existed, the current situation was entirely unrelated. This guy invited her to tackle dungeons and level up together, yet he believed it was her order? How infuriating! She had considered aiding Su Bai, but he had declined, stating it was his final boundary. This fellow, despite being able to sell these items for substantial improvements at home, was still focused on her benefit. Could I buy that longsword from you? I'll pay in real currency. The atmosphere had grown increasingly peculiar, and the ruggedly built Meng de Zhuang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, 3 pieces of gold equipment being tossed back and forth? I'm gaining quite the insight here. Sister Ziming, you handle your own equipment. Ignoring Su Bai's bleeding glance, Xia Ziming turned her head away. Su Bai, don't be anxious. I offer this amount. Seeing Xia Ziming's demeanor, Meng de Zhuang chuckled heartily, throwing his arm around Su Bai's shoulder. He no longer cared about Su Bai's gender. If he appeared male, then he must be male. 500? Observing Meng de Zhuang's 5 fingers raised, Su Bai was somewhat taken aback. This was the amount he would typically toil for 2 days to earn in the game. He understood that the current gold equipment was valuable, but selling a piece for 500 seemed surreal for a commoner like him. What are you saying? Are you joking with me? This is 50,000. To be honest, the market should reflect this price, not much higher. Meng de Zhuang exuded confidence. In Huanshe, anyone with a modicum of standing in reality would possess some awareness. Now, I'm acquiring it at just above market price. Not only for this gold equipment, but also to cultivate a good relationship with Su Bai. Silver equipment transforming into gold? 3 pieces? What a joke. Either Su Bai had an outrageous luck value, or he possessed an extraordinary racial talent. Regardless, he had nothing to lose. A glint of shrewdness sparkled in Meng de Zhuang's eyes, contrasting sharply with his robust and simple exterior. Once again casting his gaze upon Shi Ziming, and upon her affirmative nod, SBI trembled as he sent his bank card number to M. Ing Di Zhuing. Brother SBI, you may log off and check now. 2 beams of white light flashed, and upon logging back in, SBI appeared exceptionally exhilarated as he promptly transferred the one-handed sword to M. Ing Di Zhuing. Frankly, he still harbored a dreamlike sensation. After logging off and observing the 4 zeros on the back of his bank card, he realized this was the first time his account balance had exceeded 10,000. With a slight smirk, confirming the reality of the situation, he sent the white light stream to Shi Ziming. Sister Ziming, you cannot refuse this. Surely you have no reason to reject the equipment I exchanged? I will send you the money for the staff after I log off. Sister Ziming. I understand. The 2 of them left M. Ing Di Zhuing, who twitched his mouth in confusion, honestly struggling to comprehend the relationship between the 2. One was receiving equipment without hesitation, while the other was sending it with greater joy than if they were wearing it. Perhaps he simply did not grasp the modern dynamics among the youth. After managing their equipment, I led the 2 in clearing the mushroom domain, hard level, several times, raising their levels to 5 so they could don the new gear. During their runs, they uncovered a peculiar fact. If they only fought the Mushroom King and let its skills were down the Mushroom Guards, the Mushroom King would not evolve. This revelation left SBI and his companions somewhat helpless. After clearing the dungeon about 10 times, they obtained a few pieces of silver-grade equipment. Yet not a single item dropped. It seemed that the drop rate only increased during the initial completion of the dungeon. All right, brother SBI. Now we can also clear the hard-level mushroom domain. You should venture into the nightmare, they encouraged, with their levels meeting the equipment requirements. M. Ing Di Zhuing and Shi Ziming's strength increased exponentially. Having become accustomed to the attack patterns of the Mushroom King, they were now fully capable of clearing the hard-level mushroom domain together. As for the nightmare, SBI himself was uncertain whether he could conquer it. Chapter 18. The Alluring Terror, Little Mushroom. Level 5 grade silver health 1000 skills, none observing the lively throng of little mushrooms before him. I finally grasped the concept of nightmare level difficulty. Each of these little mushrooms possessed attributes comparable to those of the mushroom guards in the hard level dungeon. And the Mushroom King in this stage undoubtedly boasted golden grade quality. Tian Hume, Meng, Ing Huan Luo skirt, with the dungeon being a solo endeavor. SBI shed all reservations and maximized his status, cautiously approaching the cluster of little mushrooms. As SBI approached, the little mushrooms paused momentarily. Then a massive surge of mushrooms formed, throwing SBI into disarray. What's happening? Aren't little mushrooms not supposed to attack players? He had anticipated luring a few out to gradually wear them down. The nightmare-level dungeon was proving to be utterly despairing. The little mushrooms clamored excitedly. Yet their formation remained orderly, and under the onslaught of the mushroom horde, SBI relinquished any thought of resistance. Minutes passed, and to his surprise, the anticipated scene of devastation did not unfold. Realizing he felt no pain, SBI slowly opened his eyes. A circle of little mushrooms surrounded his feet, with a few even nuzzling his calves with their small heads. Oddly enough, their soft touch was quite pleasant. After a minute, accompanied by a multitude of little mushrooms, SBI approached the Mushroom King. Wow, how could there be such a beautiful female? He thought, yearning to caress her. If only I could command her a few more times, that would be even better. Wait a minute, she seems to be an intruder. Standing in the center of the Grand Hall, the Mushroom King lost its composure upon seeing SBI, much like the other mushrooms. However, it was different. As the mushroom guards charged at SBI, it quickly regained its senses. Technique, break the void. Mushroom King, level 5 grade golden health, 8,000 skills. Mushroom Bomb. Hardened skin, health solidification, heart of resilience, health guardian, remnant. Mushroom Bomb causes 500 magic damage using split mushrooms. Hardened skin, passive grants 35 physical resistance. Health solidification, passive increases maximum health by 20. Heart of resilience, passive grants 35 physical resistance. Health guardian, remnant, active when health is below 10. The lost health is borne by nearby mushroom guards, currently unable to activate due to the guard's resistance. Little cuties, that big fella wants to bully me. Help your sister teach him a lesson, and I will pet your heads. The seductive whisper was akin to a demon's enchanting melody, and all the little mushrooms, including the mushroom guards, turned with fierce expressions towards the Mushroom King upon hearing SBI's words. The betrayal of the mushroom guards, who had long been their allies, filled the Mushroom King with a profound sense of rage. Little ones, wake up. That is an intruder. The Mushroom King leapt in agitation, its innate regal aura preventing it from bowing down. It should be the one receiving adoration. It should be the one getting petted. It was the true little cutie, without a hint of uncertainty. The battle between the Mushroom King and the other mushrooms erupted instantly, while SBI stood by, watching the spectacle. Surprisingly, the Mushroom King fought valiantly, single-handedly contending against hundreds of mushrooms, its health depleting but never yielding an inch. Mushroom Bomb. A beam of white light surged above the Mushroom King's head, targeting SBI. This was bad. He could barely evade the silver grade Mushroom King's bomb, let alone the golden grade. Technique, Enchanting Fox art. The dazzling pink light swirled before SBI's eyes. This was the first time he wielded this ability. Gazing directly into the Mushroom King's pupils, SBI felt a sharp pain in his head as he activated the ability. Under the enchanting influence, all beings succumbed to a trance. The pure white light surged, and the Mushroom King forcefully directed the Mushroom Bomb towards itself. 700. The red damage indicator appeared, and considering the health loss from earlier assaults, the Mushroom King's health bar had evidently dropped by a quarter. Strangely enough, upon exiting the Fox Eye technique while maintaining the Tianhu Huan Tong, SBI noticed something amiss. Originally 6 mushroom guards had dwindled to 5, allowing the Mushroom King to seize the opportunity to launch an attack against him. There's no helping it now. Equip skill, Wisdom of the Mushroom King, summon mushroom guards. On the other side, having been struck by its own skill, the intense pain jolted the Mushroom King back to its senses. Looking at SBI again, it saw him waving his staff, and 2 mushroom guards emerged from the magic circle before him. Their strength was not inferior to its own guards. I truly can't believe this. Are you the Mushroom King, or am I the Mushroom King? With the addition of the 2 new mushroom guards to the battlefield, the Mushroom King felt a significant increase in pressure. It no longer dared to use the Mushroom Bomb, fearing a repeat of the previous incident. Equip skill, Mushroom Bomb, 300. With another wave of the staff, a brilliant white light reappeared, and another beam struck the Mushroom King on the head. The familiar move, the familiar pain. The Mushroom King was utterly despondent. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the golden grade monster Mushroom King, earning 1,200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on your first successful completion of the secret dungeon Mushroom Domain, Nightmare level, rewarding you with all basic attribute points. 1. Grade, Golden level, none strength 10 defense, 10 agility, 10 equipment requirement, none skills. Summon Mushroom King, summon Mushroom King. Active summons a Mushroom King of the same level, Golden grade, with a duration that consumes 20 mana per second for the caster. Cooldown time of 10 minutes. Grade, Gold level, none constitution, 10 spirit, 10 intelligence, 10 wearing requirement, none skill. Summon Mushroom King, summon Mushroom King. Active summons a Mushroom King of the same level, Gold grade, for a duration that consumes the caster's mana at a rate of 20 points per second, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Note: once the Mushroom King disappears, the skill enters cooldown. Chapter 19. The 9 Transformations of the Celestial Fox. First transformation. Fierce Moon Transformation, the formidable attribute enhancement, undoubtedly elevated Su-Bai's strength to new heights. However, the 2 accompanying skills would likely prove overwhelming for Su-Bai even in a normal state, as he may not withstand even 3 minutes. No, this won't he do. He must swiftly master the Tianhu Heart Sutra, imagining the moment when he could summon 2 Mushroom Kings with a mere wave of his hand. Su-Bai impatiently prepared to delve into the techniques residing in his mind. And let us not forget the loot from the Mushroom King. Mushroom Monarch's Blessing, Necklace grade, Spirit level, 5 strength, 25 defense, 29 constitution, 40 spirit, 16 intelligence, 31 wearing requirement, none skills. Guardian of the Mushroom Monarch. Protection of the Mushroom Monarch. Guardian of the Mushroom Monarch. Active generates a shield equal to 20 of maximum health, lasting 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Protection of the Mushroom Monarch. Active generates a shield equal to 20 of maximum health, lasting 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Mushroom Monarch's Spirit Footwear. Shoes, grade, Spirit level, 5 strength, 30 speed, 43 intelligence, 38 wearing requirement, none skills. Empowerment of the Mushroom Monarch. Radiance of the Mushroom Monarch. Empowerment of the Mushroom Monarch. Active doubles the user's speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Radiance of the Mushroom Monarch. Active instantly restores 10 of health and mana, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The Gold grade Mushroom King only dropped 2 pieces of equipment, yet their attributes far exceeded Su-Bai's expectations. So, Spirit grade lies above Gold? He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of envy. These 2 pieces of equipment utterly obliterated Su-Bai's previous understanding of gear. Selling them? Absolutely not. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Bai vigorously shook his head. With these 2 items, he could acquire even greater equipment. He must not let the allure of immediate profit cloud his judgment. With this thought, he turned his gaze to the equipment panel where Phantom Mask resided. Celestial Spirit grade? Is that what lies above Spirit grade? Despite being merely a 4-level difference, the disparity in attributes was astonishing. Alas, Su-Bai had completely forgotten the initial joy of acquiring Phantom Mask. Upon exiting the secret realm, Su-Bai opened the friend system. Su-Bai, I have cleared the Nightmare level dungeon. The difficulty was considerable, and at my current level, I cannot guide you through it. Focus on leveling up first. I will be able to lead you to victory by tomorrow at the latest. After sending the message, Su-Bai made his way towards the village. The immediate priority was to master the Tianhu Heart Sutra quickly. To farm the Nightmare level Mushroom King, he needed the power of the fox. According to the village elder, once he mastered the first layer of the sutra, he would be able to control his allure. As before, to avoid disturbances, he paid 2 copper coins at the inn and entered his room. He hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Su-Bai gently closed his eyes. In a meditative state, he was acutely aware that the characters he encountered were entirely unfamiliar, not of earthly origin. Yet, inexplicably, he comprehended their meaning. Following his body's instinct, he felt a flow of energy surging within him. Everything felt so natural. Ding! While cultivating the heart method, your intelligence has increased by 1, spirit by 1, charm by 1, and you have gained 800 experience. Ding! While cultivating the heart method, Your ding. While cultivating the heart method. In contrast to previous notifications, this time the system's prompts were silent, merely displayed on the panel before Subai. As time passed, the frequency of these notifications slowed, yet Subai remained entirely immersed in his practice. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. With a 1 to all attributes, excluding hidden attributes. You have 5 attribute points to allocate freely. Race bonus, 2 spirit, 2 intelligence, 1 charm. Class bonus, 1 spirit. Ding. Congratulations, you have entered the first layer of Tianhu Heart Sutra, significantly enhancing your charm and the effects of Tianhu Allure. The effect of Tianhu Alluring Eyes has increased. You have comprehended the talent ability. The first transformation of Tianhu 9 transformations, Fierce Moon Transformation. Fierce Moon Transformation. Active upon activation, your base attributes are doubled, charm is doubled, and all talent ability effects are doubled, with no cooldown and no consumption. With a flourish of pink light, Subai unknowingly activated the Tianhu Alluring Eyes. Compared to before, his eyes now brimmed with an enchanting allure that rivaled his previous self while employing eye technique, Enchanting Fox art. However, this time, the captivating magical essence had completely vanished. The sensation of freely controlling himself was utterly delightful. After murmuring a few words, Subai excitedly waved his small pink fists. Upon stepping into the first layer of Tianhu Heart Sutra, he felt as though he had encountered a bottleneck. It was like a dam forcibly halted. It was far beyond his current capability to break through. Yet, he was not overly concerned. After entering the first layer, his level cap had risen to 20, alleviating any immediate worries of gaining experience without the ability to level up. With this thought, he became even more focused on his newfound ability, Tianhu 9 transformations. This ability was simply outrageous. He had never witnessed a skill with such potent effects, especially one that required no cost. This was no longer merely a skill. Base attributes doubled, charm doubled, all talent ability effects doubled, setting aside his already formidable allure. After stepping into the first layer, his charm now equaled that of his previous self while utilizing Tianhu Allure. If not for his newfound ability to control that captivating magical essence, he could effortlessly remain indoors. It was hard to fathom how, with the Tianhu Allure combined with Tianhu 9 transformations, an adversary could surpass him in level or possess such unwavering will that they could remain unaffected. Slowly approaching the mirror, gazing at himself in the state of Tianhu Allure, Subai was prepared to maintain this state indefinitely. After all, controlling that allure made sustaining the Tianhu Allure state far more comfortable than remaining in a human state. Cultivating the heart method was truly a delightful experience. Stretching in front of the mirror and admiring the graceful curvature of his figure, Subai glanced at the time. What? Has the game time already surpassed 23 hours? Rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he stood in shock. If his calculations were correct, he had seemingly practiced for a full 6 hours. 6 hours. In a single day of 24 hours, he had been awake for 23? What a joke. Quickly lying down on the bed, Subai could no longer afford to feel excited. He merely wished to preserve his life. Firmly closing his eyes, yet his consciousness remained increasingly lucid, akin to a person waking from a long slumber, completely devoid of drowsiness. Chapter 20. The Reborn. After tossing and turning for half an hour, he remained in high spirits. Confirming he felt no fatigue, Subai abandoned his plans for sleep. With half the time left, he could still learn some skills from the elder. It turned out that this hour, the novice village was bustling with people. A little girl with orange ears donned in a golden orange dress. What could be more delightful than this? Without exception, everyone was captivated by Subai, though their admiration was solely for his striking appearance, with no signs of an uncontrollable state manifesting. Indeed, he managed to maintain his composure quite well. Nodding in satisfaction at the expressions of those around him, Subai felt relieved that he no longer had to worry about the risks of using his skills. Observing the peculiar stalls of various sizes around him, he curiously approached the most crowded one. To his astonishment, he discovered a piece of silver-grade equipment. More than one, in fact. Wait, was that a piece of gold-grade equipment? The stall owner must be quite the connoisseur. Despite being at level 4, Subai could not discern the owner's level. There were skill books as well, But why were they so exorbitantly priced? Hey, why are you all silent? A player at the back suddenly reacted. The previously bustling stall fell silent, causing him to instinctively turn around. His world seemed to pause at that moment. How adorable! Subai strolled to the front of the stall, and the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. Ignoring the player who stood frozen in front of him, he maneuvered around and thanked those who had made way for him, then focused entirely on the stall. Did you hear that? She thanked me. My goodness. She smiled at me. How beautiful. When did she smile? You're talking nonsense. She was clearly smiling at me. The players behind him erupted into chaos, while Subai remained fixated on a skill book. Voice of all things profession requirement. Summoner, Druid, Beastmaster. Description. Upon successful learning, enables communication with other races. Mark price, 10 gold coins. In this game, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which equals 10,000 copper coins. A staggering price, especially given that the game had only been live for 2 days. Even after defeating gold-grade foes, Subai currently possessed only 5 gold coins. Big brother, could you perhaps lower the price of this skill book? He inquired. Eye of the Void, Hao Qian level, 10 profession. Race? Level 10. He also possessed hidden attribute equipment. Since acquiring Eye of the Void, this was the first time he had encountered such scant information. Little sister, it's impolite to pry into others' information. My brother's goods are never subject to bargaining. The stall owner regarded Subai with a mischievous smile. He sensed Subai's probing. Yet the presence of a young girl piqued his interest. Intriguing. My evil dragons, I can only reveal her level. He sighed coldly in his heart, maintaining a stoic facade. This skill book is undoubtedly a divine technique for pet tamers. My luck led to its drop. I never expected to sell it. Hao Ian waved his hand helplessly, as if lamenting the impending loss of a divine skill book. Don't listen to his nonsense. Learning a skill book has a success rate, and the more difficult the skill, the lower the likelihood of success. Yes. I failed 5 times trying to learn a gathering skill. I failed 4 times, little girl. Don't be deceived. A skill book isn't worth that much. Indeed, one must uphold integrity in trade. Upon seeing Subai hesitating, the crowd erupted in a fervor, insisting that such an adorable young girl should not be swindled. Under their scrutiny, Hao Ian remained silent, waiting for Subai's response. I only have 5 gold coins. Would it be acceptable if I compensated the remainder with 3 pieces of silver equipment? The 3 pieces were surplus equipment dropped by mushroom monsters, which Subai initially intended to gift to Xia Ziming, but now he would have to seek out better items. Subai spoke softly, while those around him fixed Hao Ian with fierce glares, attempting to warn him not to deceive the Navi girl. All right. I'll take a small loss today as a gesture of friendship. After the transaction was completed, Hao Ian sent a friend request to Subai in front of the onlookers. Observing the silver equipment that Subai had sent, Hao Ian's lips twitched. Did this little sister lack an understanding of equipment market prices? He originally thought he could afford a slight loss on 3 pieces of level 10 silver equipment, but these were level 5 silver items with such paltry attributes. Note, due to the passive enhancement from Tianhu Mei, forcibly enhanced equipment is typically the weakest among the same tier. Thank you all for the reminder. It's my first time learning that skill books can fail. I've never learned a skill before. Nevertheless, I still wish to give it a try. I appreciate everyone's help. He politely bowed to the crowd, grateful for their support, as departing without acknowledgement felt inappropriate. As he strolled away from the stall's vicinity, Subai glanced at the time, realizing he had about 10 minutes left, and headed towards the general store. Wow, that voice is going to make me faint. Get out of here. That's clearly mine. What did you say? After Subai left the stall, the surrounding players instantly erupted into chaos. Hao Ian maintained his stall, a sly grin playing on his lips. How curious, with such high charisma, possessing level 8 strength so early, and an appearance that even my evil dragons I cannot penetrate. Why have I never heard of him in my previous life? In this new existence, many have changed due to his butterfly effect, yet from my observations, the alterations seem minimal. At least among those I know, there are no significant changes. Intriguing. However, you tricked me this time. Next time, I expect double repayment. I hope to see you again. Lowering his head slowly, Subai's emergence could only signify 2 possibilities. 1. His rebirth created a butterfly effect, leading to changes in Subai. At most, illusory world has gained a divine position, and humanity's future has garnered a glimmer of hope. 2. By the time he encountered and recognized Subai, she had already perished. Chapter 21. The Summoner's Advantage. School competition? Village chief uncle, I'm back. Subai exclaimed as he pushed open the door to the general store. Boom! With a tremendous crash. The materials in the village chief's hands exploded before Subai's astonished gaze. However, the latter seemed accustomed to such occurrences. Wiping his palms with a handkerchief. Why have you returned again? Thankfully, what I had in hand was merely an experimental item. If you had come a bit later, well, you would have had to keep me company in my old age. I'm so sorry, uncle. I came to ask you to take a look at this. Subai produced the skill book from his hands, eyes fixed intently on the village chief. Is there any way to ensure a 100 success rate in learning this skill? Casting a glance at Subai, the village chief, obscured by the outfit, couldn't discern the specifics of Subai's equipment. Yet he noted the glimmers of spirit emanating from her. Clearly, she had acquired several pieces of spirit-grade equipment. In just half a day's time, her growth rate rivaled that of that bothersome little brat. While marveling internally, the village chief inspected the skill book in Subai's hand. Just learn it directly. With your bloodline talent, you surely possess the requisite comprehension. Oh, could you give me? Their voices nearly overlapped, expecting the village chief to produce some treasure. Subai quickly stifled his words. No, uncle, you must let me explain. Just as Subai prepared to plead his case, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Your game time has ended. Please prepare to exit. Countdown, 5 seconds. Note, after players exit the game world, time within, illusory world, will cease. Phew, that was close. How Xian, what are you doing? You actually got up? I was just about to wake you. As Subai opened the gaming pod, he immediately spotted Lin Hao Xian fiddling with his computer in his room. It seemed he was watching some video. Subai, come over, take a look at this. Upon noticing Subai was awake, Lin Hao Xian removed his headphones and switched the computer's audio to speakers. The screen displayed a player engaging in a one-on-one duel with an opponent of the same level. Remarkably, the player had no equipment whatsoever, wielding only the novice's wooden stick. The actions, thrusts, slashes, and parries, flowed seamlessly, executed with such fluidity and precision. The player showcased only basic skills, yet through astonishing awareness and agile movements, he managed to evade every single attack from his opponent. That player was none other than Long Han. You can't be suggesting that you're Long Han, can you? What are you thinking? This is a promotional video released by the government. I want to inform you that in this game, which offers a 100 immersive experience, positional awareness is of utmost importance. Lin Hao Xian gritted his teeth. Who among gamers didn't know about Long Han, the top player from Huaxia? Subai, fully aware of his friend's intent, was merely teasing him. All right, I got it. It's no big deal, Subai replied, playfully pushing Lin Hao Xian towards the door. They had previously agreed to gather in the living room after each gaming session. As for Lin Hao Xian's intentions, Subai was well aware. Ever since they began playing virtual games, Lin Hao Xian had urged him to practice his positioning. After all, with a subordinate's assistance, it will be far less troublesome for him. Subai, listen to me. This time is different. Although the 50 pain sensation makes practice more challenging, it is absolutely worth it. Even if you are a summoner, learning positioning can only be beneficial, right? All right, I will definitely practice later. While feigning indifference, Subai did not forget to push Lin Hao Xian out the door. Upon entering the living room, it appeared that only Lu Xiaotong had arrived. You two are truly inseparable. You both emerged from the same room. Did you really not log off early to do something? Lu Xiaotong teased, her words tinged with a hint of mischief, a remnant of their previous escapade that had left an impression. Lu Xiaotong, I see you're itching for trouble. Just as Subai and Lin Hao Xian prepared to retort, others began to descend. Xiaotong, don't tease them anymore. Sister Ziming, why are you so cheerful? How is Subai's fox-eared boy limited edition? I imagine the scene must have been quite enchanting. Lu Xiaotong, Goviali Petitsoviesescholv, believing that he did not quite fit the image of a delicate beauty, especially in female attire. If Subai had more fox ears, he would certainly look amusing. Summer Ziming's expression turned serious as their light-hearted conversation shifted. The school will soon hold an event. and the top student from each grade will be rewarded with spirit grade equipment or items suitable for their profession. Spirit grade. As soon as Summer Ziming's words fell, both Su Bai and Lin Haoxian's expression sharpened, their understanding of the significance of spirit grade evident. Sister Ziming, what level is spirit grade? Gu Yuguo inquired with curiosity. According to the latest announcement from the government, the quality of most items in Huanshi is categorized into 6 levels: bronze, silver, gold, spirit, and celestial spirit. As for higher levels, the government has yet to ascertain. Summer Ziming elucidated, sharing information she had acquired from her family. This event at our school will be organized by grade, with studios as units. The plan is to wait until 80 of the participants have left the novice village, then host the competition at the town's arena. I expect it will take place within a week. That's fantastic, Wu Ziong exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he stood up, eager for battle, having been dubbed a frenzied demon in past games by acquaintances. Sister Ziming, can the arena accommodate inter-town competitions? Ignoring Wu Ziang's fervor, Lin Haoxian expressed some trepidation. As Summer Ziming elaborated further, everyone began to grasp the enormity of the upcoming event. Firstly, the arena does not permit inter-town participation. Players must cover their own teleportation costs after registration. It's not expensive, only 1 gold piece each time. Chapter 22. The 3 major class types of summoners the school's event was outlined, and next, Summer Ziming rubbed her temples. Having logged off significantly earlier to organize the information, even sacrificing her sleep. Sister Ziming, you should take a break? I can handle this. Lin Haoxian interjected, his demeanor serious. This game is unlike any previous ones. Fortunately, our studio's influence is minimal, in contrast to past MMORPGs. Transitioning to a complete class after level 10 requires the approval of the Tower of Inheritance or Mentor. Do you remember the distinction between primary classes and basic classes when selecting professions? Lin Haoxian articulated, detailing the choices among hundreds of professions, noting that each region had its unique primary classes. The primary classes in the Huaxia region included assassin, warrior, mage, summoner, priest, archer, knight, and Taoist. 8 in total. This also indicated the availability of class mentors within the towns. Fortunately, everyone in our apartment has chosen primary classes, ensuring we won't face issues transitioning after level 10. Lin Haoxian's level had reportedly reached 10, yet it seemed he had not yet departed from the novice village. Haoxian you, Subai, I am indeed level 10, but I haven't left the novice village. I'm considering where everyone might go. Wait, don't look at me like that. I didn't intentionally wait for you all. I just happened to reach level 10 right before logging off. Lin Haoxian wore a slightly haughty expression, leaving the others to ponder the truth of his claim. By the way, you can first explore the transition directions for your classes to preemptively determine your class type. With Summer Ziming's departure, the group had no intention of lingering in idle chatter. We have classes this morning. Haoxian and I will head out first. After bidding farewell to the group, Subai once again hopped onto Lin Haoxian's electric scooter, heading towards the classroom. Hey, Deputy Class Leader, what level are you? Deputy Class Leader? Haha, aside from my own foolishness, Lin Haoxian played a significant role in that. He boldly declared his level as 2 back in the classroom. Deputy Class Leader, why are you silent? What are you looking at? A girl? Watching short videos in class. I recommend a website. The chubby boy babbled on, oblivious to the teacher's stern gaze fixated upon him. Student over there, this is a classroom. The strictness of the advanced mathematics teacher commanded attention, drawing the gaze of everyone in the vicinity to the chubby boy, who visibly calmed down. Phew, finally some peace. Without the chubby boy's interruptions, Subai could finally focus on researching the transition types for summoners. Analysis of summoner transition types and directions after level 10. This was the post that garnered the highest views and likes, with the most vibrant discussion in the comment section. It is undeniable that Huanshi attracts an astonishing flow of over 100 million people. The original poster of this thread is also a summoner, boasting an impressive level of 10. Without further ado, such a level is sufficient to make this post a focal point of discussion, and the poster appears to possess a delightful personality. Esteemed readers, this post reflects solely my personal interpretation. I hope it serves as a reference for you all, and it would be wonderful if it proves beneficial. Upon viewing the video, it is revealed that the poster is a striking young woman, brimming with vivacity. Greetings, everyone. Upon reaching level 10, the summoner instructor in the town presents us with 3 divergent choices: contract summoner, enslavement summoner, and professional summoner. Please take a moment to observe these options. The video features the names of the 3 professions, but offers no further elaboration. At this point, you may wonder which profession reigns supreme and what their respective advantages and disadvantages are. Fear not, I will first present the official descriptions. The girl appears to be quite young, seemingly having only just reached adulthood, and the information she shares seems to be her own compilation after consulting with her instructor. Contract summoner, description, an extension of the summoner profession, possessing the power to form contracts with all living beings. The relationship is one of equality, relying on mutual maintenance. The stronger the bond, the greater the benefits for both parties involved. Note, either party may unilaterally dissolve the contract. Enslavement summoner, description, an extension of the summoner profession, wielding the power to forcibly contract with all living beings. The relationship is one of master and servant, relying solely on the power of the contract to issue commands. Note, the contractor can exert control over the life of the contracted being at any time. Professional summoner, description, an extension of the summoner profession, encompassing all system-based summoners. It can be further categorized into 4 major types: beast summoner, undead summoner, technological summoner, and elemental summoner. Each major category is further divided into hundreds of subclasses, such as skeleton summoner and ghost summoner under the undead summoner. Each profession warrants its own detailed analysis. Thus concludes the specific categorization of summoners. I will now provide my own insights. First, let us examine the enslavement summoner. I understand that many of you are eager for an analysis of this profession, so I shall address it first. I know what you are thinking. The most significant aspect of the enslavement summoner is undoubtedly its coercive contract power. However, let me clarify, this profession should only be chosen when absolutely necessary. While the notion of enslavement may seem alluring, the information I have received paints a starkly different picture. So prepare yourselves mentally. Unlike the professional summoner, the girl describes a seemingly new system in which contract summoner and enslavement summoner exist together. Upon successful transition, both professions can obtain a personal weapon known as the contract book. This item manifests from within and possesses random attributes. It cannot be removed or dropped, occupying your weapon slot, which means you will forfeit the benefits of a weapon's attributes. However, the contract book can evolve over time. Chapter 23, Contract Summoner, a profession perfectly aligned. After discussing the matters concerning the contract book, the girl's expression becomes increasingly engaging. Enslavement summoner, indeed, once the contract is established, the other party becomes entirely at your disposal, which is undeniably tempting. As she speaks, the girl playfully curls one hand into a claw-like shape, resembling a cat's paw, exuding an air of innocence. Ensuring that her headphones are properly connected, Su-Bai dims the screen's brightness. He finds it perplexing that, in an otherwise straightforward video, there are such peculiar elements, particularly concerning the content of Huanshi. Upon perusing the girl's profile, he discovers it filled with analyses of the game, leading him to reluctantly abandon his intention to follow her. The video continues as the girl giggles, cautioning the audience not to rejoice too soon. As I mentioned earlier, unless absolutely necessary, do not choose the enslavement summoner. The limitations of this path are indeed numerous. After listening to the girl's further explanations, Su-Bai, too, decides against pursuing this profession. The more unequal the contract, the more restrictions there will be. The success rate of an enslavement contract is exceedingly low. Even if the other party consents, any flicker of resistance in their heart can cause the contract to collapse instantaneously. Moreover, in the event of a failed contract, the contracted party may suffer severe backlash. Typically, to cultivate this profession, the mentor must assist closely, nurturing the contracted being from a young age, ensuring absolute obedience. In other circumstances, success may only occur when there is a significant level disparity between the parties involved and the contracted individual harbors no strong desire to resist. Furthermore, although the enslavement summoner is one of the 3 major transition types officially designated for summoners, once you successfully transition, Those aligned with the neutral or light factions will harbor little fondness for you. Of course, you may not believe me merely based on my words. Once you arrive in town, you can inquire with the mentors to confirm. I strongly advise you to exercise caution. Having addressed the negative aspects, let us now discuss the positives. Next up is the professional summoner. Unlike the other two types of transitions, the professional summoner is more akin to the summoners found in previous online games. Unlike the other two professions that rely on contract power, the professional summoner draws upon elemental forces and command abilities. The girl in the video has also transitioned to this branch. For instance, I have just transitioned to become an undead mage, specifically a skeleton summoner. Now that I have successfully transitioned, I can simultaneously summon 5 bronze skeletons. With a flourish of her staff, 5 small skeletons emerge from a dark portal. Unlike contract-based summons, the creatures summoned through skills do not consume experience points. And even upon their demise, there are no repercussions. These skill-summoned creatures possess minimal self-awareness and obediently follow their master's commands. In contrast, the creatures summoned by the other two contract-based professions resemble pets. They not only consume your experience during battles, but upon death. The contract summoner's summoned beings may even incur penalties, including level loss. Note, the summoned beings of the enslavement summoner cannot be revived upon death. These factors contribute to my choice of the professional summoner. Lastly, let us discuss the contract summoner. As the discussion progresses, Subai opens the final video linked in this thread. In my view, the contract summoner represents a more neutral profession. How shall I articulate this? It lacks the gratifying dominion of the enslavement summoner over others, as well as the commanding presence of the professional summoner. However, this profession has a notable advantage. Upon successful transition, you will acquire a personal contract beast. Upon mentioning the personal contract beast, the girl's demeanor noticeably shifts. Unlike the subsequent summoned beasts, the contract beast is unwavering in loyalty, growing alongside its master, thus providing a sense of security. Of course, luck plays a role. With good fortune, your contract beast might be a dragon, while with lesser luck, it could be a mere tadpole. This is merely the first limitation. Additionally, like the enslavement summoner, this profession also has a limit to the number of contracts it can hold. The contract book will gradually unlock new contract slots based on your charisma and personal attributes. Rest assured, I have inquired with our village chief, who mentioned that he has seen the most formidable contract summoner possessing as many as 7 contract slots. If you possess the gift of persuasion, you might even find contracts in the wilderness. The girl chuckles, highlighting the advantages of the contract system. The subsequent contract subjects can be chosen at one's discretion, and there may even be instances of coercion. However, the relationship with the contracted beast depends solely on your interactions. Let me clarify. There are truly very few masters in the profession of contract summoners within the game. The majority rely on their inherently powerful primary summoned beasts. Cultivating a relationship with the summoned beasts is indeed a formidable challenge. If you choose poorly and find yourself in a predicament, do not seek me out for assistance. 2 small hands waved incessantly. Online boxing is ubiquitous, and the girl, seemingly apprehensive, preemptively extended her greetings. Lastly, here is a personal tip for me. Everyone should understand that regardless of the career path chosen, one must remember to accumulate mental strength. No matter the summoned creature, they will continuously deplete the summoner's mana. The sole exception is the primary summoned beast of contract summoner, which does not require mana. If you decide to solely nurture your primary summoned beast, you might allocate attribute points to other areas. As fellow summoners, I hope that when we cross paths in the future, we can mutually assist one another. Exiting the post, there was no need to revisit the comment section, as it had become entirely superfluous. Contract summoner. This profession was truly designed for him. Charisma? That is a jest. Each individual's charm is predetermined at birth, but he is exceptional. At this rate of growth, not only 7 contract slots, but even 70 would be within his reach. Moreover, with his terrifying allure, relationship dynamics? Once he successfully transitions, he will merely be a slave summoner cloaked in the guise of a contractor. Hey, Subai, what are you thinking? You're drooling all over the place. The morning classes have already concluded. Waving his hand in front of Subai, Lin Haoxuan noticed the lack of reaction and promptly tapped Su Bai on the head. "What the heck are you doing? And you ask me why? Just look at the time. Goodness, it's almost noon. Hurry and lend me your little electric scooter." The keys were just in your pocket. Su Bai felt his pocket and confirmed the presence of the keys before dashing out of the school grounds. There were no classes in the afternoon, and every week on this day, he would visit his sister. Chapter 24. Yuro, how wonderful. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Bai skillfully pushed open the door to the ward and once again beheld his sister. Perhaps due to her illness, her skin was as pale as snow, and her delicate features appeared almost ethereal, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Unlike Su Bai, an ordinary boy, his sister had always been a charming little princess. If it weren't for that accursed virus, dressed in a patient-esque gown, her neatly cropped hair casually draped over her shoulders, she noticed Su Bai's arrival, and a glimmer sparked in her eyes, swiftly replaced by a radiant smile. "Brother." With a soft thud, the girl threw herself into his arms. Su Bai, feeling helpless, gently stroked her head. "Yuro, you mustn't act up. Please sit on the bed. Your body can't handle too much exertion." "No, I want tea." Su Yuro pouted, tightening her grip on him. Having only the chance to see her brother once a week, she refused to let go, for even during holidays. Su Bai had little time to accompany her due to work. "I want tea, let go. I want to hug my brother forever." Su Yuro stubbornly shook her head. Her soft body pressed tightly against Su Bai, and he could only feel an overwhelming sense of heartache. The prolonged medical treatment had rendered her frail, and he dared not forcibly pull her away. "All right, little glutton, look at what your brother has brought you." He raised the white bag high, revealing glimpses of a cantaloupe within. Since childhood, Su Yuro had relished cantaloupe, but this cantaloupe from Blue Star was exceedingly expensive. After her illness, they seldom had the opportunity to buy one. "Rest assured, remember what I told you about Fantasy World? Your brother has earned a lot of money there, and in the future, we'll buy it every day." Gently caressing Yuro's hair, he understood her concerns. "Really, brother? The doctor said that in at most a week, I can enter Fantasy World, and if I find out you're deceiving me, I'll bite you to death." Displaying her little tiger teeth, Su Yuro released her grip and sat on the hospital bed, her delicate, fair legs swinging joyfully, her entire being exuding happiness. After nearly 4 years in this hospital room, she had almost forgotten the sensation of walking beneath the blue sky. Fantasy World, at last, she could play with her brother. "I want to buy snacks, enjoy the scenery, go shopping, and, hold my brother's hand." The 14-year-old Su Yuro delightedly envisioned the beautiful life awaiting her in Fantasy World. The nearly 4 years of isolation had preserved her innocence while simultaneously shattering the joy of her growth as an ordinary girl. "A week, huh?" Su Bai meticulously sliced the cantaloupe into small pieces, inserting toothpicks into each piece. He, too, was filled with anticipation for Su Yuro to enter Fantasy World in a week. Placing the fruit platter filled with cantaloupe before little Yuro, he prepared to fetch her some water from the water dispenser. "Brother." Su Yuro tugged at the sleeve of Su Bai's shirt as he turned away. "Don't worry, I want to leave. I'll stay with you until 5 o'clock. After another promise of reassurance, Su Yuro gradually released her small hand, yet her gaze remained fixated on Su Bai, fearful he might suddenly vanish. Gently flicking her forehead, she gazed back at him with a mournful expression. "I want my brother to feed me. You're not a child anymore. You must understand." "But the doctor said I can't exert myself." Su Bai twitched his mouth and, after a moment's hesitation, lovingly fed her piece after piece of cantaloupe. The sweetness of this moment was one of the greatest supports that had sustained Su Yuro through her 4 years of struggle. Even if Su Bai and their family had never mentioned it, she had occasionally overheard snippets of conversation from those who visited her. She knew that her family had been shattered due to her plight, and even a year ago, it was her own initiative to cease treatment. That day, a frail girl had persuaded her parents through the night. Her death would allow the family to be reborn. Her parents would no longer have to toil and suffer for the monthly medical expenses, and her brother would not have to drop out, living a beautiful school life. The debts incurred could be repaid gradually, and they could return to a good life. Achieving this future happiness required only her departure. It was hard to fathom that these words had been spoken by a 13-year-old girl. That night, she exhibited remarkable strength, her face devoid of regret. while her parents wept like rain. Upon returning home, her parents informed Su Bai of the matter, but he could not accept it. He lost his sanity and fled from their home. Upon learning of her brother's reaction, she felt a sense of relief. She could depart with joy. If there was any regret, it was that she wouldn't see her brother, who had left home because of her, during her final days. Death loomed ever closer. Yet she felt no remorse. Was she afraid? Of course, she was terrified. She vividly remembered the sensation of death's breath surrounding her, akin to a person tumbling into a pitch-black, indifferent world. No matter how she resisted or struggled, all her efforts would be in vain. She even felt that nothing mattered anymore. But the next day, at that moment, "Brother, you should try this. It's especially sweet." Snatching the toothpick from Su Bai's hand, she proffered a piece of cantaloupe to his lips, her smile radiating sweetness. Delicious. Su Bai gave a thumbs up, and Su Yuro beamed even brighter, beginning to feed him piece after piece of cantaloupe, their roles seemingly reversed. "Yuro, your relationship remains as delightful as ever." As the ward door swung open, Yuro momentarily halted her actions, but did not cease them altogether. The speaker was a rather elegant young lady, a former classmate of Su Yuro, who also happened to be a girl residing near the Su family home, which has since been sold. Thus, one might say she was indeed Yuro's childhood companion, a true childhood sweetheart. Sherwinwin, Su Bai was not overly surprised by the arrival of the young girl. Aside from his family members, she was the one who visited Yuro the most. Su Bai felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. "Suga, it has been a long time," she greeted politely, her head lowered. Due to her friendship with Su Yuro, she addressed Su Bai as older brother. After gently ruffling Yuro's hair and exchanging pleasantries with Wenwan, Su Bai left the room to allow the two girls some privacy. The government's official headline? Upon entering the hospital, he had silenced his phone, rendering him completely oblivious to the outside world. Shocking. The first supernatural power system has emerged. The possibility of immortality. He clicked on the post, which contained scan information. Techniques. The skills from games can break through level restrictions and even impact the human body. Current scientific research indicates that practicing these techniques for 2 hours in a game equates to 8 hours of regular human sleep, and it can invigorate cells, promoting longevity. So that's it. Su Bai finally comprehended why he felt no fatigue after gaming for an entire day. No, wait. Setting aside immortality for now. The beneficial effects of these techniques on the human body suggest they may also have a suppressive effect on diseases. In an instant, this thought struck Su Bai, prompting him to search relentlessly for related trending posts online. Beneficial. He perused hundreds of posts relating to the Ruaxing Dian virus. Unsurprisingly, the emergence of these techniques would significantly enhance healing possibilities. This is wonderful. As he continued scrolling, tears unexpectedly welled up in the corners of Su Bai's eyes. He was overwhelmed with joy, feeling this was the happiest moment of his life. On the street, a boy wept, his tears falling even as a smile graced his lips. "Hey Mom, Dad, did you see? Yuro has hope." Passers-by turned their gazes towards Su Bai, who remained unfazed as he initiated a group chat call. With a choked voice, yet resounding clarity, he exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, did you hear? Experts say these techniques can greatly assist Yuro's condition." In this era, where the game, Huan Shi, has permeated society, no one was unaware of its information. Almost instantaneously after Su Bai's words, his parents reacted. The expressions of those around shifted from confusion to sympathy and blessings. "I told you, the advent of the Huan Shi era is undoubtedly a positive development. My old man often complains about his salary being reduced because of Huan Shi." Exactly. Everything in the game mirrors reality, far superior to mere tourism. Not to mention the existence of these techniques. I recognize that boy. He is the son of the Su family, so filial. "You mean Su Zhengtian's family?" "So he is the pride of the old Su family." Hurry, capture this moment. Let us see who dares to claim that Huan Shi is some brainwashing conspiracy. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yet Su Bai remained indifferent, wholly absorbed in sharing his joy with his parents. Chapter 25. Have I become famous? Oh, look who it is. Our big star. Su Bai, who would have thought you'd turn out to be such a man? Brotersu. Before he could inquire further, Lu Xiaodong had already draped her arm over his shoulder, her lips curling into a smile. You're quite the man. I might be falling for you. After receiving a playful punch to the chest, Su Bai understood their expressions. Lu Xiaodong's hand, raised a strike, was playing a video. The screen displayed Su Bai weeping on the street, his emotional outburst captured, alongside comment from concerned neighbors discussing Su Bai's family circumstances and his sacrifices over the years. My dear boy, he thought. Truth be told, only Xia Ziming and Lin Haoshuan were aware of his family situation, but now the entire world was in the know. You're not being loyal, keeping this from your friends. Although I don't have much, I could still assist. Not only Wu Xiong, but everyone present regarded Su Bai with similar expressions of concern. A warm current flowed through Su Bai's heart. Rest assured, the past 2 years were tough, but I encountered a benefactor who resolved the medical expenses without interest. I'm now diligently repaying. Please, do not look at me like that. Do you expect me to borrow money from you to repay others? Seeing Su Bai's lightheartedness, the tension eased. Lu Xiaodong playfully punched him again. Good lad, that benefactor must be a great person. Make sure to express your gratitude, all right? Gu Yugua, rarely approaching Su Bai, remarked. That benefactor must have left a profound impression on you. I would love to see what she looks like. With continuous expressions of concern from the crowd, Su Bai couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Indeed, she is a ray of hope in my life. I can never repay her kindness. Brother Su, Gu Yugua shyly tugged at Su Bai's sleeve, though he often playfully ruffled her hair. This was the first time in front of others. Hey, Su Bai, you can't do that. She merely resembles a child, but she is not actually one. Lu Xiaodong teased, tightening her grip around Su Bai's neck. Her tone light-hearted as her gaze occasionally flicked toward Gu Yugua's chest. That area was almost a reservoir of nutrition. The petite figure possessed a far greater endowment than both she and Ziming. Puffed, loosen up. I'm merely accustomed to patting my little sister's head. That action was entirely instinctive. Gu Yugua was of similar height and temperament to Su Yuro, leading Su Bai to unconsciously treat her like a younger sister. All right, enough of this frolicking. We have ample time before the game begins. Let us decide which town to visit. Xia Ziming finally spoke up after a lengthy silence. Her cheeks flushed, clearly having overheard Su Bai's previous remarks. Fortunately, the others were unfazed, attributing her demeanor to the infectious, cheerful atmosphere. I've inquired. Towns do not necessarily possess all the vocational mentors, and some towns lack even a single mentor. Upon investigation, only 3 towns satisfy our apartment's requirement for 6 vocational mentors. Jilu Town, Yinhua Town, Shuguang Town. By the way, Su Bai, which branch do you intend to pursue? Lin Haoshuan began analyzing each option. Having already identified the types others wished to transition into, ensuring corresponding mentors in these towns. Evidently, Lin Haoshuan had invested considerable effort for the benefit of their apartment. Contract Summoner, I suppose I can only choose between Jilu Town and Shuguang Town. Lin Haoshuan's expression turned somber, as he understood. The other mentors in these 2 towns were generally around level 50, while the Contract Summoner was exceedingly rare, with one town having a mere level 30 mentor, and the other even worse. After relaying this information to Su Bai, Lin Haoshuan's demeanor appeared somewhat distressed. Hao Xian, it's all right. We can always transfer some gold to learn the skills, Su Bai reassured, noting the atmosphere around him grow tense. I can still earn a few coins daily in the game. All right then, we shall head to Shuguang Town. At least there is a level 30 mentor there, right? Hasten your pace, for today, both I and Ziming Jia shall reach level 10. You must strive harder. To alleviate the atmosphere, Su Bai cheerfully remarked. It's all about enjoying the game together. As the iris verification was successfully completed, the connection to Huanshe was established, and the countdown for the game commenced. Wishing players a delightful gaming experience. With the familiar notification sound, the visage of the village elder reappeared before Su Bai. My dear, your thoughts are rather perilous, exclaimed the elder, waving a stick-like material, prompting Su Bai to recall the awkward scene from his departure. No, elder, allow me to explain. The 2 engaged in light-hearted banter, culminating in the elder being duped into parting with a tome on gathering techniques. You mischievous girl, have you learned to be sly? How dare you come asking for skill books without offering any payment? The elder said, though there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. Little one, Taishan possesses the mining skill book, while Huing has the tailoring skill book. You understand my meaning, do you not? The elder chuckled, scratching his beard, which had been singed in an earlier explosion. Unlike the common gathering skill that Su Bai had requested, mining skills were scarce, and Hu Ying's tailoring skills were even rarer, a consequence of the two previously having taken advantage of him. As Su Bai recalled asking him for techniques and solutions to his bloodline issues, the elder felt a pang of regret. Notification. Quest triggered. The elder's letter. Objective. Deliver the elder's letter to the blacksmith shop owner, Zhao Taishan. Quest reward. 1,000 experience points. Notification. Quest triggered. The elder's letter. Objective. Deliver the elder's letter to the tailor shop owner, Huing. Quest reward. 1,000 experience points. Thank you, elder, you are truly kind. Farewell. After waving goodbye to the elder, Su Bai swiftly made his way to the door, promptly acquiring the skill books from his backpack. Chapter 26. The Business Tycoon Meng Dazhuang. Notification. Successfully learned the skill book, Voice of All Things. Notification. Successfully learned the skill book, Gathering Techniques. Voice of All Things, active. Allows communication with other races, consuming 1 mana per second with no cooldown time. Gathering Techniques, life skill, grade, bronze, upgradable, description, can gather certain materials for bronze-grade monsters. The drop rate depends on the user's luck. Current proficiency, 0-100, skill grade upgrades upon reaching full proficiency. Sister, I have arrived. Here is the letter from the elder. Upon stepping into the tailor shop, Su Bai playfully poked his head in. Huing, upon opening the letter, affectionately ruffled Su Bai's hair. That rascal, Datu, truly. All right, little one, here is your reward. Thank you, sister. Su Bai stifled a giggle. Datu? So that's what the elder is called. Not bad at all. It suits him. Is something the matter, little one? Huing inquired, handing the skill book to Su Bai, her brows knitting in concern. However, upon learning the situation, she chuckled. Oh, you didn't know? His original name is Guang Datu. Next time, just call him Uncle Datu. I understand now, sister. I must hurry to Uncle Taishan. Farewell. With that, Su Bai dashed towards the blacksmith shop. Notification. Successfully learned the skill book, Tailoring Techniques. Tailoring Techniques, life skill, grade, bronze, upgradable, description, can use materials to create or enchant fashion items. Bronze grade tailoring can enchant 1 additional skill per piece of clothing. Current proficiency, 0-100, skill grade upgrades upon reaching full proficiency. Uncle Blacksmith, I am back. Here is the letter from the elder. Familiar words prompted Taishan to pause his hammering, trembling as he opened the letter Su Bai presented. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mining techniques are incredibly valuable. While there are many mining practitioners on the continent, they are far from abundant. Mastering mining techniques is a ticket to becoming a small fortune. Taishan's response was resolute, unwilling to yield. Uncle, don't be so stingy. Sister Huing has already entrusted me with the tailoring techniques. I believe you, Uncle Blacksmith, are just as kind-hearted. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing adoringly at his idol. I said no, and I mean it, even if Huing has given you the tailoring techniques. Suddenly, Taishan realized something, gripping Su Bai's shoulders tightly. Are you joking? She entrusted you with the tailoring techniques? You must understand, tailors are nearly extinct on this continent, and the few known tailors are esteemed guests of every faction. Among all the novice villages, only your 1,002nd novice village has produced one. Little one, are you certain? Of course. Sister Huing is wonderful. She just gave it to me. Su Bai waved his hands, indicating that he had already learned it. Well, she did give you the Dream Sakura and Dream Luo, so she must be betting everything on you. While contemplating, Zhao Taishan reluctantly handed the skill book to Su Bai. There was no way he could disregard the face of Guang Datu, but he still owed Huing a favor. Very well. Notification. Successfully learned the skill book. Mining techniques. Mining techniques, life skill, grade, bronze, upgradable, description, can collect bronze-grade minerals without damaging them. Current proficiency, 0-100, skill grade upgrades upon reaching full proficiency. Thank you. Uncle Taishan. Farewell. Call me Zhao Uncle, not Taishan Uncle. That isn't polite. Zhao Taishan raised his voice, but Su Bai had already dashed away, leaving no indication of whether he had heard. Su Bai, come to Mushroom Territory. I will guide you through the nightmare-level difficulty. In the friend system, Su Bai and his companions gathered at the entrance to the instance dungeon. Although the first kill reward was no longer available, successfully clearing the nightmare-level dungeon for the first time would grant Ziming Jia and the others an increase of 1 to all basic attributes. This opportunity could not be missed. As they entered the dungeon, Xia Ziming and Meng Dezhuang immediately felt a rush of anxiety, confronted by the sight of silver-grade small mushrooms that felt like a nightmare. However, this was merely the beginning. More astonishingly, Su Bai reverted to his youthful form, with fluffy fox ears emerging from either side of his hair. Oh no! In an instant, Xia Ziming and Meng Dezhuang shut their eyes tightly, closing off their senses. Ziming Jia, Brother Tiger Head, do not panic. I can now control my abilities. After some time, the two regained their sense of smell and cautiously opened their eyes, confirming the absence of any alluring fragrance. Wah! Su Baiyu! Their voices echoed in unison as they beheld an unforgettable scene. Silver-grade small mushrooms gathered affectionately around Su Bai's feet, displaying no inclination to attack him. Rather, they were quite friendly. All right, we should proceed to search. With the elevation of levels and the cultivation of techniques reaching the first transformation, Su Bai himself was unaware of the extent of his newfound allure. Now at level 8, even the golden-grade Mushroom King, level 5, was enamored by him, showing no reaction even to the attacks from Xia Ziming and Meng Dezhuang. Notification: congratulations on clearing the instance dungeon, Mushroom Territory, Nightmare level. Detected team members: Meng Zian, Meng Dezhuang. First-time clearance of Mushroom Territory, Nightmare level, grants a special reward of 1 to all basic attributes. Had they not witnessed the events firsthand, it would have been difficult for anyone to believe. Su Bai, rest assured, I will never reveal your secret. After logging off, I will guide you through the nightmare-level dungeon at market price. Spoke each word with deliberation, yet a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Bai's face, for he had never contemplated such matters. Su Bai, brother, please do not misunderstand. I have my reasons for this. Despite my demeanor, I am indeed a businessman. Once I leave the novice village, I intend to contact my family's consortium to establish an auction house and create a trading association. As Meng Dezhuang scratched his head, a glint of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes. For him, this was not merely a game. His family patriarch had issued a decree. Whoever establishes the largest trading association in Huanshe shall inherit the patriarch's fortune. Chapter 27. Unwittingly transformed into a tycoon. Su Bai, brother, listen to me, we can sign a contract. All the equipment you acquire can be listed under our store and auction house. We will not charge you any intermediary fees. On the contrary, 20 of our association's shares will be transferred to your name. Meng Dezhuang assured him earnestly. Su Bai was utterly baffled, as this seemed to him like receiving money for nothing. Meng Dezhuang spoke without hesitation, yet beads of sweat trickled down the back of his head. Only he understood that he was the true beneficiary, with an increased drop rate for quality items and an irresistible charm. Should his trading association present high-tier equipment in the early stages, he would undoubtedly overshadow the other heirs. How could he be outclassed? Absurd. The disparity in quality was vast. How could other associations compete? Were they even worthy? Meng Dezhuang's words were exceptionally sincere, let alone the 20 shares. The mere prospect of free assistance in selling equipment was immensely tempting. The previous sale of a golden piece had netted 50,000, leaving Su Bai savoring the sweetness of success. I am willing, Meng Dezhuang stated. Your real name should be Yun Yanshang, correct? Just as Su Bai prepared to agree, Xia Ziming interrupted and gestured for him to let her handle it. The atmosphere grew tense. Meng Dezhuang could sense that Su Bai was initially inclined to agree. But now this woman had obstructed him. Yun Yanshang? To uncover my name, this woman's background must not be simple. My apologies. I conducted a slight investigation due to Su Bai's involvement. Xia Ziming continued. Who would have thought that the third son of the Yun family, renowned for his martial prowess, would be so deeply concealed? The community refers to you as the business tiger. A light smile graced her lips, yet her tone turned cold. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe that the ever-practicing Yun Lao who harbored such depth. As Xia Ziming elaborated, Meng Dezhuang's expression darkened. Her deductions left him with only two possibilities regarding his concealment. Either the patriarch was aware of Yun Yin-shang's acumen and deliberately kept him hidden, or Yun Yin-shang possessed the wisdom to bide his time, developing his strength in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was evident that the latter was true. Xia Ziming's gaze sharpened. If I am not mistaken, this Huan Shi is a test devised by your family patriarch, correct? As for the reward, let me guess, perhaps the inheritance of a Yun trading association? Her tone was slow, and at last, Meng Dazhuang's expression shifted, though he quickly regained his composure. May I inquire your name? I am surnamed Xia. Xia? The Xia family of the capital. This family was not inferior to his Yun Trading Association. It should be noted that the Yun Trading Association was among the top 5 conglomerates in Huaxia, specializing in commerce and holding a prominent position in launching as well. Miss Xia, I never anticipated my fortune would be so great as to meet a noble like Su by brother, alongside the esteemed daughter of the Xia family. Meng Dazhuang shed his usual clumsy demeanor, becoming sharp and perceptive, his gaze piercing as if to see through all facades. Xia Ziming, huh? Su by brother often refers to you as Sister Ziming, yet you're the little witch of the Xia family. The two were at an impasse, with Su Bai unable to interject. It was a battle of presence between the powerful. Very well, there is no need for excessive words. Having concealed yourself for so long, your current visible power must be quite weak. If Su Bai is willing to assist you, you should comprehend its value. Xia Ziming's words were succinct, yet they resonated like a spell. Yun Yin-shang's expression was one of turmoil, seemingly torn between indecision. He realized that, with the Xia family's investigative prowess, his situation must have been thoroughly exposed. No one could have anticipated that the patriarch would employ a game to select an heir. He felt a sense of injustice. Once thought to be devoid of opportunities, Su Bai had opened his eyes to another possibility. Cold sweat broke on Yun Yin-shang's brow, oblivious to the fact that he was being outmatched by a mere girl who had just come of age. Rest assured, my objective is to assist Su Bai. Once your contract is established, I will leverage my influence within the Xia family to aid you. Xia Ziming's tone was light and airy. It was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Those in the business world understood that the Xia family's reputation was not particularly grand. Yet internally, they maintained close ties with the military, especially in this generation, with Xia Zhixiong, the current military power of Huaxia, although he no longer directly managed military affairs. At that level, they comprehended the weight of military influence. The witch, truly deserving of the title. Only by confronting the witch could one grasp the terror behind her name. Since Miss Xia has stated this, I shall no longer be coy. Let us proceed. The conditions remain unchanged, yet in Huan Shi. The shares for the trading association I establish will elevate your portion to 49. Furthermore, should I inherit the Yun Trading Association, once the assets in Huan Shi surpass 50 of the Yun Trading Association's total assets, I will also transfer 49 of the Yun Trading Association's shares to you, Su brother. What do you think of this arrangement? In that moment, not only Su Bai, but even the so-called witch Xia Ziming was taken aback. Should one label this Yun Lao, who was terrifying or rash? This decision undoubtedly placed all his potential on Su Bai. Should it succeed, the Yun family's influence would soar to unprecedented heights. Though it appeared as if the visible funds had diminished, the management of all funds rested on the Yun family. But should it fail, Su Bai might face little consequence. Yet Yun Yin-shang in the eerie atmosphere. Even Su Bai sensed something amiss. Yun Yin-shang seemed nonchalant. Yet was he not making a solitary gamble? Brother Tiger, this Su Bai agreed to him. Presently, Su Bai was oblivious to the nature of their transaction. He could afford to be ignorant, but Xia Ziming could not. What Su Bai could not achieve, she would compensate for. Su Bai brother, your agreement would be my greatest assistance. The fervent gaze of Meng Dazhuang. No, Yun Yin-shang, ignited with determination. Once he decided, he would not waver. Su Bai, after agreeing, do not overthink. Simply send any unnecessary equipment materials directly to Yun Yin-shang. For anything else, do not worry. By the way, if you need any equipment materials, you may also ask Yun Yin-shang to assist in procurement. Indeed, Su Bai brother, this is the contract. You only need to sign your name. The virtual contract edited within Huan Shi was recognized worldwide, and in some respects, it was far more reliable than contracts in reality. Taking the contract, Xia Ziming meticulously scrutinized every potential loophole, and only after ensuring its accuracy did she slowly place it in Su Bai's hands. Sign here. With Su Bai's signature, the virtual contract transformed into two beams of blue light that surge into both Su Bai and Yun Yanshang's bodies. Ding. Contract successfully signed. Governed by the nations of Lanqing. Any breach of contract shall bear its own consequences. Chapter 28. I did not cheat after the contract was signed. Yun Yanshang reverted to his previous clumsy demeanor, yet this time he appeared considerably more at ease. This is the information I gathered over the past 2 days. Yun Yanshang shared the prepared materials in the team channel. Yilang Wang, rank, silver, level 8 coordinates. Yizhu Wang, rank, silver, level 5 coordinates. Jumang Wang, rank, silver, level 10 coordinates. Such information was continuously disseminated by Yun Yanshang, amounting to over a dozen messages and beyond the initial few. There were even mentions of golden grade creatures exceeding level 10. Yilang Wang, rank, gold, level. Coordinates, gold. Is there truly a golden grade creature above level 10 near the novice village? Players typically depart the novice village upon reaching level 10. What could this exceedance in level signify? It is noteworthy that most players are around level 4 at this point. Where did Yun Yanshang acquire such intelligence? Brother Su Bai, do you feel confident about this? Most of these creatures also offer first kill rewards. Yun Yanshang rubbed his hands together. He had paid a considerable price to obtain this information. Now, seeing Su Bai's eyes gleaming with excitement, he understood that this venture was assuredly successful. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver grade Yizhu Wang. Experience gained. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the silver grade Yilang Wang. Ding. Congratulations on defeating. The system notifications echoed one after another. Su Bai was now clad in golden armor, while Xia Ziming and Yun Yanshang had both reached level 7, with Su Bai himself only a tad behind. Tong Shu Su, Yilang Wang, level 14, rank, gold, health, 17,000. Under the influence of the Tong Shu, even though the Yilang Wang was significantly higher in level, Su Bai could still discern its attributes and skills. Tian Hu Huan Tong. Tung Eshao Yu Huan Mei Hao Yu Eshao Yu. In the state of Tian Hu Mei, Su Bai felt no pain as the technique was deployed. Conversely, with the release of the Tong Shu, the Tian Hu Heart Sutra within him began to operate unbeknownst to him. With a soft glow, the Yilang Wang's eyes gradually dulled, kneeling submissively at Su Bai's feet, showing no resistance to the attacks from the two Mushroom Kings beside him. It wagged its tail in fervent submission. The Yilang Wang lay humbly, whimpering, and even without utilizing all things voice, Su Bai comprehended its current sentiments. Sighing softly, Su Bai directed his gaze towards the Mushroom King that was exerting itself tirelessly. It was puzzling how such a disparity in temperament could exist among Mushroom Kings produced from the same source. Mushroom King number 1. The boss is truly terrifying. It doesn't T-resist at all, yet still, it 1 TB spared. Could it be because it started glaring at the boss? It's truly terrifying. If I had obeyed from the beginning, the boss would never have harmed me. Mushroom King number 2. Wolf brother, I envy you so much. I want to be treated like that by the boss too. Turning off all things voice, Su Bai had no interest in the second Mushroom King's remarks. He had resolved that once Yu entered the game, he would do everything possible to ensure that Mushroom King number 2 was not summoned in her presence. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an over-level defeat of the 14-level gold grade Yilang Wang. Experience gained. 300 points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 9. All attributes increased by 1, excluding hidden attributes. Freely allocate 5 attribute points. Race bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 2, Charisma 1. Class bonus, Spirit 1. The anticipated grand loot did not materialize. In fact, by the corpse of the Yilang Wang, Su Bai did not see a single piece of equipment. The first kill is guaranteed to drop 1 piece of the same rank. The current scenario presents only 2 possibilities. Either Su Bai's luck is exceptionally poor, so poor that he cannot even obtain a bronze grade item from a golden grade creature, or someone else claimed the first kill of the Yilang Wang before they arrived. The face of Hao Tian immediately flashed in Su Bai's mind. Brother Su Bai remains as formidable as ever. Yunyan Shang shook his head, noting that he had not witnessed any creature resist during their journey. While this might be acceptable for others, this 14-level golden grade creature, are you certain the game can be played in such a manner? Over the past 2 days of following Su Bai, he realized that his previous gaming perceptions had been entirely shattered. Now, seeing the first kill of Yin Yulang Wang slip away, he felt not a trace of disappointment, but rather a sense of balance. Su Bai, it seems the first kill of this creature has been taken. Xia Ziming gently placed her hand on Su Bai's shoulder to remind him. Sister Ziming, it's all right. I still have coordinates for over a dozen golden grade creatures. Yun Yin Shang, do not underestimate it. There are indeed quite a few golden grade creatures near this novice village. Brother Su Bai, tell me honestly, you are not cheating, are you? Yun Yin Shang's mouth slightly agape. He was well aware of the source of the coordinates. Upon logging off, he immediately searched for similar novice villages with comparable terrain to their number 1002 novice village, subsequently spending a fortune to acquire information from other players. Finally, he had to expend resources to verify the authenticity of this information. Heaven knows how much he sacrificed for these details. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an over-level defeat of the 14-level gold grade Yu Yihua Mang Wang. Experience gained. 15,700 points. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an over-level defeat of the 12-level gold grade C Shui Zhu Wang. Experience gained. 15,300 points. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an over-level defeat of the 12-level gold grade. Su Bai and the two continued to navigate the vicinity of the novice village. Amidst the continuous system notifications, Xia Ziming and Yun Yin Shang had grown numb to the experience. They had spent the entire afternoon hunting golden grade creatures, continuing until darkness fell, with not a single one offering resistance. The substantial increase in experience propelled Su Bai to level 10, and he was on the cusp of reaching level 11. Finally, all of us have reached level 10. We can now proceed to the town. After dispatching the final creature before them, Su Bai exhaled slowly, noting the radiant white light surrounding Xia Ziming. This was the last golden grade creature. If they could not reach level 10 with this, they would have to resort to grinding regular wild monsters. Alas, the equipment requirements beyond level 10 are exceedingly stringent. Yin Yin Shang, feeling disappointed, picked up the equipment that had just dropped, having grown accustomed to the aura of spirit-grade equipment after an entire afternoon of slaughter. As he had anticipated, Su Bai's talents were terrifying. Setting aside that fearsome charisma, the ability to forcibly elevate equipment by one level alone was sufficient to render him an absolute force within the game. Chapter 29. Arrival at Dawn Town Yet. Perhaps this is for the best. With such stringent equipment requirements, if one encounters a desirous individual, the price could soar exponentially. Yun Yin Shang rubbed the spirit-grade equipment in his hands. Not only were there level restrictions, but the conditions for equipping post-level 10 gear were downright devilish. For instance, this very item that had just dropped in his hands, Dai Shui Zhiguang, staff, rank, spirit grade, level, 14, strength, 2, constitution, 5, spirit, 48, intelligence, 60. Required class, water element mage. Skills, water arrow technique, summon water python, spring of water. Water arrow technique. Active summons a water arrow to deal 200 magic damage within a 5-meter range. Cooldown 2 minutes. Summon water python. Active summons 2 12-level water pythons, silver grade, to assist in battle, lasting 500 seconds. Cooldown 1000 seconds. Spring of water. Passive increases mana recovery by 20. With formidable attribute bonuses and the perfect synergy of 3 exceptional skills, this equipment can undoubtedly be classified as a minor treasure. However, it is exclusively equipable by a water element mage. The water element mage is one of the myriad paths available for mages post-level 10. This implies that one must be a water element mage to don this item. Any deviation from this path is impermissible. Like this item, every piece of equipment dropping post-level 10 has similar stipulations, tailored to specific classes. There are hundreds of initial classes, coupled with branching paths upon each promotion. Thus, Within the spirit-grade equipment Su Bai had just acquired, he found none that suited him. Brother Hu, we will be heading to Shuguang Town. If there are any matters, just contact me directly as a friend. Yun Yinshang and his consortium have long since planned the establishment of a merchant association in the town. They have only just learned of it. After bidding farewell to Brother Hu, Su Bai brought Xia Ziming to the village chief's house. Uncle, I'm here. Pushing open the door, Su Bai transformed flawlessly into a charming little girl under Xia Ziming's astonished gaze. Uncle, please teleport us to Shuguang Town. Oops, I couldn't hold it in. Xia Ziming, with her back to Su Bai, pressed her slender fingers tightly against her lips. Shuguang Town? What made you think of going there? Guang Datu, surprisingly not immersed in his research, frowned upon hearing Su Bai's words but chose not to elaborate. The teleportation fee is 1 gold coin per person. He glanced at Xia Ziming behind Su Bai and spread his palms. Glaring resentfully at the large head of the village chief, Su Bai hesitated to leave immediately, hoping to obtain something valuable from him. The village chief is indeed a significant benefactor. Plop. Was it Su Bai's imagination, or did the room's atmosphere seem a bit heavy? All right, I'm afraid of you. If you truly care about us old folks, don't change the markings on the teleportation pearl, Guang Datu casually remarked, turning away as if busy with his research again, but his indifferent demeanor made Su Bai feel something was amiss. It was as if he was intentionally reminding him of something. With a sigh, Su Bai resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would not erase the teleportation pearl's location here. Forget it. Since we're going to Shuguang Town, please help me deliver this to the current town chief there. Remember, if he asks where I am, just say you don't know. A flash of white light enveloped them, and Su Bai felt something added to his hand before he and Xia Ziming vanished from the novice village. Notification. Task triggered. Deliver the village chief's letter. The task involves delivering Guang Data's letter to the town chief of Shuguang Town. Task reward. Blood Source Spring. A letter. Another letter. Su Bai furiously threw the letter he held to the ground. Since the game began, almost all the tasks he encountered were about delivering letters. Can't we change the mode a bit? In Shuguang Town, Su Bai, I must say you look quite adorable just now, while maintaining the Tianhu Mei state, Xia Ziming remarked, pinching his cheek. She had witnessed Su Bai's cute antics in the grocery store firsthand. I must admit, only men understand what men desire. Ziming Jia, please don't tease me. This is all due to life's pressures. Yes, life's pressures. Escaping Xia Ziming's playful grasp, he had initially planned to use his illusion. But considering he would soon meet the job transfer mentor and the town chief, he had to abandon that idea. Leaving the teleportation array, they strolled along the streets of Shuguang Town. They did not deliberately search. For the first building that caught their eye was the job transfer hall. The scale of the entire structure was remarkably grand. It seemed that all the job transfer mentors of this town resided within. Upon entering the hall, 8 entrances appeared before Su Bai and Xia Ziming, clearly corresponding to the job transfer directions available in this town. Ziming Jia, if you need to leave first, don't wait for me. I still need to visit the town chief. After ensuring she wouldn't be left waiting outside, they headed towards their respective job transfer entrances. Contrary to Su Bai's expectations, behind the entrance lay a winding path. Houses of various shapes and sizes stood along both sides, each symbolizing the residence of a mentor. How is this even possible? From the outside, the transfer hall appeared large, but it could not possibly achieve the scale before him. Just by visual estimation, the area before him was no smaller than the entirety of Shuguang Town. In shock, Su Bai glanced at the doorplate of the nearest house. Job transfer mentor, fire element summoner, level 53, tuition, 5 gold coins per day. Note, if you are poor or foolish, do not come. As night had already fallen, all the houses were tightly shut. Out of courtesy, Su Bai could only check each house one by one. Had I known, I should have come during the day. How long will this searching take? To avoid disturbing others' rest, Su Bai inspected each doorplate. It was somewhat tedious, yet he began to understand the diversity of professions and even spotted a few intriguing ones. Job transfer mentor, sword summoner, level 45, tuition, 1 gold coin per day. Note, join me in wielding swords against foes. Trust me, reaching level 40 will be effortless. Summoning swords? Why didn't I choose a warrior? Chapter 30. The Bewildered Glasses Girl, Job Transfer Mentor. Contract Summoner, level 32, After a long search, Subai finally found the residence of his mentor. Unlike the other mentors' houses, before him stood a large wooden house, quite isolated due to overgrown branches, making it appear rather secluded. Strange? There is neither tuition nor a note here. Could it have been forgotten? That seemed unlikely. Remembering that other mentor signs had clear tuition and notes, he found it odd that this one lacked any information. Perhaps the mentor is eccentric? Knock, knock, knock. He tapped on the door lightly, mindful that it was late, but the wooden door seemed to have some issues. He barely tapped a few times, yet the sound echoed loudly. Coming, coming. Who is it at this hour? The wooden door swung open, revealing his mentor. Though the girl before him seemed still half asleep, looking rather dazed. Her loose pajamas hung carelessly, exposing a generous portion of her fair skin. And Subai could even glimpse the delicate, youthful perfection of her complexion. And you are? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the girl opened her bright green pupils. Her tousled short hair framing her face, her mouth slightly ajar in surprise at Subai's presence. Wait a moment. Bang. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the door opened once more. The girl appeared to have changed into her professional attire, donning half-moon glasses while tidying her short green hair. Her features were exquisite, her gaze clear, and her long pointed ears slightly drooped, embodying the unique beauty of the elven race. Hello, I am here to transfer to become a contract summoner. Huh? The girl seemed quite nervous. Following her into the wooden house, Subai could distinctly sense her hurried breathing. Please have a seat. I will go brew some tea. The girl guided Subai to a wooden stump chair before darting off to the side. Glancing around, Subai soon detected a fragrant aroma of tea filling the wooden house. Is this what it means to be a contract summoner? He mused, his gaze resting upon a flower fairy. Flower fairy, class, spirit level, familiar summon, level, health, skills. The tiny flower fairy, no larger than a palm, lay quietly atop a blossom, completely unaware of Subai's scrutiny. As a familiar summon, no wonder he could not discern its level. With his current eye technique, he could only examine creatures up to 20 levels higher than himself. You are here. The girl, carrying a cup of tea, approached Subai, but unexpectedly stumbled, spilling hot tea all over him. What on earth? Staring at the small water magic formation above him, Subai felt helpless. Realizing this was perhaps his first time taking a bath in a girl's house. The gentle flow of water above was neither hurried nor slow, gradually diminishing as it consumed a portion of his mana every 30 seconds. Tap, tap, tap. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Time slipped by unnoticed until a soft voice broke the silence from outside the door. The girl's tone brimmed with regret, and through the delicate wooden barrier, Subai could even discern her silhouette. Wait, you don't intend to come in, do you? Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud. Subai immediately submerged himself in the bathtub. I'm really sorry. It was an accident. Let me help you wash your back. No, I'm fine. You should leave quickly to avoid getting wet. The girl had also discarded her garments, wrapping herself in a towel-like shawl. Subai spoke urgently, but the girl seemed oblivious to his meaning. I'm truly sorry. Let me assist you. In her eyes, it was undoubtedly her previous actions that had turned Subai against her. Having been in this town for so long without a single disciple, she felt a palpable desperation. Few chose to become contract summoners, and even those who did often sought advanced mentors in other towns. But now, having finally encountered someone, she was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Gathering her courage, the girl walked directly in front of Subai, her figure unveiled beneath the thin veil of mist. Rather than concealing her beauty, the haze rendered her even more enchanting, instilling in Subai a sense of unexpected embarrassment. I apologize. I'm a boy. Subai hastily covered his eyes with both hands. Through the tiny gaps, he observed the girl's face flush with crimson, followed by a look of confusion, and finally, shame. The air grew tense as Subai realized he could not escape the situation after the girl departed. He quickly washed himself and emerged in his true form. Restored by Huan Mian. Why did you revert to the appearance of that little girl? The girl questioned, her voice tinged with disbelief, though her head hung low. Her cheeks still flushed. She was utterly bewildered by how Subai had transformed back from the guise of a child. Stealing a glance at Subai, she noticed he appeared even more bashful, his eyes flitting about, unable to meet hers. My name is Subai. The reason I changed into that form was due to one of my skills. In that state, my power significantly increases and my learning ability enhances greatly. So I explained, half sincerely, half jokingly. He had merely intended to leverage the charm of the little girl to garner some fondness, but it had spiraled into this awkward encounter. Gazing at the girl before him, he sensed she seemed to accept his words, fidgeting with her fingers, seemingly remorseful for her earlier rashness. Good heavens! This girl is far too gullible. By the way, what is the tuition fee here? I noticed there was no sign. Recognizing the increasingly odd atmosphere, Subai spoke up. Tuition fee? Oh, right. How about 5 silver coins per day? The girl responded, seemingly realizing something. The wooden sign outside had been hanging for quite some time, and she had noticed it several times, but since no one had come to seek her guidance, the matter of tuition had never crossed her mind. 5 silver coins? Are you serious? Subai was taken aback, as he had seen tuition fees starting at gold coins elsewhere. The girl's expression shifted to one of alarm. Is that too much? 3 silver coins? No, even 1 silver coin will do. Chapter 31. The moment of contract, 1 silver coin? Wait, before you rush, could you first explain what the mentor is responsible for and why you charge by the day? Frankly, Subai was quite concerned about the daily fee. Weren't professional mentors supposed to provide skill books in exchange for payment? In Huanshe, everything necessitated player exploration, and much of his prior knowledge from online games often misled him. The girl's expression froze upon hearing Subai's query, but she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Despite her weakness, she had been formally acknowledged by her teacher and had officially graduated. When discussing teaching responsibilities, her demeanor turned earnest. A mentor will instruct you in occupational skills. The duration of this process depends on the mentor's knowledge and the student's comprehension. As she spoke, a flush crept onto her cheeks. At level 32, she had barely qualified to graduate. In terms of knowledge, most of what she understood was theoretical, and she had no intention of concealing this fact from Subai. Of course, students can inquire about anything they don't understand, and mentors will do their best to assist their disciples. I'm only level 32, she continued. Once you choose a mentor, you cannot change. Only upon receiving a mentor's acknowledgement can you seek another. By the end of her explanation, her pupils widened. Although others had approached her seeking mentorship in the past, they had all given up upon hearing this. After all, she was merely a level 32 contract mentor. Compared to other mentors, her teaching pace was undoubtedly slow, making graduation a challenging endeavor. I see. Here, this is 10 gold coins. From now on, you'll be my mentor. Huh. Subai retrieved 10 gold coins from his system backpack, his expression remaining unchanged. In truth, the choice of mentor mattered little to him. He could acquire skills through purchasing skill books and level up by defeating monsters. Graduation was not a significant hurdle for him. As he pushed the coins toward the girl, she hesitated to accept them, her gaze filled with complexity. A white orb of light appeared in her hand. This is the contract orb. If you possess the potential to become a contract summoner, it will facilitate your transition. Just place your hand on it. Her voice trembled, filled with hope that Subai would gain the orb's recognition. Without the moment of contract, he could not transition into a contract summoner, and teaching would be out of the question. In the girl's anxious gaze, Subai first restored his Tian Hume form. With his fair palm resting upon the contract orb, he felt no apprehension. If his charm failed to meet the requirements, one could only imagine the fate of others. A pale luminescence began to coalesce on the back of Subai's hand. As a beautiful scene unfolded, the girl beside him felt her heart leap to her throat. Ding! Congratulations, your profession has transitioned to contract summoner. The system's voice echoed, leaving Subai bewildered. Huh, is that it? Staring at the intricate patterns on his hand, he felt no tangible change. This transition provided no attribute bonuses or skills, rendering it indistinguishable from not having transitioned at all. Frustrated, he rubbed the design on his hand, completely unaware that the girl's eyes had grown misty. Do you truly wish to be my disciple? She asked softly once more. Unlike Subai, she had longed for the moment when the contract summoner, Ilay would forge a bond with her, establishing a contract. I and you are both travelers of the contract. In times of joy, in moments of sorrow, in times of health, I shall fulfill the role of mentor, and you shall bear the responsibilities of a disciple until death separates us. Intricate runes began to form a magical circle beneath their feet. Neither seemed to notice the system's prompts. Ding. ELAC has extended a contract invitation to you. Do you accept? Accept as their thoughts settled. Both Subai and ELAC experienced a momentary pause. Whether it was an illusion or not, they both sensed something new within them. Little did Subai know that typical mentorship rituals were merely formalities and could not trigger the system's witness. The Supreme Bond Contract, a manifestation of the highest covenant between the ancient gods and the newly emerged deities during the first war of gods and demons, embodies a promise and an agreement. IRs stumbled upon this phrase in an ancient tome, unaware of the potent magic it concealed. The contract forged beneath this hidden power remained unbeknownst to both parties involved. Well, we are now master and apprentice, she declared excitedly. In her exuberance, the young girl took Subai's hand, examining the contract etched upon his palm. With her glasses slightly askew and a smile gracing her lips, her emerald short hair glimmered enchantingly under the nocturnal sky, feeling the gentle touch of her fingertips. Subai's face flushed. Why have I not learned a single skill? What is the matter? Aren't you supposed to call me teacher? She retorted, puffing her cheeks in frustration. After a moment's pause, she added, if skills just appeared on their own, what use would our mentor be? Subai intended to inquire further, but seemed disinterested in continuing the conversation. Teacher? Upon hearing Subai address her as teacher, previous annoyance dissipated instantly. However, as she regained her composure, she became acutely aware of how close they were, almost touching. Instinctively, she recoiled, but her body betrayed her, toppling backward. Teacher. With a soft thud, not only did the sound of her fall resonate, but their hearts also synchronized in an unexpected rhythm. Iris found herself cradled in Subai's arms. Their gazes locked, and each could sense the disarray in the other's breathing. Master, what just happened? A flower fairy, roused from slumber atop a budding flower, fluttered over, her delicate wings flapping gently. Subai, it's quite late. Let us discuss skills in the morning. I prepared your room, Iris said. Her cheeks flushed as she extricated herself from Subai's embrace and stood up. The fairy hovered near Subai's shoulder, inquiring, Master, who is this? Huawa. He is my disciple. Disciple? Your disciple, Master? The flower fairy, elated, zipped over Subai's side and playfully poked his cheek. So soft. Your disciple is so adorable. Just as she was about to explore further, interjected. Huawa, please be mindful. He is a boy. A boy. With a resigned sigh, Subai reverted to his original appearance, leaving the flower fairy astonished. Why did you? She looked at Subai, her surprise evident. Is it already this late? Images of earlier events lingered in Subai's mind. Teacher. A glance at the time revealed that only 3 hours remained until the game's conclusion. Once his emotions settled, he moved towards the guest room, but sleep eluded him. The practice of the Tianhu Heart Sutra could not cease. He needed to ascertain a particular matter regarding the emergence of skills. Would cultivating techniques after encountering a bottleneck still benefit his physical form in reality? Chapter 32. The fortunate Lu Xiaotong. As the gaming pod opened, Subai stretched and felt an invigorating sense of clarity, devoid of any drowsiness. Shocking. Secrets of the techniques. The game truly begins after level 10. In this game, only through investment can one grow stronger. As the game's progression accelerated, trending topics online shifted incessantly. Yet Subai remained particularly invested in the matter of techniques. Secrets of the techniques? This thread suggested that players had undoubtedly begun to grasp the benefits of techniques. Reassuringly, the thread's author stated that techniques had no adverse effects. The opening lines of the post alluded to the topics of methods of acquiring techniques and selection of applicable techniques. Currently, there are 3 avenues for obtaining techniques. 1. Golden level and above may yield technique drops. Thus far, it appears that only bronze level techniques drop from around level 10. 2. Completing certain tasks can grant techniques. 3. The Tower of Inheritance offers not only career transitions, but also skill books and techniques. It is said that players have already obtained golden level techniques within its confines. As for the adaptability of the techniques, this was quite intriguing, as 2 individuals might experience different rates of progress, even when practicing the same bronze-level technique. The post succinctly outlined a framework for understanding techniques, which explained its rapid rise in popularity. Scrolling through the content, Subai quickly absorbed the information, his gaze shifting to the comment section. Yet, upon reading the first comment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Big Knife never regrets. Ha! I'm the one who obtained that golden-level technique. Just to let you know, after 2 nights of practice with my mighty bull strength, not only do I feel great, but I've also gained an additional point in strength. Responses flooded in. Wait, golden-level techniques actually grant attribute boosts? How are we supposed to compete? When I level up, I can only allocate a single attribute point. You've caught up after just 2 nights of practice? Mom, while I was sleeping, others were getting stronger. Woe is me. Big Knife never regrets. Just wait until I see you in the game. Exiting the thread, a hint of disinterest crossed Subai's face. It seemed others believed techniques did not confer attribute enhancements. As he strolled toward the living room, he reflected on his own experiences each time he trained. The system's notification chimed over 10 times, leading him to believe others shared similar experiences. Xiang, wake up. The game time has ended. The persistent knocking echoed as Lin Haoshuan stood at Wu Xiang's door, exasperated. Unlike Subai, who kept his room key beneath the welcome mat, Wu Xiang likely had no hope of finding his. The incessant banging was torturous. Haoshuan, don't rush, huh? Subai chuckled, standing before Lin Haoshuan, one hand gripping the doorknob, while the other mimicked the motion of inserting a key. Huh? Subai's awake too? It made sense. Subai had reached level 10 and presumably acquired a technique. Remembering how Subai had risen early the previous day, Lin Haoshuan felt a sense of relief, knowing one less person needed to be roused. Subai is quite thoughtful. He secretly made a spare key for Wu Xiang, who tends to misplace his. Determined to create a spare key for himself, Lin Haoshuan glanced at Subai's hand. Subai, where did you get that key? Just teasing you. No key here. Opening his palm to reveal nothing, he merely sought to amuse Lin Haoshuan. Subai, with laughter. The two soon became entangled in a playful tussle, while those in the living room observed the scene in bemusement. They hardly noticed when the door swung open. Morning. Wu Xiang appeared, sporting dark circles under his eyes. To avoid losing to Subai, he had been tirelessly completing his intertwined tasks without a moment's rest. He had almost reached the final step of his quest. Yet the game time had ended. With bleary eyes that had not closed for a day, Wu Xiang was guided to the sofa by Subai and Lin Haoshuan. Today is Friday. According to a temporary announcement from the school, there are no classes today, seemingly due to the detrimental effects of gaming, as the mental state of most students in the school has become precarious. In a state of helplessness, the principal had no choice but to grant an unexpected day off to the students. There is no need to overthink. It is evident that this decision was made with government approval, as the principal does not possess such authority. Prior to the widespread adoption of the cultivation methods, the government had also given considerable thought to these situations. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the students are quite exhilarated by this sudden extra day of holiday. Upon entering the living room, Wu Xiang initially intended to collapse onto the sofa and sleep, but Lu Xiaodong's words instantly roused him. How is it possible? He had toiled tirelessly all day without sleep and had only reached level 9, yet he dared not even glance at the experience bar required to advance to level 10. How did this fierce woman manage to level up? In the midst of Wu Xiang's despair, Lu Xiaodong provocatively observed the expressions of everyone present. As expected, they were all elated. To her surprise, after meeting the village chief, he remarked on her high luck value, assigning her the task of adding materials and finalizing the potion he was concocting. Consequently, she tossed in the items the chief requested and stirred the cauldron with a stick, inadvertently amassing a plethora of experience and items. Alas, the village chief ultimately declared that the materials were prepared and the final potion was nearing completion. While he pleaded for her assistance in completing the last potion, she had already made her way to Shuguang Town to find Subai and the others. In conclusion, Lu Xiaodong's tone even carried a hint of complaint. After listening to Lu Xiaodong's account, everyone's hearts sank. Wu Xiang, in particular, lay flat on the sofa, utterly unwilling to move. The room seemed to echo only with Lu Xiaodong's victorious tone. Am I the only one? Gu Yuhua murmured, her head bowed. She was only at level 5 and was constantly seeking various teams to gain experience. Since the game began, she had diligently searched for teams to grind monsters. Yet her level progressed at a glacial pace. This was not due to any other reason, but simply because the experience requirements in Huanshe were overwhelmingly daunting. As a priest, she could not grind monsters alone for experience. Presently, she could only barely keep up with the majority of mainstream players. Do not worry. At your current pace, you will definitely reach level 10 before the competition. A familiar sensation washed over her, but this time Gu Yue merely paused without voicing any objections. She understood that Su Bai did not harbor any ill intentions. Perhaps he was thinking of his sister again. With a cautious heart, it seemed the only thing she could do regarding Su Bai's predicament was this small gesture. However, Su Bai truly was gentle. Have you all seen the most trending post online? After discussing Lu Xiaodong's experiences, Xia Ziming also chimed in. This was indeed the primary subject of their offline discussion. The most trending post? In this game, only those who spend money can become strong. That one. Upon mentioning this, Lin Haoshuan fell silent, realizing he should never have allowed Su Bai to go to Shuwang Town. In the game, he had already advanced his class, but he never anticipated that the mechanics of Huanshe would be so unconventional. Even after watching that post, if it were not for the official certification, he would struggle to fully believe it. Haoshuan, Ziming, why do you both look so troubled? Su Bai had not paid attention to posts outside of cultivation methods. However, upon seeing the expressions of Lin Haoshuan and Xia Ziming, he began to sense that something was amiss. Su Bai, have you successfully advanced your class? Almost simultaneously, the two inquired. After leaving the gaming pod and viewing that post, they understood that it might be too late, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope, they still wished to inquire. What if Su Bai had not successfully advanced his class? Or perhaps he had not apprenticed under that mentor? Why are you all acting so strangely regarding class advancement recognition? Do not jest. Such matters are trivial. Shaking off his hands, he had not felt any resistance during the recognition process of the contract sphere. In response to Lin Haoshuan and the others' inquiries, Su Bai opened the most trending post on his phone. Su Bai, you must prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 33. Regarding my cultivation in the game in this game. Only those who spend money can become strong. Level 10 class advancement. Mentor, choose wisely. The more expensive, the better. Upon opening the post, the first thing that caught the eye were these bold red letters. Within, Huanshe, skills are no longer mere skills. Magic Bullet. Active consumes 10 mana to deal 120 magic damage to a single target. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. This is the novice skill of the mage profession. However, in the hands of the figure in the video, a gray-robed elder was gathering a blue orb. Su Bai recognized this as the mage's basic skill, Magic Bullet, which many had used to bombard him outside the novice village. However, the magic bullet in the elder's hands appeared different. The light blue orb continued to grow larger, swelling from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a basketball. Moreover, more blue orbs gradually emerged around the elder. No power limitations, no cooldown period. This is the effect in hand, but players could achieve it too. Observing this, Su Bai's pupils narrowed. He seemed to comprehend why this post had skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. If players could truly replicate what the elder in the video demonstrated, the gameplay within the game, no, the entire gaming paradigm, would undergo a revolution. The video did not pause. The poster's figure appeared in the footage, beginning to explain, the gray-robed elder in the video is my mentor, and the next person is me. The video then showcased a handsome young man standing in front of an immobile training scarecrow. He was not wearing any equipment. 10. Magic Bullet. Magic Bullet. 124. 124. Within 4 seconds, he cast Magic Bullet twice. This is the ultimate skill connection. Not a single second wasted. The entire sequence was fluid, minimizing the spell's casting time. This player is truly skilled. But that was just the beginning. As the player inhaled deeply, conjuring a small blue orb in his hand, which seemed to glow even brighter. Magic Bullet. 131. 128. As he threw the blue orb, another blue light gathered in his hand. 2 seconds. 2 casts of Magic Bullet. Furthermore, the damage output differed. After using these 2 Magic Bullets, the player took a moment to catch his breath, and the video came to an end. What you see is the result of my training alongside my mentor. To complete this post quickly, I requested my mentor to directly teach me Magic Bullet. There is even a possibility of creating new spells myself. The poster's words grew increasingly fervent, as this gameplay undoubtedly marked the true entry into a new realm, adapting to the laws of an entirely new world. The implications within this are thought-provoking and chilling. It is crucial to note that everything within the game is simulated by the intelligence network, Zhu Shun. Seeing this, Su Bai felt a pang of anxiety. If this continues, might they also possess the blue bar of the game in reality? In such a sentient environment, could they utilize skills in the real world? Such thoughts would likely cross the minds of anyone who viewed this post, and the poster probably contemplated this as well, which is why he shared it. Undoubtedly, after this post was published, everyone who saw it worldwide would become engulfed in the fervor of mastering skills. The post was nearing its conclusion, with the remaining content comprising the poster's gaming experiences and insights, such as, choosing a mentor must be done with caution. A more powerful mentor can impart greater knowledge. In this game, one can only apprentice under a single mentor at a time, a principle deeply ingrained in the moral fabric of this continent. Although there are no obligatory punitive measures in place, disregarding this principle can significantly tarnish one's reputation. To the inhabitants of this land, showing contempt for the ethics of mentorship is akin to the heinous act of slaughtering the innocent. It is imperative to remember that once one has taken on a mentor, one should not contemplate seeking a new one until after graduation. As a small piece of advice, it is advisable to choose mentors who are at least level 50 and possess a reputable standing or youthful vigor, for they are likely to hold recommendations from esteemed mentors within the main city. Upon concluding this discourse, Su Bai understood why Xia Ziming and Lin Haoxian had posed such inquiries. They likely believed that their actions had led him to unwittingly accept a mentor of merely 30-plus levels. This realization left Su Bai somewhat bemused, thinking the matter was not as significant as they had perceived. To be candid, although his mentor's prowess was lacking, their status was extraordinarily impressive, making them a veritable fountain of theoretical knowledge relevant to their profession. Unbeknownst to him, his somewhat disoriented mentor had a remarkable background, and it was precisely this ignorance that allowed him to reassure Xia Ziming and Lin Haoxian. He held the confidence that with his charm, if he could not master the role of summoner, he might as well contemplate withdrawing from the game altogether. Indeed, upon hearing Su Bai's words, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them. That's good to hear. I've already found you a new contract mentor, one who is not only powerful but also located far from Shuguang town, Lin Haoxian remarked half-jokingly. Following this incident, the atmosphere in the living room lightened considerably, indicating that everyone would remain together. Do you think this game could manifest in reality like a movie? Su Bai jested, lightening the mood further. In their era, virtual worlds had already emerged. Thus, cinematic, television, and animated narratives were commonplace, showcasing an array of storylines. The notion of games transcending into reality was undoubtedly one of the most popular themes of this age. What's there to worry about? I would welcome it. When that time comes, I'll protect you all, Lu Xiaotong declared, confidently adjusting her strikingly fair appearance, asserting that among her peers, only Guyu Gua could rival her. With Lu Xiaotong's exuberance, the apartment's atmosphere instantly lifted, and everyone began to imagine what it might be like if the game truly became a part of their reality. As time passed, it soon approached 6:30, signaling that breakfast was nearly ready. We have 3 days off now. Ziming, Xiao Yugua, let's go shopping this afternoon. She insisted. If you boys plead with us, we might reluctantly allow you to carry our bags. It must be said that the trio of beautiful women together exuded an undeniable allure, a fact Lu Xiaotong cleverly exploited for humor. Everyone, I have something to tend to, so I want to be able to join you this afternoon. After bidding farewell to the group, Su Bai resolved to spend the entire day with his sister, Su Yuro, following the school announcement of an early holiday. He still had work scheduled for the next 2 days. Although he was no longer in dire need of money, he felt a sense of obligation to his employer, who had been kind to him, and couldn't resign without proper notice, as it would adversely affect the business. Reflecting on this, Su Bai couldn't help but smirk, remembering how, when he transferred 50,000 yuan to his parents, They had suspected him of engaging in illicit activities. Huh. Chapter 34. The Charging Van. Ignoring the three beautiful women was devoid of any charm. No wonder he remained single. Lu Xiaotong leaned over to Xia Ziming and waved a hand at Su Bai. By the way, where are you headed? I'm going to see my sister. Huh? Lu Xiaotong swiftly approached Su Bai, wrapping an arm around his neck without hesitation. Come on, Xiao Bai. That's rather inconsiderate. Take me with you. Big brother Su, I want to go too. Suddenly, all eyes were on Su Bai. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'm borrowing a car from my dad right now. See you at the school gate. The rapidity of her actions left Su Bai utterly speechless. What on earth is this? He thought helplessly, resigning himself to their whims. Hey, has Ziong woken up? As they approached the door, Lin Haoxian suddenly remembered something and pulled Wu Ziong off the sofa. Huh? What's up? Is Huan Shi back online? No, just get up. We're going to see Su Bai's sister. Oh, if it's not online, then what are you talking about? Are you sure? Beep. Xia Ziming. Remember to greet Yu Rou for me. I would prefer to keep my family matters private. Su Bai. Don't worry. Ziming Jia. Su Bai, Doge emoji. On the road, a van recklessly sped along, with surrounding vehicles daring not to come within half a meter. Su Bai, quit playing on your phone and give me directions. Lu Xiaotong, watch the road. The journey isn't long. Slow down, or we'll crash. Gripping the breakfast she had just purchased tightly in one hand while the other clung to the overhead handle for dear life, Lu Xiaotong exclaimed. Are you sure you passed your driving test? Both Su Bai in the passenger seat and the somewhat dazed Wu Ziong in the back seat were equally apprehensive, even too afraid to close their eyes. Phew! It seemed that upon hearing Su Bai's words, the van's speed gradually decreased to a more acceptable pace, although Lu Xiaotong continued to mutter complaints under her breath. When I was learning to drive, I had no idea what you were up to. Alas, among a group of 6 second-year students, Lu Xiaotong was the only one with a driver's license. Su Bai, didn't you say it was close? Why aren't we there yet? Seeing everyone happily munching on their breakfast, Lu Xiaotong gritted her teeth. Don't rush at this speed. It'll be about 5 more minutes. Enjoying the pan-fried dumplings in her hand, the atmosphere in the car was surprisingly pleasant. Not just Su Bai, but everyone was eager to finish their breakfast, all wanting to see Su Yu Rou as soon as possible, which led them to opt for takeout from the cafeteria. Don't just eat for yourselves. Throw me a few, Lu Xiaotong exclaimed, gesturing towards Su Bai in the passenger seat. However, as soon as she uttered those words, the air fell silent, and even Lu Xiaotong felt a pang of regret. Oh my, I can't believe I just blurted that out. Hey, why are you stunned? You know I can get shy too. Oh. As she caught the pan-fried dumpling Su Bai tossed her way, a flush crept onto Lu Xiaotong's face. After this amusing interlude, they arrived at the hospital. Due to their larger group size, the nurse reminded them to maintain a quiet demeanor as they departed. Yu Rou, are you awake? Gently opening the door, Su Bai felt relieved to see Su Yu Rou already tidied up. I'm not a child anymore. Brother, we're your friends. Lying in bed, Su Yu Rou adjusted her hospital gown and half sat up to inquire. Wow, how adorable. Come here for a hug. Su De Ge. We're here. Don't sleep. Ziong, we're coming in. Su Bai, of course, was the first to rush in, with Lu Xiaotong immediately embracing Su Yu Rou, playfully rubbing her cheek against hers. So cute. You're absolutely adorable. Are you sure you're really Su Bai's sister? Why not stick with me instead? In stark contrast to Su Bai's ordinary appearance, Su Yu Rou had always been exceptionally cute, prompting Lu Xiaotong to joke. Lu Xiaotong, mind your words. What is wrong with my looks? Get away, get away. You're not even half as cute. With so many people in the room, even Su Bai couldn't resist joining in the playful banter with Lu Xiaotong. Hello everyone, I'm Su Yu Rou. I'm very grateful for all the care my brother has received from you. Also, Ziming Jia, it's been a while. Finally breaking free from Lu Xiaotong's embrace, Su Yu Rou found an opportunity to introduce herself. However, upon finishing her introduction, the room fell momentarily silent, and all eyes turned to Su Bai and Xia Ziming. Don't be nervous. We just happened to meet Ziming Jia at the hospital entrance, and that is how we got acquainted. Su Bai chuckled lightly, and the others soon caught on. Well, you little rascal, even Ziming Jia knows about it. And you still kept it from us? Wu Ziong perked up, stepping beside Su Bai and playfully thumping his chest. Come on, get away. It's mainly to keep you all from worrying too much. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Now, Yuru, haven't tea at breakfast yet? Pushing Wu Xiang aside, Subai brought breakfast over to his sister, beaming with joy. He took out a tea egg from the bag, thinking how this little girl had just let it slip. Stealing a glance at Su Yu, the latter shyly scratched the back of her head and playfully stuck out her tongue. I must say, this kid is definitely a sister con. Reflecting on Su Bai's earlier expression and then observing him now, Wu Xiang shivered slightly. Like Wu Xiang, everyone else gazed at Su Bai feeding his sister with the same adoring look, except for Xia Ziming, who sighed as if accustomed to it. Mr. Su, you are here? And with so many people? The voice outside flowed in like gentle ripples, sounding surprised and yet imbued with a certain vitality despite its cold timbre. Mr. Su, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing the voice, the woman outside did not enter. But Su Bai felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she was Yuru's attending physician. Chapter 35. The greatest happiness, Mr. Su, your sister's condition. The woman before him possessed a delicate and refined face, slightly angular yet soft, with features reminiscent of a Westerner, remarkably three-dimensional. Her closed eyes and pure white hair, along with her eyelashes, were signs of a condition rather than mere dye. While not destructive, it was a side effect. Mr. Su, congratulations. Your sister's condition is gradually improving. If this continues, she could be discharged within 3 years. The confidence in her voice was unmistakable. Her white doctor's coat elegantly draped over her curvaceous figure, her long, fair legs subtly visible beneath the hem. Despite being only 30, she was a renowned luminary in the medical field, a true medical prodigy, by Yushi. Her cascading hair flowed like a dark chrysanthemum blooming at her ears. As she adjusted her semi-transparent glasses, scrutinizing the astonished Su Bai. Mr. Su? Su Bai stood frozen, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Regaining his senses, he embraced Bai Yushi, his eyes shimmering with clarity. He had no ulterior motives. He understood that Bai Yushi would not make such claims without over 90% certainty. I truly appreciate your help. His emotions spiraled out of control as tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking into Bai Yushi's white coat. She did not push him away, perhaps understanding the immense sacrifices this young man had made for his sister in the ward. 4 years of unwavering companionship and dedication. No ordinary person could guarantee such commitment, especially considering Su Bai was once just an innocent child. As she reflected, Bai Yushi couldn't help but pluck a stray hair from Su Bai's head. At the corridor's turn, Xia Ziming leaned against the wall, a smile gracing her face. Upon returning to the ward and sharing the good news, an atmosphere of blessings enveloped the room. Amidst the laughter and joy, Su Bai eventually leaned against Yuru's hospital bed and drifted into sleep. A profound sense of relief washed over him. Since the arrival of Huan Shi, wave after wave of good news had poured in. In that moment, the tension in Su Bai's heart finally eased. Hush, big brother is asleep. Little Tong, could you help me cover my brother with a jacket? Gently stroking her brother's head, half sitting on the bed, Su Yu softly inquired, pointing to her spare hospital gown nearby. All right, Yuru, we'll be leaving for now. Next time, I'll bring you some treats. After bidding farewell to little Yu, Lu Xiaodong and the others discreetly exited the room, leaving the space for the siblings. When Su Bai awoke again, the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. Checking the time, it was already 5 o'clock. Brother, you're awake? Su Yu beamed at her brother, her face glowing with happiness. Yuru, I'm sorry. I promised to stay with you all day. Embracing his sister, Su Bai looked at her with concern, aware that his hands had inadvertently pressed down on her legs, causing her to maintain that position all day. This silly girl, didn't he even think to wake him up? Brother, it's already 5 o'clock. I was just about to call you. I'm so sleepy now, I want to rest. Su Yu gently nudged her brother's chest, whispering softly. Her eyes fluttered shut, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Observing the innocent girl in his embrace, Su Bai lingered for a moment before reluctantly letting go. After Su Bai left, Bai Yushi entered the ward. Though you and your brother look different, in many ways, you are remarkably alike. Uncharacteristically, Bai Yushi teased, whether intentionally or not. Sister Yushi, I still want to thank you for keeping my recovery a secret. Su Yu's tone had shifted, calm and collected. Her health had indeed improved significantly, just as she had stated. Odd Child, by Yushi mused, leaning against the wall. 3 months prior, this little girl had begun to recover at an astonishing pace. Had it not been for her intervention, the news would have caused quite a stir. Thank you. Gratitude is unnecessary. We are merely engaged in a fair exchange. Just remember your promise. My brother may be a bit foolish, yet he is exceptionally gentle and strong. As for me, I possess a remarkable intellect. Sister Yushi, what was the outcome of that matter? You can see for yourself. She handed a white paper to Su, revealing its contents. Should I inform him? No need. Verification in progress. Iris verification successful. Identity verification successful. Huanshe connection established. Countdown to game start. 5 seconds. Game commenced. Wishing the player an enjoyable game. Oh, this is splendid. Even upon entering the game, Subai's excitement was hard to quell, as the familiar scenery around him burst forth with vibrant colors. Gazing at his avatar in the game, Subai suddenly pondered a pressing matter. How would he address his sister next week? Should she call him sister? Absolutely not. There was no way he could allow that. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. How others perceived him was irrelevant. He could not let his noble image in his sister's eyes be tarnished in the slightest. Yet what could he do? The resolve he had just mustered dissipated as quickly as it had formed. His only ability to revert to his true self lay within Huan Mian. Yet how could he protect his sister under such circumstances? No. He would trust that everything would work out in time. It wasn't as if he had no options. Waiting for his demise was one, after all. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was currently 6 in the morning within the game. When he left, time would freeze, meaning Elise had only slept for the 3 hours he had spent training in the game. He wondered if she had awakened. Just as Subai was contemplating this, a small green figure flitted beside him. 2 transparent wings, akin to delicate cicada wings, fluttered incessantly as the creature appeared to be speaking. The voice of all things. Master is still asleep, so you cannot disturb her. The flower fairy twirled before Subai, playfully poking his nose with her tiny finger. How infuriating. A human dared to poke my head. If you weren't the master's weight. You can actually understand what I'm saying? Chapter 36, The Power of the Contract Summoner Ahem. This is my ability. By the way, how did you come out? With the absence of the teacher, Subai could only set his sights on the little creature before him, whom he had long cherished as his destined summon. It does not consume the master's mana, and grows alongside the master. Hey. Subai's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, and with his current illusionary appearance, the flower fairy was frightened into shrinking her head. What do you mean by how I came here? I warn you, I am quite formidable. You don't act recklessly. Do not be alarmed. What I meant was the Book of Contracts. The Book of Contracts. I'm asking how your master summoned the Book of Contracts. Recalling the introduction from the forum, it seemed that contract summoners each possessed their own Book of Contracts. The destined summon must have originated from there, right? With Subai's explanation, the flower fairy lowered her guard, and the aura that had coalesced in her hands gradually dissipated. Why didn't you say so earlier? I understand this. I've seen a master use it numerous times. The flower fairy joyfully flitted around Subai, seemingly relieved that her master's apprentice was not a pervert. Subai, come, I'll teach you. The flower fairy, appearing fatigued from flying, finally settled on Subai's shoulder, muttering incantations. Subai attentively listened, observing the fairy's movements. All right, it's done. The flower fairy wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, completely oblivious to the fact that Subai's expression had grown increasingly grim. In her perception, the flower fairy merely waved her hand, and that was that. Can you elaborate on your recent actions? Subai asked with a cold smile. Why are you so slow-witted? The master simply did this, and the Book of Contracts appeared. Do you even understand? Is it really that difficult? The flower fairy kept waving her little hands in the air, and Subai's heart sank into utter despair. If Eileen's teaching ability is like this. Su, have you already developed such a close relationship with Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua rarely gets close to others. Unbeknownst to them, Eileen had appeared, joyfully observing the scene of the flower fairy perched on Subai's shoulder. She had initially intended to introduce herself to Subai, but seemed unnecessary now. Who has a good relationship with this fool? The flower fairy huffed, pointing at Subai, while Eileen appeared even more delighted at their interaction. Su, you wish to learn about the Book of Contracts, right? I shall teach you. Elise gently stroked the flower fairy's wings. Subai, in shock, exclaimed, Su, Teacher Elise. I am your mentor. Is it not permissible for me to call you Su? I shall call you Su. In truth, Elise had not slept well the previous night, pondering how to address Subai. Should she call him Subai? Would that be too distant? Call him disciple? That would make her seem overly stern. Thus, after a night of contemplation, she made her decision. No, teacher, I meant to say you are not yet dressed. Subai shielded his gaze with his hand, though the slender gap between his fingers revealed an astonishing sight. So fair. Su, please turn your head. Eileen's face flushed crimson. It's over. I've been seen. This is the second time. Have I no dignity as a teacher left? Her mind raced, and fortunately, Subai remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have made some sarcastic remark. Shouldn't the focus be on being seen? After stepping out of the treehouse, Elise seemed to regain her composure. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Subai had transformed into his Qianhu Mei state. Can this enhance my comprehension? Noticing Subai's serious expression, her mood gradually settled. Years ago, she had shared the same anticipation for her own destined summon as he did now. Su, you must pay close attention to what I am about to say. We contract summoners are different from other professions. Our primary concern is the power of the contract. With that, a radiant light emerged, revealing 3 new magic circles before Elise. Technique: Breaking the Void, Rock Giant grade, Spirit level, Health, Skills: Rock Giant, Enemy, Ice Xian Armor Turtle grade, Celestial Spirit level, Sealed Health, Skills: Ice Xian Armor Turtle. Why is this little girl calling for me again? Oh, there's an adorable little girl here. 3-tailed Fire Fox grade, Spirit level, Health, Skills: 3-tailed Fire Fox. Is it mealtime again? Wait, the aura emanating from this person. The 3 newly appeared creatures exhibited distinct attitudes. The rock giant towered at approximately 4 meters tall. From Subai's perspective, the rock giant was an utterly colossal beast. Boom! The giant, composed of stone, strode heavily across the ground. Upon nearing Elise, it guarded her fervently, as if fearing any harm would come to her. Is it you? The dark stone eyes fixed on Subai, seemingly poised to attack at any moment. Little stone, calm down. This is my disciple. You must protect him just as you protect me. Please take good care of us. Elise gently caressed the creature, signaling that Subai was not an enemy. Boom! The earth trembled as the rock giant seemed to comprehend. After lightly tapping Subai's head with its hand, it crouched down beside him. Conversely, the Ice Xian Armor Turtle remarked, Interesting. Has this little girl reached the age to accept disciples? This new girl possesses quite a spirit. I like her. How? Unlike the other 2, the 2-meter-tall, 3-tailed Fire Fox approached Subai, continually nuzzling its head against his face. Your Highness, such a powerful bloodline must belong to a princess of the Fox clan. The 3-tailed Fire Fox's face was filled with flattering intent, genuinely bowing before Subai in reverence to the aura of bloodline it sensed. Su, you truly are impressive. Xiaohua is usually the most difficult to deal with and often disregards my commands. Elise lowered her head in disappointment. Her talent was exceptional. Having reached level 30, she possessed 3 summoning slots aside from her destined summon. Yet, she could neither nurture them together nor even have them perfectly follow her commands. You, don't call me Xiaohua. What kind of name is that? I, the Great One, am called Huoli. While that old turtle beside me remains immobile. He doesn't say anything. Now he dares to slander me before the princess. The 3-tailed Fire Fox grew increasingly agitated, and a flicker of flame ignited from its tail. Chapter 37, the Book of Contracts with Special Effects. This is the power of the contract. In an entire area, only the flower fairy remained perched on Subai's shoulder. Subai remained silent. The recent spectacle had left him quite astounded, as 3 spirit-level entities had appeared with a mere wave of the hand. If he were to encounter someone of equal level, would it not be as simple as overpowering them? Rather than identifying ourselves as contract summoners, it would be more accurate to refer to ourselves as nurturers. Our strength originates from our contracted partners. Our duty is to assist them in growing stronger as much as possible. As Eileen spoke, a flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze. The contract is a mutual agreement that not only provides complementary strength to both parties, but also limits the capabilities of the contracted being. For instance, even with the support of 3 spirit-level beings, despite Eileen's lacking offensive skills, her physical attributes remained formidable. Yet in her case, not only was she unable to nurture them, but even the originally level 60 Grandpa Turtle had his level reduced to 32 after signing a contract with her. After elucidating the pros and cons of becoming a Tsubai, the latter's excitement was unmistakable. "Teacher, please teach me how to summon the..." The teacher's declaration was evidently well received, as Eileen swiftly shook off her earlier disappointment upon hearing the word teacher. Internally, she resolved to be prepared to comfort Tsubai once he summoned the. In truth, many had opted to become in the past, only to regret their decision upon embarking on this path. Typically, once an individual summoned there, they would only possess their destined summon, with no additional slots available. This situation would only improve upon awakening their first slot. Reflecting on this, Eileen lowered her head, contemplating that if it were merely so, the door to would not be so desolate. Muttering quietly to herself, Eileen shifted her gaze to the flower fairy. Regardless of the destined summon, its level may be bound to the summoner, yet its initial quality would always be bronze. The flower fairy, as a race, was an elite species of golden rank from birth to death. However, when she first summoned this little creature, its quality had also regressed to bronze, with attributes pitifully low. Nevertheless, matters often have 2 sides. It was indeed due to her destined summon that the flower fairy surpassed its racial limitations and attained its current spirit level. However, the resources expended in this endeavor, she could only wonder about Tsubai's potential. After imparting the method to summon the Tsubai, Eileen stood to the side, apprehensive. The spirit patterns on the back of her hand glimmered incessantly. Under the radiant magical circle, Tsubai stood at its center, uttering incomprehensible and bitter words. This was his 13th attempt. Contrary to Eileen's expectations, Tsubai possessed no knowledge of magic whatsoever, and he could not even recognize the script. Was this the moment of success? The brilliance of the magical circle intensified, and a spectral book began to materialize before Tsubai, seemingly just a step away from completion. "Go, Susu." At this moment, Eileen appeared even more anxious than Tsubai, beads of sweat forming on her palms. She began to understand the emotions her mentor must have felt during her own awakening. Unlike Eileen's adorned with green patterns, the one before Tsubai was embellished with clusters of pale pink diamonds, exuding a youthful charm. Yet, Tsubai was too preoccupied to notice such details. 13 attempts. A full 13. It was this book, so outwardly feminine, that had shattered his resolve on 13 occasions. Had it been a book with a pure black cover, he would not have encountered such failures. "Teacher, I have succeeded." The book had solidified, and the cover was adorned with a pale pink phantom fox with 9 tails, enveloped in translucent shackles. Tsubai counted 8 tails. This was somewhat acceptable. Primarily, the book's surface was embellished with an equal number of sparkling pink gemstones, twinkling radiantly. My goodness, how am I to present this? Tsubai had relinquished all resistance, for no matter how many times he gathered, the book's appearance never changed. "Susu, forget about that. Just use your magic to activate the book as I previously taught you." Eileen, having seen the book's design, did not mind it. On the contrary, she found it rather endearing. The glowing effect is simply too much for me to handle. She had never seen with a luminous effect before, and the flower fairy laughed uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing onto Tsubai's shoulder. While the other 3 summons were oblivious, she had witnessed Tsubai's true form as a boy. As she rolled with laughter, the flower fairy remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. A hand approached her shoulder gently. As the index finger curled, the flower fairy was suddenly propelled away. After transforming into the form of a celestial fox, this entity had mocked him for quite some time. Now it returned? "You fool, that was dangerously close. Do you even realize?" The flower fairy, dazed, spun in the air before finally spreading her wings just above the ground. That was close. Her attire was nearly soiled. That insufferable fool. Ignoring the flower fairy, Subai focused on the before him, pouring in magic energy as the pages began to flutter. Gradually, he infused more magical energy into the pages turned, revealing a flurry of white pages, with the first page featuring a pink mechanical orb and 4 blank pages bordered with pink floral patterns. For pages. For additional slots. Alacy gazed incredulously at the before Subai. The talent of it was determined by the number of slots awakened during the first summoning of the, excluding the mandatory destined summon. Any additional awakened slot marked 1 as a genius. During her own awakening, she had additionally awakened 2 slots, earning her mentor's praise as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Chapter 38, Destined. The terrifying enhancement of Subai's. Subai's gaze settled upon the mechanical orb on the first page of the mechanical seed core grade, bronze level, 10 skills, system perception, combat calculation. Mechanical weapon attributes, none, item, description, the core of the mechanical species, possessing the pinnacle of technological power and the capacity for autonomous learning and evolution. It shimmered with light, and a pale pink mechanical orb appeared in Subai's hand. An item type summon? Not necessarily. Su, try dropping a drop of blood on it. Alacy suggested while examining the pink orb. The items of a need not be living entities. Weapons and items are also possibilities. Such typically lack immense destructive power, often pursuing supportive paths, but this is not a rule. The item simultaneously benefits from the enhancements of the, depending on the nature of the book. The augmentation of the power varies, and it may even alter the species. For instance, her significantly increased the lifespan of her items. This ability's enhancement can be substantial or minimal. While most merely strengthen the attributes of items slightly, Alacy firmly believed that the in Subai's possession was extraordinary. As the blood dripped onto the pages, a system prompt resonated. Ding! It is now soul-bound. Cannot be removed. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be dropped. Destined summon is soul-bound to the host. Cannot betray. Grows alongside the host's strength. Power generation starting. Looking again at the mechanical orb. No, it was now a girl. Unnamed, species, Apocalypse mechanical core Phantom Kai grade. Bronze level, 10 health, 2000 mana, 2000 strength, 100 affects melee physical attacks. Impact force, defense, 100 affects basic physical and magical defenses, agility. 100 affects certain action capabilities and attack speed, constitution. 100 affects health, intelligence. 100 affects spell attack and accuracy, Reborn. Affects difficulty during significant breakthroughs in level, charm. Affects social interaction difficulty, probability of capturing pets or mounts. Insight. The complexity of understanding skills is influenced by luck, which in turn affects the probability of treasure drops and event triggers. Note, this is the basic panel, excluding the enhancements from skills and abilities. Skills include the Alacy system, variable wing system, anti-interference system, system overlap, absolute particle defense sphere, ingenious armor, and ultra-vibration particle beam. Forbidden technique, full power output of the Apocalypse Alacy system. Contract power. The summoned creature does not consume the summoner's mana. Alacy system, passive significantly enhances the performance attributes of the body, being the core of the Apocalypse mechanical race's Phantom Kai species, possessing autonomous learning and evolutionary capabilities. Variable wing system, active and absolute anti-air mechanism and combat mechanism. Grants flight capability upon use. Doubles the body's performance. No consumption or cooldown time. Anti-interference system, passive immune to all forms of detection and interference not exceeding the highest system level of the body. System overlap. Active utilizes the Alacy system to invade targets, gaining information and the ability to seize control of capabilities not exceeding its own authority level, with no consumption or cooldown time. Absolute particle defense sphere. Passive automatically defends against all malicious attacks. Absolute particle defense sphere. Active can withstand all attacks and calculate errors for reflection. Shield strength. Directly immune to and reflects attacks below 10 of its health. Damage exceeding 10 will be negated by magic power. Once the shield loses magic power, it may opt to absorb attacks to recover some magic power. Note, absorption efficiency depends on the strength of both parties. Ingenious armor. Passive significantly enhances body performance and can achieve re-evolution through system overlap. Ultra-vibration particle beam. Active inflicts devastating damage using the ultra-vibration particle beam. Damage cannot be healed for a short period. No cooldown time. Consumption depends on the power used by the body. Forbidden technique. Full power output of the Apocalypse Aeolus system. Active enters Apocalypse Mechanical Queen mode, activating all body abilities in 2 modes, ending the state after annihilating the target. Erasing body memory, leading to its own demise. Introduction. The core of the original mechanical species, evolved through an unknown power. Amidst dazzling white light, a girl with short pink hair emerged from the summoning circle. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, captivating all with a single glance. The girl's features were exquisitely refined, yet her light blue eyes bore no emotion. Master. Upon hearing the voice, Su-Bai and Yelisi were momentarily stunned. Her gaze, akin to her voice, carried a youthful tone, yet emanated a mechanical detachment. But wait, don't come any closer. Su-Bai quickly turned his head, waving his hand towards the girl. Yelisi also reacted promptly, positioning herself in front of Su-Bai. Ding! Detected abnormal emotions from the master. Analyzing. Unable to comprehend. Initiating body scan. Sympathetic nerve abnormalities and increased secretion of catecholamines, such as norepinephrine, detected with no negative effects. Master. The girl seemed utterly incapable of understanding Su-Bai's actions. Her instinct caused her to lower her head in response to his rejection. Wait, let me help you change your clothes. Clothes? Yelisi grasped the girl's hand and began to lead her toward the treehouse, yet the latter exhibited no response. In fact, Yelisi discovered, despite her level 30 physique, she could not budge the girl in the slightest. The girl wasn't without clothing. She wore a lightweight technological battle suit, primarily white with numerous pink patterns. It was no wonder Su-Bai observed so closely. The upper attire, resembling a corset, perfectly captured his attention. The lower half comprised a pleated skirt paired with light, white knee-high socks. Cough. Su-Bai now seriously suspected that the enhancement of the contract stemmed from the master's desires. While Su-Bai was lost in thought, the girl had already freed herself from Yelisi's grasp. Master. Ignoring Yelisi's words, she directly approached Su-Bai. Her arms crossed, her body pressed closely against him, her light blue pupils gazing questioningly into his eyes, mere inches apart. My heavens, how could one endure this? Just as Su-Bai was about to succumb to temptation, Yelisi emerged from the treehouse, draping a garment over the girl. The distance between Su-Bai and the girl was thus restored. Su, what were you just about to do? Even if she is your destined summon, you mustn't let your guard down. Yelisi warned with a mischievous smile. Chapter 39. Aeolusai Ingluo Kiki 9i, returning to the treehouse, ostensibly to impart some fundamental knowledge. Yelisi also provided Su-Bai with basic contract summoner spells to practice. Telepathy, incomplete. Active establishes telepathic communication with the destined summon, allowing for simple commands without explicit verbalization. But complete dialogue is unachievable. Contract art. Active establishes a contractual relationship upon mutual consent. However, this contract art also requires memorizing incantations. And the incantation for this technique exceeds the previous summoning contract by more than double. This is ridiculous. Merely reciting it takes a minute. Which genius devised this spell? Observing Aeolusai Ingluo, Su-Bai chuckled. Ingluo was the name he had bestowed upon the girl, with her system serving as the surname, and Ingluo as her given name. Considering Ingluo's current attributes, Aeolusai Ingluo, health, 20,000 mana, 20,000, factoring in the enhancements from Aeolusai system and ingenious armor, Ingluo's capabilities had multiplied tenfold. And this was without utilizing the variable wing system. Incantation. As the atmosphere thickened, Ingluo had unknowingly approached his side, her battle suit altered. The originally extravagant corset-style top was modified into the current battle uniform style at Su-Bai's suggestion. The primary color remained predominantly white, with pink accents. The armored leggings hugged her calves, complementing the uniform above, as her small head peeked from his right shoulder. As she drew closer, Su-Bai could even feel the softness of her back. Yet thankfully, this sensation was fleeting. After reviewing the incantation, Ingluo obediently seated herself beside him. Under the Aalisai system, modifying battle attire was merely the basics. Ingluo could also analyze, simulate, and transform into other biological forms without affecting her inherent abilities. Sensing her master's distress, Ingluo gently waved her arm, and a panel suddenly appeared before Subai. The content on the panel was the phonetic translation of the incantation, as rendered by Ingluo. In simple terms, it was akin to marking the pronunciation of English words with Chinese characters. To Subai, this was nothing short of miraculous. This is fantastic. Habitually extending his hand, he patted Ingluo's head. Her light pink hair, stroked affectionately, seemed to bring her joy, though her facial expression remained unchanged. Until he withdrew his hand, Ingluo continued to maintain her original demeanor. Ingluo, are you happy? It felt as if she was, yet Subai hesitated to conclude, primarily due to the lack of emotional fluctuations in the girl's eyes. Gazing at Subai, Ingluo slowly replied, yes, because I was able to assist the master. Thud. Despite her expressionless demeanor, Subai stood frozen in place, so adorable. Inwardly, his heartstrings were struck hard. Yelaisi, the teacher, appeared beside him just as he was about to continue petting Ingluo. Susu, you mustn't bully Ingluo. Yelaisi took Ingluo's small hand, warning Subai with a protective demeanor. She too felt a hint of strangeness towards Ingluo. Though the Benming Chiwe may never betray its master, it is indeed a novel experience for her to cling so closely to the master. Ingluo, do you have any desires or aspirations? The contract summons emphasize equality. Even a Benming Chiwe is no exception. Should one act excessively, the power of the contract may dissipate. Conversely, when hearts resonate, the contract's strength is amplified to its fullest potential. Yelaisi is acutely aware of this, which is why she inquires about Ingluo. It's fine, go ahead and speak, said Subai as he noticed Ingluo's gaze directed at him. Both turned their attention toward Ingluo, whose expression remained unchanged, as if she possessed but a single demeanor. I wish to be by my master's side, Ingluo stated, leaning slightly toward Subai. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Ingluo, do you not have anything you particularly like? After Subai's inquiry bore no fruit, Yelaisi ventured to pose another question. Her recollection of Benming Chiu's summons did not align with this experience. Indeed, forget about that fool. Do you have anything you adore? My master is truly wonderful. He has brought me an array of nectar. The flower fairy flitted closer, playfully making a face at Subai, recalling how he had nearly sullied her garments due to his size. Master. Yes, that fool. Forget about him. What do you cherish? Master, I like my master. Ingluo stated with her expression still impassive, yet this time her gaze was remarkably resolute. The sentiment of affection echoed softly, yet it resonated clearly among those present. Like, the trio's minds momentarily faltered, their faces flushed, while Ingluo appeared to merely articulate a commonplace observation. Ingluo, do you comprehend the meaning of affection? Yelaisi stammered. Even though she had reached the age of a mentor, she remained quite youthful in the realm of fairies, entirely unacquainted with such matters. Moreover, Subai had seemingly always maintained a feminine demeanor. Yelaisi pondered anxiously as the flower fairy nervously wiped the sweat from her brow. The meaning of affection? Isn't affection simply an interest or fondness for a person or thing? Ingluo tilted her head in contemplation. Are you disappointed? With a thud, the flower fairy nimbly evaded Subai's playful advance, exclaiming, Fool, you still wish to employ such tricks? Caught off guard, as the flower fairy reveled in her cleverness, a surge of pink light emanated from Subai, penetrating her consciousness. Her surroundings blurred, and when she regained her senses, her delicate form lay upon the ground. Teacher Yelaisi, I shall step outside for a moment. There are matters I must attend to. He had a message to deliver, and it certainly was not out of fear of retribution from the flower fairy. Chapter 40. The Child Mayor, In-Law's Protection in Shuwang Town, Dear Guards. Could you kindly inform the mayor that someone has come to deliver a message? Under the guise of a celestial fox, the pink light in Subai's eyes intensified. Ensnared by Subai's allure, one guard, lacking self-restraint, crouched to disguise his embarrassment. Only the captain of the guards, standing at the forefront, maintained a semblance of composure. No problem. I will escort you in. With eyes filled with infatuation, The captain led Su Bai inside, while Ing Luo obediently followed behind him. Brother, you are not alone. Damn, do beautiful women possess privileges? Is there no one left to play this game? A charming lady of striking beauty remarked. Go away. Is it not because of the town's rules? Chaos ensued outside, yet Su Bai remained blissfully unaware, standing beside the mayor. Contrary to his expectations, the mayor appeared exceedingly youthful, resembling merely a boy in his early teens. You say someone has come to deliver a message to me? The boy, pausing in his review of documents, scrutinized Su Bai with curiosity. Casting a glance at the nearby guards, a flash of white light emanated from the boy, and the guard seemed to regain a measure of clarity, albeit still somewhat dazed. Isn't it to ensure I wouldn't miss you? The boy, perusing the letter, observed suspiciously. The village chief would never deceive him, would he? Yet, events often unfold in ways he could not fathom. The boy's expression darkened progressively, culminating in a furious flush. Where's Guangditu? The boy suddenly leaped up, gripping Su Bai's shoulders tightly. Boom! Super vibrational particle beam. Super vibrational particle beam. Active, employing the super vibrational particle beam for a devastating strike. Damage is incurable for a short duration. No cooldown. Consumption depends on the power utilized by the host. A halo resembling a light circle expanded beside Ing Luo, and a terrifying beam surged forth, directly targeting the boy. What the hell? A startled exclamation. Beneath the white protective shield, the boy could even perceive the ripples caused by the barrier. Had he delayed his defense even slightly more? Su Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he truly harmed the mayor, who could fathom the consequences? As the smoke dissipated, the shield remained intact. An increasing number of circular halos unfurled beside Ing Luo, continually nurturing terrifying energy. Wait, Guangditu is my father. I am Guang Xiaoyao. I merely sought to inquire about my father's whereabouts. The boy surrendered, prompting Su Bai to instruct Ing Luo to cease her actions. At that moment, a throng of guards surged into the room. Lord Bai Yao, are you unharmed? Under the gaze of the eye technique, Su Bai sensed the distinct aura of this group of guards. Powerful. They were at least beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Utterly impossible. I'm fine. Stand down. It was merely a misunderstanding. Miss, why are you all so agitated? How old am I, after all? How formidable can I be? That attack nearly cost me my life. The boy remarked, exasperated. Su Bai then recalled to utilize the eye technique to examine his information. Guang Xiaoyao, mayor of Shuwang Town. Level, 21 age, 12 occupation, guardian. So he is genuinely just a child. Su Bai smirked, having expected a juvenile monster akin to those in novels, which had rendered him hesitant to employ his eye technique. How mundane. Why do I feel your attitude shifted upon learning my age? No, my dear mayor, how could that be? While stroking Ing Luo's head, Su Bai even averted his gaze from him. You rascal. Guang Xiaoyao wished to voice further protest, but relented upon recalling the matters mentioned by his father in the letter. Sigh, since it is my father's directive, I have no choice but to comply. He handed over a similarly styled Lianhua blood bottle to Su Bai, containing the elusive blood source spring. Compared to the village chief's bottle, this one contains significantly less, merely 30 to 40 drops. Having acquired what he sought, Su Bai prepared to depart. Ding. Mission triggered. The village chief's letter. Continuation. Synopsis. Deliver the letter from village chief Guangditu to the Lord of Holy Light City. Mission reward. Blood source spring. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Su Bai suddenly remembered something. Hey kid, do you know how to teleport to the novice village? Kid, you truly regard me as a child, don't you? How could that be? You must have misunderstood, dear mayor. Guang Xiaoyao gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that this young lady before him was not much older than himself, yet she dared to call him a child. However, recalling that she had been summoned by his father, he huffed. The novice village is specifically designed for you otherworldly beings. Ordinary teleportation powers cannot access it. If it were my father, however, that would be possible, as he is a legendary spatial mage. In the realm of legendary realms, what is the essence of a spatial magician? Is it truly the case that this elder possesses such formidable strength? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Bai swiftly grasped Ing Luo's hand and departed, unwilling to squander time with this young rascal. As Su Bai's figure faded from view, The initially furious Guang, Xiao Yao, suddenly regained his composure. The surrounding air rippled as he transformed, instructing Yi to follow her and report her itinerary for the next 2 days. Should he encounter his father, he was to relay this information. There were numerous methods to reach the novice village, yet Guang Xiao Yao did not deceive Su Bai. His father indeed had his means. His strategy was a dual-edged sword. Since Su Bai had inquired about the path to the novice village, it was certain he would seek out his father. "Oh, father, do you not realize what we are truly engaged in?" Chapter 41. The New Talent. Foxseed of Thought having departed from the mayor's residence, it was nearing midnight. Concerned that Irelise may have already succumbed to slumber, Su Bai utilized the teleportation orb to arrive at the designated teleportation point he had established in his chamber. The teleportation orb, fragment capable of transporting to fixed coordinates, with 23 uses remaining. One use restores every 12 hours, able to designate a maximum of 3 locations. And currently set at the entrance of the grocery store in number 1002 Novice Village and room number 2 of Irelice's wooden cabin. Upon returning home and witnessing Su Bai manifest in reality, Ing Luo regarded him with curious eyes. "Is the master a boy?" A hand playfully poked Su Bai's cheek. Previously, he had been unable to take on this form due to the learning of skills and matters concerning Guang Xiao Yao. Now that he had reverted to his original appearance, he wished for Ing Luo to recognize that his master was indeed carnivorous. He retrieved the blood source spring, pouring it onto his hand as before, though this time he retained approximately 10 drops. Ding! Bloodline memory awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Congratulations, player. You have awakened the bloodline talent. Foxseed of Thought. Foxseed of Thought. Active captivates the heart, invades the mind, enhancing the abilities and talents of the bearer. Current seed count, 5. With the system's notification, Su Bai felt a notable comfort throughout his body, and the method of utilizing the Fox Seed of Thought surfaced in his mind. As Ing Luo seemed to comprehend that this was her master's ability, she did not resist. The seed, radiating a pink glow, entered Ing Luo's consciousness sea. She curiously touched her forehead, seemingly pondering how the seed had entered. "Ing Luo, how do you feel?" Noticing Ing Luo's lack of response, Su Bai grew somewhat anxious, fearing that he had awakened a false talent. "Master, my bodily functions seem to have significantly improved, and the energy consumption of many skills has reduced by about half." Ing Luo replied, tilting her head in a cute and perplexed manner, unable to fathom why she had suddenly become so powerful. "I cannot bear it any longer. Please do not overwhelm me with your cuteness." To be honest, Ing Luo's presence felt akin to that of an innocent child. Sometimes, her instinctual movements would unexpectedly charm him. "Here, try this." Su Bai dropped a single drop of blood source spring onto Ing Luo's arm. In the next moment, Orixis Ing Luo. Level 10. Rank, Silver. Health, 40,000. Mana, 40,000. This was the new Ing Luo, enhanced by skills, with attributes doubled. Such attributes left Su Bai somewhat fearful. In contrast to the silver monsters encountered outside, he estimated that even 10 of his combined strength would not suffice to match Ing Luo. As the glow of evolution faded, the quality-enhanced Ing Luo's eyes seemed to shimmer with newfound colors. Gazing at the vial containing the blood source, she appeared to be contemplating something. What is Ing Luo considering? Su Bai pondered, witnessing Ing Luo's first moment of contemplation about whether to speak. Ing Luo tilted her head, then stood up and approached him, her attire transforming back to the form it had been when they first met. The fitted top, covering her eyes, revealing a slight gap, she approached him with slow steps, extending her arm toward him. "Master, I want more." "Wait, you cannot do this, Su. Ing Luo, desiring not to interrupt Su Bai, she overheard the mention of trying seeds and was unable to contain her curiosity. The door swung open, revealing Irelise, who sleepily blinked her eyes. "Oh, not yet inside?" In her line of sight, Su Bai and Ing Luo remained fully clothed, yet Ing Luo was bending forward, extending her hand towards Su Bai. "What is inside?" "Irelise, I did not realize you were still awake." Finding humor in the situation, Su Bai, with years of experience, instantly comprehended Irelice's misunderstanding. "Since when were you eavesdropping?" "No, I simply happened to pass by, not eavesdropping at all." "Master, The scanning system indicates that teacher Irelise has been there for 10 minutes. Irelise, in a flustered state. Irelise fled, even forgetting Ing Luo's current appearance. Hearing the sound of Irelise's footsteps receding, Subai finally had a chance to inquire of the girl before him. Who taught you this? Observing Ing Luo's combat attire, Subai felt it necessary to address the matter seriously. Given the ambience of the tree house, being alone with Ing Luo raised concerns about what might transpire if a conflict arose. Ing Luo, you desire this, do you not? He shook the vial of lotus blood in his hand, seeking confirmation. Yes, she replied. Master, the system indicates that under these circumstances, your emotion is excitement. Common knowledge suggests that humans tend to comply with others' requests when excited. Subai, within his pale blue pupils, it seemed he was analyzing and contemplating Subai's words. No, that is not it, Master. I will follow your commands. This was a moment of anguish. For the first time since Ing Luo's inception, Subai witnessed a profound emotional response. What had transpired? A mere casual inquiry had plunged Ing Luo into distress. Placing his hands on Ing Luo's shoulders, he noticed her eyes remained vacant, and after a series of soft murmurs, she appeared to lose her sentience entirely. Subai dared not release his grip, feeling that should he do so, Ing Luo would collapse instantly. In desperation, he embraced her tightly, repeatedly assuring her that she need not worry and that everything would be all right. Unbeknownst to him, the contract book had somehow manifested beside him, shimmering with pink light. His unintentional words had touched upon the taboo of Ing Luo's contract illusion. I am sorry, Master. I do not want this. I do not want this. Fear. Subai discerned the expression in Ing Luo's eyes. It mirrored the look of someone who had fled home. The profound sense of loneliness from being alone in the world. The fear of being abandoned by her sister, coupled with the dread of being forsaken herself. Chapter 42. World-class hidden quest, unique, the supreme contractor. Ing Luo, I do not want this, right? The next words became his highest directive. You must remember. Subai's hand caressed Ing Luo's head, and her trembling ceased. The initial encounter of naming human emotions, joy, sorrow, regret, seemed to vanish entirely. Executing highest directive. Branch emotional system deactivated. Ing Luo gradually stood upright, her pale blue pupils fixating on Subai, her voice adopting a mechanical tone as she stated, detecting highest directive. Recording in progress. Highest authority panel activated. Please input directive. Her eyes vacant and devoid of emotion. She resembled a true automaton. Yet Subai did not intervene. Ing Luo, ensure you record this. This is my highest directive. From now on, all you need to do is speak, and I shall grant your every desire. I will never abandon you. This is a promise, not only to Wang Glu but also to myself. Subai's gaze was resolute. Although he did not fully grasp the significance of the life contract, he understood one thing. He never wished to witness that expression again. The white, strip-like circular ring continuously rotated, simulating and analyzing the situation. Highest command conflict service, master executing system error simultaneously. Application failed again, retrying. Application successful, second highest command confirmed. The colors in Wang Glu's eyes gradually restored. Variable wing system activated. A pair of pink wings, resembling those of an angel, unfolded from Wang Glu's back, enveloping both Subai and herself. Master, I wish to serve you eternally. Wang Glu, I have spoken. This is what I desire. Ding. Detecting mutual emotions, reaching the system's ultimate test. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed a world-class hidden task, unique as the highest contractor. Grade, world-class, unique, level, none power, 100 defense, 100 agility, 100 constitution, 100 spirit, 100 intelligence, 100 root, 2 charm, 2 insight, 2 luck, 2 requirements, Subai skills. Highest contract, passive, recovers 10 of the wearer's blue energy per second. Contract power blue consumption reduced by 50. Contract book enhances contract power. Quantity enhancement. The system's notification resonated, and dazzling white light enveloped both individuals. They continuously attempted to connect, seemingly merging into one. Ding! The quality of all SSI Wang Glu has improved. Current quality is golden. Contract book. Highest contractor grade, none. Life weapon, power, 100 defense, 100 agility, 100 constitution, 100 spirit, 100 intelligence, 100 root, 2 charm, 2 insight, 2 luck, 2 requirements, soul binding. Cannot be removed. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot drop. Skills. Highest contract. Contract book current contract slots. 8. Excluding life summons. Ult. SSI wine glue level. 10 grade. Golden health. 100,000 blue energy. 100,000 skills. Ult. SSI system. Variable wing system. Anti-interference system. Disguise system. System coverage. Absolute particle defense circle. Ingenious armor. Ultra vibration particle beam. Disguise system. Active simulates everything. Interferes with perception. Consumption depends on the simulated object. Note: after this enhancement of contract power, skill strength increases and consumption decreases. Inolu, Master. After the white light dissipated, neither Su-Bai nor Wine Glue spoke. Yet they could hear each other as thoughts. Is this telepathy? After a while of trying, Su-Bai discovered this form of communication was exceedingly effortless. Even more so than verbal exchange, it felt almost instinctual. Like an organ, this telepathy could also be turned off by either party. The gains from this experience were substantial: percentage-based enhancements, growth of hidden attributes, and those 8 contract slots. Master, I have become stronger. Su-Bai understood Wine Glue's words clearly, as her attribute panel was right before him. This was not merely an enhancement. Observing the exponentially increasing attribute values, it was akin to the previous quality upgrade, with foundational attributes surging dramatically and skill effects being significantly amplified. Even with the enhancement of the highest contract and activating the Celestial Fox 9 transformations, Su-Bai felt he could not contend with Wine Glue in her normal state. Master, I am here. Through their mental connection, Su-Bai glanced at his left hand, where a mechanical bracelet had appeared. Master, this is a new ability. I can now accompany you and protect you forever. Wine Glue's tone remained unchanged. Even within the telepathy, her voice still resonated with a mechanical ethereality. Yet Su-Bai could distinctly sense her joy. Checking the system clock, he noted it was only 2 a.m., meaning there were still 4 hours of game time left. Wine Glue, we have tasks to attend to. The teleportation orb fragment is set to the coordinates of the entrance to the grocery store in Newbie Village number 1002. Pushing the door open once more, the familiar sound of an explosion echoed, and Su-Bai nodded in satisfaction. Why have you transformed into this form? A summoner. I see. How intriguing. The village chief's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he cast a glance, realizing that in just one day, Su-Bai's aura had intensified several-fold. Moreover, the bracelet on his wrist. The chief's pupils glimmered with a hint of blue light, as if he could see through the illusion to discern Su-Bai's essence. Yet no matter how he attempted to harness his power, it was as if a veil shrouded Su-Bai, obscuring the source of his strength. Chapter 43. This time, a hero saves the beauty. Uncle, to make a long story short, may I ask if you could teleport me to another newbie village? Su-Bai smirked. Given his current appearance and reality, it indeed seemed somewhat audacious. Why do you ask that? Aside from a few special newbie villages, the rest are no problem. Putting down the failed materials in his hands, the village chief appeared puzzled. This girl was not leveling up in town, but seeking other newbie villages for what purpose? Is newbie village number 679 acceptable? Su-Bai inquired. He had a purpose. Currently, it was most challenging for Xiaoyu to level up, and since they shared the same apartment, he wanted to assist as much as he could. Oh, that's fine, but you keep asking for help. My shoulders are starting to ache. Su-Bai in 10 minutes. Newbie village number 679. Su-Bai, where are you? Why Gu? Brother Su, have you arrived? Don't come over just yet. I'll find you shortly. Closing the friend contact, Su-Bai furrowed his brow. As Gu was not using her real name, Su-Bai had added her as a friend early on. He understood her character. She had been eager to meet before, yet now she said to wait, which surely indicated she was in trouble. Inlu. Locate the position of this person named Gu in the newbie village. Understood. Master. Hey, you little girl. You were begging us to let you join the team before, and now you don't want to group up? What game are you playing? A warrior wielding a bronze-grade longsword jeered. This girl is a gem. the kind with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure. The six of them had been rather excited, but as soon as she joined the team, she wanted to leave, claiming that a friend was looking for her. A friend? A pure male friend? Bro, how about this? We each take a turn to touch her. Even if the system punishes us with heavenly lightning, surely one of us can manage to touch her before it strikes. A plump fellow grinned lewdly. The sense of realism in who NSH goes without saying. It is known that aside from pain being only 50 of the external world, everything else is as real as in the physical world. Although women are protected by the system from unwanted contact, just as the chubby fellow mentioned. With six of them taking turns, it would not be impossible to touch Goo, even if it meant being annihilated by the system. Still, in the newbie village, they were not seasoned players. Exchanging a level 1 experience for a lifetime of trauma for a beauty was a deal that appeared beneficial from any angle. With that thought, the chubby fellow's eyes widened. Boss, just give the order, and I'll be the first to go, giving the others a chance. Who are you, kid? Get lost. Nowadays, some people simply love to show off. Come on, it might be a fellow traveler. Each member of the six-man team reacted differently. Subai glanced around, and indeed, the professions were quite diverse. Little girl, let me help you, and I shall vanquish the villains for you. With a mischievous grin, he cast a glance at Gu Yuhua, who stifled a laugh behind her hand. Indeed, Su Dage is quite the rascal, but isn't it too risky with so many people around? Despite knowing that Su Dage had already transitioned, Gu Yuhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, especially with 6 adversaries before them. Hey, did you all hear that? Let me take them down and capture the fair maiden's heart. Down with you. The bronze long knife swung downwards, enveloped in a faint golden glow, an empowering skill. The merciless attack struck, and the long knife stood defiantly before Su at a distance of about 10 paces. However, this was not Subai's prowess. It was the absolute particle defense field. Absolute particle defense field. Passive automatically repels all malicious attacks. The assailant's power was such that it could not inflict harm. Even if Subai were to add a 0 to the damage, the defense would remain unbroken. Now it was my turn. With a wave of his hand, 6 circular halos appeared behind Subai. Super vibration particle beam. This was a devastating strike. Irreparable damage. In truth, Subai didn't need to use this skill. These individuals likely couldn't withstand even a single slap from him. Yet, they dared to bully the mascot of their apartment. Apologies, but do enjoy the 50 pain sensation. After dispatching the 6 foes, Subai strolled over to Gu Yuhua, a wicked smile on his face. How could you keep such a heroic opportunity to yourself? So, the villains have been chased away. Does this mean it's time to fulfill our promise? With the disguised system of Ingluo, he felt quite elated. Meeting Yuro would now be much more convenient. With Ingluo, aside from matters she couldn't handle, it seemed he could relax on everything else. Su Dage. Then it's your turn. Understanding that Subai was jesting, Gu Yuhua summoned her courage, puffing out her proud chest. After all, Su Dage was known for teasing her. The shy Gu Yuhua lowered her head, avoiding Subai's gaze to appear more convincing. Su Dage is probably blushing fiercely right now. Curiosity piqued. Gu Yuhua raised her head, only to see a hand approaching her. Wait, it seemed there was no time left. This time, Gu Yuhua truly closed her eyes tightly in shyness, mentally preparing to refuse the system's request for divine punishment. What are you waiting for? The hand descended, gently stroking Gu Yuhua's head, as Subai crouched to meet her downturned face. Why have you declined my invitation to team up? Observing little Yuhua's dazed expression as she lifted her head, Subai couldn't help but chuckle. Have I perhaps gone too far? Little Yuhua, aren't you a summoner? How could you be so powerful? In an apparent attempt to divert the topic, Gu Yuhua mumbled, her voice growing softer, clearly still contemplating earlier events. Little Yuhua, you'll find out shortly. First, accept my team invitation, and I shall guide you in leveling up. Su Dage, I'm not a child. Before Gu Yuhua could finish her sentence, she noticed the dazzling white light emanating from the mechanical bracelet on Subai's left wrist. Then, Ingluo materialized. So beautiful. Command accepted. Initiating scan for life forms beyond the village. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Master, there are 58 life forms with ultra-low threat levels and 17 with low threat levels that meet your requirements. Shall we annihilate them all? 17 golden ones? Ing Luo. Let us proceed. Commencing route planning. Analysis in progress. Simulation complete. Task expected to be completed in 2 hours. Boom. The variable wing system unfolded. Under the pink angelic wings, Ing Luo floated gracefully in the air, extending her hands towards Su Bai and the others. Hold on to me. Chapter 44. Establishing a guild mercenary group? Exiting the game pod, Su Bai practiced his martial arts for a while longer. Stretching comfortably, he suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but chuckle. Unlike him, little Yuhua had yet to acquire any martial arts. During his horizontal push, he even noticed little Yuhua had fallen asleep midair. He wondered if she'd still be there when they reached the living room. Su Bai, come quickly. This person is a freak. Before he could open the door, Wu Ziong stormed into his room, indignantly pointing at Lin Haoshuan, who followed him in. It was no surprise they had gotten into trouble again. Listen to me, Su Bai, we must join forces to take him down. This guy is too abnormal. I merely took a hit from him, and my health bar plummeted by more than half. I'm a warrior. After understanding the situation, it turned out Wu Ziong had worked hard to reach level 10 to advance in Dawn Town, excitedly seeking out Lin Haoshuan. However, Lin Haoshuan was unwilling, and since they were outside the safe zone, Wu Ziong decided to strike. Originally, this was no big deal. Such minor skirmishes were commonplace in the apartment. Yet, Lin Haoshuan instinctively blocked the attack. Wu Ziong intentionally retracted his sword strike, intending to gauge the damage with his body. A simple strike, just a regular hit. His health bar instantly dwindled to a sliver. How could the berserkim tolerate this? He dragged Lin Haoshuan to the arena. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Su Bai, let us team up to deal with him. Look at how arrogant he is. Standing at the door, Lin Haoshuan helplessly waved his hand. He had removed several pieces of equipment before heading to the arena, but his innate talents slightly elevated his attributes. The two nestled in Su Bai's room, with Wu Ziong continuously lamenting his grievances until finally, Lu Xiaodong called them downstairs. As they entered the living room, Su Bai smiled at the sight of Gu Yuhua softly asleep on Xia Ziming's lap. As for what transpired next in the game, just 5 minutes before logging off, the system announced a server-wide notification. Ding! 1 billion players have been detected leaving the novice village. The Huansher system is upgrading. The following features are now available. 1. New mercenary group system and guild system. 2. Gold tier quality and above now have a chance to drop mercenary orders. 3. Spirit tier quality and above now have a chance to drop guild orders. 4. Pain simulation has increased to 100. The system announcement resonated thrice, and even Su Bai, who was in a meditative state, heard it. Should our studio establish a guild or mercenary group? Without considering the changes in gameplay between these two systems in Huansher, from the perspective of past virtual MMORPGs, their modes of play differ significantly. As for the mercenary group, it can vary in size from a handful to thousands, though typically, smaller groups are formed, while larger ones prefer guilds. Compared to guilds, mercenary groups offer considerably more freedom, allowing members to take on tasks and rewards without burdens. Creating a guild, however, is quite challenging as it involves managing member count, guild residents, and funds, tasks that demand considerable effort. Yet, despite the fatigue, in the latter stages of the game, tasks such as fending off beast tides, national quests, and the most exhilarating national wars are typically led by prominent guilds. No wonder Sister Ziming inquired of them. Their apartment is merely a small studio organized by the school, comprising just 6 individuals. Today, as they logged off, the head of Studio 35 called, expressing their intent to recruit them, as they plan to establish a guild. Xia Ziming spoke calmly, her expression revealing no hint of personal sentiment. One could only commend Huansher. Right after the system announcement, swift actions were taken by many. The individuals present instantly grasped the situation. Unlike the external formations, the number of individuals within the school is undoubtedly vast, constantly assimilating weaker studios under the guise of a workshop to achieve the goal of establishing a guild is indeed a clever strategy. This not only empowers students with the ability to organize guilds, but also ensures that their offline discussions and the overall teamwork within the guild are comparable to those of professional studios. Ziming, you wouldn't actually agree to their demands, would you? They should not even dare to think about it. It would be more plausible for us to absorb them. WZNG, with his fiery temperament, stood abruptly and slammed his hands on the table. What joke? Absorb them? They are hardly worthy. Although WZNG was furious, he was not foolish. He understood that ZMNG would not nod in agreement without their consent. He merely intended to express his stance. Studio 35, was it? The members of a studio are all from the same grade, designated as their sophomore studio code. This studio is quite renowned among sophomores, consistently ranking among the top 3 in theoretical examinations. Prior to the advent of WNSH, nearly 50 of the knowledge points revolved around the game. The fact that this studio maintains a top 3 ranking indicates that they are not mere novices. Among the 6 members of Studio 35, have already reached level 10 and transitioned to their respective professions, and it is said that they have absorbed 3 studios already. Zamnagoye, 4 of them have attained level 10. Without discussing the others, WZNG is acutely aware of how challenging it is to level up, even with relentless late-night efforts. Had it not been for his fortunate completion of a series of quests, he would still be in the novice village. He is not boasting. In this school, reaching level 10 indeed qualifies one to be referred to as a senior. Yet even so, hold on. What I wish to convey is that our studio members have all reached level 10. Shiziem gently patted G. Gu's head, surprised that SB I had found a way to access other novice villages. ZMG, what did you say? WZNG, is your hearing impaired? Shiot tugged at WZNG's ear, whose expression was one of sheer excitement. Although he was unsure how G. Gu had reached level 10, this meant that all 6 members of their studio were now level 10, and they had absorbed 3 studios. Could they not potentially dominate the entire sophomore cohort? He began to grasp ZMNG's intention. Informing them of the absorption process was to make them aware of such a mechanism. Currently, the absorption of studios is merely a trivial affair. Once the competition begins, the strengths and weaknesses will become evident. Who aligns with whom will naturally be understood. SBI, what do you mean? We are all level 10 now. If we publicize this, won't they immediately recognize us as the leaders? Vzetengwe, hands on his hips, chuckled to himself, oblivious to the fact that no one was paying him any mind. This fellow, so be it. I must return to work now. Ho Suen, may I borrow your electric scooter? Chapter 45. The mischievous QNJ in classmate SBI's workplace is a small supermarket where he has been part-time for 4 years. Note, in this technologically advanced world of LNXing, children mature early and can begin part-time work at the age of 15 without legal repercussions. At that time, SBI was just 15, utterly inexperienced, and had made numerous mistakes. Nevertheless, the elderly owner of the supermarket was kind and took care of him. The supermarket is not large, featuring only one counter, divided into cashier and bookkeeping duties. The work is simple and not particularly burdensome. But the owner has hired 2 employees to handle the tasks separately, claiming he wishes to assist the youth. Oh, it's you, Shiobi. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all. XDI, take care. Skillfully donning his employee uniform, SBI stood at the counter, already adept after 4 years. For years, indeed. Reflecting on his mindset upon arriving here compared to now, he felt a wave of nostalgia. The supermarket's location is not in the bustling center, hence there aren't many customers, and SBI is not particularly busy. On the contrary, without any worries, he finds joy in his work. Senior. A vibrant voice resonated from outside the supermarket before the automatic doors had even opened. Without a doubt, it belonged to the other employee, a girl who had just turned 15. As the doors swung open, a girl stood breathlessly at the entrance, her skin slightly tanned, clad in a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, evidently having rushed over. Recalling their first encounter made him feel somewhat embarrassed. They did not meet in the supermarket, but rather by chance on the street, where she was surrounded by a group of troublemakers. Without a second thought, he intervened, but it was clear that someone who had spent too much time gaming could not contend with those who had navigated the social world. His attempt to rescue her failed, and he ended up receiving a few punches. Ultimately, in his bewildered gaze, the girl emerged, employing a series of combat techniques that swiftly concluded the altercation. Senior, you're still arriving so early. Upon entering the supermarket, the girl picked up the bookkeeping ledger, which was her designated responsibility. Qin, the girl's name, insisted on having SB. I call her she Chien, claiming it was her name in the outside world. Looking at her dressed like a little vixen. SB, I felt a twinge of concern. He hoped that YRU would not follow suit in the future. She referred to herself as a spicy girl, a trend among her peers. The girl is quite attractive, adorned with a small round pendant on her ear. Her hair is held in place by a small clip, keeping one side of her bangs in check. Unlike other spicy girls, she eschews heavy makeup, seemingly dismissive of it. Regardless, SBI truly wished for YRU to avoid such a look. Due to her family's opposition, she had not permed her hair, constantly lamenting to SBI about the lack of opportunities to showcase her long locks. Senior, wait a moment, I'm still sweaty. With a grin revealing her small canines, she seemed to notice SBI's gaze appraising her. Senior, you're so lecherous. How can you stare so intently at a girl who is all sweaty? Qin fanned herself with her hand as she noticed SBI watching her, deliberately loosening a button on her shirt. Her gaze unabashedly fixated on SBI. Unsurprisingly, SBI simply turned his head away. Senior remains as innocent as ever. By the way, have you found yourself a girlfriend yet? Having achieved her teasing goal, the girl buttoned herself up and donned her work attire. However, she had no intention of letting SBI off the hook. Conversing during work hours became their pastime. My friend invited me to a social event today, but the boys were so dull. Aside from being handsome, they had no entertainment value. Just trying to take advantage of us. Qin seemed to recall something, waving her hand dismissively. Her best friend had assured her that this time the quality would be exceptional, guaranteed to satisfy her. Yet, in her eyes, it was all rather mundane, lacking the amusement of teasing SBI. All right, senior, I won't tease you anymore. Have you played? Who NSH? No, wait. ISNT it that universities provide free gaming pods to established studios? I'm so envious of you. Originally, she wanted to boast about forming a small team in her class, but suddenly recalled the university's automatic studio establishment mechanism. This time, she finally slumped over the counter in defeat. Yet she did not give up. Senior, I'm already level 10. I'm quite the pro in Liguing Town now. Oh, I'm level 14. Note, this level was achieved after GY Gu completed the quest. Senior, wait for you at level 10. You can come to Liuguang Town to find me. I can barely take you along. Xinjiang. Senior, wait a moment. Did I hear you correctly? You're already level 14? With that, Xinjiang pulled out her phone from her pocket. Wait, Senior, which town are you in? Is it Shuguang Town? Let me check. Xinjiang seemed to be searching for something online, and just as she was about to show it to Su Bai, he snatched it away. You can't play on your phone during work. Boring. Yet, despite her annoyance, she shared what she had just discovered with Su Bai. Look, the distance between our two towns is quite short. A small teleportation array will suffice. It only costs 1 silver coin. In Huanshe, the distance between towns incurs a fee. A small teleportation array costs 1 silver coin, while a large one costs 1 gold coin. For those further apart, several large teleportation arrays are required for transfer. Senior, let's meet in the game. Wait a moment, I need to take a call. Clenching her tiny fist, Xinjiang glared at Su Bai's departing figure, vowing to give him a taste of his own medicine later. Telling others not to use their phones while he goes off to take a call. Hello, Su Bai, my friend, don't say anything. That spirit level equipment you gave me came just in time. After this update, I'm planning to hold an auction. Those people will surely go mad trying to grab the guild token. Yin was chattering incessantly, feeling as though this update was heaven sent. Guild token? Spirit level? Without spirit level equipment, defenses are nearly impossible to breach. At this point, whoever has more spirit level equipment could very well be the first to claim the spirit level first kill and obtain the guild token. The number 1 guild in Huaxia. The number 1 guild in the world. What veteran guild wouldn't covet such a title? All right, to cut a long story short, I am still at work, Su Bai said with a hint of exasperation. When it comes to spirit level equipment, he felt a bit bewildered, despite the numerous items dropped. None were usable by a contract summoner. Even now, he was still wearing golden equipment below level 10. Su Bai, my friend, you say you're working? If you're short on money, just let me know. Wait, I'll transfer 1 million to you. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. 1 million ding. Your bank account has received 1 million yuan. Subai's heart suddenly filled with confusion. An inexplicable addition of 1 million? By the way, Subai, do you have any idea how much money you have now? How much? Chapter 46, The Little Demon Cat. Senior? Senior? Waving her hand in front of Subai, she had initially intended to tease him further, but he seemed completely unresponsive, unable to help herself. She reached out and pinched Subai's face. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Her lips twitched slightly, but the girl did not withdraw her hand. Senior, you look a bit unappealing, the girl commented. Just a silly grin. Senior, I suddenly remembered I found a spirit-level item. 2 guilds in the town are preparing to hunt it down. Qin Jiang seemed to recall something and released her grip on Subai's cheek. Spirit level? Shielding level equipment? Guild token? Xiao Xiao, what did you just say? I don't know. Senior, I suddenly remembered that tomorrow, Grandpa Su is giving us a day off, and I still need one more person for my plan. What should I do? Qin Jiang turned her back to Subai, yet her lips curled into her signature mischievous smile. Hee, I don't believe you won't take the bait, Senior. Xiao Xiao, do you think I could join? I have nothing planned for tomorrow either. It's settled. Senior, look at me. I just remembered there's a spirit-level item near our small town, so remember to find me when you log in. With one finger resting on her chin, she seemed to recall something significant. If not for her previous mention of the spirit-level item, Subai might have believed her. This girl is quite clever. She deliberately withheld the location until Subai agreed, only then revealing that it was near her town. Subai was aware of this. He even guessed it, but since the girl meant no harm, he decided to let it be. After they arranged to meet online, they began to chat about the amusing events that had transpired recently. Verification in progress. Iris verification successful. Identity verification successful. Huanshe connection successful. Game countdown, 5 seconds. The game begins. Wishing players a pleasant gaming experience. Teacher Iris, I'm heading out. Returning to Shuwang City, Subai stood before the teleportation array. Ding. Do you wish to teleport to Liuwang Town? This will cost 1 silver coin. Yes. With a flash of white light, Subai's figure vanished from Shuwang Town. While the lurking he appeared, his expression one of great discomfort. He had been tracking Subai all day, and, just as he had finally sensed his presence, Subai had teleported away again. Sighing at the teleportation array before him, he lamented that such arrays seemed to only function for beings from other realms. They had no reaction when he tried to enter. On the other side, as soon as Subai's figure materialized, a petite shadow lunged towards him. At that moment, Qin Jiang was dressed in sporty attire, with several pieces of golden equipment seemingly mixed in, but that was secondary. What stood out the most was the pair of pure black cat ears on her head, gently twitching. Seeing this, Subai's heart surged with excitement. A little demon cat girl. In awe, he experienced a 100 immersive gaming sensation, feeling the softness of her form. His face involuntarily flushed. Senior, do you think I'm cute? The black cat tail poked at Subai's calf, while she wore a mischievous grin. Seeing Subai's reddened face, she smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Xiao, level 10 class, Shadow Spirit user, first transition of assassin, race, Night Spirit Cat. Racial talent, Shadow Step, Danger Perception. Shadow Step, active allows the user to enter stealth mode, increasing the next attack's damage by 5 for every second spent in stealth. Ignores physical attacks while in stealth, consuming 1 mana per second with no cooldown. Danger Perception, passive can sense imminent danger ahead of time. Xiao Xiao, is this the senior you mentioned? Not very handsome, huh? A girl with wavy hair, the same age as Xiao Xiao, hugged Subai's left arm. The sensation sent a shiver through Subai's entire body. Are modern girls this bold? My goodness. Senior, you're blushing. The girl smirked, resembling Xiao Xiao. Xiaoman, level 10, class, Earth Element Summoner, first transition of Summoner, race, human. Racial talent, none. The girl's smile grew wider, completely oblivious to Qin Jiang, who was nearly turning into a pufferfish beside her. No. After separating the two, Qin Jiang feigned nonchalance as she looked at Subai. Let us hurry and check it out. It will be unfortunate if those 2 guilds get there first. Grabbing Subai's hand, Qin Jiang dashed toward their destination, while the girl named Xiaoman pondered something thoughtfully. This is going to be fun. As she silently rejoiced, Xiaoman followed suit. Captain, Are we really going to cooperate with the Juelong Guild? The Blood Butcher Guild had unfortunate luck, arriving in this town only to encounter the Tong Guild, both of which stood at the threshold of the top 100 guilds in Huaxia. This spirit-level item was particularly crucial. Spirit-level equipment, items that are not available in the market. Even without dropping a guild token, spirit-level equipment would suffice. Whoever secures it would enable their guild to enter the top 100 in Huaxia. Shut up. If it weren't for the fact that we are short-staffed, will we consider cooperating with the Juelong Guild? The furious roar of the bald man with scars silenced the previously murmuring players. If Su Bai were present, he would certainly recognize that the captain was his old friend, Zhang Li. There was no turning back. They could only collaborate with Juelong now. Hello, Zhang Li. We had an agreement. Regardless of what drops, the equipment belongs to you, while the guild and mercenary tokens are ours. The leader of the chasing dragon stepped forward, indifferent to any spiritual grade equipment, acutely aware of the formidable challenge of infiltrating the top 100 guilds in Huaxia. Can a few spiritual grade items achieve that? The guild token is the sole hope. They are also taking a gamble. The man's confirmation seemed to irritate Zhang Li further. Fanlong, I've never broken a promise, but you, during the raid later, don't hold back. If a few mice snatch the first kill, don't blame me for looking down on you. With a glance at the scattered players lurking around, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Li's eyes. In the realm of gaming, slaying monsters and seizing treasures is a common occurrence. The player who lands the final blow enjoys a minute of exclusive item collection time, impervious to others. Chapter 47. The Earthfire Mysterious Bull Senior. Are we really going to rob these two guilds? I hear they are among the top in Huaxia. Xiaoman expressed concern, her hands wrapped around Su Bai's arm with a mischievous grin. Angry. Humph. Qin Jing swatted Xiaoman's hand away, her demeanor akin to a startled cat. Oh dear. Just a moment of excitement. Xiaoman waved her hand, chuckling. It can't be wrong. Xiaoqian has a good impression of the senior. Senior, didn't you mention that there shouldn't be casual touching between men and women? Yingxing sadviri minded Subai. The two engaged in playful banter, while Subai merely cast a fleeting glance. The interactions among these fiery personalities were utterly exhausting. He silently hoped his sister Yuru would never adopt such a demeanor. Keep your voices down. They've already begun fighting. Unlike the previous monsters, spiritual grade creatures represent a watershed moment. Powerful, unimaginably potent. So that's it, aside from basic attributes. Do spiritual grade beings possess passive skills to enhance their attributes? The bracelet emitted a faint glow. Under the illusion, he was unable to employ his eye techniques. To conceal his illusionary fox form, he could only allow Ingluo to scan and communicate telepathically. System override. Active utilize one's own Orisis system to invade the target, acquire information, and seize capabilities and control not exceeding one's authority level, with no consumption and a cooldown time. Earthfire Mysterious Bull, Young, level, 13 grade, spiritual health, 70. 000, post-skill enhancement, skills, Bull's Body, Savage Charge, Earthfire Eruption, Bull's Illusion. Bull's Body, passive significantly increases personal attributes. Savage Charge, active ignites the Earthfire to charge at opponents. Earthfire Eruption, active breathes forth Earthfire. Bull's Illusion, active summons a bull illusion with 50 of its attributes, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Now he understood why spiritual grade beings possessed such high attributes. It was not solely due to their base properties, but rather their passive skills. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. Possessing so many skills at the moment of descent, if not for his restrictions, how formidable would Ingluo truly be? Alas, the two major guilds continued to clash fiercely. Beyond this, he felt no concern regarding the spiritual grade being. After all, this foolish bull could only withstand a few of Ingluo's assaults. Captain, we can't possibly win. Each player present was a seasoned veteran, yet their attacks felt like mere child's play against the bull. Another scream pierced the air. The 100 pain sensation evidently made that player acutely aware of the searing flames. Originally able to evade the next assault, he now lay sobbing on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Without suspense, beneath the flames, that player was instantly annihilated. Against the onslaught of spiritual grade attacks, merely grazing them was acceptable. But if struck head-on, one would face not only death but also unimaginable pain. The number of players dwindled, yet hesitation lingered on the faces of the two guild leaders. This was a spiritual-grade creature. If they retreated now, who knew if this beast would respawn? A roar echoed. The earth-fire mysterious bulls form multiplied into two. Bull's illusion. Savage charge. With both skills unleashed simultaneously, the battlefield erupted with two blazing suns, and beneath the flames, the cries of despair echoed alongside the extinguishing of life. The sensation of 100 pain, incinerated by fire. Merely witnessing such a scene instilled a profound sense of hopelessness. Retreat. Retreat. There was no choice. They had no means to contend with this menace. Their health remained at a healthy hue, but what of their foes? Half of their players lay dead. How much resource damage would this incur? They were not merely injured, but utterly depleted. Retreat. Retreat. There is no choice. The threat of the bull is too great. A direct hit from those flames would be a lifelong memory. The 100 pain sensation, prior to the emergence of Huan Shi, was unimaginable. Not to mention the 50 threshold of pain sensation in the self-made games of Blue Star. Even then, numerous incidents had impacted the mental state of players in reality due to gaming. Senior, why don't we abandon this venture? I really don't want to experience that flame. Xiaoman's humor evaporated, her expression turning serious. She still believed Su Bai was merely putting on a brave face, having just expressed a desire to seize the spoils. Senior, what are your thoughts? Qin Jing inquired, a frown forming on her lovely brow. Yet before she could finish, Su Bai had already stepped forward. Senior, Qin Jing called after Su Bai's retreating figure, urgency in her voice. As the two disappeared, Xiaoman clenched her teeth in frustration. Fine, consider it a debt from my past life. What brings you two here? Su Bai inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He assumed the two young girls would be too frightened to hide behind him, waiting to sing his praises after his victory. But these girls were still so young. Just 15, having witnessed that hellish scene, not just the two girls nearly his sister's age, even he, without Ying Luo, would have stayed hidden. Su Bai's apprehension was evident to Qin Jing, who sweetly remarked, a hero putting on a brave front? Perhaps it's best if I handle this. She stepped beside Su Bai jokingly. Since they could not possibly win, the bit of teasing wouldn't hurt, would it? As expected, he recalled Qin Jing's martial arts skills from reality. When they met again at the supermarket, she had a knack for teasing him about it. But at this moment, savage charge. The effect of the bull's illusion had faded, yet the remaining bull was still terrifying. Under the searing heat, they could almost smell death approaching. Are we going to die? Didn't you say you wanted to take over? Slowly opening her eyes, Qin Jing was momentarily stunned. Su Bai was half-squatting, observing her expression, while the bull behind them surged forward, flames engulfing it, yet it felt as if an invisible wall protected Su Bai. The sun that could obliterate any player could not breach the barrier behind him. All right, it's time to end this. Super vibrational particle beam. Striking. Amidst the dazzling white light, a massive halo appeared above the head of the earth-fire mysterious bull, terrifying power surging forth. 65,060. Just a bit more. With a wave of his hand, another identical halo materialized. Roar, roar, roar. I beseech you, spare me. You are the summoner, are you not? I am willing to follow you. The incessant roars echoed, and under the guise of the system, Su Bai could naturally comprehend the intent of the Dihua Xianyou. However, he did not hesitate. This fire bull was far too weak for him. Not only did it lack skills, but even its basic attributes paled in comparison to Ying Luo. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 20D Hua Xianyou. Experience gained. Ding! Congratulations. You have reached level 15. All attributes increase by 1. You have 5 points to allocate freely. Racial bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 2, Charisma 1. Class bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 1. Chapter 48, Celestial Spirit Artifact. Major Loot Di Xianhua. Item, Level 20 Quality, Spirit Level. Only equipable under the influence of Tian Hume. Description, a spark of fire derived from the Dihua Xianyou. Dihua Staff, Level 20 Quality, Celestial Spirit Level Class. Fire Element Mage Skills. Dihua Ejection, Fire Bull Illusion, Flame Spirit. Di Xianhua Shield, Quality, Celestial Spirit Level Class. Light Guardian, First class of Holy Knight. Skills. Dihua enhancement. Fireball illusion. Flame spirit. Guardian of Di Xianhe. Necklace. Quality. Celestial spirit level 20 strength 180 defense 190 constitution 230 spirit 180 intelligence 187 required to wear. Contract summoner skills. Fireball illusion. Flame spirit. Fireball illusion. Active consumes 30 of maximum mana to summon a fireball illusion with 50 of its attributes. Lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Flame spirit. Active summons a flame spirit to restore oneself, instantly recovering 10 of maximum health and mana. Cooldown 1 hour. Mercenary order. Level. None quality. None description. Can be used to register a mercenary group. Guild order. Level. None quality. None description. Can be used to register a guild. Gathering skill. Ding. Failed to gather materials from the Dihua Xianyo corpse. Proficiency gained. Ding. Congratulations, your gathering skill has improved to spirit level. Gathering skill, life skill, quality, spirit level, upgradable, description, can gather certain materials from spirit level monsters. Drop rate, dependent on the user's luck. Current proficiency, 0-100, skill quality upgrades when proficiency is full. Note, in the future, if the equipment is not used by the protagonist, descriptions will be minimized. Gathering skills will be used immediately after defeating monsters, and such descriptions will not be included. Major loot. This was undoubtedly a significant haul. Not only did the mercenary order and guild order drop simultaneously, but there was also a piece of celestial spirit equipment for his profession. Unfortunately, it required level 20 to equip. Su Bai shook his head in disappointment. The two young girls beside him were now speechless. What had they just witnessed? Equipment cannot be assessed until it is in hand, yet the scattered gear and those 2 tokens were enough for them to realize their significance without needing to think. Ingluo, how is that matter progressing? Master, 23 recording devices have been detected nearby and have all been disrupted. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players from the American Empire District for creating the first guild, Zeus. As a reward, a spirit-level equipment has been granted. Guild level increased by 1. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players from the Bear Nation District, War God, for creating the first mercenary group, Godslayer Mercenary Group. As a reward, a spirit-level equipment has been granted. Mercenary group level increased by 1. As before, each message was reiterated 3 times by the system. However, Su Bai did not feel regret. He was somewhat indifferent to such rewards now. Rather than being thrust into the limelight, he preferred to remain in the shadows. Senior, it is such a pity. Will you create a guild? I would bring Xiao Qian and other friends to join. Rest assured, they are all lovely girls. Xiaoman observed Su Bai with amusement. Their gazes intertwined, and nearby, Qin Jing instantly flared up. How could Senior act this way? Hearing that they were lovely girls made him hesitate. This simply cannot be. But if Senior does not agree, can I still join? Senior, I currently have no plans to create a guild, but should I decide to in the future, I will surely invite you. Su Bai pondered aloud while also directing his gaze toward the 2 girls. The fact that these 2 young girls could enter the town at this moment undoubtedly indicated their prowess, and they had their own opportunities within. Including them in his mercenary group was undoubtedly the best choice. Creating his own mercenary group, this was the plan for their apartment. Before going online, they had decided to devote all their energy to the guild post competition. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to establish their own mercenary group to lay the groundwork for the future guild. Ding. Confirm to use the mercenary order. Mercenary group creation successful. Please name it. Zian mercenary group. Ding. Naming successful. However, regarding the mercenary group, there are no issues, but I must clarify that this is not my mercenary group. As he spoke, Su Bai extended an invitation to the 2 girls. Su Bai continuously operated within the system panel, and once they agreed, the 2 girls appeared somewhat bewildered. They had been watching Su Bai use the mercenary order, yet upon joining, they discovered that the mercenary group had gained 5 new members, and the leader's name had even changed to Yimeng Ziyan. Of course, this was not due to Su Bai's personal feelings. Ziyan was the name of their studio, and the position of leader had been decided well in advance. In terms of leadership and strategy, Sister Ziming was undoubtedly the best fit. This point was beyond dispute. After conveying this to the 2 young girls, They expressed their understanding. After all, they were unconcerned with anything else. Joining the mercenary group was merely a fun opportunity to be near their senior. Meanwhile, the Ziyin mercenary group channel was in complete uproar. Imeng Ziyin. So this is how the mercenary group panel of Fantasy World looks? Hugo, as expected of Brother Sue, so impressive. You come here. Wow. It turns out our apartment has more than one freak. One Arrow City. Not bad. Subai just formed and already recruited 2 girls. Descending. Such swift action. Senior. What is the relationship between Imeng Ziyin and that Hugo with you? Xiaoman prodded Su Bai's chest with her elbow. Her gaze flitting between Su Bai and Qin Jing. How intriguing. The situation was becoming increasingly interesting. Observing Xiao Qian now with her head lowered in worry. Resembling a young girl, Xiaoman's smile grew ever wider. It is my first time witnessing Xiao Qian display such an expression. The atmosphere grew tense. And as Su Bai spoke, Qin Jing even closed her eyes. What relationship were those 2 young girls thinking about all day? How are the results now? What ranking class? Is there any improvement compared to the last time? Do they still have confidence in the upcoming midterm exams? Su Bai's lengthy monologue was unexpected for Xiaoman, whose expression soured increasingly until she finally covered her ears in distress. All right, at our next meeting, I will inquire further. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Su Bai sighed deeply, and then his form transformed into a beam of white light as he utilized the teleportation orb, directly transporting himself to the treehouse. Ah, Xiao Qian, everyone has vanished without a trace, and you remain here in a daze, with no other choice. Xiaoman slowly approached Qin Jing, whispering softly, "How do you feel knowing that your senior has no connection with them?" In a devilish whisper. Qin Jing's face still bore a look of confusion. "No, that's not it. I was merely astonished by senior's lengthy discourse. What happiness! Xiao Qian, you are not being truthful." Chapter 49. The feeling of home upon returning to the treehouse. Su Bai stepped inside directly. As the plates brimming with delectable dishes were placed on the table, Elacy cast a blissful smile upon witnessing Su Bai washing his hands. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly lost her footing and her entire body tilted towards the ground. "Teacher, be careful." Fortunately, Su Bai was nearby, swiftly catching her with one arm, while a petite figure, radiating a vibrant green hue, darted past. That was a close call. The flower sprite deftly stabilized the plate atop her head, ensuring not a drop of the savory sauce spilled, showcasing an impressive skill that tugged at one's heartstrings. After all, this was not her first time. Turning around, she noticed her meticulously arranged soft vines were now devoid of anything, save for 2 pairs of legs standing still. Has the master steadied herself? While pondering this, the large plate atop her head severely obstructed her view. How vexing! Upon setting down the plate and looking again, the flower sprite's expression shifted from surprise to fury as she zoomed towards Su Bai's ear. "You fool, release the master at once. Where are you placing your hands? Do not rub. So soft, no weight." Coming to her senses, Su Bai hastily withdrew his hand. "Teacher, Elacy, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry." Covering her chest with both hands, Elacy blushed deeply as she gazed at Su Bai. She understood that he did not act with malice. Yet she was still his teacher. How could she emit such an embarrassing sound? The focus of both parties diverged, but both fell into a silence. The flower sprite, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, "You, next time, I will not let you off so easily, even if you save the master this time. You should eat first." Su. 3 magic circles appeared outside the treehouse, and 3 enormous figures commenced their energy consumption. As per usual, yet something felt amiss. There was an unfamiliar face among them. It was her first encounter with Su Bai in his transformed state. "Teacher, Elacy, I shall begin." Holding chopsticks in one hand, Su Bai noticed the exquisite figure of Ing Luo at his wrist. What is wrong, Ing Luo? It's time to eat." Glancing at the empty bowl and chopsticks, he grew curious as to why Ing Luo did not emerge. As his words fell, Ing Luo's stunning form materialized, albeit with a puzzled expression. "Eat." The database indicated that she did not require sustenance for energy replenishment. "What's wrong? Can't you eat?" "No, master. Due to your contract power, my body is essentially indistinguishable from that of a human. Yet, fundamentally, I am still a machine and do not require food. Ing Luo articulated each word carefully. Having accompanied her master for such an extended period, she had witnessed many things, particularly in caring for her master. She noted that not only clothing, but also many actions she did not comprehend, often brought her master joy and happiness. She found herself perplexed by this. Ing Luo displayed a vacant expression, her curiosity evident, for despite her words, her master continued to lift food with chopsticks and offer it to her mouth. If it can be eaten, one must eat. Teacher Elacy worked hard to prepare this. It's delicious. Can't use chopsticks? Allow me to teach you. Sitting behind Ing Luo, Su Bai guided her hand as she learned to use chopsticks and encouraged her to sample each dish, discovering her preferences. Master, Ing Luo observed as he held her hand, sensing a slight anomaly in her core. Yet, upon utilizing the Alice's system for inspection, she found no irregularities. Why? Ing Luo. Try this. It's my pride and joy. Elacy, witnessing the childlike demeanor of Ing Luo, felt a surge of maternal affection. She lifted a piece of vegetable and brought it to Ing Luo's mouth. As Ing Luo obediently swallowed, her previously empty bowl quickly filled with an assortment of dishes. A vibrant medley of culinary delights stacked together. Oh, how adorable! Elacy embraced Ing Luo, nuzzling her cheek, while the latter remained focused on her meal. Master, I want more. That's enough. So cute. Let me serve. Before Su Bai could react, Elacy eagerly snatched the bowl from him, her excitement palpable. The delightful moments passed swiftly. After a hearty lunch, Su Bai and Ing Luo laid back on the grass mat, their bellies round and full. Teacher Elacy, do you need assistance? No need. The dishes will be washed in no time. Aren't you going out this afternoon? You should rest well now. Humming a cheerful tune, Elacy washed the dishes with an unusually joyful demeanor. Prior to Su Bai's arrival, she had never envisioned utilizing such items. Teacher Elacy, I am counting on you. Comfortably rolling on her side, Su Bai noticed that Ing Luo had been lying beside him, observing him intently. Her gaze seemed to harbor a question, as if she were pondering something. What is the matter, Ing Luo? Could you extend your hand to me? Grasping one of her master's hands, Ing Luo, in a surprising turn of events, pressed it against her chest. Su, what is wrong? Is something happening? Curious, Elacy peeked from the kitchen, her brow furrowing upon witnessing Su Bai and Ing Luo lying together. As she watched, Elacy appeared slightly uneasy. With the sound of dishes being set down, she prepared to approach and ascertain the situation. Teacher Elacy, it's nothing. I was just stretching. Yes, just stretching. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Really? Su Bai hastily clarified, his hand still firmly held by Ing Luo. As her back faced Elacy, thus concealing their predicament. What an exhilarating sensation. No, this is disastrous. Attempting to withdraw his arm, he found it impossible, as Ing Luo firmly grasped his fingers. So soft, no wait. Ing Luo, what are you doing? Contrary to Su Bai's expectations, Ing Luo's system seemed to have confirmed something, her previous confusion dissipating, yet she continued to hold onto his hand. Fortunately, things often leave room for maneuvering. Thankfully, Elacy seemed to accept Su Bai's explanation and did not approach, continuing her dishwashing. Chapter 50. Level task upon Elacy's departure. Su Bai directed his attention solely towards Ing Luo. His hands remained obedient, unresisting. Master, are you happy this way? Ing Luo stared at Su Bai expressionlessly, the blush on his face nearly palpable. Ing Luo, listen to me. System detection. Su Bai fell silent, his hands still bound, having suffered defeat in words, utterly vanquished. Teacher Elacy, I am heading out. I am heading out. Ing Luo echoed Su Bai's words, her tone remaining calm and undeniably cute. Su Bai's talent was remarkable, and his progress rapid. Perhaps it would not be long before Su could graduate. This life, compared to her previous solitary existence, was utterly delightful. Yet, amidst her feelings of melancholy, she felt an overwhelming pride in Su Bai's accomplishments. In Shuwang Town, Su Bai arrived at the designated meeting place for the studio. Speaking of which, he had already encountered 2 members of the studio within the game. As long as the races were not outrageous, their appearances were generally consistent. From a distance, he observed Wu Ziyong and Lu Xiaotong engaged in a heated debate. Oh, a love arrow? Lu Xiaotong, why did you choose such a feminine name? Wu Ziyong chuckled. I was born a woman, all right? Huh. It seems you can't find a girlfriend. Is that why you're so anxious? It's a dog. If you can't use idioms, don't. Yes, it's a dog. The two bantered back and forth, while the other members of the studio watched with accustomed amusement. Upon seeing Su Bai's arrival, they all greeted him warmly, especially Lu Xiaotong, who directly grasped Su Bai's neck and said, "Oh, so you're accustomed to being late, are you? I heard from Hugo that your skills are akin to cheats. It's quite unfair to deceive innocent Hugo, you know. I don't believe it. Come on, show me that cannon of yours." The atmosphere was naturally jovial as they gathered for the first time in the game, and Su Bai humbly responded with a few casual remarks. All right, our gathering has a purpose." Xia Ziming clapped her hands, directing everyone's attention toward her. Their assembly was indeed for the mission of the mercenary group. Su Bai had just contacted the two young girls, Qin Jing and the other, but unfortunately, they had declined, seemingly preoccupied with something. We have undertaken a high-level mission. The mercenary guild was categorized into 5 levels, and only by reaching the corresponding level could they accept relevant tasks. It seemed that Ziming had obtained some special item. With a sense of curiosity, Su Bai listened attentively to her subsequent task description. Generally, to accept a mission, the mercenary guild required an appropriate level. Given the limited time in the world of illusion, I selected the most suitable task for us to maximize our rewards. Upon hearing this, Su Bai paused, for the monsters in high-level missions started at level 40. How would they possibly contend with that? However, after reviewing the mission introduction, they understood Ziming's intent. Mission commission, rating, high-level publisher, Zhuge Jiner, player, mission description, enter the poisonous holy cave to assist in obtaining 5 poison pearls. Other rewards are to be earned based on the player's own strength. Only players below level 20 are permitted entry. Depending on the contribution to the mission, a maximum of 6 individuals may receive a piece of spiritual level equipment, while the others will receive a piece of golden level equipment. This dungeon is unique. As the pain inflicted by the game affects reality, the publisher bears no responsibility. Current recruitment, 30-30, full. No wonder they could undertake a high-level mission. It turns out it was published by a player? Let me tell you, Su Bai, the difficulty of this mission is quite substantial. You need a team capable of defeating a spiritual level monster to qualify for it. There were also requirements for the team, not exceeding 10 members. This morning, the 5 of them had barely managed to qualify, so you, my friend, have struck quite the fortune. This secret realm seems rather formidable, doesn't it? To qualify for the mission, one must slay a spiritual level monster. While pondering this, Su Bai deliberately slowed his pace and positioned himself at the end of the group. Ziming, check your inbox. He murmured softly to Xia Ziming in front of him. After defeating the Fireball, Su Bai had sent the Earthfire Shield, Earthfire, and Guild Token to Yin Yanshang. He intended to personally hand over the remaining staff to Xia Ziming. Su Bai, what is this? Ziming, weren't you a fire elemental mage upon your class change? No, I mean, it wasn't that Xia Ziming was being modest. Their studio had indeed previously reserved suitable equipment for each other, but this item was different. Celestial Spirit Artifact. Even knowing Su Bai's talent, she would scarcely believe it if she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes. What kind of uproar would this weapon cause if it appeared on the market? She couldn't accept this. Su Bai, you should understand that our previous contract is already concluded. Xia Ziming has not accepted the mail. She was astute. She comprehended Su Bai's intentions, but being overly clever can lead to folly. In Xia Ziming's view, her assistance to Su Bai in the past was merely a casual act. She had never attached importance to that contract. Over the years, she had observed Su Bai's efforts, and she did not wish for this matter to become a burden on his heart. Xia Ziming had never truly experienced the life of the underprivileged. She could not fathom the significance of her seemingly casual actions to Su Bai. At that moment, Su Bai's gaze met Xia Ziming's, and he earnestly stated, Ziming, you must know that this equipment holds no value for me. Money? Happiness? You bestowed those upon me a year ago. Su Bai's eyes were devoid of any impurities. Clear as crystal, he harbored no ulterior motives, only gratitude. To sell this celestial spirit artifact for money? For favors? Absurd. A year ago, Xia Ziming's act of salvation was something she might not care about, but he could never forget. It wasn't that he held any special feelings for Xia Ziming. It was merely something he wished to do, nothing more. Ziming, I have no other intentions. Please accept this, all right? At the entrance of the poisonous holy cave, over 20 individuals gathered, led by a woman whose face was obscured by a veil, making her features indistinguishable. She exuded an elegant demeanor, her eyes as clear as water. Beside her stood a man clad in a white brocade robe, holding a folding fan, his appearance strikingly handsome. You guys from Xian came so late just for this person? Wearing trashy equipment and lurking about, a slender youth stepped forward from the crowd, his wolf-like eyes brimming with arrogance. Mo Lang, one of the top 100 guilds in Huaxia, the vice president of the Wolf clan. He was exceedingly arrogant, possessing formidable individual combat and command capabilities, frequently appearing in national wars. The Mo Lang team he led had once accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 30,000 foes with merely 3,000 men. He had the right to be proud. Chapter 51. Entering the poisonous holy cave, so many of them came just to wait for someone from Xian, whom they had never heard of, and now acting all high and mighty, saying they were waiting for everyone to arrive. Looking at Su Bai, even though he could not discern his attributes, his equipment was far too ordinary. Hey, I heard that you from Xian killed a spiritual level monster with just 5 people, right? I initially thought you might be interesting, but now it seems. Mo Lang spoke without reservation, his emblematic wolf-like gaze amplifying his notoriety. Being the vice president of a top 100 guild, nearly everyone in the gaming community was aware of him. After a cursory glance, Su Bai noticed several familiar faces among the crowd. Without exception, they were all prominent figures in the gaming world. This Zhuge Jiner is no ordinary character. At least these people are not here merely for that spiritual level equipment. Brother Mo Lang, that should suffice. The white-robed man beside Zhuge Jiner fanned himself and smiled. His demeanor was as ethereal as his appearance, elusive and hard to grasp. Once the white-robed man's words fell, the surrounding individuals exchanged knowing glances. In the capital, who was unaware of the Xia family's reputation, this situation should have concluded here. Although those present held considerable status in reality, no one wished to provoke a behemoth like the Xia family. Mo Lang glared fiercely at Su Bai, ready to leave. But Xia Ziming spoke up. Her tone was calm, as if stating a mere fact. Wait, did that dog bark and not require correction? With an air of entitlement. Mo Lang's body trembled slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Xia Ziming, since we are here to raid the dungeon, these matters can be settled after we finish. But right now, the previously silent Zhuge Jiner interjected. Like Xia Ziming, she too possessed an aura of authority. The two locked gazes, and although they merely exchanged glances, a chill swept through those present. Were these truly 2 juniors? This thought arose simultaneously in the minds of the onlookers. It was no wonder they felt this way. Such an aura was something even they could hardly attain. Ziming, let it go. We need not extend our kindness to remind others to control their dogs. Su Bai stepped forward and patted the latter's shoulder. The surrounding air felt as though it had frozen. Who was this lad? Xia Ziming was one thing, but this impudent youth dared to provoke Mo Lang. Kid, you have guts. Mo Lang bellowed. His body leaned forward slightly, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, and the weapon in his hand even radiated with skill effects. Mo Lang, I shall not repeat myself. The tone of Zhuge Jiner suggested her irritation, prompting even the man in the white robe beside her to close his folding fan and fix his gaze on Mo Lang. Offending both the Zhuge family and the Xia family, Mo Lang had no choice but to sheath his weapon. You little brat. Don't let me encounter you alone in the secret realm. Ding. You have entered the 20th secret realm instance, the poisonous sanctuary, unique. There are 19 hours remaining until the instance closes. With the system's notification, everyone understood the uniqueness of this instance. It was their first encounter with a unique instance. This designation indicated that there was only one opportunity to enter this realm. They had discovered it with merely 48 hours left before closure, leaving them no choice but to enter during this limited time frame. Please lend your strength. All disputes should be resolved outside the instance. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my lady. The man in white, calm and composed, stood protectively beside Zhuge Jiner, commencing to introduce relevant information about the instance to everyone. It must be noted that this man was exceptional, since Su Bai had entered the instance. He discerned that apart from Lin Haoshuan, the only individual he could not fathom was this man in white. Lin Haoshuan's obscurity stemmed from his race. But what about this man? Under the coverage of the Yingluo system, the information was entirely shrouded in question marks. All he knew was the name, Wu Chun. What secrets lay hidden within this man? While remaining vigilant of the man in white, their party arrived at the first challenge. A dark cavern appeared before them, yet peculiarly. 3 paths lay within. Death, kill, annihilate. These were the sole signposts along each path. Zhuge Jiner coldly declared, "We shall split into 3 groups for this challenge. Once someone passes the trial, the remaining individuals will be teleported to the next stage." Her abrupt statement was not without foundation. At that moment, a bead-like artifact in Zhuge Jiner's hand emitted a faint glow, seemingly offering her guidance. With her words, everyone turned their attention to the purple smoke and the Wolf clan members, knowing full well that these 2 groups would never ally. Listening to the Wolf clan, one of them remarked, "We need not offer assistance. Only the weak require help. Do you not agree?" "Yes." "Are you weak?" "No." "Louder." "No." The Wolf clan members instantly surged with fighting spirit, casting a disdainful glance towards Su Bai before departing. Their demeanor seemed to mock him. "I've long found you intolerable." Wu Ziong thought, ready to act, but was halted by Xia Ziming. "Zhuge Jiner, we of Purple Smoke shall form our own team. You may proceed down another path." Wu Chen interjected. He sought to provide Xia Ziming an escape, yet the 6 members of Purple Smoke entered without acknowledging his words. It seems these people are determined to maintain their pride despite the looming danger. They insist on proving themselves, remarked a member from the Xia family. The young lady from the Xia family is bound to face difficulties this time. The remainder of the group engaged in hushed discussions, all skeptically eyeing Purple Smoke, as they appeared diminutive in comparison to the well-established Wolf clan. "Sister Ziming, those individuals are truly infuriating. We shall be the first to pass through," Wu Ziong exclaimed indignantly. However, Xia Ziming maintained her calm demeanor. "No, the longer we delay, the better. It would be ideal if their group could eliminate us." "Sister Ziming, you bang. Wu Ziong, are you really this obtuse?" Lu Xiaodong bluntly struck the back of his head. "I give up. You blockhead." "Zong, Sister Ziming's intention is that the longer we endure within, the greater the peril faced by the other 2 teams. When they perish, what remains shall be ours." Lin Haoshuan could not help but elucidate, astonished that Wu Ziong had failed to grasp such a simple concept. Not only them, but likely the Wolf clan members shared the same line of thought. As the group ventured deeper, Wu Ziong could only helplessly roll his eyes. "I already considered that. I was merely testing you." Chapter 52, Golden Level Monster. As they delved further, the environment of the cavern grew increasingly treacherous, with the terrain becoming rugged. The surrounding walls were covered in moss, and thorns protruded sharply from the ground, threatening injury with the slightest brush. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Venomous snakes and insects began to emerge, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. For those with timid hearts, the sensation might have been overwhelming. "Sister Ziming, wouldn't it be better if we waited at the entrance? We could avoid this suffering." Wu Ziong pinched his nose, finding the surroundings utterly repugnant. He had already been pricked by the thorns on the wall. His complaints fell on deaf ears, as none paid him any heed. At last, Lu Xiaodong could no longer endure. "Wu Ziong, if you cannot speak wisely, kindly refrain from speaking at all. This rare, unique instance holds no treasures." Ding! You have stepped into the poisonous infestation, and under the influence of poison gas, your health decreases by 10 points per second. Ding! The effect of the poisonous sphere has negated your poison state. Everyone, the poisonous sphere has a range of 10 meters. Be cautious during battles. As Lu Xiaodong finished speaking, she had already drawn her bow. Failed poisonous creature grade, golden level, 20 skill. Poisonous body, passive enhances personal attributes, causing the body to become imbued with poison effects. Description: a byproduct of failed poisoning attempts within a biological entity. Before them lay a multitude of poisonous creatures, so dense that their tails were scarcely visible. Yet upon closer inspection, One could make out the dark, venomous skin of various species: scorpions, spiders, centipedes, toads, lizards, humans, even infants. Ugh. The immersive gaming experience felt all too real. Each individual turned pale at the sight, and Gu Yuhua could not suppress his nausea. Can we fight these? Wu Ziong gripped his sword. While he could handle a single foe, how could he contend with such a horde? Has gold lost its value? Typically, one would require an entire team to vanquish a single golden creature outside. What sort of task had they undertaken? Sister Ziming, Wu Zong was about to speak, but the next moment he fell silent. He obediently quieted down. True dragon transformation. A resounding roar echoed. White dragon-scaled armor enveloped Lin Haoshuan's form. Energy coalesced, and as blood-red glimmers flickered in his white pupils, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. His right arm slowly lifted, a terrifying dragon breath brewing within. The white dragon's breath. A brilliant white light surged forth. Wherever the dragon's breath touched, it was rendered void. With one sweep, the initial wave of poisonous creatures perished, their massive bodies instantly dissolving into toxic water, merging with the ground, as more poisonous entities surged from the cavern. If the previous 100 or so large poisonous creatures instilled despair, then the newly emerged, palm-sized golden poisonous creatures, numbering in the thousands, were nothing short of a nightmare. Faced with this grim scenario, Lin Haoshuan's gaze flickered with helplessness. His previous attack was on cooldown, leaving him powerless. The poisonous horde surged forth like a black tide. Heavens! Is it truly possible to conquer this instance? This is merely the first challenge. Impossible. Remain calm. There must be a solution. Wu Ziong suddenly felt a spark of insight. Adversity had unveiled his brilliance. Hey Ziong, what are you doing climbing on the thorns on the wall? Subai called out loudly, obviously searching for a mechanism. Hurry up, or we will be late. Wu Ziong exclaimed as countless circular halos illuminated the cavern, instantly brightening the entire space. The ultra-vibrational particle beam covered every angle without exception. The sound of the beam striking the ground echoed as Wu Ziong slowly descended from the ornate stage made of thorns. Ding! Congratulations on failing to defeat the level 20 golden monster, Poison. Experience gained. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 20 golden monster. Ding! Congratulations. Ding! You have reached level 16. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! The system notifications rang incessantly, and Su Bai sensed something amiss. The experience gained from these monsters was far too meager. After defeating over 1,000 golden monsters, how was he only at level 18? Regardless of the experience, the sheer amount of equipment strewn about made Su Bai feel the drop rate was exceptionally low, abnormally low. There were only a few hundred items. This was not a mere exaggeration. Typically, he would acquire several items of the same tier, yet these poisonous creatures were different. Could it be that his luck had diminished? It was impossible. As he continued to scan the system notifications, he refused to believe that the system was withholding his rewards. Indeed, he discovered that the kill notification indicated he had slain a golden monster. Shouldn't it have been a golden tier? Upon closer reflection, the attributes of these monsters did seem rather low. Lu Xiaotong interrupted Su Bai's contemplation with a tap on his shoulder. Is your skill a cheat? I must say, that cannon of yours is quite impressive. She gave a thumbs up, completely oblivious that the term cannon was not even mentioned in the skill description. Lu Xiaotong, is it really appropriate for you to chat with me here? If you take any longer, they'll snatch all the equipment. Su Bai pointed helplessly at Wu Ziong and Lin Haoshuan, who were buried under a pile of gear. We've struck gold. The golden monsters dropped nothing but spirit tier equipment. Spirit tier equipment, spirit tier equipment, spirit tier equipment. Hey, it's fine if you take your own class's gear, but that piece belongs to me. Wu Ziong, release it at once. With Lu Xiaotong's arrival, the trio quickly became a fray. Only take what belongs to your own class. And don't forget to keep an eye on my equipment. I'm a contract summoner. Su Bai called out loudly. Indeed, having a small team was the most enjoyable experience. Such a cheerful atmosphere was what gaming was all about. He stretched lazily to the side, having done all the fighting, leaving the sorting of equipment to others. Big brother Su, can I also take the equipment for my class? I can buy it, Gyu spoke softly. She was too shy to rush in and grab the gear, even though she knew Su Bai wouldn't mind. Her soft cheeks were flushed, and Subai understood her nature well. If you want me to pinch your cheeks, then go ahead. What? Haha, just kidding. Hurry and grab it. And also look for something your sister Z-Ming can use. After rummaging through hundreds of items, Subai found 2 pieces he could utilize. Remnant of the poison seed. Ring grade, spirit level 20, constitution, 90, spirit, 78, intelligence, 140, required class, contract summoner. Skill, poison seed whale, passive reduces the duration of toxin damage taken by 20. Despair of the poison seed, clothing grade, spirit level 20, constitution, 100, defense, 98, intelligence, 120, required class, contract summoner. Skill, poison seed protection, active removes 1 toxin effect and grants immunity to that toxin for 60 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. He was nearing level 20, and with the celestial artifact in his backpack, his strength would soon ascend to a new height. Xiang, why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you afraid? Big brother Su, you jest. With you around, isn't it just an equipment supply station ahead? Wu Xiang teased, jogging to Su Bai's back and playfully pressing down on his shoulders. Yes, indeed, not bad. A light laughter erupted from the group. Their demeanor hardly resembled that of adventurers. Su Bai, aren't you a summoner? Why do I feel like you're becoming a gunslinger? Lu Xiaodong inquired. There was no way around it. Throughout the battle, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the summoned creatures. Was this reasonable? Reasonable. About that, let me think if I should tell you. Su Bai began to play coy. Their conversation piqued the interest of everyone present, save for Gu Yugua, who perked up her ears. Su Bai, brother. Lu Xiaodong's voice took on a sweet tone, sending a shiver down Su Bai's spine. Sister, we are allies. Don't use that tone. Please, I promise I'll tell you. It was unbearable. With an instinctive reaction, Su Bai felt that if Lu Xiaodong kept this up, he would be haunted for life. Ying Luo appeared at the call of his thoughts, her presence stunningly enchanting. She followed her master obediently, gazing blankly at anyone who spoke to her. Incredible. Su Bai thought he had just treated you like an elder brother. What have you been hiding from us? Have you already left our fledgling association? Indeed, I see why you choose to be a summoner in every game. Too adorable. Su Bai, let her speak. If only I had known, I would have chosen a summoner too. Su Bai, you haven't done anything, right? The reactions varied, yet all were directed towards Su Bai with peculiar glances. Ahem. Your envy is futile. Nonsense. You've definitely concealed something from us. There's no way I'll let this slide. I must ask myself. Wu Xiang was nearly jumping with urgency. In a blink, he dashed in front of Ying Luo. Tell me, has Su Bai done anything to you? What does the master do to me? Ying Luo tilted her head in curiosity, her eyes analyzing the question. Whenever it concerned her master, she would react this way. Ying Luo fell silent, but Wu Xiang refused to relent. You call him master. It drives me insane. No, has Su Bai never touched you? While Wu Xiang lamented, anger evident in his voice, it seemed his persistence bore fruit as Ying Luo's expression sharpened. Did the master touch me? The master held my hand, embraced me, and even grabbed me. Ying Luo seemed about to say more, but Su Bai quickly covered her mouth. Only muffled sounds escaped. That was close. I nearly faced social demise. Su Bai, and you claim you've done nothing. Wu Xiang lamented, sprawled across a stone with a look of grievance. At that moment, not only Wu Xiang, but also the onlookers gazed at Su Bai with peculiar expressions. Well, I must say, I never expected this from you. Lin Haoshuan nudged Su Bai's chest, a teasing expression on his face. Get away. I truly did nothing. Shaking off Haoshuan, Su Bai turned his gaze to the girls. With a crisp sound, 3 girls almost simultaneously stepped back. Su Bai, we can understand you. It's not just you. A girl like me can hardly bear it. Lu Xiaodong chuckled awkwardly. A hint of wariness flickered in the eyes of the 3 girls. Unjust. I'm at your mercy, you bunch. Su Bai helplessly sank to the ground, the group maintaining a safe distance from him. Finally, Gu Yugua could no longer contain herself. Sorry, everyone, I can't hold back anymore. She covered her mouth and began to giggle. With Gu Yugua's lead, everyone else burst into laughter as well. Su Bai, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Have you really severed ties with our association? I can still see through that. Rest assured, barring any unforeseen events, I will remain carefree for the rest of my life. Haha, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Subai, are you truly taking this seriously? Haha, don't tease me. Even if I stood before you completely naked, you probably wouldn't dare approach, huh? What is happening? After regaining his composure, Subai clearly heard the words of those around him. Yet his heart was a tumult of emotions. You have deceived my pure feelings. Lu Xiaotong, if you have the guts, come to my room. Damn, I trusted you in my youth, and this is how you repay me. The laughter continued, and after a while, they suddenly realized they seemed to be stuck at a checkpoint. Master, what do they mean by what I'm supposed to do? Ying Luo obediently followed Subai, her curiosity evident. Others' gossip is truly delightful. 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on Subai, who could only find time later to reveal the correct answer. Ying Luo, what they mean is holding hands. Yes, holding hands. They're asking if we have ever held hands. Subai affectionately patted her head, quickly responding. For Ying Luo, much of her knowledge was blank, possessing only the most basic abilities to identify objects. Thus, Subai could only rely on time to gradually educate her. Holding hands? Master, can we hold hands now? Ying Luo's voice was ethereal, devoid of any personal emotion, leaving Subai somewhat taken aback. Ying Luo, why do you think that? When I hold hands with my master, the area near the power core feels warm. I want to understand that sensation. Is that not permissible? Ying Luo lowered her head, her pale blue eyes fixated on one of Subai's hands. What a peculiar embarrassment. I'm at my wit's end. Please hurry. Chapter 54, The Altar of Gloom. Is this altar at the end of the road? Gazing at the altar before them, the crowd expressed their confusion. At the end of the dark cave, a black stone platform towering several meters high was illuminated by visible, ghostly lights swirling upon it. In the center of this platform, a massive stone slab radiated a faint yellow glow, under which an ancient sword appeared. This sword was composed of numerous strange images, and surrounding the pattern, countless venomous insects screeched and roared, seemingly in fear of something. You can't deny it. This sword looks magnificent, and the surrounding venomous insects are frightened. Wu Ziyong boldly placed his hand on the ancient sword, but the next moment his expression froze. His eyes became vacant, devoid of emotion. The sword he touched vanished. Ding! You meet the requirements for the Spirit Slayer profession. Your profession has now transformed into the hidden profession Spirit Slayer, and its foundational skills have been transmitted to your mind. Please explore them at your leisure. Hey, Ziyong, why did you suddenly become dazed? No, you're the one who's dazed. Subai tapped Wu Ziyong on the head, and the latter immediately regained his senses. Returning to reality, Wu Ziyong was ecstatic, directly revealing the details about the Spirit Slayer. What a stroke of luck! Wu Ziyong prided himself on this revelation. But when everyone inquired about the effects of his skills, he wore a mysterious expression, refusing to divulge a single detail. How dull! Boom! With a tremendous crash, a colossal shadow emerged as the ancient sword vanished. Terrifyingly, 6 crimson eyes stared back at them. Its towering form reached 4 meters, covered in thick black-gray scales, presenting a ghastly visage that was particularly unsettling within the dark cave. A spider, a particularly repulsive one. KDGZH level, 20 grade, spirit grade health, 135. 000, post-skill enhancement, skills, venomous spider body, spider sense, venom spray, toxic web, bloodthirsty strike, venomous seed. Description, a successful product of internal toxin cultivation, having failed to qualify for absorption due to inadequate toxin potential, thus surviving, despite being of the same level 20 spirit grade. This venomous spider's attributes were approximately double that of the fireball. 6 skills. Goodness, Subai, do you have any confidence here? I think this spider's attributes are comparable to your Ying Luo. Does your Ying Luo have any skills other than that cannon thing? Can she protect us? Wu Ziyong clung to Subai's legs, weeping. The awakening of the Spirit Slayer profession allowed him to perceive the basic attributes enhanced by both side skills. But when it came to seeing the skills, he felt utterly powerless. The spider did not immediately attack. It seemed to be observing the insignificant prey before it. Venom dripped from its fangs, releasing puffs of green smoke. Hiss! At that moment, Wu Ziyong panicked even further. It wasn't he that he doubted Ying Luo's ability to defeat the spider. Ing Luo. Yes, master. Su Bai paid no heed to the weeping Wu Ziong at his feet, even as he held Ing Luo's hand firmly. His gaze remained fixed on the spider. After all, his sister had an intense fear of spiders. It seemed he would need to carefully assess the monster species before taking his sister on adventures. If it were a spider, she would likely cry. As he pondered this, he could vividly imagine Xiao Yuro tightly clutching his arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. Puff! The variable wing system activated. The variable wing system, active absolute aerial mechanism, combat mechanism. When used, it grants the ability to fly. The performance of the craft doubles. No consumption, cooldown time. Absolute particle defense sphere. Range deployed. A transparent, circular membrane enveloped the 6 individuals. Beneath the angelic pale, pink wings, Ing Luo appeared even more stunning than an angel. With the complete execution of the variable wing system, Ing Luo's originally pale blue eyes transformed into a light red hue, and the white, circular, striped objects became exceptionally distinct. Target attributes confirmed, skill confirmed, annihilation rate 100. Unexpected possibility 0. Super vibrational particle beam power confirmed, deployment commencing. A fair hand gently lifted, and a massive halo suddenly rose between the two parties, the terrifying energy contained within causing even those behind to feel a surge of trepidation. Boom! 135,000. A colossal red damage figure emerged without a trace of excess. The white light roared, and the only remnants on the ground were the spoils left after the white light faded. Target detected. No life signals remaining. Exiting combat mode. In a mechanical yet ethereal girl's voice, oh dear. Wu Ziong, still clinging to Su Bai's legs, stood frozen in place. What had he just witnessed? Attributes instantly doubled. A single strike annihilated a spirit grade? Am I still dreaming? Wu Ziong pinched his own cheek, the sharp pain jolting him into lucidity. The Spirit Slayer hidden profession. No, I don't want that. I want to play the summoner. I want to be a contract summoner. Wu Ziong whipped in utter despair. The game mechanics were absurd. How could they possibly compete? If not for the fact that each person could only register one account. He would have considered deleting his account and starting over. Sobi. Su Bai, even Xia Ziming, seemed a bit unsettled at this moment. She had researched extensively, particularly concerning the professions chosen by everyone in the apartment. Initially, she had been quite worried about Su Bai. According to the guide she had consulted, contract summoner was a profession primarily for casual players, typically for nurturing pets or fishing. Unfortunately, aside from the primary contracted beast, capturing other contracted beasts depended solely on one's own strength and charm to persuade them. The initial advantage of possessing a bronze-level contract beast is indeed remarkable. However, what kind of expressions are you all wearing? Currently, Ing Luo dominates through sheer attributes, but once you all equip your skills later on, the situation will surely change. Perhaps. Su Bai softly reassured the group, not daring to reveal that Ing Luo's current tier is merely gold. Furthermore, he still has 8 unused contract slots. Chapter 55, The Despairing Second Challenge, Do Not Speak. The construction of this altar is quite magnificent. As the spider was vanquished, the group received a notification of their progress. Yet they were not in a rush to advance to the next level. Instead, they remained seated, engaging in conversation. 3 pieces of Shinling-level equipment dropped, but regrettably, none of the 6 could utilize them. When it came to equipment, Wu Ziong took great pride, having transitioned to a hidden class as a Spirit Slayer, capable of wielding any warrior-specific gear. Following the recent onslaught of golden tier monsters, he now donned an entire set of spirit-level equipment, making even Lin Haoshuan hesitant to claim superiority. The White Dragon, the Fox Clan. As the battle continued, the group began to notice certain discrepancies. For instance, Lin Haoshuan and Su Bai's races. Lin Haoshuan had previously mentioned that his ability enhanced physicality, yet his recent display was perplexing. And Su Bai, that was even more outrageous. Where were the traits of the Fox Clan? A vague understanding lingered in their minds, but they refrained from pressing further. The two would divulge their secrets when they deemed fit, and they had no desire to appear foolish. Beep. The Deadlock team has reached the second challenge. Teleporting other challengers now. With the system's notification, A grand magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Subai concentrated, and Ingluo transformed back into a mechanical bracelet. A flash of white light engulfed them, and their figures vanished from the poisonous cave. Ah, the air outside the cave is a breath of fresh relief. Huh. Isn't that the so-called wolf? Why is only one of you left? With a significant enhancement in strength, Wu Xiong's true colors emerged, beginning to taunt Mo Lang. Unlike the bravado they had when entering, only Mo Lang remained of the 10-member wolf clan, and his mental state was evidently deteriorating, having clearly endured a fierce battle. It was well known that Mo Lang, the vice president of the wolf clan, possessed formidable combat capabilities, and indeed, this was evident when compared to his fellow clansmen. Xia Ziming coldly stepped to the forefront of the team. Xia Ziming. Mo Lang's wolf-like eyes fixated on Xia Ziming, yet he could only grit his teeth in silence. Who knows what they encountered inside? 10 spirit-tier warriors. What a joke. Xia Ziming, I too have made it through. Observing your ease. I can only assume the scenery at the entrance was splendid. Mo Lang furiously pointed at Su Bai and the others. Wu Xiong attempted to retort, but was halted by Xia Ziming. Enough. If we continue this discussion, certain individuals will become anxious. Xia Ziming's gaze shifted to Zhuge Jiner. Zhuge Jiner was also in a pitiful state, and their team was in shambles, now reduced to just 4 members, making Su Bai's team the largest. We wasted too much time in the first challenge. Let us proceed directly to the second. The entire dungeon consists of 3 challenges. They had already lost half their numbers in the first challenge, with only 12 hours remaining. Gazing at the newly revealed hall before them, Zhuge Jiner's orb offered no further guidance, nor was any necessary. Even from outside, they could see an elderly woman standing at the center of the hall. Her frame was frail, her dark skin crawling with venomous insects, her eyes uneven, and her lips cracked and purple. A stench of decay radiated from her entire being. To be honest, confronting this was akin to encountering something horrifying in reality. An involuntary shudder coursed through the hearts of the group. Without hesitation, Zhuge Jiner stepped into the hall, and the others had no choice but to follow suit. Beginner Poisoner, level 20 tier, Spirit Health 185, 000, after skill enhancement. Skill, Poisonous Body Description, a unique product that sacrifices everything to the poison within after successfully cultivating it. Lacking the qualification to be consumed by the toxins, thus, it survives. Unlike the previous spider, this elderly woman possessed a more formidable attribute. Yet her skills were limited to just one. Still not qualified for consumption? What creature possesses the power to consume these? Under the system's coverage, Subai received more information. Yet he chose to remain silent. Regardless of what the monster was, they would ultimately have to confront it. All members entered the hall, and the elderly woman slowly lifted her head. Are you also contributors? Come, let's begin. Her voice was raspy, devoid of emotion, and unlike Ingluo, it lacked even the essence of thought. Despair. What had this elderly woman endured in life? No matter, charge ahead. One of the players in Zhuge Jiner's team raised a massive axe above the elderly woman's head. Dark red flames danced along the blade, and the searing heat ignited some of the smaller venomous insects nearby. With a swing of the fiery axe, it seemed intent on decapitating the elderly woman. Yet, as the axe approached, she exhibited no reaction. To her, it was as if the attack were mere air, and she merely raised a hand. The axe vanished. No, it was cast away by the player himself. In the eyes of the onlookers, the player released the axe just before it could strike his neck, letting it tumble to the ground while his gaze remained vacant, as if devoid of all spirit. In response to this, the elderly woman adeptly laid the player's body gently on the ground while her hand searched her own head for something. At last, she found it. With a slight curl of her finger, her scalp tore open, revealing a venomous insect stained with murky flesh and blood, which she grasped in her palm. Vaguely, the insect still writhed, and looking down at the player, the elderly woman smiled with satisfaction, pouring the gruesome concoction into the player's mouth. Her palm covered the player's mouth. He offered no resistance, his eyes still vacant, even chewing on the offering she had provided. Ugh, unable to contain themselves. Nearly half of those present began to retch. They would prefer death over witnessing such a scene. The group stood frozen, anticipating the next development. But the messages in the team channel plunged them into utter despair. Kweong, help me. Kweong. That was the player with the axe, pleading for assistance. The vacant-eyed Kweong still retained his consciousness. Touch, hearing, taste, sight, 100 immersive gaming experience. This meant that Kweong was perfectly aware of the feeding he was currently enduring. Chapter 56. Retreat. The Enchanting Fox appears players' cries for help echoed continuously, offering sums of money. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. How was she capable of this? Was this a necessary mechanism for progressing to the third challenge? They were not fools. No one wished to tread the same path as Kweong. All members withdrew from the hall, while Kweong's mouth continued to chew, his body beginning to decay, toxic blisters forming on his skin. Witnessing this, the elderly woman finally smiled with satisfaction. You are more successful than I. Your body is splendid, she spoke softly as the player's form vanished entirely. The group turned to the team roster, where Kweong's name still appeared clearly, the shallow red health bar lingering ominously above it. Kweong was still alive and remained in combat status, unable to log out. The crowd fell silent. Regardless of how they inquired about Kweong in the team channel, he remained unresponsive. It was evident that he was still enduring torment, and the worst-case scenario might persist until he logged off today. This game was terrifying. A chilling sensation enveloped every inch of their skin as they contemplated their next moves. Suddenly, Zhuge Jiner spoke again, decisively influencing their thoughts. She was currently at the third level. The pearl in Zhuge Jiner's hand emitted another prompt. Though her voice remained calm, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Such words undoubtedly confirmed a certain fact. What Kweong had just experienced was indeed the method to clear the level. This might be the very mechanism of the game. Miss Zhuge, you see, I've done my utmost to get here, so I will withdraw from the next segment. With his words, the team was left with only Zhuge Jiner and Wu Chun. Miss Zhuge, I will also take my leave. Should you require assistance from my wolf clan in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Mo Lang chose to log off as well. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize himself for a mere favor. Sister Ziming, let's log off too. We have already reaped enough rewards. Wu Ziong also chimed in. The others shared the same look as they turned to Xia Ziming, as none wished to be entangled in such matters. Fortunately, Sister Ziming's thoughts aligned with theirs. Waves of white light flickered as members of Xian also chose to exit the dungeon, with Lin Haoshuan, Gu Yuhua, Wu Ziong, and Lu Xiaodong all vanishing within. Only Su Bai remained stationary, having noticed that Xia Ziming's hand hovered over the exit button without any intention of departing. Su Bai recognizait hergaze, understanding that given his stubborn nature, he would not act unless he saw her leave. The debt she owed Zhuge Jiner was her concern. She did not wish to implicate others. What kind of favor could outweigh the one she owed Xia Ziming? Sister Ziming, you are merely a hindrance to me here. I am confident in passing this level. Seeing that Xia Ziming was about to protest, Su Bai quickly interrupted her. He knew that if he displayed even a hint of uncertainty now, she would not back down. The two remained in a stalemate. Su Bai spoke again. I am confident in this level, but I lack assurance for the subsequent stages. I cannot guarantee your safety during combat. You will distract me. Trust me. Allow me to repay this favor. You know my strength. Xia Ziming remained conflicted, yet she was aware that her own abilities were too weak, barely sufficient to deal with a single gold-tier enemy. Moreover, considering Su Bai's character, there was no other option. Su Bai, you must keep in contact with me in-game. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will forcibly awaken you from the game pod. With Kwahai's precedent, she would not allow Su Bai to fall into such a situation. Another round of admonitions followed, including reminders to message every 10 minutes, not to push oneself in battle, and to prioritize personal safety above all else. Xia Ziming's words flowed continuously, and Su Bai felt a warmth. Sister Ziming, you should exit the dungeon quickly. Look at Zhuge Jiner's anxious face. He pointed towards Zhuge Jiner, playfully teasing her. Xia Ziming, feeling helpless, replied, since it's come to this, I will exit the dungeon. I will keep an eye on our friend messages. If a message is delayed by even a second past 10 minutes, I will immediately log off and forcibly awaken you. Upon seeing Sister Ziming exit the dungeon, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he only had a 50% chance of success in this level, and it was exceedingly difficult to maintain the facade in front of her. Approaching Zhuge Jiner, Su Bai spoke softly. If it is not necessary, you should have your companions log off as well. The fewer witnesses to what is about to transpire, the better. Su Bai's tone was calm, but a flicker of disbelief crossed Zhuge Jiner's eyes. Who was this person who could make Xia Ziming concede? Wu Chun, you should also exit the dungeon. Miss, I am fine. My life was saved by the old master. These matters are trivial, Wu Chun replied, bowing. Yet Zhuge Jiner's demeanor remained indifferent. But miss, I do not wish to repeat myself. Reluctantly, Wu Chun complied, putting away his fan and choosing to log off. As the white light vanished, only Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner remained in the dungeon. To be honest, Xia Ziming indeed owed him a considerable favor, but he had not anticipated that Xia Ziming would allow her to stay. What was it about him? Zhuge Jiner scrutinized Su Bai, seemingly trying to discern something from his unremarkable demeanor. She was genuinely curious. What could compel Xia Ziming to yield? Such a person was likely rare in this world. Miss Zhuge, I will wholeheartedly assist Xia Ziming in repaying her favor, but please refrain from disclosing what you are about to witness. Su Bai maintained an expressionless facade, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. To clear this level, he could only employ Tian Humei, yet he did not wish for others to witness it. He and Ning Luo had also explored various methods, such as utilizing the disguise system's capabilities to temporarily obscure the perceptions of those around them. Theoretically, it was feasible. Unfortunately, when it came to equipment skills or even more complex charm techniques, the terrifying calculations and simulations were beyond Ning Luo's current capabilities. Miss Zhuge, apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Zhuge Jiner pondered, reflecting on how she differed from Xia Ziming. The thought passed as swiftly as it came, and Zhuge Jiner regained her composure. Rest assured, Xia Ziming owes me more than just one favor. I owe her as well. I shall not speak of your matters. With her promise, Su Bai once again made his way towards the hall. Tian Hao Yume. Chapter 57. The Technological Sphere. The exquisitely refined features remained unchanged. After a long absence from Tian Humei, Su Bai lazily stretched. He had not experienced such a liberating sensation in quite some time. Stretching his limbs, he glanced at the elderly woman before nervously looking at Ning Luo on his wrist. The small sphere in the center of this hall is emitting a unique magnetic field, continuously interfering with my system, resulting in discrepancies, Ning Luo articulated clearly. The small sphere in the center of the hall radiated a peculiar disruptive magnetic field, and the interference grew more pronounced the closer one approached. This was also the reason Su Bai had refrained from allowing Ning Luo to probe further. Another contributor? Come forth. We shall begin now. Hearing the same words, Su Bai's heart sank, and he maximized the protective barrier of absolute particle defense. The transparent light membrane flickered incessantly, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Master, the magnetic field interference has rendered the absolute particle defense ineffective. Just as Ning Luo's words fell, Su Bai's perspective through Tian Humei caught sight of a ghostly light emerging from the elderly woman's body. Dim, yet undeniably real. It moved with incredible speed, and before Su Bai could react, the ghostly light surged into his body. His eyes glazed over, and he took step after step toward the elder. Was this fate inescapable? Zhuge Jiner observed everything unfolding from outside the hall. Under Tian Humei, Su Bai was indeed captivating, even causing her to feel inferior. That alluring aura, even when Su Bai restrained it, still elicited a flicker of self-doubt within Zhuge Jiner. She had initially believed he might actually clear the level. Zhuge Jiner was at a loss for words, watching as terrifying rays erupted from around Su Bai upon nearing the elderly woman. Damage numbers flashed incessantly. 4032, 3295, 4430, 3369. Countless red damage figures emerged above the elder's head, and a faint smile curled at the corner of Su Bai's lips. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 20 Ling level novice poisoner. You have gained experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 19, with all attributes increased by 1. You may freely allocate 5 attribute points. Racial bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 2, Charisma 1. Class bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 1. It is indeed an illusion. Even though its power and range are restricted due to interference, it can still kill you at such close proximity. Note, Tianhu Meitong, passive see through all illusions and become immune to all charm effects. After collecting the dropped items, 2 celestial spirit artifacts appeared, but luck remained unkind. As before, not only did he lack the profession to utilize them, but there was also no one in their apartment who could. With a helpless sigh, Subai turned his gaze to the small orb in the center of the hall that disrupted the Ingluo system. Original disruption system, grade, Ling level, item, description, possesses powerful disruption capabilities crafted by the Goblin Mangu. Ingluo, you should be able to make use of this, right? Subai recalled that the Orisis system had autonomous learning capabilities, and within its skills, there was one called System Override. Orisis system, passive significantly enhances machine performance attributes. Core of the Tianqi mechanical clan S. Huankai species, possessing autonomous learning and evolutionary abilities. System Override, active infiltrates the target using its own Orisis system, acquiring information and the ability to plunder machine capabilities and control rights not exceeding its own permission level, with no consumption and cooldown time. Upon receiving feedback from Ingluo, Subai placed the small orb against his mechanical wristband. System Override acquisition progress. 123, 100 System Override complete. Orisis partial system upgrade. Anti-interference system upgrade. Ingluo absorbed the data swiftly, and Subai cast a brief glance around the hall. Confirming there was nothing more to acquire, he waved his hand, signaling Zhuge Jiner outside to enter. She now understood why this man could grow so close to Xia Ziming. He was actually quite endearing. Miss Zhuge, I want to repeat myself. I am a man. Don't believe me? You can test it. Subai frowned. He was most annoyed when others referred to him as a girl, a label he had to endure previously due to circumstances, but now he refused to bear such indignity. Of course, his interactions with her were intended for rewards. Seemingly recalling something, Subai quietly added a remark in his heart. With the day's gaming time drawing to a close, they had no choice but to wait in the second level of the dungeon to avoid an unexpected forced logout. Note, if time allows, logging out directly in the dungeon counts as an immediate exit. With no alternatives, they engaged in casual conversation to pass the remaining minutes. Unable to withstand Zhuge Jiner's incessant inquiries, Subai eventually disclosed that his appearance was due to his racial background. As for how Zhuge Jiner perceived that, it was up to her. He had spoken the truth, and she could believe whatever she wished. Is it because of your race? No, I must test him further. Zhuge Jiner mused, still somewhat incredulous. After all, this was Xia Ziming. She had known her for over a decade and had never witnessed any male treated in such a manner. Contemplating this, Zhuge Jiner whispered into Subai's ear, "Do you have feelings for Xia Ziming?" Clang. Heartstring struck. Subai's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Liking Ziming? Zhuge Jiner's words undoubtedly unsettled him. It was impossible for him to claim he had no thoughts at all. Xia Ziming was truly a paragon of excellence. Which man would not admire her? Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Subai only harbored thoughts of gratitude towards her. Why should I tell you? Subai gradually calmed himself, yet his flushed cheeks betrayed him, displaying the innocence of a young boy. Is he really a boy? Zhuge Jiner thought in astonishment. Deliberately creating some distance from Subai, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. However, she was also one to enjoy the drama. I believe Xia Ziming might like you too. You should confess. Having harbored a dislike for males since childhood, she nevertheless seized upon the opportunity presented by Xia Ziming to tease Subai incessantly. Initially, she found it amusing, as Subai's reactions often brought her silent joy. Unfortunately, as time passed, he seemed to grow accustomed to her jests, no longer responding to her provocations. Miss Zhuge, time is up. After tomorrow's dungeon run, I hope to never see you again. Chapter 58. Is this a date? Upon opening the game pod door, Subai realized that his already small room was now filled with people. What are you all doing crammed in my room? Subai twitched his mouth. Due to financial constraints, each student's apartment room was quite limited, barely accommodating a sleeping space and a gaming pod. Now, 6 individuals had gathered. Goodness, you're hogging all the showy stuff? You're making me a bit envious. Lu Xiaotong, as usual, spoke bluntly. Having learned about the recent developments, everyone was concerned for Su Bai's well-being. Upon seeing he appeared to be in good spirits, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for worrying about me." "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Su Bai replied, stifling a yawn. After a whole day in the game, he had only managed to rest briefly during teacher Ulysses' class before chatting with everyone else. He then climbed into bed. "I'm going to sleep now. If anyone is here and I'm not awake by 8:30, please wake me," he said, setting an alarm on his phone before drifting into a deep slumber. He had promised Qin Jing, the little girl, that he would assist her with her plans today. It was Sunday, and the store manager had kindly given him a day off. Although he longed to sleep the day away, he had already made a commitment, and it would be inappropriate to back out last minute. "Hey, Subai, are you awake? It's time." You don't actually expect a beautiful girl to wake you, do you? "It's me, and I'm truly sorry." Wu Ziong kept shaking Su Bai's shoulder, and upon seeing his drowsy eyes barely opened before shutting again, he yanked the blanket off him, still sleeping. After another round of attentive waking, Su Bai completed his morning routine in the bathroom, while Wu Ziong sat on the couch outside, engrossed in a show. Oh, 3 girls mentioned they went shopping, and Lin Haoshuan said he'd be in the room studying positioning videos. He left the electric scooter keys at the door. Seriously, if he is not going, I, as a man, feel embarrassed to go alone, Wu Ziong exclaimed, throwing down the remote in frustration. Why would he choose to study positioning videos instead of accompanying beautiful girls? With a disapproving glance at Wu Ziong, Su Bai bid farewell and took the keys to head out. He had arranged to meet Qin Jing at 9:30, and the meeting point was not far, so he estimated he would arrive in about half an hour. As he rode the electric scooter through the bustling streets of the capital, rich in history, he observed the vibrant life that unfolded around him. After parking his scooter, he noticed the meeting location was indeed a milk tea shop. Should I just wait outside? But wouldn't that seem a bit awkward? As he contemplated the idea of sitting idly for half an hour without ordering anything, Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed. No, that is not right. You're a wealthy individual now. What is wrong with ordering an expensive milk tea? Realizing the balance in his bank account, Su Bai quickly shook off his hesitation. He seemed to have already become quite wealthy, the kind of affluent individual with a multitude of zeros trailing behind. As Su Bai gazed at the myriad of milk tea names such as Shuya, Michi, and Shanshua, he found himself momentarily dazed, having seldom visited a milk tea shop. Senior, this milk tea shop serves exquisite drinks. If you're unsure of what to order, I highly recommend the Black Forest Pearl Milk Tea. It's absolutely delightful. At some point, Qin Jing had appeared behind him. Unlike her usual attire when visiting the shop, she was now clad in a loose white shirt layered over form-fitting black leggings. Perhaps due to her frequent athletic endeavors, her physique was quite admirable, leaving Su Bai momentarily speechless. Hee hee, Senior, do you think it's pretty? Indeed. Huh. Is this outfit truly appealing? Suppressing her bashfulness, Qin Jing maintained her vibrant demeanor, exclaiming, Senior, I certainly know this looks good. I chose it after much deliberation for our outing. Hurry up, let's find a place to sit and chat. The two ordered different milk teas, with Qin Jing seated opposite Su Bai, eagerly awaiting his assessment. So how does it taste? Observing the different flavors of milk tea beside Qin Jing, Su Bai initially suspected the girl might be setting him up for disappointment. To his surprise, it was unexpectedly delightful. As he continued to savor his drink, Qin Jing seemed to have a sudden thought, her face lighting up with that signature mischievous smile. Senior, this cup is also delicious. Would you care to try? Pushing her half-finished drink toward Su Bai, she playfully observed his expression. Is this a form of indirect suggestion? Su Bai was no fool, having watched television. He quickly grasped the implication. However, the next moment, he looked up to see Qin Jing doubled over with laughter. Haha, Senior is still so innocent. I can't take it anymore. Your expression just now was priceless. As expected, this little girl was intent on finding amusement at his expense. For reasons unbeknownst to him, she always delighted in teasing him, and he couldn't fathom what he had done to provoke her. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. After all, he was the senior. Xiao Qian, since you've said so, I shall not be polite any longer. With that, Su Bai lowered his head. Xiao, you look? That boy is coming, but he seems rather ordinary, exclaimed a girl, peering through binoculars at Su Bai and Qin Jing. Really? Is it true? Didn't they agree to meet at 9:30? Xiao Man, wake up! The guy's here. A girl with short brown twin tails shook the slumbering Xiao Man unperturbed. Xiao Man stretched leisurely. Did Senior Su Bai come this early? Rubbing her still sleepy eyes, the three girls crouched at a distance, scrutinizing Su Bai. Look at that boy's expression. He seems mesmerized. Haha. Hey Xiaozhua. I told you, Senior Su Bai's character is just like that. Incredible, incredible. That boy actually drank it. Quick, look at Xiao Qian's expression. I must capture this moment. The three girls, hidden away, chattered excitedly upon hearing Xiao Qian was to meet a boy. They promptly decided to follow her stealthily. As Xiao Qian's close friends, they had long anticipated witnessing the senior, who constantly occupied her thoughts. Chapter 59. Capturing the golden slime. Xiao Qian, if you're not going to drink it, just toss it away, Su Bai remarked, glancing at Qin Jing, who was still clutching her milk tea after they exited the shop. He felt somewhat regretful for his earlier impulsiveness. After all, Qin Jing was merely a young girl. Why should he engage in a battle of wills with her? Who said I'm not drinking it? I've seen plenty of situations like this. I just wasn't thirsty earlier. Saying this, Qin Jing disregarded Su Bai's objections and took a sip, appearing quite at ease, which sent the three girls hiding in the shadows into a frenzy. Wow, Xiao Qian really drank it. Normally, when we go out to attract boys, she never shows any interest. Perhaps she actually likes this flavor. Let us observe further. This time, we might catch something. She'll quiet down, Xiao Yu. They stopped. Quick hide. Su Bai and Qin Jing halted. Not for any other reason, but because Su Bai suddenly remembered he had yet to inquire about Qin Jing's plans. Xiao Qian, where are we headed? Didn't you mention having a plan? Su Bai turned to her, but she wore a smug expression. Senior, can't you see? It's a date, of course. Isn't it a waste to not go on a date with a boy during a rare holiday? I reckon this is probably your first time going out alone with a girl. How pitiful. You should express your gratitude to me. Qin Jing teased continuously, while Su Bai could only sigh in response. All right, thank you. Our young girls today, so mature. Reflecting on his own past, he recalled that extending an invitation to a girl was something he had never dared to consider. Nowadays, it seemed that young girls regarded dating as merely shopping. Removing Xiao Yu Ro from the equation, he realized he had only ever gone out collectively with others in the apartment. He had never experienced a solo outing with a girl. So, my esteemed Xiao Qian, where are we headed? Su Bai inquired with a sigh. When it comes to a date, shopping at a grand mall is a must. With that, Qin Jing urged Su Bai to hurry along. For the sake of today's itinerary, she had spent a considerable time discussing plans with Xiao Man the previous day, even declining a request from her senior to join a mercenary mission. Let us go. Let us go. As he was half pushed into the mall, Su Bai gazed at the magnificent structure before him and felt a wave of despair wash over him. They truly could not comprehend. When it came to shopping, most would merely browse and leave, claiming they would return later. He had initially thought such comments were mere politeness, but it soon became apparent that they would visit each store at least twice. Senior, over here. Thankfully, this little girl was different. They primarily indulged in snacks while wandering the mall, and it appeared that Qin Jing had little interest in clothing. Senior, could you hold these for me? Let's go try that out, she said, handing Su Bai an assortment of snacks while she made her way to the service area. The amusement device before them was nothing extraordinary, merely the most common of virtual reality glasses. In this era of virtual reality, such items had become relics of the past, said to lack even synchronized tactile feedback. Pondering this, Qin Jing had already donned the glasses. From a nearby screen, it was evident she was engaged in a game of hitting golden moles. The game involved moles popping up from the ground, and players had to strike the golden ones with a hammer to earn points. It seemed rather entertaining, and Qin Jing appeared to be enjoying herself. However, in the next moment, due to the position of the golden mole, Qin Jing's movements became exaggerated, and it seemed she might topple over at any moment. At that moment, Su Bai's concern shifted entirely to her safety. He rushed forward to catch her, but before he could reach out, she shouted, "Golden mole, where are you running off to?" In an instant, Qin Jing's body twisted into an awkward shape, her clenched fist striking Su Bai squarely on the head. He winced in pain and quickly retreated from the gaming area, prompting the nearby staff to rush over to assess his condition. Darn it! Stabilized by the staff, Su Bai caught his breath. He had almost forgotten about Qin Jing's combat skills. To be honest, he nearly lost sight of her formidable prowess with those fighting techniques. How could she ever fall? Without a hint of awareness, Qin Jing continued to revel in the enjoyment of the game, leaving Su Bai with no choice but to let out a resigned sigh. Ah, this game is quite entertaining. At times, hitting the moles even provides a tangible sensation. Removing her glasses, Qin Jing felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The setting that required real-life movements was indeed a refreshing novelty. The nearby attendant, overhearing her, offered an awkward smile. "Senior, the point system here is uniform. How about this? Whichever game you choose, if your score surpasses mine, I shall treat you to snacks at our next stop. Of course, if you lose, then it will be you treating me." Qin Jing puffed out her chest, pointing at the score on the panel, confident that her skills would yield a remarkably high score. However, it was out of the question for Su Bai to concede so easily. "Let us see who wins. Just don't back out if you lose." With the snacks set on a nearby table, Su Bai began to scrutinize the games displayed on the panel. While the point mechanisms for these mini-games were the same, some games were undoubtedly easier than others. After a brief survey, Su Bai's attention settled on a game titled Catch the Golden Slime. The objective was to evade the attacks of the blue slimes while capturing the golden ones. It sounded challenging, yet the score for each captured slime was quite substantial. After all, he was somewhat of a professional player. Wasn't he this merely childish play? Putting on his glasses, Su Bai was instantly transported to a vast prairie, where blue slimes leisurely charged toward him. So simple, his agile movements allowed him to dodge all collisions. It wasn't he that Su Bai was exceptionally skilled, but rather that the blue slimes were rather feeble. As he mocked them, he remained blissfully unaware that in reality, his body was contorting into various odd positions in the air. "Ha, senior, you're too funny. I can't take it anymore." Qin Jing stifled her laughter, careful not to let Su Bai catch on. Eager to observe more closely, she disregarded the attendant's attempts to stop her and stepped boldly into the game area. "Uft, your serious dodging expression is just too amusing. I must capture this moment." Qin Jing hid behind Su Bai, her hand stealthily reaching for her phone in her pocket. "Say cheese." Finally, the golden slime has appeared, and two at that. She clasped her hands, feeling the soft texture instantly. Qin Jing covered her mouth tightly, while the attendant could only watch in astonishment, speechless. "So soft. It even has a gauzy texture?" Puzzled, Su Bai gave a squeeze. But the points were of utmost importance. Spotting a new golden slime, he promptly abandoned the one he had already caught. "Wow, this game is genuinely fun. Xiao Qian, you should give it a try. Sometimes the golden slime feels real and is incredibly soft." Su Bai set down his glasses, and although he hadn't beaten Qin Jing, he still found immense joy in playing. Chapter 60. A chance encounter at the mall. "Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Are you tired?" Su Bai approached Ying Xing, placing a hand on her forehead. Relieved to find she wasn't ill, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. Previously, Xiao Yuro often suffered from poor health, frequently running fevers. Seeing Qin Jing's flushed face concerned him as well. "Sir, you..." The attendant blushed, attempting to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Jing. "Senior, I'm fine, just a bit warm. Yes, just warm. Your score has lost a mine, so I want fruit tea from that shop." Qin Jing quickly pointed out the store and, after sharing the name of the fruit tea she wanted, settled onto a nearby bench. With no other option, Su Bai reluctantly went to purchase the drink. "Miss Attendant, don't mention this to him." Once Su Bai had walked away, Qin Jing whispered shyly to the attendant. "Zimingjia, isn't that Su Bai over there?" Lu Xiaodong exclaimed suddenly, following her gaze. The three turned their attention to a distance where Su Bai was handing the fruit tea he had just bought to Qin Jing. However, the distance made it difficult to see clearly. "It does resemble him," Gu Yuwa remarked, "but it shouldn't be Su Dage. There's a girl next to him." While they could speculate about others, they had never seen any girl with Su Bai aside from themselves. If it were Su Yuro, she certainly wouldn't be here. Furthermore, their appearances and styles were vastly different. "Let us go take a look. Who knows, maybe Su Bai is a predator for young girls outside," Lu Xiaodong joked, imitating claw-like gestures before Gu Yuwa. The mall was bustling with people, yet due to the unique aura of the three girls, no one dared to approach them. They quickly made their way to Su Bai's side. "Senior, look over there. Three incredibly beautiful sisters without any male companions." Qin Jing teased, bulking Su Bai just playfully. It was the most amusing thing for her to tease her senior with such remarks. Ignoring Qin Jing, Su Bai was aware that this little girl was just playing tricks on him. However, Qin Jing's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she noticed Xia Ziming and her friend approaching them, causing her heart to race. What if they heard what I just said? As the distance closed, her heart pounded louder, and finally, Xia Ziming recognized Su Bai's face. Oh, isn't this our little man, Su Bai? Leaving behind 3 beauties at home to come out for snacks? Lu Xiaotong exclaimed, placing her hand on Su Bai's shoulder. Her voice was loud, and as most of the men in the mall had already been watching them, their attention was now entirely fixated on Su Bai. Which rich kid is this? So impressive. I'm amazed. Leaving 3 beautiful girls at home to prey on minors. I'm definitely reporting him to the authorities today. Bro, don't just talk about the minors outside. Have you seen one of those 3? She looks like a minor too. Dude, are you blind? Take a closer look. With that stature, can a minor possess such attributes? Surrounded by mocking comments, Lu Xiaodong quickly realized her joke was ill-timed, scratching her head in embarrassment. Gu Yuhua buried her face in her chest, too shy to look up. Sighing, Xia Ziming shot an exasperated glance at Lu Xiaodong. Thankfully, they were in the capital, so she at least didn't have to worry about this incident trending online. Hearing Lu's remarks, Su Bai also deduced who the 3 beautiful sisters Qin Jing had mentioned were. Earlier that morning, Wu Ziong had mentioned that they were out shopping. He and T expected to run into them here. With no other choice, Su Bai and the others decided to leave the crowd and headed towards the nearest AF. Gulp. The scene before him was quite striking. The 4 girls were already stunning, and together they were nothing short of breathtaking. From the moment they entered the CAF, nearly every pair of eyes around them remained glued to the group, particularly on Su Bai. If one were to call him handsome, he was merely average. If one were to claim he was wealthy, the total cost of his outfit wouldn't even surpass that of most people's shoes in the vicinity. What was his secret? With so many people glaring at him with gritted teeth, Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine. If looks could kill, he might have already. Puffed. Noticing the crowd had thinned out somewhat, Lu Xiaodong couldn't resist teasing again. Harem King, how does it feel? Doesn't it feel great? Su Bai responded with a chuckle. Hee. The CAF may not have had a crowd, but it wasn't empty either. Lu Xiaodong, can't you hold your tongue for once? As Su Bai observed the other patrons in the CAF, he felt a pressing urgency to moderate his speech, lest the authorities intervene. What would you all like to drink? He inquired, taking the menu from the outer side of the table. It seemed rather inappropriate to sit in someone else's establishment without ordering anything. An Americano, please. A cappuccino for me, came the responses. Senpai, may I have a look? Su, his elder, insisted. Brother Su Bai, since you helped me last time, allow me to treat this time. Each person's reaction varied. Gu Yuhua, perceptive to Su Bai's family circumstances, sought to assist him and fabricated a reason to do so. Around them, the chatter bubbled. Is drinking a coffee such a torment? Suddenly, my girlfriend seems less appealing. I too seek a wealthy patron. The jest continued, with one person lamenting, one? Look at this brother, surrounded by beautiful women, effortlessly engaging with them. That is true skill. You scoundrel, do you wish for the same? Wait, dear, I was merely jesting. The incessant banter left Su Bai with no choice but to ignore it. Very well, Gua. Feel free to take advantage of me. I've earned quite a bit in Huan Sure. I can certainly afford a coffee. He appeared relaxed, though Qin Jing beside him was less pleased. Senpai, I want a drink too. Why don't you show me the menu? Qin Jing fixed her cat-like gaze on him, seemingly upset that he had not heeded her words. What is a child like you doing drinking coffee? It's not good for your health. You still have your fruit tea, don't you? He playfully pinched her cheek, eliciting a chuckle from him. Senpai. The onlookers observed the exchange, and Qin Jing could not bear such humiliation, swiftly swatting his hand away. You're the child here. I'm not little anymore. She rose quickly, her cheeks flushed. Puffed. Why are you so concerned for her? You ought to introduce us to your little girlfriend. Lu Xiaotong laughed, eyeing Qin Jing. It was quite shocking to discover that Su Bai had been secretly dating outside their knowledge. Qin Jing was puzzled, wondering how her senpai knew these individuals. She recognized that Lu Xiaotong's remarks were playful, yet the realization that her senpai was acquainted with so many girls left her astounded. Chapter 61. The end of the date, Yu Ro's secret Lu Xiaotong. Must you pick on a child? I believe I've mentioned this before. This is my junior from work. Her name is Qin Jing. Hello, I am Qin Jing. Just call me Xiao Qian. Upon hearing Su Bai's introduction, Qin Jing stood tall, exuding confidence. Unlike other girls her age, she was not shy in the presence of strangers, though to Su Bai and his friends, she still appeared quite youthful. Xiao Qian, is it? You are one of the two girls Su Bai recruited into the mercenary group, correct? Quite impressive to reach level 10 at this age, Xia Ziming remarked, fondly regarding the spirited girl. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had not heard of Qin Jing among the younger generation of the Qin family. Perhaps it was due to her oversensitivity regarding the Yunyan business, leading to her assumptions. Xiao Qian, these are the others from our apartment studio. Su Bai introduced each person, but as he concluded, Qin Jing's expression turned to one of disbelief. Senpai, this isn't some glitch scenario, is it? You accidentally stumbled into a studio and found yourself surrounded by girls, leading to daily adventures with each heroine. By the end of her statement, she wore a blank expression, prompting laughter from Lu Xiaotong and the others. Subai, did you hear that? The girl is critiquing you. Ha ha. Daily adventures with each heroine. Lu Xiaotong collapsed onto the table in amusement, recalling Su Bai's typically naive demeanor, reminiscent of protagonists in harem stories. Call me Xiao Qian. In the apartment. Aside from Brother Su, there are two other boys. Don't get the wrong idea. As the gazes of surrounding patrons grew more intense, Gu Yuguit quickly interjected to clarify. Then, she suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting. By the way, Xiao Qian, how did you meet Brother Su? She had heard him mention the junior from the store had encountered him before work, but when she had inquired further, he had evaded her questions with peculiar expressions, leaving her curious for quite some time. This sparked Qin Jing's interest, and she began recounting her first meeting with Su Bai. As time passed, the girls engaged in lively conversation, discussing favorite foods and fashion, completely sidelining Su Bai. Seeing his past laid bare, Su Bai attempted to interject, but they paid him no mind. Xiao Qian, you should come to Shuwang City. You've already joined the mercenary group. As the topic shifted to Huan Shi, Lu Xiaotong eagerly added. However, Qin Jing hesitated. No, I have a few friends, and we decided to stay in Liuwang Town. The establishment of a guild necessitated numbers, and Xia Ziming understood the advantages of Qin Jing's inclusion. Yet, she would not press if Qin Jing was unwilling. As the conversation continued, wait, no need to ask. We agree. Before Qin Jing could finish her thought, three masked girls appeared, their ages similar to hers. Xiao Zawa, Xiao Yu Xiaoman, what brings you here? Unlike Qin Jing, the three girls were not lacking in looks, though their attire suggested a more mature style. Flaunting permed long hair and dyed ponytails, including Xiao Man, whom Su Bai recognized. Now, surrounded by a veritable entourage of girls, Su Bai felt overwhelmed. Xiao Qian, are you afraid your date might be a bad person? We just wanted to ensure your safety. The girl named Xiao Zawa chuckled, fully aware of Qin Jing's fighting prowess, using humor to diffuse any awkwardness. Indeed, Xiao Qian, don't stress too much. We agree, and once we reach level 10, we'll head to Shuwang Town. Xiao Yu suddenly embraced Qin Jing, whispering in her ear, for your happiness, you must strive. Thus, the situation concluded merrily, with 7 girls surrounding him. Su Bai counted in disbelief. 7. Just like the tale of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, they must approach one by one, realizing he could not remain any longer, lest he attract serious trouble, potentially drawing the attention of the police. He prepared to make his escape. Since there are so many of you, I shall take my leave now. Just as he attempted to flee, a hand rested on his shoulder. Su Bai, opportunities to date so many lovely girls are rare. You aren't planning to run away, are you? Any man would stay put in such a moment. Don't you agree? Lu Xiaotong's ghostly demeanor was laced with provocation, implying that a departure would be unmanly. Thus, a vivid spectacle unfolded in the marketplace, with 7 girls chatting merrily ahead, while Su Bai trailed behind, laden with an array of bags. In the hospital, Su Yu gazed at the gaming pod before her. After days of testing, her health indicators had returned to normal. Entering, Huan Shi posed no issues, yet she chose not to inform her brother immediately, requesting Bai Yushi's assistance in keeping it under wraps. Yoya, are you certain the future will unfold in such a manner? Alone in the room, Suyuro harbored her silent thoughts. The surroundings remained unchanged, save for the faint glow emanating from the pendant at her chest. Master, the database confirms this, and my presence here serves as the best proof. This voice echoed in her mind, yet Suyuro showed no peculiar reaction, as if she had grown accustomed to it. If it is true, a droplet of blood trickled from her lacerated fingertip and landed upon the pendant adorning her chest. What you previously stated, I have now acquiesced to, as long as I can protect my brother, she declared as she stepped into the gaming chamber. Verification in progress. Iris scan successful. Identity verification successful. Huaxia District ID 3418. Is the account bound? Account creation complete. Please set up the game. The system recommends using your real name. Real names can be duplicated. Nicknames cannot. Beep. Unknown force detected. Chapter 62. The Birth of the Demon King. Suyuro, binding successful. Fantasy world connection successful. 5 seconds remain until the game commences. Please wait patiently. The game begins. We wish the player an enjoyable gaming experience. Beep. The following is the foundational panel acquired by the host. Suyuro. Health, 20. Mana, 100. Race, human. Profession, none. Strength, 3. Defense, 3. Agility, 2. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 5. Intelligence, 10. Root bone. Charm. Comprehension. Luck. Note, hidden attributes are not viewable. Leveling up does not allow for attribute allocation. In the dazzling white light, the space where Subai first arrived remained unchanged, still featuring that blue orb. Unlike the novice clothing donned by Subai, a delicate pendant of light purple hue adorned Suyuru's neck, showcasing a small object resembling a wisteria flower, quite ordinary in style. It was the very pendant from her reality, and though she noticed it resting against her chest, she felt little surprise, as if it were only natural. Iui, Suyuro softly called, and at that moment, the pendant emitted a brilliant purple light. Master, I am here. I have prepared everything. You may now directly enter the fantasy world. Unlike the electronic voice of reality, Oi's voice in the game resembled that of a shy young girl. Her tone was melodious, yet carried a hint of youthful allure. Suyuro appeared to be struggling to adapt. Master, I previously mentioned that the concentration of magical essence in your world is too low, which forces me to emit that unpleasant sound. My voice is actually quite pleasant. Ui quietly complained, though a trace of excitement colored her words. Master, let us not dwell on that. Let us swiftly enter the fantasy world. I can hardly wait to emerge. Ui's tone brimmed with enthusiasm. Since she first gained consciousness, she had been sealed within a necklace by her parents, bound by their clan's mission. She could scarcely remember how long she had been trapped within the pendant. The brightly lit, infinitely long corridor was lined with densely packed bookshelves brimming with tomes. Apart from slumbering, her only option was to continually study the vast repository of knowledge contained within the necklace. Suyuro was aware of Oi's plight. A year prior, an unforeseen incident led her to discover Oi's existence, and since then, they had become the best of friends, sharing everything and relying on one another. They had accompanied each other for an entire year. Entering the game, beep, your profession, race, and teleportation location cannot be selected due to unknown interference. The system detects data anomalies and attempts recovery. Recovery failed, calibration impossible. Anomalies detected in your login. To compensate for this error, you're granted a random equipment lottery opportunity once. Teleportation commencing. As the white light flickered, accompanied by the system's prompt, Suyuru's form vanished from that space. Unlike other novice players who would be transported to a starter village, her current location was a grand castle. Welcome player Suyuro to the Abyssal Demon King's castle. You may proceed to the town for your job change, quest upon reaching level 10. We wish you a delightful gaming experience. We have arrived at the Demon King's castle. Now, let us examine your race and formulate a plan to cultivate you into a formidable Demon King. Ui exclaimed with glee. Her task within the pendant was straightforward. She would utilize the pendant's power to transform the chosen one's profession into that of a Demon King and randomly assign her to the Demon faction. Subsequently, she would nurture and assist the Demon King, ultimately aiming to dominate the continent. However, our immediate priority is to devise a bloodline plan. Yui brimmed with confidence. Even if assigned to the most inferior demon, the Worm Demon, with the foundation of the Demon King's castle and her amassed knowledge, she was certain she could cultivate it to the strength of a junior Demon King. Yui's excitement grew exponentially. Once her master awakened her bloodline and inherited the powers of the Demon King, she would be liberated. Master! Master! Yui continued to call out from within the necklace. Yet Suyuru's focus was entirely on the castle. She now understood why those who came to visit her displayed such fervor when discussing virtual games. The sensation was simply exquisite. Despite the dim surroundings, Suyuru was elated, exploring the castle with wonder. She touched everything with curiosity, finding this castle far more vibrant than the white confines of reality. Master! 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 Please do not play yet. Have you forgotten the preparations we made earlier? Yui cried urgently from the pendant, her demeanor suggesting she might burst into tears. Without the blood awakened from you, I cannot emerge. It is so unfair. I wish to play with you. As if sensing her distress, Suyuru felt a pang of guilt and absent-mindedly scratched her head, bringing up her personal attribute panel. Suyuru, Level 1, Profession, Demon King Candidate, Race, Abyssal Demon, Original Clan of the Seven Deadly Sins, Unawakened. Health, 200, Mana, 200, Strength, 10 affecting physical melee attack power. Note, wearing equipment requires a certain amount of strength. Defense, 10, affecting base physical and magical defense. Agility, 10, affecting action capability and attack speed. Constitution, 10, affecting health. Intelligence, 10, affecting spell attack and hit rate. Rootbone, affecting difficulty of significant level breakthroughs. Charm, affecting interaction difficulty and probability of capturing pets or mounts. Comprehension, affecting difficulty of skill comprehension. Luck, affecting treasure drop probability and event trigger probability. Note, hidden attributes are not viewable. Race talent, Demon King Bloodline, Unawakened. Demon King Bloodline, Unawakened, not viewable. Skill, Detection Technique. As the name Abyssal Demon flashed before her eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through Suyuru. It was a fear originating from her own bloodline. The Abyssal Demon, a race recorded solely within books, was a pure demon. Even among demons, they were known as the sinful. At that moment, the playful tone in Yui's voice vanished entirely. Within the pendant, she appeared dazed, her body trembling. But this was merely the beginning. No, it cannot be. Upon seeing the subsequent information, Yui fell completely silent, kneeling on one knee. By my true name bound by the abyss, I sacrifice everything, dedicating the rites to my soul and body. Welcome the birth of the Demon King. The ancient language of demons spilled from Yui's lips. Demons revered contracts, and those made in the demon tongue were unbreakable. Chapter 63. The Demon King is about to awaken. As a contractee, Suyuru naturally understood the meaning of Yui's words in the demon tongue. Yet before she could react, a figure resembling Yui appeared in her mind, establishing a peculiar connection between them. It seems as though, with a mere thought, she could access and alter Yuya's memories in the next instant. This sense of control awakened certain desires within her heart, unbeknownst to Suyuru. The greed to possess everything. Yuya, my dear, do not concern yourself with me. This is what I wish to do. Please follow my instructions henceforth. No trace of mischief or innocence remained in Yuya's voice. She understood that, awakened under such a lineage, Suyuru would undoubtedly become the most arrogant, envious, wrathful, slothful, greedy, gluttonous, and lustful monarch among all demon lords. Master, you need only walk into the blood pool ahead. Following the guidance, Suyuru ventured into the deepest part of the castle, where a long corridor lay, its walls etched with peculiar patterns. At the corridor's end stood a blood pool, composed of countless streams of blood, occupying a significant portion of the room. Some of the blood resembled plasma, while others appeared like veins or liquid substances. The metallic scent of blood was overwhelming. Yuya, please, can we not have it this way? Is there no way to annul this contract? I believe we would be happier as friends. Fear gripped Suyuru, for the scene before her was unsettling. and even her closest friend had suddenly transformed. Hesitant to advance, she caught a glimpse of helplessness in Yuya's eyes. Master, I hope you can forgive my current impudence once you awaken. Yuru, I was merely teasing you. As long as you do not touch the contract, I remain unchanged. Hurry along, this is the blood source crystal I mentioned before. Once you absorb it, I shall emerge. Then you will be able to protect your brother. Yuya's voice bore an air of cheerfulness, for she comprehended what Yuru desired at that moment. Under such circumstances, regardless of what transpired, it would not alter the imminent reality. Today, the demon lord shall awaken. Hearing the mention of her brother, Yuru seemed resolute. The pendant around her neck was removed, and the blood crystal slowly dissolved in her bare feet and permeated her body. Pain etched itself across her face as waves of low whispers surged in her mind. As if in the next moment, she would no longer be herself. She was oblivious to how long this sensation persisted, but when she opened her eyes again, silence enveloped her. She found herself engulfed in darkness, devoid of sound or motion, reminiscent of an experience from 4 years prior. Cries of despair echoed, and no one came to her aid. Please, do not approach. No, no. Where are you? Father, mother, brother? Please, come save Yuru. Bound to the cold operating table, a hazy figure approached, brandishing a familiar syringe. No, no. She writhed in agony, convinced that something horrific would occur once the drug was administered. Her tears flowed as she pleaded, struggling against the restraints that clanged against her, blood trickling down from her bindings. Yet, she felt nothing. Her struggles intensified, leaving marks on her wrists and ankles. What a bother. Each time before administering the drug, a sedative must be injected. This truly affects the reactions of other medications. One voice remarked, next time, let us use operating table number 18. Such a promising subject cannot be wasted. As the drug coursed through her veins, her struggles ceased, while machines nearby whirred to life, documenting her reactions to the medication. She was merely 10 years old, Yuru. No, do not show me that. That is not me. In the depths of darkness, Yuru fought against the pain, yet the despair in her heart and the agony in her body were painfully clear. Memories continued to flood her consciousness, with excruciating pain rendering her unconscious. Each time she awoke, she found herself in a completely enclosed room, devoid of light or instruments. The vast chamber existed solely for one purpose: to facilitate their waste and nourishment. Children of similar stature gathered there, each bearing countless puncture marks. Then, the meal arrived, a viscous mass, referred to as nutritional paste. They scrambled and even fought with their frail bodies, driven by hunger and insatiable craving ignited by the drug injections. I beg you, do not make me witness this any longer. For over a month, she endured this relentless cycle. Finally, one day, eldest brother, we have been discovered. We must retreat. The dragon group is too swift. If we delay, it will be too late. That test subject is the only successful case. You dare tell me she is still on the table? What a joke. I must take her to the headquarters. Once again, she was left alone. She ached for someone to come save her in that moment of torment. In darkness, she was utterly alone until a figure appeared before her. Brother? She instinctively called out, but it was merely her wishful thinking. A mirror? No, it was another version of herself. Is it as simple as that? How absurd. Come now, become me, and you shall no longer suffer. No one but yourself can defy your will, for they are unworthy. Ha ha ha. She laughed maniacally. The reflection before her exuded arrogance, seemingly disdainful of her resistance and fear. She was unafraid? But why? How could she achieve such a state? If I could become like her, would I no longer fear being alone? Her consciousness began to blur, but this was merely the beginning. Just as she was on the verge of surrendering herself, 6 more figures emerged. Chapter 64. Welcome, Lord Demon King. Each figure bore a visage she knew all too well, for they were all facets of herself. Will you suffer? Her awareness flickered back to life as she yearned to witness the responses of her other selves. Why am I so frail? I have done nothing wrong. I have obeyed, just like the other children. Why could they inflict such torment upon her? The arrogant version of herself spoke through the pain. Indeed, Yuru recalled that due to her frail body, even when she managed to secure a nutrient supplement, it would be snatched away by the other children. If only these people would cease to exist. She exclaimed, yes, If I simply eliminate them, surely I shall find solace. She vividly remembered the faces of those men. It was all too simple. If she could just rid herself of them, she would surely feel relief. Her thoughts were interrupted as she excitedly shared her ideas, only then realizing that they did not all share the same intent. She was consumed by jealousy, jealous of the fact that despite her reactions being akin to those of the other children, her experimental dosage was double theirs. She was filled with hatred. No, it was herself who was filled with hatred. Countless times, she had wished to kill the very person administering the injections, longing to plunge the syringe into his heart rather than simply escape. But she was different. The version of herself before her could. The flames of jealousy ignited in her eyes, fueled by her profound loathing. In her envy, her gaze radiated a morbid intent to kill. And even when another version of herself touched her shoulder, she merely spared a fleeting glance. Indeed, eliminate them. Not just them, but also her brother and the others. Why had they not come to rescue her? When we are frightened, helpless, and in despair, where are they? In her rage, she exhibited a madness that eclipsed her jealousy. However, this was precisely her initial thought. She pondered countless times about what her brother and the others were doing, whether they had noticed her absence, and whether they would come looking for her. Would she be destined to remain in this place for eternity? Anger surged within her, yet she found herself unable to release it. The rage she felt was far greater than she had imagined, utterly frantic. To kill her brother? No, it was not like that. Suyuru tried to explain, but as she gazed at her furious self before her, her own eyes instinctively darted away. Could you all please refrain from being so loud? Isn't the current situation rather pleasant? Look, forgetting all these matters brings such joy. Brother calls me every day, and our parents bring food to visit. Her actions mirrored her own, yet they diverged significantly. Her expression was incredibly languid, as if these issues held no significance for her. Hey, is this really enough? You could clearly obtain so much more. Why be so apathetic? If you truly desired it, you could acquire even greater things. The newly emerged self yelled greedily at the slothful one, yet the latter seemed to be oblivious, merely yawning lazily, indicating her indifference. Laziness had evidently provoked the ire of the others. All the other selves glared at her fiercely, and one new self even grabbed her collar directly. This is unacceptable. It's far too little. Our current life is insufficient. I wish to savor more and more delightful things. Her eyes were nearly filled with a thirst for knowledge. Compared to the greedy self beside her, her curiosity was greater. She longed to learn more about everything. If you were not a part of me, I believe we could get along splendidly. The greedy self gave a confirming look to the gluttonous one. Did the two seem to resonate with each other? Wait, don't fight. Suyuru observed the 6 individuals before her and suddenly realized something peculiar. She wanted to intervene to separate her lazy and gluttonous selves, but she found herself utterly incapable of reaching the 6 before her. How could this be? She could hear their voices and sense their presence, yet she could not touch them. As she pondered, Suyuru felt a tremor course through her body. She sensed a pair of hands gently embracing her from behind. A 7th being? Just as she was filled with confusion, a damp breath whispered near her ear. Are you wondering why I can touch you? How intriguing. Tell me, do these beings before you merit the title of your sins? As the words fell, Suyuru's pupils contracted slightly, as if concealing something. She wished to avoid listening further. Yet the presence behind her had no intention of releasing her. You must understand, you will eventually confront your inner self to become one of us, at which point the others will naturally vanish. Choose me and confront that emotion directly. Pride, envy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. 7 figures encircled Suyuru. Beyond the dark world, the blood pool where Suyuru stood had been utterly drained, and under the awakening of the Demon King's bloodline. Her originally jet-black hair had extended to her legs, transforming into the color of blood. She stood there quietly, exuding a suffocating pressure. Waves of aura unique to the Demon King were continuously spreading throughout the abyssal realm. Yuya trembled within the pendant, gazing at Suyuru's now dark golden pupils, realizing that her king was approaching. Ding! Bloodline awakening successful. Comprehension of the original heart method, the judgment of original sin, awakened bloodline talent. Demon King bloodline, powers of pride. Envy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Detection technique, evolve into the true eye of the Demon King. Using lottery opportunity ding, due to interference from unknown factors. Congratulations on receiving the bronze grade equipment. Demon King S Blade. Demon King S Blade grade, bronze sealed, level, none power, 10 defense, 10 agility, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 intelligence, 10 root, 1 charm, 1 insight, 1 luck, 1 equipment requirement. Demon King, soulbound. Cannot be removed. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot drop. Skills, Wrath of the Demon King, Grief of the Demon Blade, Wrath of the Demon King. Active upon activation, ignores opponent's defense. Dealing damage that cannot be healed or treated. Lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Grief of the Demon Blade. Active inflicts 300 physical and magical damage to a single target. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Chapter 65. The arrival of the Demon King. Clutching the Demon King S Blade, Suyuru gradually emerged from the blood pool, her face revealing no hint of emotion. A drop of crimson blood flowed from her fingertips into the pendant. The pendant, originally adorned with a wisteria design, began to form fine cracks. As the cracks multiplied, the entire pendant shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. It transformed into a dark red necklace. Demon King S Mark grade. None level. None power. 100 defense. 100 agility. 100 constitution. 100 spirit. 100 intelligence. 100 root. 1 charm. 1 insight. 1 luck. 1 equipment requirement. Demon King, soulbound. Cannot be removed. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot drop. Skill, Power of the Demon God. Power of the Demon God. Possesses the power to awaken and bestow the power of the Demon God. Yuya. Suyuru silently chanted within her heart, and a petite figure appeared in the hall. She kept her eyes tightly shut, kneeling in submission. The silver-haired girl trembled continuously, sweat beading on her forehead, trickling down her tender face, flowing along her snow-white skin. She yearned to control her body, but she was powerless. The dread induced by the Demon King's pressure stemmed from her very bloodline. Her soul, Orestum Troll's Yuya race, succubus, juvenile, grade, spirit grade sealed, level. 1 sealed skills, enchanting words, enchanting voice. Suyuru's hand slowly reached toward Yuya's head. A terrifying threat of death spreading within Yuya's heart. She dared not resist. She felt death drawing ever closer. Yuya, why are you so frightened of me? By the way, you are quite adorable, such a tiny one. Come, let your sister hold you. Yuya? Verification in progress. Iris verification successful. Identity verification successful. Illusory world connection successful. Game countdown, 5 seconds. Game begins. Wishing players a pleasant gaming experience. Accompanying women on shopping trips is indeed far less relaxing than tackling dungeons. Exhaling slowly, a white light flashed beside him, and Zhuge Jiner emerged from it. All right, let us head directly to the final level. Seemingly aware of the urgency of time, Zhuge Jiner refrained from unnecessary words, pulling Su Bai into the teleportation array. A bead floated high on an altar, and if he was not mistaken, that was Zhuge Jiner's target this time. Be careful, adding Luo's warning. Su Bai pushed Zhuge Jiner aside, using the force of the push to propel himself backward. Hiss! A massive shadow separated the two, and a gigantic centipede appeared in the spot where they had just been. Intermediate poison user, level, 20 grade, half-spirit grade health, 95,000, after skill enhancement, skills, poison body. De, toxic spray. Description, a unique product that has successfully cultivated poison within, dedicating everything to the poisonous seed, capable of controlling the poison within. Just a step away from being devoured. Note, due to sacrifice, grade has fallen. Half-spirit grade? Did it fall from spirit grade? With a thought, the radiant light unfurled, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai launched his offensive. Streams of white beams struck the massive centipede. Yet due to the transformation into a bracelet, Luo was unable to activate her variable wing system. Su Bai, why haven't you transformed into a girl? Zhuge Jin inquired amidst their retreat. To her, Su Bai's combat prowess should have been significantly heightened in female form. However, Su Bai deemed it unnecessary, as these poison users lacked consciousness, rendering his fox charm ineffective. Zhuge Jin Air, if you mention transforming into a girl one more time, I shall be quite vexed. Suwaiti Tortif. Just as Zhuge Jin Air was about to regain her balance, the ground beneath them trembled anew. The defensive barrier manifested, and they found themselves suspended in midair by the newly emerged centipede beneath them. This is it, Zhuge Jin Air thought, realizing that if Su Bai's protective shield could not withstand the insect's assault, they would surely meet their demise. Ing Luo, activate the variable wing system. In an instant, Ing Luo soared into the air, carrying both of them to the nearest rocky outcrop. As Zhuge Jin Air gazed at Ing Luo, still shaken, she panted heavily. Having never before witnessed Ing Luo's true form, they intended to rest briefly on the rock, but the ground surged again, and two more colossal centipedes erupted from below. Their enormous bodies writhed in the dark cavern, and Su Bai's expression darkened. Ing Luo scanned for the number of centipedes underground. Master, 289 life forms of the same level detected, along with one advanced life form. Ing Luo reported expressionlessly. Su Bai entered his Tianhume state. Ing Luo, ascend and retrieve the orb. We shall handle things down here ourselves. They were merely intent on fulfilling their mission. Entangling with the centipedes served no purpose. Without hesitation, Ing Luo spread her wings and darted toward the altar. Zhuge Jin Air, what are you waiting for? Run. Grabbing Zhuge Jin Air's hand, Su Bai turned and fled, his Tianhume state merely enhancing his speed. Hand in hand, Su Bai's attributes rendered Zhuge Jin Air utterly incapable of keeping pace. Even though she was now in the form of a young girl, a wave of revulsion surged within her. This was not due to any other reason. Zhuge Jin Air harbored a severe aversion to male contact, and though speaking was tolerable, physical touch was something she had never experienced since her earliest memories. Their figures navigated through the swarm of centipedes, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the tide of insects. How much longer, Ing Luo? Zhuge Jin Air asked, glancing up to see Ing Luo seemingly obstructed by a barrier, her full-powered hyper-vibrational particle beam unable to breach it. This is madness. Zhuge Jin Air. For where did you receive this side quest? Su Bai whispered angrily, not without reason. They had danced perilously close to death multiple times. Given their current configuration, their levels were insufficient to clear this stage. The overhead barrier seemed to require the loot from the local boss to open. Zhuge Jin Air, seeing the increasing number of giant centipedes around them, released her hint orb, which emitted a faint glow, seemingly attempting to deduce something. The orb was not an ordinary side quest item. It was a special piece of equipment that could be activated through unique methods to glean clues for desired answers. Gathering and analyzing clues consumed additional energy during their escape, compelling her to concentrate intensely. Yet in Su Bai's eyes, possessing a means to clear the level while withholding it only fueled his ire further. Foolish woman. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Chapter 66. Life Sharing Ing Luo. Locate the advanced life form. Su Bai exclaimed, determined to flush it out. With the surrounding centipedes multiplying, an uneasy sensation crept over him. These were all semi-spiritual beings. With a ground not so limited in space, he would be genuinely concerned about all 289 giant centipedes surging forth simultaneously. Expand the light to its minimum range. Maximize the power. Hypervibrational particle beam. Single target. This represented a mode of utilizing the hypervibrational particle beam, sacrificing area damage to maximize its penetrating power and destructive capability. A terrifyingly slender white ray surged through the ground, piercing through dozens of massive centipedes and striking the advanced life form. Countless damage notifications erupted from below. The shrill cries pierced their minds, prompting both Su Bai and Zhuge Jin Air to cover their ears instinctively. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 20 mid-tier poison user. Experience gained. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Advanced poison user. Level 20 grade. Spiritual health 295,000. After skill enhancement. Skills: poison body, digging, toxic spray. Poison seed life sharing description. A unique product that successfully cultivates poison within, offering everything to the poison seed, capable of controlling its internal toxins, and possesses the qualification to be devoured. Poison seed life sharing. Passive shares life with mid-tier poison users within a 100-meter radius, automatically transferring any damage received to nearby mid-tier poison users. Has the final aspect of his quest finally revealed itself? Subai deduced that this poison sanctuary served as a breeding ground for toxins, and the being before him was the highest grade of feed. Life sharing? This was nothing short of one-sided exploitation. How could they label such unilateral extraction as sharing? And 100 meters? It would be more straightforward to declare that killing all centipedes would suffice to eliminate the larger one. Donning 3 pieces of level 20 spiritual gear. Subai shared the attributes panel with Zhuge Jin Air. Foolish woman, did you even think before accepting this quest? Do you intend to continue? He genuinely saw no way to clear this level. With 300 semi-spiritual beings, even depleting Ing Luo's energy would not suffice to eliminate them all. As he grasped Zhuge Jin Air's hand and evaded another centipede's attack, Subai let out a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to flee once more, Zhuge Jin Air suddenly froze behind him. Her expression darkened as she processed the shared attributes. Realizing there was no hope of clearing this level, she felt no need to persist, but Subai, this scoundrel, had the audacity to pull her hand and call her a foolish woman. She cannot accept it. Zhuge Jin Air had been a favored daughter of heaven since birth. In terms of beauty, she prided herself on being second to none. In terms of status, she was the daughter of the current head of the Zhuge family. Now, for this quest, she had expended countless efforts. Yet Subai had the nerve to question her intelligence. Zhuge Jin Air stood there, glaring at Subai with fierce indignation. Yet to Subai, it appeared as if she were merely indulging in a case of princess syndrome. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. A giant centipede was coalescing poison within its maw, preparing to launch it toward Zhuge Jin Air. Ing Luo was busy fending off newly emerging centipedes, unable to activate her protective barrier in time. With no alternative, he sprinted forward, grasped Zhuge Jin Air's hand, and pulled her into his embrace, shielding her with his back against the toxic spray. The poison's damage could eliminate Zhuge Jin Air in an instant, yet it would not affect him. This was his only recourse. His body tensed as he experienced the full brunt of the pain. The ongoing damage was not terrifying, but the burning sensation from the poison was. Even with his current physical resilience, the pain was akin to the time he had burned his hand while playing with a lighter. It was a lingering agony. Subai darted around, seeking to outlast their predicament. Today, there are still 7 hours left in the dungeon. Despite the prolonged battle, they have only managed to endure for half an hour. The only strategy is to delay until Ing Luo has fully recovered before launching another assault. He cannot fathom how 7 hours could be insufficient. If only he had learned to maneuver like Hao Xuan. Another sting from Centipede left Subai gritting his teeth in pain. In his arms, Zhuge Jiner was genuinely taken aback. She had almost given up hope of clearing the dungeon, her resignation apparent. Yet this person had the audacity to save her. Confusion clouded her mind as Subai continued to flee, and she realized she had not resisted being held at all. Staring blankly at Subai's face, Zhuge Jiner attributed her bewilderment to his current feminine appearance. Hey, foolish woman, stop daydreaming. Is there an antidote in your backpack? Hand me a bottle. I can't do it with my hands. Subai exclaimed in frustration. In this game, items can be used even in combat, provided one can access the system backpack. Yet this foolish woman could not even think of that. Here, Zhuge Jiner retrieved an antidote from her pack and handed it to Subai. Her cheeks flushed slightly. It was her first time feeding something to a boy. Ding, your poison status has been cancelled. Foolish woman, hold on tight. Subai crouched and leaped onto a massive rock, finally able to catch his breath, though uncertain how long it would hold. Perched atop the giant rock, they were not at ease either. Ing Luo had to dodge the toxic sprays while calculating energy expenditure. Subai, why did you save me? Zhuge Jiner murmured, her head lowered. She could not comprehend his actions. She had already surrendered and stood there in despair, yet he still chose to rescue her. Why? She was eager to understand what this scoundrel, who often berated her as a foolish woman, was truly thinking. I say, you foolish woman, even if you want my help to clear the dungeon, glaring at me with that resentful expression does nothing. At least make some effort. Foolish woman. Hey, what are you laughing at? No, nothing. So he thought my resentful gaze was directed at him for saying we couldn't clear it? Subai was surprisingly daft. Zhuge Jiner covered her mouth, chuckling softly. She began to understand why Xia Ziming cared about him. Subai scratched his head in confusion and shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, needing to quickly identify their next landing spot. What is that? Subai's pupils constricted. But the target was too distant. He could not extract any information from the red dot. With no choice, he had to wait for the target to draw closer. The red dot approached, revealing a gigantic scorpion. A scorpion invaded the centipede's domain, and it appeared to have a figure atop it. Subai was stunned. Although the range of his eye technique was insufficient, a sultry voice reached his ears. Oh, has an angel wandered into my breeding ground? No, wait. It seems to be a mechanical being, and those two little sisters in the distance. Don't worry, sister will be there shortly. Chapter 67, Demon God Column, Telesyria. As the two drew nearer, Subai discerned their attributes. He hurriedly shared the attributes with Zhuge Jiner, his face reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Foolish woman, your presence distracts me. Log out immediately. If a battle ensues, you won't escape. Remaining here, you have no hope of survival, let alone acquiring the Voodoo Pearl. Telesyria, one of the 72 demon god columns. Avatar, level, 20 sealed race. Grade. Attributes. Skills. Description. After reviewing the attributes, Zhuge Jiner hesitated. Leaving this scoundrel behind was unimaginable. Yet, her presence would indeed distract Subai. Listen closely, Subai. You must report the status of the Voodoo Pearl to me every 10 minutes. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge Xia Ziming's favor. A friend request was sent, and Zhuge Jiner logged out of the dungeon. At that moment, she truly began to understand Xia Ziming's sentiments. Ancient Poison Scorpion, innate mutation, degrade. Skills, ancient poison body. The massive red scorpion bore a woman clad in green robes. A demon? Under the oppressive aura, Subai sensed that this woman possessed a terrifying strength beyond anyone he had encountered. Yet he was not weak. He was gambling on the assumption that this avatar lacked substantial power. This thought flickered in his mind without hesitation. Very well, having decided to stay, he must prepare. Subai chuckled lightly. Ever since Ingluo appeared, his confidence had blossomed, albeit foolishly. The green-robed woman rode the massive red scorpion, which crawled before the giant centipede king, its pincers effortlessly severing the colossal creature in two. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. The tormentor that had plagued him for so long had no chance to resist before being devoured. How could this be possible? In astonishment, he realized that the master of this feeding ground was indeed present. The entire toxic holy cave served as a breeding ground for that scorpion, refining poison, utilizing the passive ability from that scorpion's corpse to refine toxins. Incredible. This scorpion was absurdly formidable, let alone its rider. A waft of alluring fragrance wafted through the air, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Ding! Detected that you are in a poisoned state and cannot exit the dungeon. Raising his head, Telesyria appeared rather disheveled, her plain robes failing to conceal her curvaceous figure. Even her occasional gestures inadvertently revealed her delicate, jade-like legs, stirring excitement within him. Little sister, how come you are the last one left? Her voice carried a unique seductive quality, but to Subai, it felt like a small room meeting a grand hall. In that moment, he exhaled deeply. He would no longer suppress her allure. Tenue illusionnaire eye technique. Illusionnaire charme fox technique. As his gaze shimmered with a pink glow, Subai summoned Ingluo once more. The transformational wing system, super vibrational particle beam, at full power output. This was Subai's most powerful strike to date. His objective was to land a devastating blow when the opponent was most relaxed. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, Subai dashed to the corpse of the giant centipede king, retrieving what he sought. Toxin source stone, secondary item, grade, none description, used to enter special scenes. Observing Telesyria's nearly untouched health bar, Subai held little hope. His sole focus was the Voodoo Pearl. With that thought, he handed the toxin source stone to Ingluo as a giant claw swung toward him. The appearance of two level 20 golden mushroom kings occurred in an instant, their bodies completely obliterated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai evaded the assault. He could not believe his luck would be so poor. Surely dying wouldn't prevent the voodoo pearl from dropping. Ingluo soared rapidly through the skies, while Su Bai maintained the activation of his eye technique, striving to contain Telesyria amidst the swirling dust. Wait, where is Telesyria? Su Bai's series of actions transpired swiftly, hardly exceeding 5 seconds. Yet when he turned his head, Telesyria had vanished without a trace. Little one, what are you looking at? Toxic streams descended from above, and instinctively, Su Bai stepped back, revealing a massive pit before him. Telesyria gradually descended from the air, calling for Ingluo. The toxin continued to spread across Ingluo's body, its potent corrosive power relentlessly destroying her functions. Get out of my way. Su Bai gritted his teeth. Faced with the obstruction of Telesyria, he could only endure, waiting for the moment she would let her guard down. A hint of mockery flickered in Telesyria's gaze as she observed Su Bai's demeanor. This is the consequence of your clever tricks. How can you blame your sister? With a wave of her hand, the 5-poison pearl, which had been suspended high above, floated into her grasp. How intriguing. What will she do? It would be a pity if this little one were to become a poisoned seed. Telesyria smirked slightly. Little one, you seem rather concerned about that mechanical figure behind you. Are you in a contract with her? Tell me, how would she feel if you were to kill her with your own hands? Would she think differently upon her next resurrection? A glimmer of understanding shone in her eyes as she recognized their bond. A fated summoned beast? What thoughts would arise if it were slain by its own summoner? The relationship between a fated summoned beast and its summoner is undoubtedly intimate. The former cannot defy the will of its master. Yet that does not imply a lack of consciousness. Come now, if you willingly kill her, this pearl shall be yours. What a delightful bargain. Her death will lead to rebirth. You would incur no loss while obtaining what you desire. A glint of madness flashed in Telesyria's eyes. As a manifestation, she had not felt such exhilaration in a long time. Her greatest pleasure lay in distorting a person's psyche and delivering a crushing blow in the end. Su Bai stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Telesyria, seemingly resolute. Yes, that is the expression I yearn to see. Telesyria's complexion flashed, hot shirigudid suvai, seemingly satisfied. For years, she had remained in this space refining toxins, nearly forgetting the sensation of such pleasure. Telesyria appeared slightly entranced, while a smirk graced Su Bai's lips. Tian Hu Jiu Bien, first transformation. Fierce moon transformation. Tian Yuan Tong, Yuan Mei U Technique. Unyan Si Tsung, Telesyria. In an instant, Su Bai transformed, as though he had matured several years. His originally diminutive form seemed to grow taller, developing into that of a young maiden. The golden-orange radiance cascaded behind him, while faint blushes adorned his once porcelain skin, rendering him exceptionally alluring. His soft, moist lips appeared irresistibly luscious, as if inviting a kiss. Yet, this was merely the beginning. An enchanting pink glow enveloped him, and a long, pink fox tail manifested, with furry fox ears swaying amidst the rosy aura. Huamehu technique. Hu Nianji Zhong. For a moment, Telesyria was utterly entranced. Even the nearby Lu Du Gu Xie collapsed heavily to the ground, losing control. Tian Hu Jiubian. First transformation. Fierce moon transformation. Active upon activation. Basic attributes double. Charm doubles. All talent abilities double. No cooldown. Consumption required. Chapter 68. Despair. Collection. In a fleeting thought, Lu Du Gu Xie was stored within his system backpack. Bereft of the control of the demon god, the giant scorpion was no more than a lifeless husk. Su Bai let out a slow breath. Yet almost immediately, his body was forcefully hurled away, crashing through several giant centipedes before landing heavily on the ground. His health bar dwindled to a mere flicker of red light. I lost control of my emotions. I almost ended your life. 11,168 overflow. The pain from his injuries persisted as Su Bai clenched his teeth, and Telesyria gradually appeared before him. Her gaze playful, yet laced with a hint of trepidation. A faint glow coalesced in her hand, restoring Su Bai's health with its ethereal light. That was close. Telesyria feigned nonchalance as she stood before Su Bai, her consciousness remaining vigilant for any of his moves. She could hardly believe it. Telesyria felt an unsettling fear. After all, she was a deity, a demon god. Even as a manifestation, her essence remained unchanged. Yet that seed, the one that intruded upon her sea of consciousness. She admitted that Su Bai's previous actions had momentarily disoriented her mind. Yet, what significance did that hold? She did not believe Su Bai could accomplish anything against her in such a brief span. Indeed, if she were to take it seriously, she could easily eliminate him before he could seize Lu Du Guxie's body. What truly unnerved her was that seed. The instant it penetrated her mind, her soul and body trembled. Even her divine essence as a demon god incessantly warned her, even in death, that seed must not be allowed to imprint itself upon her sea of consciousness. Confrontet with de les lias inquirias. He could only wait for the instance when the instant's time expired to escape. Little one, it seems you have taken something that does not belong to you. Time trickled away, and Tele Celia appeared increasingly agitated. Her brows arched, her words dripping with seduction. Her voice was soft, seemingly indifferent. But Su Bai understood the significance of that scorpion's corpse to her. After all, given her strength, why would she exert effort to nourish a lifeless body with poison? Su Bai had not miscalculated. That scorpion indeed held extraordinary importance for Tele Celia, as a demon god skilled in toxins. She regarded her poisons as lethal to anyone, yet that scorpion's remains were different. While immune, it could even refine the essence that enhanced the quality of her toxins. The discovery thrilled her. She had summoned a vast quantity of toxins for the scorpion to absorb, yet its absorption efficiency was painfully slow. The disparity in their levels was too great. Unfortunately, by the time she discovered that scorpion, it was already a corpse, unable to elevate its level. After numerous experiments, she finally discerned the toxin type suitable for the scorpion's remains. This was also the source of this secret realm. You desire that scorpion's corpse, do you not? Just release the toxins afflicting Ingluo, and I shall return it to you immediately, Su Bai stated calmly. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on her, while Tele Celia remained silent, seemingly sneering. With a gesture, Ingluo's body began to ascend gradually, suspended in midair. Portions of the toxin began to cascade down, pooling around Ingluo without dispersing. The toxin's form continued to morph, intertwining to form long swords of liquid poison hovering in the air, as if ready to descend at any moment. Tele Celia, what do you intend to do? What do you think? Clever girl. You recognize the value of that scorpion's remains. Sister here despises being at a disadvantage, but even more so, I loathe being commanded. As her words fell, a multitude of liquid poison swords relentlessly pierced Ingluo's body, spreading the toxin throughout her system, causing immediate anguish to manifest on Ingluo's visage. Ingluo, Su Bai struggled incessantly. Yet his body remained firmly restrained by Tele Celia. An increasing number of poison swords began to materialize. Equipped skill, Fireball Phantom. A colossal phantom of the earth fire Xuanyo emerged, the surrounding air seeming to ignite. Yet in the next breath, a poisoned sword pierced through its body, causing it to explode. Not enough, far from enough, Su Bai grimaced in pain, activating the equipped skill, Poison Seed Protection. Under the protection of the poison seed, the chains binding him were instantly released, and, as he stepped forward, a poisoned sword penetrated his chest, and the toxin rapidly spread through his limbs and body. A single poison sword, a mere poison sword, rendered him incapable of movement. The agony coursing through him was unbearable. The ethereal light continued to surge. Both he and Ingluo maintained full health. Weak. He was utterly weak. He still had 8 contract slots available, ample time to grow stronger. Yet what had he been doing all this time? Despair began to creep into Su Bai's heart as blood trickled down from his bitten lip. All of this was his fault, a consequence of his arrogance and greed. He believed that with Ingluo by his side and his current strength, he could handle any unforeseen circumstances. Yet reality was cruel. Without stepping into the realm of the divine, he remained merely mortal. Telethesia, while a mere avatar, was essentially a deity, having long since ascended to that realm. Since you're so concerned about her, why not accompany her? Telethesia chuckled. The venom began to coalesce, as countless poison blades pierced through Su Bai and Ingluo's bodies. The poison and pain seemed to saturate his entire being. Countless times he contemplated surrendering, wishing fervently for Xia Ziming to forcibly disconnect him from reality. But if he left, would Ying Luo vanish as well? He was uncertain of her fate should he depart. With 6 hours left until the dungeon countdown ended, he dreaded to imagine what would transpire if Ying Luo fell into the hands of that woman. Enduring the torment, his fingers glided through the air. Su Bai. Ziming Jia, I am fine here. Su Bai. Foolish woman, it's troublesome. Do not place too much hope in the 5 poisons pearl. Hiss. It seemed Telethesia noticed Su Bai's small movements, and several flying swords pierced his body once more. The painful toxins continued to spread within him. Telethesia's smile grew more pronounced. She felt it. She sensed the exhilarating intent to kill, born from despair. Telethesia, once I escape, I shall seek out your true form. When that time comes, I will make you repay today's agony 100-fold. Su Bai roared, while Telethesia's expression turned ecstatic, and more poisoned swords flew forth. Bang! A red light surged. The poison blades were halted, as a massive protective shield enveloped Su Bai and Ying Luo. Yet no trace of joy could be discerned in Su Bai's eyes. Ying Luo, cease. I command you to stop. Chapter 69. The Mechanical Queen of Apocalypse, stop. I command you to halt. Can you not hear me? Su Bai's frantic cries echoed, yet Ying Luo continued her actions, angelic wings unfurling from her back. Beneath those wings, the two embraced. Master, you have always granted my wishes. This is what I desire now. The familiar scene, the familiar words, yet Ying Luo's face radiated happiness. But this time it was different. What he saw on Ying Luo's face was only the pain of parting. Ying Luo, Ying Luo, Ying Luo, just hold on a little longer. We can leave in 6 hours. This is an order, an order. In their mental link, Su Bai cried out in despair. He understood what Ying Luo intended to do. Prohibited techniques. At the cost of her memories. That skill had completely sealed Ying Luo since Su Bai first laid eyes on it. But why? Su Bai gazed helplessly at Ying Luo, whose expression remained blissful. She tenderly caressed his cheek, as if reassuring herself of her master's presence. An order? I'm sorry, but this time, I must defy my master's command. Even 6 hours, I would not wish for a fraction of a second. Ding! Activating the forbidden technique. Apocalypse Osiris system at full power. Entering Mechanical Queen of Apocalypse mode. Note, forbidden technique. Apocalypse Osiris system full power output. Active entering Mechanical Queen of Apocalypse mode. All mechanical abilities activated in 2 modes. Upon annihilating the target, the state ends, erasing mechanical memories, resulting in self-destruction. Ying Luo held Su Bai close as they ascended into the air, 2 pairs of new angelic wings unfurling behind her. Electric arcs flowed continuously across the 6 wings, her eyes shifting from light red to deep crimson, and the previously obscured data of Telethesia's attributes became clear in that moment. Master, do you know? Seeing you in pain causes me great suffering. A scarlet thorn-like halo appeared above Ying Luo's head, expanding in the air. Su Bai's words were interrupted in Ying Luo's embrace. That kind of pain is far worse than death. Her pink hair stood erratically, resembling a docile kitten bearing its fangs. The halo spread, gathering terrifying beams of energy within. Ultra-vibrational particle beams. The excessive load on her body elicited no emotion from Ying Luo. She existed within her own understanding of the world. Perhaps death is not so frightening. I believe there are many things that are far scarier than facing death. I fear disobeying my master's orders. Under the onslaught of the beams, Telethesia's body was pierced. A multitude of ethereal light continuously mended her wounds, as she conjured deadly poison. Compared to her earlier restrained play, the newly formed poisoned swords, with their purple radiance, seemed to stand tall in the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled dread. Yet, Ying Luo remained unfazed. I fear my master will scold me and abandon me. Ying Luo continued speaking. The poison blades were repelled by the absolute particle defense barrier, raising no ripples. The expansion of the halo increased as Telethesia darted chaotically across the battlefield. She sensed that not only was the number of beams increasing, but their power was growing more terrifying with each passing moment. One hit, and she would surely perish. Su Bai longed to voice his thoughts, yet found himself unable to do so as Ying Luo gently took one of his hands, reminiscent of their first meeting. I fear even more that I will forget my master. The halo had spread across the sky of this region, and Telethesia sought to flee, only to find a membrane before her that she could not penetrate. Unbeknownst to her, a massive absolute particle defense barrier had already enveloped the battlefield. The light descended. Ding! Your contract beast Ingluo has perished. She can only be summoned again after 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an over-level kill of a level 20 spiritual intermediate poisoned entity. Experience gained. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an over-level kill of a level 20 spirit. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 20 celestial entity Telethesia, Avatar. Experience gained. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 23. All attributes increase by 1. Distributing 5 attribute points freely. Racial bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 2, Charisma 1. Class bonus, Spirit 2, Intelligence 1. The system notifications echoed continuously as Su-Bai stared blankly at his hands, seemingly retaining the warmth of Ingluo. Ingluo, he murmured, unaware that the creeping ethereal light from Telethesia's corpse had surged into his body. Ding! Due to the influence of the sacrificial blood curse, your attributes have decreased by 50. Death cannot be undone. Little one, you managed to defeat my sister's avatar. However, I have marked you, and we shall meet again soon. The fleeting specter of Telethesia vanished, only to reappear as a green light rushing towards Su-Bai. 35216 Ding. Your fashion skill, Dream of Illusions, has activated, granting immunity to this damage. Note, Dream of Illusions, passive, automatically immune to fatal damage. Lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown of 24 hours. Abyssal Demon King's Castle. Yeah. As long as you drip blood on this magic circle, you can awaken the demon god. Su-Yu stood at the center of the magic circle, wielding a massive red scythe. The intricate patterns of the magical array were meticulously etched by her, step by step, as guided by Yui, consuming a considerable amount of her time. Her gaze remained as clear as ever, yet Yui felt a chill as she observed Syu. Her eyes occasionally darting to the dark red bracelet adorning Syu's wrist. The design of the bracelet was unremarkable, yet it seemed to conceal something profound, leaving Yui with an unsettling feeling of being watched, both in body and spirit. According to the records, every Demon King candidate is accompanied by a pillar of demon gods to aid their growth. The one who vanquishes the other candidates and gathers the 72 pillars of demon gods will ascend to become the Demon King. There cannot be any mistake. Yui's voice trembled, as the aura emanating from the bracelet evoked memories of her encounter with the previous Demon King before her seal. Syu, aware of Yui's fears, understood that her 7 sins had not vanished upon awakening, but had instead transformed into this bracelet. She paid little heed, for she could communicate with her 7 selves at any time and summon their assistance when needed. Yui, you need not be afraid. They are all very docile. Gently caressing the bracelet, a drop of blood fell from her fingertip onto the magical array below. A radiant light burst forth, and a hazy figure began to materialize. A violent and chilling aura surged through the air, intensifying the surrounding magical energy, seemingly constrained by some unseen force. As the figure solidified further, the oppressive sensation of magic gradually diminished. By true name as a pact, drawn from the abyss, Demon God of the 32 Pillars, Tlisly, shall forever follow the Demon King. Tlisly, one of the 72 Demon Gods. Level 1 sealed. Rank, Celestial Spirit level, sealed. Race, corrupted demon or powers were sealed due to the summoner's insufficient strength. Feeling the absolute suppression from Syu's bloodline, her soul trembled with excitement that could not be concealed. Chapter 70. I just want to see you once more, SBI. The game pod opened, and SBI's eyes remained vacant. 10 minutes. What transpired during that time? Do. How could ZHGJNR be the one calling? The phone in her pocket rang, and Ang's expression turned grave. Realizing that ZHGJNR's call at this moment indicated something had gone awry with SBI in the secret realm. ZHGJNR. What exactly happened between you and SBI in the secret realm? The tone of Ing was laced with anger and inquiry. She understood that if ZHGJ and R leveraged personal favors to coerce SBI, he would undoubtedly comply against his will. While it was true that SBI owed GJNR, it was imperative that she repay it on her own terms. The atmosphere grew heavy, and ZHGJNR remained silent, her demeanor confirming Shi Zming's suspicions. SBI has encountered an accident. Shi Zming, listen to me. ZHGJNR divulged what she knew to Shi Zming, and they both fell into a contemplative silence. Confronting the scorpion corpses and the demon god avatars, ZHGJNR refrained from detailing her and SBI's experiences, sharing only the most crucial information. Yet it proved futile. They still could not comprehend what SBI had faced in the secret realm. After a prolonged silence, SBI spoke. Sister Zming, I wish to be alone for a moment. Please inform ZHGJNR that the WDZH has been acquired. His voice bore no trace of anger. Shi Zming wished to say more, but upon meeting SBI's gaze, she found herself unable to utter a single word. SBI, should you need anything, do not hesitate to speak. After all, this is all my doing. With that, Shi Zming exited the room. Understanding that words were useless now, it was imperative for SBI to confront this himself. As the door shut behind her, SBI stared at the closed door, inwardly mocking. It was your doing, wasn't it? He was mistaken. He had erred in treating this fantastical realm as merely a game, approaching it with a mindset of leisure. Zeta oki isha in ha ypsilon. Guing dtu, yl is guing shi oi o, ying lu. Each character he encountered within this game, he had, in the course of their interactions, regarded them merely as strings of data. Even this realization had eluded him until today. In the novice village, he had never faced setbacks, possessing rare equipment and formidable races, believing he had achieved the pinnacle of player prowess. Subsequently, the contract with YNNI, NSH Ing and Ying Lu's appearance had induced a delusion of power within him, the kind that could confront all challenges. No longer was he the timid, lowly SBI, laboring for meager wages. With YRU's recovery, he shed his reservations, blossoming into confidence. Even performing acts such as assisting Shi Zming, which he had previously deemed impossible. He had transformed. Everything that transpired seemed to revolve around him. For him, whether in the game world or the real world, he felt fulfilled. Now reflecting on the game world, he realized that from the very beginning, he had drawn a line between the two realms. Ying Lu, his fated contract within the game, under the guise of 100 virtual technology. He had perceived her merely as a girl. Her actions perplexed him, inciting anger and embarrassment as memories surged forth, revealing that he had never regarded Ying Lu as a genuine existence. The game would inevitably conclude. As a player, he would eventually exit to engage with the next game. Yet, deep within, a sense of superiority lingered, an instinctive belief that games existed solely for the player's enjoyment. In this illusionary world, he fancied he had treated them with sincerity. Yet at the moment Ying Lu activated her forbidden art, his first instinct was one of liberation. He was finally free from this torment. Ying Lu had sacrificed everything for him, yet he found solace in his own release. Even if that fleeting thought of liberation was but a moment, he could not forgive himself. Despair enveloped him. Perhaps he believed that by wasting time and destroying his own world, he could atone for his past feelings. Was this his form of redemption? What am I doing? He murmured to himself, reclined within the game pod. He now comprehended that the game world was also his realm. Though he may one day depart, he yearned to treat her with the seriousness she deserved, to once more become a part of her existence. But did he even possess the right to think this way? The next time he summoned Ying Lu, would she still gaze at him with that same vacant expression, offering all without understanding? She would remain oblivious, prompting him to teach her the ways of the world, to stroke her head, to take her hand. Memories of their shared moments flooded back, leaving SBI increasingly restless. Am saw thee. Please wait for your master. With renewed resolve, he activated the game key once more, his singular purpose crystallizing in his mind. In the realm of Huanshe, everything is conceivable. If the Zhu Shun do not adhere to such a premise, then one must endeavor to overturn it. One must ascend to divinity. He yearned to convey to her his thoughts at that moment, regardless of whether Luo would misunderstand, feel sorrow, or even rage. Even if it led to reprimands or death, such consequences were inconsequential. He merely wished to see Luo once more. Chapter 71. The Calamity of Venomous Scorpion Beast. Verification of Iris successful. Identity confirmed. Huanshe connection established. Game commences, wishing players a pleasant gaming experience. The poisonous sanctuary remained a familiar sight, with a ravaged earth scar by the traces left by Luo. Subai endeavored to steady his breath and achieve tranquility. Poison God Fragment. Damage grade. Divine description. A fragment of the poison god's essence, possessing a faint source of venom. This was the sole item to drop after Telecilia's demise. Upon surveying the ground, Subai noticed hundreds of spiritual artifacts. With Luo's devastation, all the poisoners had perished, leaving no signs of life in the vicinity. He picked up a spiritual artifact and focused his gaze on the scorpion carcass within his system's inventory. Something that captured the attention of a god must be extraordinary. It deserved to become his second contract. Luo, recite the incantation of the contract. Subai instinctively called out, yet the stillness of the air merely prompted him to clench his fists. In hindsight, he had entrusted even the incantation of the contract to Luo. He had relied on her from beginning to end. Subai, Brother Tigerhead, do you have the translation of the summoning contract incantation? Please send me a copy. Subai did not dispel the illusion state. Reciting the incantation from the chat panel, the massive crimson shell began to shed continuously. Blood fragments fell to the ground, gradually transitioning from solid to liquid. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The blood shell's form continued to transform, ultimately enveloping the scorpion carcass in a colossal blood cocoon. The Book of Contracts manifested, its pages turning automatically to the second page, where the image of a crimson scorpion began to emerge. Blood. Similar to the previous occasion when he empowered Luo with the strength of the contract, Subai once again dripped blood upon the page. The image of the crimson scorpion solidified further, while the chains on the cover of the Book of Contracts trembled incessantly, and within the fox-like eyes of the illusion, pink light surged, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from its 8 bindings. Unnamed race. Calamity Venomous Scorpion Beast Grade. Bronze Rebirth. Grade Sealed. Level 1 Health, 200 Mana, 200 Strength, 10 affects melee physical attacks, defense, 10 affects physical and magical defenses, agility, 10 affects action capability and attack speed, constitution, 10 affects health, intelligence, 10 affects spell attack and accuracy, Reborn. Affects difficulty during major breakthroughs, charm. Affects interaction difficulty and capturing pets mounts, comprehension. Affects ease of skill mastery, luck. Affects treasure drop probability and event trigger probability. Note, this is the basic panel, excluding skill and ability enhancements. Skills: Calamitous Venom Body, Blood Devouring Touch, Rebirth Poison Puppet, Poison Space, Venomous Delusion, Blood of 10,000 Poisons, Calamity Poison Blood Soldier. Forbidden Technique, 10,000 Calamities Poison Extermination Contract Power. Consumes 500 mana from the summoner per second upon summoning. Calamitous Venom Body, passive, significantly enhances personal attributes, derived from the source of venom, possessing the ability to consume and evolve all poisons. Blood Devouring Touch, active devours blood, spirit, and soul, replenishing itself. Rebirth Poison Puppet, active summons the deceased as poison puppets, retaining 100 of the deceased's strength and memories, unable to level up independently. Maximum quantity, 3. Poison Space, active a breeding ground for venomous puppets, derived from the source of calamity, compatible only with venomous puppets. Venomous Delusion, active invades the mind, annihilating the spirit, while simultaneously containing mental toxins to pierce the heart. Blood of 10,000 Poisons, passive significantly enhances personal attributes, the essence of countless poisons. Blood possesses terrifying toxicity as well as formidable life energy. Calamity Poison Blood Soldier, active transforms one's venom into a colossal divine soldier. Possesses the power to obliterate all. When used, personal ability and venom double. No consumption, no cooldown. Forbidden technique. 10,000 calamities, poison extermination, active taboo poison. All beings are free from calamity. Sacrificing the source of poison resets 1's level to 0. Description. Originally a member of the venomous scorpion tribe, an innate mutation has endowed it with unknown potential. Evolving through an obscure power. The poison god? I have proclaimed that all that transpires today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. A chilling intent flickered in Subai's eyes. Faced with the terrifying skills displayed on the panel, the blood cocoon before him was undeniably Telecilia's nemesis, maintaining the illusion state. With a mana consumption of 500 per second, he had no cause for concern due to the passive effect of his Book of Contracts. Supreme Contract, passive, restores 10 of the wearer's mana every second. The mana consumption of contract power is reduced by 50. The Book of Contracts enhances the power of the contract, increases the quota of contracts. Amidst his excitement, a hint of doubt crossed Subai's face. He directed his gaze towards the Book of Contracts. Is this attribute because of you? Much like Ingluo, the innate attributes of the cocoon before him were nothing short of perfect, devoid of any weaknesses. The Book of Contracts seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Upon his unintentional inquiry, it fluttered its pages as if affirming Subai's thoughts. It circled around him, urging him to observe the situation within the blood cocoon, seemingly hinting at more surprises yet to come. The Book of Contracts possessed a form of consciousness. From the outset, Subai understood it, akin to an innocent child, occasionally conveying its emotions. The exquisite innate attributes alone left him immensely satisfied, yet the book continued to remind him to focus on the blood cocoon, prompting an appreciative smile from Subai. What a delightful surprise! With such flawless attributes, he no longer craved anything beyond this. Was there anything more significant than this? With these attributes, coupled with its inherent skills, he believed that this colossal scorpion could undoubtedly evolve to surpass Telecilia. As the blood cocoon began to shed, Subai's gaze fixated on the colossal scorpion maiden within. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at the Book of Contracts, which swayed triumphantly, observing the girl before him. She was enchanting and exceptionally beautiful, akin to a lily blooming in a secluded valley. With a delicate nose and gently fluttering eyelashes, her soft pink lips breathed softly, as if lost in a deep slumber. At this moment, Subai refrained from further observation. He turned his head slightly. The girl appeared as pure and innocent as a newborn. As the blood cocoon was on the verge of complete disintegration, Subai hastily retrieved a piece of clothing from his bag to cover her. Gulp! His face flushed and his eyelids fluttered. Subai remained frozen in place. Despite the garment's coverage, vast areas of her skin were still exposed to the air. Wait, I've done nothing. Why am I worried? Dispelling the wicked thoughts in his mind, he was entirely unaware of the girl's character. What if she awoke and found herself in this predicament? How would he explain? However, Subai had no path of retreat left. He needed to grow stronger, and only the girl before him could assist him. Resolute, he poked her cheek, and she seemed to sense something. She curled herself. One long, evenly proportioned leg nestled beneath the garment, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin. Is she really sleeping so soundly? As Subai swallowed once more, a thought flickered through his mind, curving his fingers slightly. Just as he was about to continue his actions, the girl began to stir. It seemed she was awakening. She half sat up, her clothing slipping away in the process. In a moment of urgency, Subai could only support her with his hand, exposing the girl's fair back to the air. He spread his arms as wide as possible to maintain a respectful distance while keeping her garments in place. Murmurs of sleep still lingered as the girl rubbed her drowsy eyes. As her amber-hued pupils opened, a charming smile graced her lips upon seeing Subai. Master! She addressed him, her voice soft and delicate. In that moment, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body against his, the softness overwhelming Subai's senses. Observing the scene, the suspended contract book danced joyfully in the air, seemingly satisfied, before vanishing into Subai's being. As the pink light flickered and the book disappeared, the girl appeared fully awake, her cheeks flushing as she noticed her own unclothed state. Master, do I look good? She asked shyly. seemingly eager for his approval. She placed her hands on her garments, preparing to shed them. Wait, put your clothes back on, Subai urged, but her actions did not cease. Master, do you really want me to stop? Your eyes reveal your true thoughts. Why not help me dress? In her gaze, there was a deep infatuation, and as her moist lips brushed against Subai's neck, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your blood sacrifice curse has lifted, attributes restored. Your contract beast grade has reached silver. After a significant pause, the system's prompt arrived, and the girl, appearing content, gradually released her hold on Subai. Thank you for your hospitality, she exclaimed, palms pressed together, picking up the garments that had fallen to the ground. A glint of mischief crossed her eyes as she placed them in Subai's hands, leaving him wary, his heart still guarded after all that had transpired. Why do you call me master? He inquired. This title was curious. Their relationship was one of contract, yet it felt equal. He needed to ascertain her feelings. Oh, what a pity, the girl mused, noticing his tension. Slowly dressing herself, her eyes were lively, her short lavender hair cascading casually, a soft smile gracing her pale cheeks. She resembled a shy dark red rose, curiously observing her surroundings. At that moment, her gaze fell upon him. Master, my existence is due to you. Shouldn't I call you master? Should I refer to you as father? As she uttered the last word, her face flushed crimson, squirming as if embarrassed by the thought. Father? What's my name? She asked, her head lowered, cheeks aflame. The idea of being called father by a girl of similar age felt inappropriate. Subai's expression softened. He sensed her intentions were not malicious. In fact, there was a hint of attachment directed towards him. No need to call me father. How about the name Nan Gong Qian? The pronunciation of Qian was reminiscent of Xie, serving as a reminder for Subai to cherish this bond. He reached out to stroke her head, and to his surprise, Qian did not resist. She seemed to relish the gesture. Nan Gong Qian, she repeated, her joy evident as she confirmed the name with him. While caressing her hair, Subai was reminded of how Ling Luo would have approached him, placing his hand on her head in a similar manner. A soft chuckle escaped him, and a pink light burst forth from within. The seed of thought, Nan Gong Qian, did not resist, and like Ling Luo before her, Qian's gray descended to gold. As the glow faded, she sniffed the air. Master, why have you turned into a girl? No, it seems you're still a boy. Before Subai could respond, her small hand ventured downward. Through the thin fabric, he felt her delicate fingers exploring him. No touching, he exclaimed instinctively. As she seemed to confirm something, Qian's exploration continued, her dissatisfaction with the barrier of clothing evident as her hand traveled upward. With a swift motion, Subai transformed back into his original form, seizing her wrist. But Qian leaned into him, her body pressed against his. Master, I still adore your scent, she murmured, burying her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his unique essence. Subai's mind went blank as he instinctively reciprocated her actions, but in the next moment, the warmth dissipated. Disappointment flickered across Qian's features. But it's a pity. Master hasn't fully accepted me yet. She slowly withdrew from him, sensing his internal struggles, a blend of concern and fear. Regardless of the reason, she understood that Subai's heart remained closed to her. Yet what did it matter? This was merely their first encounter. Once Subai comprehended her feelings, all would naturally fall into place. With a serene smile, Qian calmed Subai's heart. Qian, this should be beneficial for you, he offered. Thank you, master, she replied as drops of the blood source fell onto her arm, her gaze shifting towards the divine fragment. Ding! Your contract beast Qian has gained significant experience. Leveling up to spirit grade, she has acquired a new skill, source of all poisons. Due to contract limitations, she has risen to level 23. Nangong Qian level, 23 grade. Spirit, sealed. Health, 620,000 mana. 620,000. Note, enhanced by passive skills. Calamity Poison Body, Blood-Sucking Touch, Rebirth Poison Puppet, Poison Space. Blood of 10,000 poisons. Blood of Calamity Poison Soldiers, source of all poisons. Forbidden Technique, Poison of Eternal Damnation. With attributes of a spirit grade, Qian's capabilities far exceeded that of an average high-level poison practitioner. Master, she said, wrapping her arms around Subai, a soft gesture underscored by her playful demeanor. Master, there are 4 more sources of poison in this space. Sources of poison? Yes, the bead in your backpack called the 5 poison pearl. Qian tightened her grip. Her senses heightened with the source of all poisons, enhancing her perception of toxins, especially since the 5 poison pearl originated from her. There are 4 remaining. This area is essentially a breeding ground for poison, so this centipede territory is merely part of that woman's domain. Subai pondered, curiosity guiding him as he and Qian ventured toward the other 4 regions. Master, look, so many little snakes. Unlike the previous centipede territory, this valley was teeming with serpents of various sizes, their attributes mirroring those before, still mid to high-level poison practitioners. Before Subai could respond, Qian dashed forward. Blood-sucking touch. Crimson tendrils of blood continuously erupted from the ground, their viscous, toxic essence coating the surface of the blood appendages. Blood patterns. Toxins. Countless sanguine lines crept and spread across the grotesque, fearsome spikes of the blood tendrils. 10, 100, 1,000. The thick, nauseating scent of blood filled the air, inducing a sense of revulsion. Those who came into contact with the blood tendrils transformed into pools of crimson liquid, absorbed entirely by the tendrils. The once crowded valley was instantly desolate, leaving only a colossal venomous python and an overwhelming aura of blood. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a level 20 intermediate toxin cultivator. Experience gained. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a high-level toxin cultivator. The blood tendrils gradually enveloped the massive python, its enormous body trembling incessantly as its muscles and veins were relentlessly eroded. The previously mindless giant snake emitted agonizing roars. You can barely manage. Qian waved her hand, her demeanor markedly different in battle. Her eyes, deep with a thirst for slaughter, seemed to revel in the passing of countless lives. The tendrils pierced through the python's body, delivering devastating damage that appeared above its head. Reborn poison puppet. A dark crimson light enveloped the corpse of the python. Master, she obediently retrieved the newly acquired 5 poisons pearl. The transformation in Qian's demeanor was striking. The lingering bloodlust had not entirely dissipated. A hint of red glimmered in her lavender pupils. Qian, this is for you. I only need one. He gently patted her head, and she happily tossed the pearl onto one of the blood tendrils. Chapter 73. Treasure Pavilion. Upon reaching level 23, Su Bai's experience bar ceased to increase. He discovered that exceeding a monster's level by 3 would yield no experience. After clearing the remaining 3 toxin points with Qian, they had thoroughly extracted the value from this dungeon. Master, can we leave now? Qian cheerfully followed behind, having collected 2 more poison puppets along the way. After consuming 5 poisons pearls, her toxin potency had significantly increased. As for Su Bai, he was now clad in spirit-level equipment, having accumulated 5 toxin points and over 1,000 semi-spiritual entities, which had finally elevated his gear. Brother Su Bai, you're here. Upon seeing Su Bai, Yin Shang immediately threw his arm around Su Bai's shoulder. With a celestial-grade earth-fire shield provided by Su Bai, the market for their guild had been completely unlocked. Now, in the nearby towns, who didn't know the name of the Treasure Pavilion, the market was nearly devoid of spiritual equipment, yet here there were over 100 pieces. Yin Shang was exceptionally busy. Almost every prominent figure in the gaming world had sent representatives to participate in the upcoming auction. I have too much equipment. Mailing it would cost too much gold. Su Bai took out a contract book to summon Qian. Mailing items incurs a cost based on distance. In the holy cave of toxins, he had placed all the dropped equipment in Qian's toxin space. That realm was filled with toxic gas, inhospitable to life, yet perfectly suitable for storing equipment. Brother Su Bai, this is just the beginning. If you need more gold, just let me know. Yin Shang's words trailed off as he became entranced by Qian's appearance. With each piece of equipment that emerged, he lost all sense of composure. Spirit-level equipment. All spirit level, and celestial level. Brother Su Bai, this can't be a dream. Quick, pinch me to see if this is real. Yin Shang dove into the pile of equipment, finally understanding why Su Bai had asked him to meet in a secluded area. He had initially thought Su Bai was there to collect something. Waving his hand, Yin Shang also traded a heap of fashion materials technological items, and toxic substances. These were all items Su-bai had previously requested him to gather. Brother Su-bai, there aren't many toxic materials. I gathered the guild's stock as soon as you notified me. Yin Shang rambled incoherently as he rubbed against the celestial-level equipment. He had spent a fortune collecting these, facing considerable opposition within the guild. Now, with these celestial artifacts, he was eager to see the reactions of those who had doubted him. By the way, Brother Su-bai, there's something at tomorrow's auction that will undoubtedly pique your interest. I initially intended to buy it directly, but the auctioneer insisted on putting it up for auction. I had no choice but to wait for the auction to acquire it. Technology Crystal of Hypa's Grade. Celestial item. A celestial grade technological object. With this item, Ing Luo will undoubtedly ascend to spirit level. Brother Hu too. I leave this matter in your capable hands. He knew nothing of the guild's operations. His only responsibility was to provide the funds. After bidding farewell to Yin Shang, Su-bai planned to buy Qian a new outfit, as she was still wearing the makeshift attire he had provided for her modesty. Naturally, the guild offered clothing for sale. Unlike the stylish garments crafted through Su-bai's spirit tailoring, these were player-made outfits, predominantly bronze-grade, unconditional gear. Their attributes were minimal, lacking skills, and were only aesthetically pleasing. However, given Qian's attributes, she would likely dismiss even high-grade equipment. He had come to understand that in this game, levels and attributes were secondary. The primary purpose of levels was to serve as keys to unlock certain doors. Su-bai felt the awakening of his Tian, Hu Xi and Jing after reaching level 20. As the second barrier had begun to dissipate, perhaps, soon, he would break through, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. In the realm of illusion, bloodlines, talents, and skills were the true catalysts for enhancing one's power. As they approached the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion's clothing store, it appeared relatively empty. Most players here were casual gamers, and the prices were quite reasonable. Well, who would have thought that attending an auction would lead to encountering that burden beside Xia Ziming? Look, isn't that the guy? Maintaining his illusionary state, Su-bai contemplated the voice for a moment. What was the name of that wolf from the Wolf Clan? Turning slowly, he confirmed his suspicion. It was the face he loathed. Upon seeing Su-bai, Mo Lang was equally thrilled, eager to tease him about how he believed Xian's team had passed their trials solely through strength. Ah, and you brought along such a lovely girl? Here to buy clothes? Ha ha! As Mo Lang watched Su-bai approach the clothing store for casual players, he couldn't help but laugh and pat the shoulders of his two lackeys. Can you stop making me laugh? At least he belongs to the Xian mercenary group. How about this, little miss? Come with me, and I'll take you to buy a piece of golden grade equipment? Mo Lang's taunts were relentless. The bronze-grade custom clothing store seemed beneath him. How could he afford silver coins? He must really think highly of himself. Noticing Mo Lang's antics, several players gathered around. Isn't that a bit excessive? Just because he has money? Exactly. You think highly of yourself, but wait for the girl's reaction, and you'll know. I believe in love. Otherwise, why would that girl be interested in the guy beside her? Yes, I can't stand people who only talk about money. Whispers of discontent filled the air, and Su-bai's expression darkened. What do they mean by interested in the guy beside her? How could he possibly be overlooked? Su-bai frowned, while Qian stifled a giggle beside him. Montak Lung, arrogant as he was, wasn't foolish enough to appear as a bully. The silence between them was palpable, with everyone eagerly awaiting Qian's response. Just wait and see what reality has in store for you. In this world, true emotions undoubtedly exist. A group of onlookers has divided into two factions, each standing firmly behind Su-bai and Mo Lang. Their gazes locked on one another, presenting a balance of numbers and momentum. Chapter 74. The ongoing purchase of a tire master. Let us hasten and purchase the garments. Qian finally approached Su-bai, tugging at his sleeve and whispering softly. Initially, she was elated that her master had brought her to shop for clothes, but incessant disturbances plagued her joy. Had she not feared causing trouble for her master, she would have retaliated long ago. Shaking her little fist, Qian suddenly felt a large hand caressing her head. Su-bai murmured, "Qian, remember, when confronted by unpleasant individuals, do not show mercy." Empowered by his spiritual grade equipment, Su-bai slowly approached Mo Lang. Under the latter's astonished gaze, Su-bai's right hand pierced through his chest. A glaring red damage notification erupted. Mo Lang transformed into a flash of white light. Isn't this indeed golden-grade equipment? How impoverished. After collecting the loot from the ground, Subai grasped Qian's hand and entered the clothing store. The surrounding onlookers, be they Mo Lang's subordinates or the spectators, seemed utterly bewildered. Did you see that? He eliminated the boss in an instant. Of course, I am not blind. Let us hurry to the resurrection point to find the boss. Wow, so he is the true powerhouse. What about the promised true love? I considered you a couple, yet you call him master. The subsequent developments took both sides by surprise. Whether they were advocates of reality or true love, they all felt as if they had consumed something unpleasant. Master, look at how beautiful this outfit is. Qian joyfully tried on the clothes she liked, and Subai happily purchased them. Additionally, he spotted a casual light blue jacket perfectly suited for Ying Luo, and decided to buy it as well. Ying Luo possessed the ability to transform, and he had never considered her needs in this regard. It seemed all girls enjoyed new attire. Observing Qian trying on various outfits, Subai felt a twinge of regret for his lack of attention towards Ying Luo. Master, these clothes are all splendid. Oh, that light blue jacket looks quite appealing. Are you considering trying on women's clothing? Qian inquired curiously about the garment in Subai's hands, prompting a chuckle from the nearby salesgirl. Ahem, what women's clothing? I have no interest in such. Subai quickly clarified, this is for your sister. Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sister? Subai briefly explained the situation regarding Ying Luo, causing Qian's expression to darken. Tele Celia, huh? A flicker of crimson light flashed in her pupils. Let us strive together. Inspired by Qian's enthusiasm, Subai affectionately patted her head. He noticed that those around him enjoyed his gentle gestures. Yuro, Yugua, Ying Luo, and now Qian. There was nothing wrong with this. He found it rather delightful. As they exited the clothing store, Qian donned a new outfit, a modern design featuring a white shirt adorned with a pair of red heart-shaped patterns. Being player-designed, the variety was extensive. She paired it with white tights and a light black plaid skirt. The simple design accentuated Qian's youthful figure, leaving Subai momentarily entranced. Qian giggled as she changed into it. With a light-hearted spirit, Qian strolled along, her mood buoyed by Subai's company. Initially, he intended to search for new secret realms, but it seemed a moment of relaxation for Qian was equally important. Ah, finally caught you. I see you still have a few skills left. A familiar voice interrupted before Subai could speak. This time, Mo Lang was accompanied by a dozen Wolf Clan players. He was incredulous. He could not believe Subai was so formidable. A team trailing behind must have utilized some powerful item or an exorbitantly costly skill. Otherwise, how could he have been eliminated in an instant despite wearing silver-grade equipment? After transformation, Subai sighed, realizing that this fellow would not relent without being taught a lesson. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He retrieved a potion from his bag and consumed it. Plunder potion grade, bronze, one-time item, description, upon consumption within 24 hours. The first level 20 player killed will drop one piece of their equipped gear, and the user will randomly acquire 1/4 of their inventory. This was something Subai had obtained from the trembling body in the novice village, and he had nearly forgotten about it. Let's do this. In an instant, Subai vanished from his location, appearing above Mo Lang. This was part of his innate ability. Almost as soon as Subai's fist descended, several blood touches erupted from the ground, swiftly clearing the remaining Wolf Clan players. Compared to Mo Lang's demise, the other Wolf Clan players met a far more gruesome fate, being crushed by the blood touches, which were filled with poison and barbs. Boom! In the next moment, blood splattered and golden light erupted. A mountain of coins appeared where Mo Lang's corpse had vanished, the quantity astonishingly excessive. Subai estimated that even after slaying over 1,000 spirit-grade creatures, he had never amassed such wealth. Where did Mo Lang acquire so many coins? After a moment of contemplation, Subai gradually realized that Mo Lang's presence here was solely for tomorrow's auction. The Wolf Clan had undoubtedly pooled all their resources into Mo Lang, the vice president, in preparation for the upcoming event. This meant the small fortune before him represented 1/4 of the Wolf Clan's funds. Subai's pupils constricted as he understood that a grudge with the Wolf Clan had been established. Ah, just a small guild. There are more pressing matters at hand. Qian, you haven't had a proper adventure since you emerged, have you? Remember that Tiger Head area? Take a break today and join me there later. Gently patting Qian's head. Subai smiled. Reflecting on it now, he realized that Ing Luo had always accompanied him, and he had scarcely acknowledged it. Yet Qian appeared somewhat anxious. After hearing about Sister Ing Luo's tale, she felt uneasy not being by her master's side. Rest assured, I am off to cultivate my skills and may be away for quite some time. So enjoy yourself. Subai, noticing Qian's concerns, summoned Yin Mao. After understanding his master's intent, promptly nestled into Qian's arms, seeming to take a liking to her. Chapter 75. The new transfer student Subai, quickly rise and tidy up. We still have time for breakfast. The gaming pod opened, and, after a full day of cultivation, Subai felt he was nearing the second tier. If only he had another hour. Ah, time flies when one is practicing. Where are the others? They left early. This morning was a class with the old instructor, who seems to have something important to announce. Hurry up. Lin Haoshuan was still engrossed in his computer, obsessing over his movements. Since he shared a class with Subai, he always waited for him, and with the little electric scooter, they typically arrived precisely on time. As Subai brushed his teeth and washed up, Lin Haoshuan appeared to have witnessed something extraordinary on his screen, causing him to linger for an additional 10 minutes. Two individuals exchanged idle banter, caught in a predicament, as they had no time to savor their breakfast after purchasing it. With bags in hand, they dashed toward the classroom. Morning? Quite early, they both uttered, their gaze falling upon their class monitor, Yi Yuyin, standing before them. Ironically, breakfast was prohibited in the classroom, and they had intended to sneak it in. Alas, they encountered their class monitor rather than anyone else. Resigned, they surrendered their breakfast. Unlike before high school, university adopted a course selection model, requiring students to attend different teachers' classrooms. However, the homeroom teacher's class was distinct. Their old teacher had always disapproved of bringing breakfast into the classroom. Oh, my breakfast money. It was all that fellow's fault for dawdling. Subai and Lin Haoshuan exchanged frustrated glares, each blaming the other for the delay. You two should hurry inside. Eating cold food is not good for your health. Also, wake up earlier next time. Leveling up in games is important, but your health is paramount. Don't overexert yourselves, Yi Yuyin advised softly before departing. Hey, Subai, did you do something for Yi Yuyin? Why is she being so nice to us? Help? I thought it was you who assisted her, they both pondered, perplexed. According to their previous routine, their breakfast would have been left on the windowsill outside, awaiting consumption post-class. Furthermore, they noticed curious glances from their classmates directed toward them, which felt rather peculiar. Wait, nothing significant happened, did it? Lin Haoshuan deliberately shifted from his seat, observing that everyone's attention remained fixed on Subai. He exhaled slowly, realizing it must be something Subai had done, yet he remained uncertain of what it was. After a while they nibbled on their breakfast, Yi Yuyin approached them. Subai, we've discussed your sister's situation, and we are aware of it. Our class has collected some funds. Do not overexert yourself alone, her voice gentle. Subai immediately grasped her intent. Indeed, there's no need to feel embarrassed. We are all classmates. Exactly. Shouldering the burden alone for so long without informing us? While we may not have a lot to give, we can certainly help a little. The vice class monitor added, I respect you as a man. You are the most admirable person I've ever met. The atmosphere became uplifting, and the classmates turned their attention towards Subai. His story with his sister had become legendary. Whenever the topic arose, Subai and his sister's example was frequently referenced. They had undoubtedly heard about it. Subai sniffled, warmed by the outpouring of concern from his classmates. Thank you, everyone. I cannot accept the money. My sister's condition has stabilized completely, and the financial aspect is resolved. If I require assistance in the future, I will surely reach out. Subai expressed his gratitude, feeling the goodwill envelop him. Upon hearing that Subai's sister was doing better, everyone felt relieved. They shared a few more words with him before dispersing. The classroom bell rang, restoring the usual ambience. Gazing at the untouched breakfast before him, Subai fell into contemplation. Classmates, I believe you have all heard about the competition organized by the school. Lao Zhang announced from the podium. This event would be conducted in teams, and its significance was self-evident. The prestige gained during the competition far outweighed the rewards, and he hoped that his class would excel. The school had officially notified them that the competition would be held in 3 days. after which the top 3 teams from the second year would face off against other grades. I hope you all give your utmost effort and showcase your abilities. Lao Zhang's words resonated throughout the classroom, igniting a fervor among the students. Competition, prestige, was this not what they yearned for? The advent of Huan Shi was equitable for the majority. Opportunities varied, and even commoners could rise to greatness, just as Su Bai and Lin Haoshuan had done. How many dark horses would emerge in this event? Lao Zhang observed the students' reactions, nodding appreciatively. In this era dominated by Huan Shi, those who placed in the top ranks would undoubtedly attract societal attention. The further they progressed in the competition, the better their prospects would be in the future. All right, everyone, I have an important announcement to make. Our class will be welcoming a new student, so please extend your kindness. Lao Zhang's voice resonated loudly. Upon his declaration, the previously boisterous classroom fell silent. A new student? From another class? Or perhaps a transfer student? Why were we not informed? Gradually realizing the situation, the classroom erupted into chatter once more. Lao Zhang, that's rather inconsiderate. Is it a boy or a girl? Why didn't you give us a heads up? If it's a girl, I didn't have time to prepare a gift. Look at the figure outside. It must be a girl. I bet she is beautiful. Hey, what if it's a handsome guy? We barely have any decent-looking boys in our class. Indeed, it would be best if a handsome guy joined, preferably with a good character. Just look at how they're acting. Su Bai, do you think that silhouette is male or female? Lin Haoshuan leaned closer to Su Bai, whispering. The door's opacity made it difficult to discern anything beyond shadow. A new student? Su Bai remained indifferent, more concerned about the school event than the new arrival. Aren't you curious? What if it's an exceptionally good-looking guy who steals the spotlight right away, capturing all the girls' attention? I'd prefer it to be a girl. Ideally a beauty. That would be a treat for the eyes and a boon for longevity. Chapter 76. Care to discuss privately? The door creaked open slowly, and the hearts of the students leapt into their throats. A girl gracefully approached the podium, and nearly everyone held their breath. Her visage resembled a snow-carved sculpture, skin like fine jade, imbued with a faint melancholic beauty that rendered her breathtaking. Her ethereal gaze made her appear as a celestial being under the moonlight, seemingly unattainable. As chalk danced in her hand, the boys beneath stirred with excitement, their hearts cheering wildly. Even the girls were captivated by her aura, devoid of any disdain. Claps erupted, ignited by an unknown boy, and soon all the boys joined in, applauding enthusiastically. The applause resounded, while Lao Zhang's face flushed red. These little rascals. Can't they show me some respect? Su Bai clapped along, yet a strange sense of familiarity washed over him despite never having encountered her before. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhuge Jiner, a transfer student from Shanghai University. I hope to be well acquainted with all of you. Her voice was calm as she bowed her head, revealing her name written behind her. Foolish girl? Shanghai University? That renowned women's university? We struck gold. Her beauty is unmatched. Our school's flower ranking will surely gain another name. With 2 school beauties in our class, how impressive would that be? Haha, tomorrow is 520, after class. I'll make my move. Wish me luck, brothers. Dare to pursue my girlfriend? You're asking for trouble. All the boys whispered among themselves, Lin Haoshuan included. Isn't that our employer from that time? She looks stunning without the veil. I wonder why she chose to hide. Hey, you don't need to be so dumbfounded. Lin Haoshuan nudged Su Bai's shoulder, who gradually regained his composure. Perfect, their SA spot in the front row. Zhuge, please take a seat. Lao Zhang invited warmly. But Zhuge Jiner headed straight to the back. The eyes of the crowd were firmly fixed on Zhuge Jiner, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Ah, classmate, I'm not accustomed to the seat in front. Could we possibly exchange places? Zhuge Jiner smiled lightly, and the male classmate in front of Su Bai nodded eagerly, as if his soul had been lost. And no problem. To facilitate the arrangement, he promptly moved his desk and chair to the front, effortlessly retrieving the books from his desk. Of course, the primary intention was to leave a favorable impression on Zhuge Jiner. Mr. Zhang naturally had no objections. Such trivial matters were best left to mutual agreement. Vice Monitor, at least sit behind her. Aren't you going to help move the desk and chair? Noticing Su Bai, who had just regained his composure in front of Zhuge Jiner, Mr. Zhang spoke up. Teacher, it's unnecessary. I can. Before Zhuge Jiner, could finish her sentence. Subai had already stood up, unable to endure the piercing gazes surrounding him. After all, since Mr. Zhang had spoken, it would have felt inappropriate not to comply. With the resentful stares of the boys around him, Subai thought, Zhuge Jiner has just arrived at our school and is unfamiliar with many situations. The two monitors should lend a hand. Mr. Zhang, seeing Subai take action, nodded approvingly. Good, now that's more like it. After reiterating the activity's important points, Mr. Zhang commenced the day's lesson. The homeroom teacher's classes were always similar, preparing materials to help students better understand. Huan Shi. At times, Subai found himself nodding along, finding the topic quite engaging. Time passed swiftly, and when the bell rang, the girls in the class instantly surrounded Zhuge Jiner in a tight circle. Even Subai, seated behind them, was squeezed out, nearly dropping the bun he held in his hand. The girls' demeanor suggested they were determined to give the boys no chance whatsoever. With no other option, Subai had to leave with his unfinished breakfast. Subai, wait a moment. I'm not familiar with this place. Could you show me around? Zhuge Jiner finally escaped the encirclement and noticed Subai attempting to leave. In her urgency, her voice raised slightly. In a heartbeat, the entire class turned their attention to Subai, instantly speculating that something must be afoot between them. Not familiar with the school? Why not seek out Yi Yin, but instead Subai? Why is it that my romantic endeavor seems to have ended before it even began? No. What do you mean your romantic endeavor? That is clearly my affair. All eyes were fixed intently on Subai, as if they wished to strangle him on the spot. If glances could kill, he might have already vanished from sight. Subai remained silent, likely aware of the reason behind this reaction. He had forgotten to send the Wu Du Zhu to Zhuge Jiner when he logged in previously. But surely, they need not come to my classroom and condemn me to death. The intensity of the surrounding gazes was overwhelming. Not only Subai, but Zhuge Jiner felt it too. I merely wish to discuss something privately with him. Getting familiar with the school is just a side note. Please do not misunderstand. Subai asked, You truly aren't here to harm me? His face flushed with embarrassment. If you put it that way, even I feel as though you intend to do something to me. Observing Zhuge Jiner's flushed cheeks, Subai felt as though he were caught in a play. Despite having done nothing, he found it challenging to clarify the situation. He opened his mouth, but before he could explain, he was half pushed out of the classroom by Zhuge Jiner. As the classroom door swung open, the students inside immediately erupted into a frenzy. Damn, how did Subai get so lucky? Did he save the universe in his past life? I had initially felt sympathy for Subai's predicament, but now I genuinely envied him. Hey, now that she has left, you all reveal your true colors. Why didn't you say anything when she was here? Exactly. Look at Subai. He has borne so much since childhood. It is only natural that there is such a disparity between you all. The two sides engaged in a heated dispute, their voices rising in intensity. However, it was merely a few more boisterous individuals bantering back and forth. Neither side was willing to yield, and as their quarrel grew louder, a few idle students began to choose sides. Wait, as a classroom door was pulled open again, both sides simultaneously fell silent. It was best to keep gossip and jesting private. If heard by the person in question, it would be quite awkward. Chapter 77. A major misunderstanding. May I ask if Subai is present? She was genuinely concerned for Subai. Lin Haoshuan responded, Sister Ziming. Why did you choose this moment to find Subai? Observing Xia Ziming's worried expression, he was unaware of the events that had transpired, but he suspected that Subai may have done something foolish. Sigh. This was merely the perspective of an informed observer. Others perceived things differently. Arriving with such an expression, did she think the gossip was not juicy enough? Subai just went out with Zhuge Jiner. It seems they are merely exploring the school. The boy closest to Xia Ziming stammered, nervous from speaking directly to the goddess for the first time. Xia Ziming, the school's acknowledged beauty during secret evaluations. How many boys had cast their votes in her favor? He swallowed hard, turning his face shyly. Xia Ziming did not notice. She was deep in thought about Subai. Zhuge Jiner? She transferred into this class, but why is she looking for Subai now? Could there be more to the situation than meets the eye? Xia Ziming's expression darkened ominously. She understood that regardless of what transpired between Zhuge Jiner and Subai in the secret realm, that despairing look was undoubtedly caused by Zhuge Jiner. She had been aware of Zhuge Jiner's transfer from the very start. Even their families had urged them to maintain a good relationship. Yet, this did not cloud Xia Ziming's judgment. She had played with Zhuge Jiner since childhood and was all too aware of her male phobia. Could it be that even the class division was due to that woman's feelings of guilt? What exactly had she done to Su Bai? Xia Ziming's expression grew colder. Her eyes filled with a chilling intent. The others in the class gawked in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping as they seemed to contemplate a scandal of monumental proportions. Sister Ziming, Lin Haoxuan had given up entirely. How could he possibly help explain this situation? But why was Sister Ziming angry? Could it be that she misunderstood the relationship between Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner, believing he had betrayed the Ziyin studio? Lin Haoxuan frantically sorted through his thoughts, realizing that if he did not intervene soon, tomorrow's headlines would surely be sensational. Wait, Sister Ziming, let me explain. It was Zhuge Jiner who approached Su Bai. It has nothing to do with him. Please do not misunderstand. As Xia Ziming prepared to leave, Lin Haoxuan knew he could not let this matter escalate any further. He had to act swiftly to mitigate the situation before it worsened. In that moment, he was certain that Sister Ziming would detect the teasing tone in his voice. As long as she clarified the situation, all speculation would naturally dissipate. Lin Haoxuan's expression turned serious, and the onlookers shifted their gaze toward him, murmuring amongst themselves. Sister Ziming? Oh, I recall now. It seems he and Su Bai are part of the same studio as Xia Ziming. I envy them. The girls in their studio are truly exquisite. However, did you hear what he said? It seems that Xia Ziming is likely to be taken by Su Bai. My goddess. No. A few voices in the classroom murmured, and though Lin Haoxuan heard them clearly, he remained unfazed. Come on, Sister Ziming. I have said as much. Surely you understand my implication? Look at the expressions around you. If you do not clarify this now, it will surely cause a stir by noon today. His tone was playful, yet his expression remained earnest. Lin Haoxuan believed he had made every effort to play the role of a supportive friend, explaining that the infidelity was merely an accident. Even those around him recognized his acting skills. He could not fathom how Ziming Jie could be oblivious to the truth. Lin Haoxuan, Xia Ziming furrowed her brow. Zhuge Jiner's proactive approach undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. Regardless of what you have done to Su Bai, do not expect to be easily forgiven. And then there is that woman, Zhuge Jiner. Xia Ziming's words were cold, and as she finished speaking, she exited the classroom, leaving everyone present to sense the anger concealed beneath her icy demeanor. Lin Haoxuan vented his frustration. What on earth do you want, you foolish woman? Wandering around the school with Zhuge Jiner, he could not understand her coy demeanor, as if he had wronged her in some way. Su Bai, too, found himself speechless. His voice was low, yet Zhuge Jiner paused, seemingly resolved to say something. Su Bai, are you all right? I heard from Xia Ziming that something happened to you. After much hesitation, Zhuge Jiner finally spoke. For her, initiating such a conversation with a boy was already an embarrassment. However, she understood that something indeed had transpired with Su Bai. Otherwise, Xia Ziming would not have spoken to her in that manner. This was ultimately her fault. Zhuge Jiner? Su Bai looked at the foolish girl before him in confusion. He recognized that he bore responsibility for the situation with Ing Luo, having never intended to blame anyone else. Yet, from the perspective of others, he reassured her, do not worry, I am fine. I will bear the consequences of what follows, so you need not concern yourself too much. Habitually, he patted her head, but immediately regretted it, fearing that such an action might provoke her ire. Fortunately, Zhuge Jiner merely shivered slightly without any significant reaction. Seeing this, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief, though he remained curious as to how Zhuge Jiner had come to their school. Without any prior notice, Zhuge Jiner swatted his hand away. Hey, stop being so self-absorbed. My father arranged for me to attend this school, claiming it was for collaboration with Xia Ziming. Apologizing to you is just a side note. Zhuge Jiner declared with a haughty expression, and she was not lying. Her father's decision had indeed led her here. The game Huanshi was not simple. Those of their status were vaguely aware of its complexities. The Zhuge family and the Xia family had been on amicable terms for generations, and with both families having daughters of the same generation, they were keen on fostering communication between them. Her father had previously suggested that she transfer schools, but she had consistently declined, insisting it was unnecessary. Recently, however, for reasons unknown, she had suddenly come to her senses and even sought to initiate the transfer process herself. Remember, it was merely a side note. Her warning gaze caught Subai off guard, prompting him to nod quickly in response. Accompanied by Zhuge Jiner, he gained a general understanding of the school's frequently visited places: the teaching building, the teacher's office, and the dormitory area. By the way, how do you manage lunch? Zhuge Jiner interjected suddenly. Aside from some who opted to dine in the dormitories or brought their own lunch boxes, it was nearly time, and they needed to go. Although it was labeled as an English class, for Subai, it was akin to a nap time. Learning English felt more torturous than death itself. Upon entering the classroom, they found it nearly empty, causing Zhuge Jiner to wonder aloud. Did we arrive too early? It feels like there's no one here. Hee, you wouldn't understand. Subai replied as he hurried to occupy a seat in the second-to-last row, the perfect spot for sleeping, as teachers typically overlooked it. Those who arrived late would miss out on this luxury. I'm going to sleep now. Wake me when class is over. By the way, you haven't picked up your book yet, have you? You can borrow mine. I won't be needing it. With that, he laid his head down on the desk. Sleeping was an immensely comfortable pursuit. Even if he wasn't tired, he could not pass up such an opportunity. Sitim bisaid Subai. Zhuge Jiner took out her book and flipped through it, discovering that it was in pristine condition, nearly as good as new. Time passed, and, as the class bell rang, Subai's breathing became steady, while students gradually trickled into the classroom. In the sparsely populated classroom, Zhuge Jiner and Subai stood out distinctly, especially among Subai's classmates, who regarded the scene with peculiar expressions. Don't get too close to me. Sit on the other side. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Haoxuan immediately spotted the duo and intended to sit next to Zhuge Jiner, but her icy tone dissuaded him. Hey, are you treating me differently? He thought, frustrated. Nonetheless, he circumvented the situation and took a seat on Subai's other side, allowing Subai to continue his nap while he planned to explain the circumstances to him after class. At least he could let the boy have a peaceful rest for now. Seeing Zhuge Jiner next to Subai, Lin Haoxuan felt a headache coming on at the thought of Xia Ziming likely approaching them after class. What a disaster. How did it turn into a battlefield of emotions? He pondered. What on earth had transpired between them? As the news spread, both students and teachers found it peculiar. Why did everyone appear so distracted? After class, the English teacher, tidying up the textbooks, was astonished to notice that not a single student had left, and many more were still arriving outside. What on earth was happening? What could be so compelling that these students neglected their meals? The English teacher remained, unwilling to miss out on the unfolding drama. As more people gathered, Lin Haoxuan felt increasingly bewildered. How long had it been since the rumor spread? Oh well, if I must, I must, he thought, just as he was about to wake Subai when he noticed the collective gaze of the class fixated on them. It's time to wake up. Didn't you say you'd take me out for a meal? Zhuge Jiner playfully poked Subai's face, causing his brow to twitch as if he were caught in a nightmare. Hey, poke, poke, poke. Zhuge Jiner continued to tease, and their sweet interaction left onlookers utterly astounded. What? I thought it was just a false rumor. Subai really has something going on with that beautiful girl? Could she be from the Zhuge family? No, that can't be. Foolish brain. How many families in the capital are named Zhuge? Who cares what her surname is? She's gorgeous, brothers. I've already decided to vote for her in the next school flower contest. Wait, count me in. Wait, is class over? Why are there so many people? Subai, groggily opening his eyes, noticed the teacher was present and wondered why everyone was staring at him sleeping. Turning to Zhuge Jiner, he found her completely ignoring him, her head turned away as if to imply she was unaware of anything. Lin Haoxuan wore an expression that suggested he was utterly doomed. Is this the end of the world? After Lin Haoxuan briefly explained the situation, Subai felt a sense of relief. He had initially feared he had awakened to a reality where the game had intruded. Turning to Zhuge Jiner, he said, I will call Ziming Jie and explain things to her. Haoxuan, let's go grab a bite. I'm starving. He had thought there was something significant happening, but it turned out to be Ziming Jie looking for him. However, he wondered why so many people had gathered. Was there some juicy gossip to uncover? Regardless, eating was paramount. He had barely finished his breakfast, and now he felt as if he might faint from hunger. Glancing at Lin Haoxuan, he merely shook his head, indicating he was not hungry. What a joke if I go. The headlines will likely become even more complicated. Subai, you should just make your way alone. Lin Haoshuan waved him off. How could a good brother not love him? Exiting the classroom, they found the canteen was not far from the teaching area, and Zhuge Jiner curiously surveyed her surroundings. Unlike her girls' school, witnessing couples interacting was quite a novel experience for her. Subai, do you have any recommendations? Foolishness. With various shops laid out before him, Subai instinctively wanted to exclaim foolish woman, but upon seeing the gaze of the latter and the multitude around them, he restrained himself. Zhuge Tong said, just call me Jiner. Everyone who knows me does. You previously helped me acquire the Wudu Zhu, which is quite significant to me. It will be best if you could deliver it promptly. How about a reward of an Xian Ling level item? Zhuge Jiner blurted out, as the Wudu Zhu was indeed crucial for her hidden profession's quest item. Moreover, given that Su Bai had primarily completed the task, it also served to express her apology. Wait a moment. What did I just say? Letting him call me Jiner. Zhuge Jiner felt a twinge of regret. She had introduced herself this way at her previous school, but that was among girls. There was no issue among females, but between genders. Would Su Bai misinterpret this? Her mind grew increasingly chaotic. Raising her head slightly, she was relieved to see that Su Bai merely paused, not dwelling on it. Jiner, the spicy salt pork over rice at that place is quite good. You might want to try it. What's wrong with you? No, it's nothing, just that. Zhuge Jin seid softly. It was best that Su Bai did not dwell on it, yet hearing him address her this way made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 79. The melon grows more fragrant, boss. 2 portions of spicy salt pork over rice. To eat here. No, boss, make that 3 portions. Just as he began to speak, his words were interrupted. Turning around, Su Bai was somewhat surprised. Sister Ziming, what brings you here? Just now on the phone. Didn't you say you were dining with Zhuge Jiner? I came to take a look. After scanning the QR code on her phone, Xia Ziming shot a cold glance at Zhuge Jiner. Come with me. Without hesitation, Xia Ziming pulled Su Bai to sit down, while Zhuge Jiner took a seat opposite them. The onlookers who sneaked in behind were left dumbfounded. Lin Haoxian was naturally among them, and to understand the situation, he also discreetly found a corner to hide. Look, isn't that Xia Ziming? Who's that guy beside her? Don't mind him. He must be some relative. Did you notice the one opposite? She's quite beautiful. How come I've never seen her before? That shouldn't be the case. You guys are too much. That's the new transfer school beauty, and she's already trending on Ling Ri exactly. You don't even know what gossip to eat. Just check Ling Ri for the hottest topic. Ling Ri, the largest gossip platform in their school. It was said to be a software created by some big shot, brimming with information. Everyone in school practically had it downloaded. The trending topic, number 1 for the day, shocking. The 2 school beauties are already taken. The headline was eye-catching. They had seen many clickbait titles before, but this one was different. Clicking it revealed the scene of Xia Ziming visiting Su Bai's class, along with a photo of Zhuge Jiner poking Su Bai's cheek. Coupled with comments from those unaware of the situation, the cafeteria, where Su Bai was located, was now completely packed. People outside were streaming in. Sister Ziming, is your relationship with them not very good? Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Su Bai timidly inquired. He sensed that after the 2 women sat down, the surrounding aura had entirely shifted, especially with Xia Ziming, who seemed intent on discovering something about Zhuge Jiner. Su Bai, are you alright? This woman hasn't threatened you. Has she? Dining with a man? Zhuge Jiner? Threatened? Xia Ziming, it has been a while since we last met, yet you're still so meddlesome. Zhuge Jiner's attitude had also shifted. The tension between the 2 intensified. Wait, Sister Ziming, let me explain. Foolish Jiner hasn't done anything. The responsibility for what happened lies with me. Furthermore, I am fine now. Su Bai realized that Sister Ziming must have misunderstood something and quickly clarified. Fine. Information? I spent the entire day practicing my skills in the game and seemed to have missed something. Upon hearing that Su Bai was fine, Xia Ziming relaxed a bit, but she quickly sensed that something was amiss. Her expression grew serious. Jiner? Did Su Bai just call Zhuge Jiner Jiner? Su Bai, the food seems ready. I'll go fetch it. You all just sit tight. Seeing Xia Ziming's expression soften, Su Bai felt a wave of relief and stood up to retrieve the food. After Su Bai left, Xia Ziming teasingly looked at Zhuge Jiner. Jiner? I never imagined that Zhuge Jiner would one day be referred to as Jiner by a male peer. Xia Ziming's tone was filled with playful sarcasm, as if she were speaking of some monumental event. Zhuge Jiner felt a flush of embarrassment It was not an issue for anyone else to hear. Yet it had to be this woman. Xia Ziming, that's between Su Bai and me. You have no right to meddle. Truthfully, when Su Bai first called her that, she had found it difficult to adjust. She refrained from explaining on the spot because it was her own choice. Originally, she had intended to find an opportunity to clarify things with Su Bai, but why should Xia Ziming have any say in it? Boom. The tension between the two women dissipated in an instant, and even Lin Haoxian, hiding in the shadows, felt that this drama was all too real. To avoid detection by those involved, they kept their distance, unable to hear what was being said between them. However, Zhuge Jiner's words were crystal clear. What did she mean by saying it was a matter between her and Su Bai, and that Xia Ziming had no business in it? What exactly did Sister Ziming say to make Zhuge Jiner so furious? Could this battlefield of emotions truly be real? He realized that Su Bai could only carry 2 portions at a time, and deduced that the two women had definitely known each other before. And their relationship seemed quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so combative upon meeting. Didn't Xia Ziming mention it to you? Zhuge Jiner will be joining our studio. The room is the storage room next to Hugo's. After we finish eating, we need to pack up. This arrangement was made by their parents, and they had no say in the matter. The storage room? If we're speaking in terms of size, it's about right. But that room hasn't been used much since they moved in. Yes, that's why we need to tidy it up. The 3 of them ceased their conversation. But the onlookers were not about to let it go. They were still eager for gossip. Why has it ended before it even began? Wait, have you noticed how quickly they seem to be eating? What are they planning? Shoo, keep your voice down. They're about to leave. Bro, are they heading toward the apartment? How could that be? It's broad daylight. No one is at the apartment. Why would they go to such a place? What the heck? They really are going to the apartment. What on earth are they planning? Quick, film it. Upon returning to the apartment, the others had also arrived in advance, seemingly already informed. Wait, why are you all staring at me? To claim ignorance would be a lie. As for the people outside, they were merely bored and seeking entertainment. But in front of him, you, buddy, are now truly on fire. Wu Ziong opened Ling Ri right in front of Su Bai, and noticing something was off, Xia Ziming and Zhuge Jiner also moved closer. One of them didn't use Ling Ri, and the other had just transferred, leaving the 3 utterly unaware of their own drama. Chapter 80, Zhuge Jiner's Request. The 2 school beauties, competing for attention. Shocking. The boy who only cares for his sister is actually entangled with 2 school beauties. In public, 2 school beauties boldly assert their dominance. Event concluded. The apartment as their final destination. Compilation. The sweet daily life of 2 school beauties. There are no fewer than 100 similar posts, each one without exception marked as a featured post by the moderators. Without discussing the number of views. Simply opening any post reveals a staggering number of comments, often exceeding 10,000. Su Bai's pupils contracted slightly. Are the 2 prominent school beauties vying for attention? What have I done to provoke such misunderstandings? Turning around, he inexplicably cast a glance at the 2. As he had anticipated, Xia Ziming appeared somewhat composed. Aside from the significant impact of this incident, similar situations had occurred in the past. However, Zhuge Jiner was exclaiming about someone liking this fellow. Who are these individuals posting? And Xia Ziming, why are you silent? Surely, you do not tacitly agree with them. Zhuge Jiner angrily clenched her fists. In her view, she might harbor a slight fondness for Su Bai, but it hardly constituted love. And Xia Ziming, shouldn't she be on her side, cursing these rascals together? Ahem, Jiner, please calm down. This app is somewhat unique. It was designed by the students themselves, and the content should not be taken seriously. Its primary purpose is to provide convenience and joy to everyone. In simpler terms, it is merely an entertainment platform. Su Bai continually advisait Zhuge Jiner. He understood that if this woman truly became angry, she might very well hunt down everyone who had posted. Others also chimed in. They ceased their teasing of Su Bai. Recognizing that Zhuge Jiner had been in an all-girls school and likely had little prior exposure to such matters. Zhuge Jiner? Observing Zhuge Jiner, who was now encircled, Xia Ziming raised an eyebrow. In her perception, Zhuge Jiner was quite rational. How could she lose control over such trivial matters? Hey, how much longer are you all going to chat? I'm about to collapse here, while you're still leisurely gazing at your phones. Lu Xiaodong slumped against the railing of the second-floor balcony. They had clearly agreed to descend to fetch someone, yet so much time had passed. With Lu Xiaodong's interjection, everyone recalled their tasks and temporarily set aside their idle chatter, becoming busy once more. Wait, I need to take a call. Su Bai sat down a corner of a gaming pod component, excusing himself to step aside. Hello, Mom, what is up? Su Bai's mother's voice resonated from the other end of the line, inquiring about his well-being, his meals, his clothing, and expressing relief at Yu Ro's stable condition, urging him not to overexert himself. A warmth enveloped Su Bai's heart. Mom, don't worry. I've made a significant amount of money from the game. Not only can I afford 2 gaming pods, but also 2 apartments in the capital. By the way, why don't you and Dad come to the capital? I'll buy you a place, making it convenient for you to visit Yu Ro. Aware of his newfound wealth, Su Bai refrained from detailing the specifics to his parents, fearing that the vast sum might cause them anxiety over whether he was engaging in perilous activities. They had worked hard for most of their lives, and suddenly possessing such wealth made them acutely aware of its value. You little rascal, 2 apartments in the capital? Just because you've struck a bit of luck doesn't mean you should squander it. Plan wisely. Just a moment. Let me speak with my son. So, as long as you're doing well, we can rest easy. We want to be heading to the capital. We aren't accustomed to it. And it's only a few hours by tram, not far at all. If you have time, please arrange for a video call with Yu Ro. Su Bai, when you have the chance, take me to see your sister. Observing Su Bai lifting a corner of the gaming pod component again, Zhuge Jiner suddenly spoke. After conversing with others, she had gained some understanding of Su Bai's circumstances, and her gaze towards him softened. And Su Bai's angelic sister, battling illness for so many years, required immense courage. Certainly, I will call you when I visit my sister next. Su Bai smiled calmly. His sister was undoubtedly his pride. The two proceeded to place the gaming pod components properly. Zhuge Jiner had minimal luggage, yet tidying the storage room proved troublesome, filled with dust and numerous unused items. As she turned to fetch some cleaning supplies, Zhuge Jiner tugged at the hem of his clothing, her expression somewhat bashful. Could you assist me with one more task? I will compensate you. With that, she lowered her head. After witnessing Su Bai's prowess, she felt that only by having him accompany her could she feel at ease. Yet, it was because of her that Su Bai had faced difficulties before. Now, asking him for help again, she felt somewhat guilty. As Su Bai opened his mouth, his expression pained, his brows furrowed slightly. While money and gaming items might seem mundane, they were all he had at the moment. Surely, you don't wish to decline? Hearing Su Bai utter a single word, Zhuge Jiner understood his meaning. You need not force yourself. Ahem, there's just too much dust here. I am happy to help. The idea of compensation is unnecessary. When do you need it? If you haven't decided, you can message me online. Dusting off the particles that had settled on his nose, he nearly choked on the dust. They were now living in an apartment, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely reside there for several years. Mutual assistance among housemates was only proper. If you have time, Huan Shi, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll be at the teleportation array in Shuguang Town, waiting for you. Her tone was quite flustered. After seeing him nod, she left his sight. Observing Su Bai's nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of something unusual crossed Zhuge Jiner's gaze. He seemed somewhat different from her preconceived notions of men. After clearing out the storage room, to prevent further misunderstandings, Su Bai ordered takeout for dinner at the apartment. Sigh, when will this misunderstanding come to an end? Chapter 81. Tian Hu Jiubian, Second Transformation, Jiubian. Verification in progress. Iris verification successful. Identity verification successful. Huan Shi connection established. Game commencing. Wishing players an enjoyable experience. Upon returning to the game, he found himself once again in the uniquely designed chamber prepared by Yun Yinshang, ensuring he would not be disturbed. The materials used for the room's construction were exceptionally special. He attempted to summon the Tian Hu Xian Jing from within his mind. The sensation was extraordinary. A current of energy circulating within him. Even without glancing at the system as prompt, he could feel his body growing stronger by the moment. Cultivating techniques. If placed in reality, setting aside elemental abilities, practices aimed at physical enhancement could indeed synchronize with both reality and the game. Such occurrences must have been attempted by others. Without a doubt, Huan Shi and reality could not influence one another. Compared to the leisurely moments in reality, he now wished to waste not a single second. Ing Luo, Tian Hu Xian Jing, Second level. The membrane was drawing ever closer. Su Bai tightly shut his eyes, unaware that the illusion was gradually dissipating due to the operation of the Tian Hu Xing. His consciousness sank into an ethereal state. The light in the room flickered rhythmically. The chamber, crafted with substantial resources by Yun Yanshang, was adorned with countless precious stones beneficial for cultivating techniques, all glowing intermittently. In the realm of duality, simplicity and complexity coexist. Wu Dao Stone. Just one can sustain a person with a bronze-level technique for a week. It significantly boosts the efficiency of the host's cultivation, and even as a consumable special mineral, its value ranks among the finest in the mineral world. Currently, the market price of a Wu Dao stone is comparable to that of a high-quality piece of golden equipment. When constructing this chamber, various formations to maintain the Wu Dao were utilized, along with hundreds of Wu Dao stones, as Yin Yanshang originally intended to rent this chamber commercially. Now, all the Wu Dao stones were gradually losing their luster. The contract book materialized beside him, with a pink cover. It shimmered as it had when Su Bai first summoned it. The 8 chains entwined above trembled slightly, with one bearing numerous cracks, on the verge of snapping at any moment. Amidst this, the enchanting aura of Tianhume emanated from Su Bai, uncontrollably radiating outward. His body had even entered the state of Tianhu Jiu Bian Xiongyu Bian. Yet the transformation did not cease. Su Bai's form continued to evolve. His physique elongated further, and upon his slender waist, the Meng Ing Huan Luo skirt emitted a soft blue light, seemingly rejoicing in its master's metamorphosis. Gradually, Su Bai's stature transcended the bounds of a lowly, progressing towards that of a young lady. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, subtle yet alluring, as Su Bai slowly opened his expressive eyes. Ding! Congratulations on entering the second level of Tianhu Xinjing. Your charm has significantly increased, enhancing the effects of Tianhu Mei. The effects of Tianhu Mei Tong have been improved. The effects of Unyin Ji Zhong have been augmented. You have comprehended the innate ability, Jiuwei Tianhu Ji Li, Huanhu Mian, and the second transformation of Tianhu Jiu Bian, Jiu Bian. Jiuwei Tianhu Ji Li. Passive greatly enhances your attributes. The forbidden power of the nine-tailed fox, the inherent monarch of the fox clan. Semi-sealed. Huanhu Mian. Passive, a fox visage born from the essence of oneself, capable of altering one's appearance at will, consuming 1 point of mana per second during maintenance. And cannot utilize Tianhu Ji Li. Tianhu Jiu Bian. Second transformation Jiu Bian. Active upon activation, it doubles the base attributes, doubles the charm, and doubles all talent effects, with no cooldown at a cost. Is this the essence of power? In an instant, the captivating charm was reined in. Yet even with this, a mere casual wave of his hand unleashed a terrifying surge of energy around him. Compared to before, it felt as though an inexhaustible force resided within him. Once fully contained, Su Bai seemed to notice something, approaching the mirror to admire his form in this second transformation. His fingers lightly caressed his face. My word, who could possibly resist this? Even Su Bai, accustomed to his usual appearance, could not help but voice his astonishment. The reflection in the mirror, even without employing any charm, radiated an exquisite beauty that was simply beyond compare. With a flicker of thought, he resolved that he would never change unless he possessed absolute confidence in his victory. This was not for any trivial reason. Unlike the Tianhu Mei's normal state, the first transformations still retained a youthful appearance, charming yet inviting affection. As long as he did not encounter an enemy with peculiar tastes, he generally had no cause for concern. However, this second transformation was entirely different. Just look at his height, nearly reaching 1.60 meters, almost on par with Qian, a perfectly legitimate young lady. No, I must not look any longer. With Huanhu Mian, and upon acquiring the power of a nine-tailed fox, he found himself in a rather peculiar state. Even when he intended to suppress it, he could not entirely hide the fox allure emanating from him. This appearance was daunting. Should he venture out in this state? He could scarcely imagine the chaos it might incite. Thankfully, Su Bai patted his robust chest. The newly acquired talent seemed designed specifically to conceal his Tianhu power. Compared to the previous Huan Mian, he was far more satisfied with his current transformation. Moreover, with the enhancement from Jiuwei Tianhu Ji Li, His basic attributes had reached half of Qian's under the influence of passive skills. What does this signify? The current Su Bai was akin to an ultimate being. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? At this moment, having confirmed that his transformation bore no flaws, Su Bai opened the wooden door to his room. Master, Qian said, I met an older sister this time. She taught me many things. In her gaze, an infatuation flickered. During her time away, she had encountered numerous new experiences. Unlike her earlier innocence with Ying Luo, from the moment of her birth, she felt an inexplicable closeness to her master. She could not comprehend the origin of this feeling. Her memories from before reincarnation were hazy, and she could hardly recall anyone. The longer she was away, the more disoriented she became, uncertain of her existence's purpose. Even experiencing anguish, everything seemed to lose its color. Only her master remained. Only the bond with her master rendered her existence feel genuine. Chapter 82. Farewell, Ying Luo. Qian. Enough. You always said you wanted to see your sister, right? Gently stroking Qian's head, a hint of melancholy flickered in Su Bai's eyes. As his emotions gradually stabilized, he gazed at Qian in his arms, and the earlier scene of Ying Luo dissipating within his embrace seemed to resurface. Sister Ying Luo? Qian inquired hesitantly. Su Bai nodded. Calculating the time, he could summon Ying Luo once more. If only he had been more diligent earlier, perhaps he could have awakened his power sooner. Would things have changed? At the very least, Ying Luo would not have lost all her memories for him. Ying Luo. Su Bai's spirit sank. Qian, sensing his distress, placed her small hand on his head. When the time comes, we will teach her a lesson. Qian furiously waved her tiny fists, and Su Bai's expression softened considerably. A day passed. He understood that when he summoned Ying Luo again, she would no longer be the girl he remembered. The feeling of liberation he had once felt was unforgettable. This time, he vowed to protect the girl who regarded him as everything. Ying Luo, can you hear your master's command? The contract scroll materialized, and Ying Luo's figure slowly emerged from the summoning array, stepping gracefully beside him. Just as when he first met her, she wore a garment resembling a chest-binding outfit. A vast expanse of her snow-white skin was exposed to the air, and her face bore no discernible expression. She continued to gaze at him with that same vacant stare. Master. This time, Su Bai did not turn away. He embraced the girl before him tightly. He had no intention of letting go, nor would he ever release her again. I am so sorry, truly sorry. He missed this girl more than words could convey. Yet upon seeing Ying Luo, the weight of guilt in his heart intensified. Every time he recalled his feelings back then, it became difficult to breathe. It was all his fault. His arrogance and pride led to all of this. For the sake of someone like him, she had forgotten everything. Even her name. Name, master. Isn't Ying Luo's name Ying Luo? In a moment of mental connection, Ying Luo curiously asked. Her attire had transformed into the form Su Bai had suggested during their time in teacher Elacey's treehouse. Garments that Ying Luo herself could not comprehend. But now, the clothing Ying Luo wears has changed. Have you not lost your memory? Master, under the supreme contract, your memories have not been erased, but those of others have. Held tightly in his embrace, Ying Luo ceased speaking. Feeling her master tremble, she wished to comfort him, but was at a loss for how to do so. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand gently on his hair, stroking it continuously. Ying Luo, I am so sorry. For a moment, I was even relieved, believing I could finally escape that torment. I cannot forgive myself. I am truly sorry. Su Bai's emotions spiraled out of control, more tumultuous than he had ever felt. Even in the presence of telethesia, he laid bare his feelings to Ying Luo, leaving nothing concealed. Rather than seeking her forgiveness, he wished for her to harbor a semblance of hatred toward him, to understand just how weak the master she devoted herself to truly was. Master, Ying Luo, sister. Qian observed the two embracing from the sidelines, her own power brewing steadily in her hands. She had never seen her master like this before, resembling a child who had made a mistake and was weeping incessantly. What could her master have done to offend Wang Glujiji? She did not know, nor did she wish to know. However, if Wang Glujiji intended to act against her master, she would not merely stand by, even if her master attempted to intervene. Qing's eyes radiated a lively purple light. Poisonous delusion. Poisonous delusion. Active invades the sea of consciousness, annihilates the spirit, imbued with mental toxins, while also illuminating the heart. She harbored no malice. She merely desired to glimpse the depths of Wine Glue's heart at this moment. With the same contract power amplifying her abilities, she was confident that Wine Glue would not perceive her presence. Delicate threads drifted towards Wine Glue's sea of consciousness as she gazed into Wine Glue's eyes. The poison she had gathered in her hands gradually dissipated. She comprehended why her master was experiencing such profound emotional turmoil regarding Wine Glue GG. Master, I am so happy. Wine Glue closed her eyes, her hands instinctively encircling her master's waist, while SBI's slightly trembling body began to still. A breathtaking smile graced her face. In the moment of death, I kept wondering if I had helped my master, and hearing my master consider a release. I am so happy. Wine Glue's words brimmed with emotion she had never felt before, and even I could sense the dampness on her shoulder. Were these tears? Wine Glue had completely lost her voice. All she wished for now was to remain by her master's side. In the fleeting second before her memories faded, she feared losing her master forever. Was she still herself, devoid of the emotions she had once known? She did not want to leave her master. She longed to feel her master's warmth, to hear her master's voice. It felt strange. Her energy core ached slightly, yet this sensation was oddly comforting. She wanted to continue comforting her master, but why could she not voice a single word as it lodged in her throat? She was undeniably joyful, yet her tears flowed uncontrollably. So many things she yearned to understand. What should she do to bring her master joy? What actions would prevent her master from sorrow? Will you tell me, master? In their shared telepathy, SBI and Wine Glue felt the profound emotions nestled deep within each other's hearts. Q-ing severed the connection of poisonous delusion. From the moment she established the link, she had known Wine Glue's innermost feelings. That love, transcending her own, far surpassed her affection for her master. The thoughts directed towards her master, that sentiment which regarded her master as everything, that guilt, regret, confusion, and joy, all stemming from the truest depths of their hearts. Wine Glue, please never leave me again, will you? The word count is sufficient. Many readers wish to discuss Ling G and Ling W Ling Chi O Ling in group chat. Chapter 83. The virtual shall eventually descend into reality. The two embraced for a long while. Wine Glue seemed to have noticed Q-ing's presence. Staring blankly at Q-ing, she sensed the essence of her master emanating from her. Wine Glue GG, seeing the emotions of her master, and Wine Glue GG stabilized completely. Q-ing smiled sweetly. Sister, Wine Glue, this is your little sister. You must take good care of her, understand? Gently explaining Q-ing's situation. I placed his hand atop Wine Glue's head. Observing Wine Glue and Q-ing, they interacted harmoniously, and in no time, Q-ing took the initiative to grasp Wine Glue's hand and led her aside, seemingly engaged in conversation. It appeared as though Q-ing was teaching Wine Glue something, and Wine Glue nodded continuously, displaying her trust in Q-ing. Surely, Q-ing and Wine Glue would get along splendidly. With a faint sigh, I felt an inexplicable heat rising within him. How strange that when embracing Wine Glue moments ago, some sentiment seemed ready to burst forth from his being. This sensation was akin to, Master, your state of mind is gradually being influenced by the Tianhu. Beneath the soft, tender voice, SBI's body noticeably stiffened. This voice was not physical, but akin to a telepathic presence. Yet this tone made Wine Glue and Q-ing exchange puzzle glances. The contract book continuously circled around SBI. The Tianhu was similar to a physical constitution, while the Mei was the true essence of the Master S lineage. Under the influence of Tianhu's power, SBI's inner desires were being awakened. I'm here, Master. What is this, Master? Oh, the contract book spoke. Wine Glue and Q-ing gazed at the contract book in astonishment, for it had always been the book summoning them. They were aware that the contract book possessed its own consciousness, yet they had never anticipated it could articulate words. Yes, I have always known you. I just couldn't speak before. The contract book joyfully circled around the two. Wine Glue and Q-ing scrutinized the contract book. Another little sister. Q-ing GG. Wang Glu extended a hand to stroke the edge of the contract book, while Q Ing excitedly observed. The Tianhu Heart Sutra originates from SBI's bloodline. As the levels of cultivation increase, the Tianhu power within SBI will also strengthen. Furthermore, the contract book was birthed from SBI. Master, I can speak because of your efforts. You must keep pushing forward. Seeing SBI still puzzled, the contract book explained. It had always been by the Master's side, yearning for interaction, yet the Master had never thought to engage in conversation with it. Truly, Master, I want a name. Suddenly, the contract book flew between Wang Glu and Q Ing, flapping its pages in what seemed to be a pout, as if to complain about the Master's favoritism. Though it had arrived first, it still lacked a name. Wang Glu GG, Q Ing GG by the timeline. I should rightfully be the elder sister. The contract book landed sulkily behind Q Ing, giving SBI no chance to respond. Master, please give my little sister a name. Q Ing suddenly approached, wrapping her arms around him and playfully demanding. Beneath the soft touch, SBI felt a surge of peculiar emotions. Q Ing, you're a girl. Be mindful of your conduct, understand? SBI's mind grew increasingly chaotic. He could not fathom why his immunity to such matters had significantly diminished. Q Ing merely hugged her arms gently, yet he yearned to passionately kiss her lips. This sensation, Master. Q Ing pouted, tightening her grip. If it were my master, it would be perfectly fine, even if it were that sort of thing. Q Ing's voice grew softer, one hand even resting on his chest, beginning to explore. Having felt Wang Glu GG's feelings for her master, she realized how far behind she truly was. Q Ing, Master, do you know? During our outing, I met an elder sister who showed me many books. I want my master to like me a little more. Q Ing entwined her arms around SBI's neck, her delicate tongue flicking at her rosy lips, exuding a fragrant allure. Slowly, she rose on her tiptoes. No, were we not discussing names? The contract book directly interrupted the two. SBI gradually regained his composure. That was close. He almost fell for it. Glancing at Q Ing, who was pouting, silly little sister. No, he must inquire about the books Q Ing had seen. Tapping Q Ing's little head, SBI shifted his gaze to the contract book. How about Linger Su Linger? The contract book, originating from his very soul, would carry his surname. Combined with Ling, how melodious it sounded. The contract book seemed to relish this. Wang Glu GG, Q Ing GG, I now have a name. As she spoke, the contract book radiated a plethora of pink light. Much like when SBI activated the contract technique, an abundance of contract power surged towards Wang Glu and Q Ing. Master need not worry. After the second breakthrough of your technique, the contract book has also unlocked its second seal. Now, I can provide even more contract power. Ding, your contract beast has gained an immense amount of contract power, resulting in a 20 increase in all attributes and a 20 reduction in skill consumption. The contract book's highest contractor has no rank. It is a destined weapon, with strength, defense, agility, constitution, spirit, and intelligence all at 200. The root bone and charm are both at 2, as are comprehension and luck. The requirements for wearing it include soul binding, making it impossible to remove, destroy, or drop. Skills include the highest contract and the contract book, with the current contract slots at 8, excluding the destined summon beast. Linger, you previously mentioned that my state of mind is influenced by the Tianhu. What do you mean? Observing Ying Luo and Qian enveloped in contract power, Subai inquired. He felt perplexed. After getting closer to Ying Luo and Qian, he discovered that his attribute points had increased, and even the power of Tianhu within him had become more formidable. Noticing Su Bai's dazed expression, Linger seemed to chuckle softly. Master, that is quite literally the meaning. The power of the fox spirit stems from profound emotions. Where emotions flourish, power is born. In matters of sentiment, no one values the concept of love more than a fox spirit, and the Tianhu is the epitome of that. Naturally, you'll be influenced. Oh, and only mutual affection can awaken the Tianhu power within you. It is absolutely futile to force other girls. That will not yield results. Master, this is merely the second layer of the seal. Once your heart's technique breaks through to the third level, I will be able to manifest in your world. Linger seemed to have thought of something else and gently floated to Su Bai's side, poking his face with a page. At that moment, she would be able to take on a physical form, and she intended to give him a grand surprise. What did you just say? I mentioned that I will be able to appear in your world. Sister Ingluo and Sister Qian will be able to join too. My world? Yes, the place called Launching. Yes, that place called Blue Star. And your younger sister, she is truly adorable. Along to play with her. Linger chattered on, completely oblivious to Su Bai's expression. Master's world? Wait, I may not be fully awake. Gazing at Ingluo and Qian before him, Su Bai found himself questioning whether this was an illusion. He pinched his face. This isn't a dream? Ingluo, Qian, does this mean this illusionary world will truly descend into reality like in the movies? Su Bai mused inwardly. Blue Star? His sister. These were details he had never mentioned in the game. If Linger knew what his sister looked like, it meant she had truly seen it. Strangely, upon learning this news, Su Bai felt an unusual excitement. Ingluo, Qian, even others he was familiar with in the game, might descend in a blue star. This world truly exists. Gods, extraterrestrial technology, or perhaps aliens. Is this the catalyst for human advancement, or the beginning of some sinister plot? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Bai's mind. He had encountered many themes where the virtual descends into reality. But what did that matter? Looking at Ingluo and Qian, a complex emotion flickered in Su Bai's eyes. Chapter 84. Yelisi Treehouse knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the wooden door. Due to matters concerning the secret realm and Ingluo, he had not contacted teacher Yelisi for an entire day. Surely, she would not hold it against him. Susu. As soon as the door swung open, Yelisi's figure appeared. Upon seeing the girl in her arms, her disheveled green hair framed a familiar visage, the glasses she typically wore absent due to her haste. The slight redness around her eyes and swollen lips indicated that she had not slept well the previous night. She was terrified. Please don't leave without a word. Yelisi's voice trembled. She had thought she had grown accustomed to solitude. Yet Su Bai's mere absence for a day made her heart feel as though it were being constricted, rendering her breathless. She understood her own fragility. Su Bai would eventually leave her, but when that time came, she would only wish him well, for he would have matured beyond needing her as a mentor. She had prepared lunch and awaited Su Bai for what felt like an eternity until deep into the night. Fearing he had encountered peril, she began to ask around the town, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Panic surged within her. She had waited all night, yet he was nowhere to be found. She realized she lacked even the means to contact her disciple. Teacher Yelisi. A tiny green light burst from the room, colliding directly with Su Bai's face. The flower fairy was now quite annoyed with Su Bai. Because of this fool, her master had not slept a wink all night. She waved her tiny fist at his face, but refrained from striking further. You fool! If you cannot cheer my master, I will ignore you completely. In that moment, Su Bai became acutely aware of the reality around him. Teacher Yelisi, I apologize for causing you worry. He had been so focused on growing stronger and considering Ingluo and Qian's perspectives that he had neglected the concern of another teacher. The Tianhu Heart Sutra began to operate autonomously, and the aura of the Tianhu spread around Su Bai. Neither spoke. Su, let us eat first. I just need to warm it up a bit. Was this feeling of shyness? Observing teacher Yelisi's back, Su Bai felt his cheeks flush. He would have never been able to manage such a situation before. After a prolonged moment, once the aura of the Tianhu had fully settled, he turned his gaze to the wristband. Ingluo, Qian, it's time to eat. Ingluo, is something the matter? Noticing Ingluo's unwavering gaze upon him, Su Bai inquired. Eat? Observing Ingluo's adorably confused expression, Su Bai recalled that she must have lost those memories. Ingluo, who is this girl? Yelisi emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Until just moments ago, she had been contemplating how to face Su Bai. However, upon seeing Qian, her attention was irresistibly drawn to her. Teacher Yelisi. Su Bai explained Ingluo's memory loss and Qian's situation. Ingluo, what master said is entirely true. Qian chimed in, her mouth full, making it difficult for others to discern her words. Su, I trust your word, but the matter concerning the demon god. Just as Yelisi was about to introduce Su Bai to the situation regarding the demon god, she suddenly realized that his gaze had been fixated entirely on her. Su, are you perhaps thinking about that sort of thing? Realizing something was amiss, Yelaisi leaned closer to Su Bai and whispered in his ear, Su, this is inappropriate. Others are watching. That incident cannot be counted. She was Su Bai's mentor. That sort of thing had merely been an accident. An accident. As the thought lingered, Yelaisi buried her head into her bowl of food. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle at Yelaisi's demeanor, while the flower fairy felt a tinge of confusion. What on earth did this fool do? Master seems to be in much better spirits. The flower fairy joyfully dug into her specially prepared small bowl of rice, thinking that this fool was not entirely useless. Ingluo's sister, you must hold the chopsticks like this. Qian observed Su Bai's actions, adeptly picking up a piece of meat and sending it into her small belly. Ingluo, on the other hand, tilted her head in puzzlement. After a system scan, it became apparent that Qian's method of holding chopsticks was entirely different from Su Bai's, with a similarity of only 5. Fool! You can't even do it yourself, yet you're teaching others. Su Bai affectionately ruffled the heads of both girls as he began to instruct them on how to use chopsticks. Your grip should be like this, here and there. Ingluo, you're holding your chopsticks incorrectly. Seeing Su Bai overwhelmed with tasks, Yelaisi approached Ingluo's side. Although they had previously taught Ingluo a multitude of skills, it seemed they had to start anew. The demon god. To be frank, she truly hoped Su would refrain from seeking revenge. Chapter 85. The Demon King and the Hero Su. I wish to discuss matters regarding the demon god with you. After lunch. This time, Yelaisi did not decline Su Bai's offer of assistance, and together they entered the kitchen, where she intended to converse with him. Su, I am aware you will inevitably seek the demon god, but before you do, if you lack absolute certainty, do not actively seek him out. Yelaisi's tone was notably grave. Demon god? Does teacher Yelaisi understand the demon god? The expression on Yelaisi's face was one Su Bai had never seen before, heavy with concern. Perhaps this demon god was far more complex than Su Bai had imagined. Su, take this. Yelaisi handed Su Bai a book, seemingly a history of this continent. It recounted events dating back over 90,000 years, when numerous beings from other realms suddenly arrived, much like themselves. One among them proclaimed himself the Demon King, wielding terrifying powers beyond mortal comprehension. With merely his own strength, augmented by the might of 72 demon gods, he enslaved the entire continent. The mightiest forces of the continent, having never even laid eyes on the Demon King, were vanquished by his subordinates. For 3,000 years, his power instilled fear in the hearts of all. He embodied calamity and terror, and no one dared to resist until a man named Sa, a mere slave without any powers, emerged. Despite his insignificance, he learned the method of summoning beings from other realms from one of the demon gods. He rallied the oppressed slaves, igniting a spirit of rebellion, and within a mere 3 days, amassed over 10,000 insurgents. They, once mere tools of vengeance, devoid of rights, transformed the shame etched into their very bones over 3 millennia into a fierce motivation for resistance. They lacked strength and resources, possessing only the fervor to revolt. The blood sacrifices of tens of thousands became their sole sustenance, and a savior summoned from another realm was dubbed the hero. Though the hero was weak, his growth rate was astonishing. In the first year, he defeated one of the 72 demon gods. In the second year, he escaped unscathed from 10 of their subordinates. The hero's power grew increasingly formidable, and he imparted his rapid cultivation methods to the people of the continent. Gradually, an organization named the Empire was established, raising the banner of resistance against the Demon King's army. The war raged for a millennium, culminating in the Demon King's demise, while the hero vanished without a trace. The continent finally breathed a sigh of relief, as people swiftly advanced through the cultivation methods left behind by the hero, leading to unprecedented prosperity. However, the empire began to fragment into countless factions. With the return of the Demon King and the fall of the hero, all believed the saga had concluded. Yet, as 10,000 years passed, the new Demon King appeared to be distinct from the original, wielding different powers but sharing an insatiable desire for domination. The new generation of Demon King, the new generation of demon gods. War erupted once more. The inhabitants of the continent, developed over thousands of years, remained unable to contend with this new threat, leading to another summoning of the hero. The Demon King's resurgence ensured the cycle of conflict continued, with a being from another realm claiming the title of Demon King every 10 millennia. The book concluded here, leaving Subai deep in thought. He pondered whether the beings mentioned were akin to them, originating from another planet, and realized he needed to reassess the power of this demon god, as well as the more formidable Demon King. Flipping to the book's cover, he noted the title, Chronicles of the Southern Continent. Ilaci, standing nearby, reminded him, Su, it is not solely the southern continent that has faced such tribulations. Other continents, such as the eastern and western continents, have their own accounts of celestial beings and deities mirroring our plight. Ilaci seemed to comprehend Subai's thoughts. In their explorations, they had discovered that this world consisted of 5 continents, each separated by formidable spatial barriers. Without considerable power, traversing to another continent was an impossibility. Large-scale relocations of populations to other continents had been unthinkable in the past. Teacher Ilaci, could the Demon King have been defeated without the hero? Subai grasped Ilaci's implication, yet he was perplexed. The southern continent had flourished for nearly 100,000 years. Had they never once triumphed over the Demon King through their own strength? Or did the hero possess some unique power to counter the Demon King? The tale of the Demon King and the hero was a well-trodden narrative on launching, but if the premise dictated that only the hero could vanquish the Demon King, then what was the point of fighting? If one were sufficiently strong? Ilaci's tone weakened. The Demon King has invaded the southern continent 8 times, and we have only triumphed once, and that was by mere chance. In a remote mountain village on launching, a modestly dressed young girl examined her delicate hands. Her memory seemed to linger from the previous moment. Had she not been consumed by the Demon King in their final confrontation? She was hailed as the strongest hero of all time, having single-handedly slain 30 demon gods to restore the empire. Though the strongest hero wielded the most potent blade, she was still unable to withstand the current Demon King, whose malevolent aura appeared limitless, threatening to engulf the entire southern continent. Even in the virtual realm, she was no exception. But what did it matter? Demon King Suyuro, what does your past strength amount to? I merely lost to you in one move. Having risen from among numerous hero candidates in her past life, she could certainly do so again in this life, and grow even stronger. How ludicrous it was that she, venturing alone into the Demon King's castle, discovered that the seemingly capricious and merciless Demon King possessed a vulnerability akin to that of mortals. To avoid feeling threatened, he had imprisoned his beloved by his side. The girl laughed heartily for a while, her fingers clenched tightly into her palm, blood dripping from her hand. Enemies, friends, family, this strongest Demon King, who regarded life as inconsequential and even personally took the lives of those around him, harbored a frail, timid person who mattered far more than himself. Her entire existence had been ruined by the Demon King. Yet, in her final moments, she personally ended the life of the man shackled by the Demon King's restraints. In that instant, the expression on the Demon King's face was one of despair and anguish that surpassed all else. Merely killing you in this life is too lenient. If you were to be slain by your beloved, I believe your expression would be even more exquisite. The girl's eyes glimmered with a chilling ruthlessness. During her time as a hero candidate, she had engaged in multiple confrontations with the Demon King's candidate, Suyuro, and no one knew her journey better than she. The location of their first encounter, Dawn Town, was truly nostalgic. Chapter 86. In Luo's advancement, Su, are you leaving so soon after just finishing your meal? Ilaci's tone bore a hint of reproach. They had only been together for less than half an hour. Turning her head slightly away, Ilaci clutched tightly to a green leaf adorned with special patterns. Anunye. This plant had been crafted overnight by the flower fairy on her behalf. This unique plant features a stem with 2 leaves, a specialty of the flower fairy clan. It possesses the ability to calm the spirit and stabilize the mind. Moreover, the 2 leaves, though separated by great distances, respond to each other whenever one party channels magic into their respective leaf. As the emerald light shimmered, a petite figure landed atop Subai's head. You must make good use of this leaf. It cost me a significant amount of my essence. Should I cause my master any more concern, I shall cease to pay you any heed. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, I shall certainly use this leaf to contact you. Although Irelas did not turn to glance at Su Bai, her beautiful eyes fluttered slightly, revealing that she had indeed heard his words. Lowering her head slowly, she exclaimed, "Hey, you foolish creature, what are you doing with our master?" The flower fairy tightly grasped Su Bai's hair, tugging upward, yet after an extensive period, there was no sign of resistance from their master. Stealing a furtive glance, she covered her eyes and ceased her commotion. How could this fool behave in such a manner? When did their relationship evolve to this stage? Hey, you imbecile, do you not understand the virtue of gentleness? Girls tend to favor that, right? This is far too intense. After a considerable time had elapsed, she murmured, I feel so drowsy. Both of them noticed the growing weariness but paid it no mind. It's all your fault. You made Xiao Hua witness this. Irelas shyly nestled against Su Bai's chest, murmuring. Yet Su Bai clearly had no intention of letting her off easily. Does teacher Irelas imply that I may assume our relationship can be deemed permissible only in your absence? No, that is unacceptable. We are teacher and student. Such a bond is unallowable. With a chuckle, Su Bai mused, Teacher Irelas is simply too adorable. I truly apologize. I thought Teacher Irelas. As their conversation progressed, Su Bai's expression grew increasingly despondent, resembling a boy freshly heartbroken, which in turn flustered Irelas. I. Teacher Irelas, there's no escaping my advances. You might as well yield to me willingly. This time, Su Bai did not linger in his kiss. He understood that should this continue, they would not be leaving today. Observing Su Bai, iré la serie. You must attend to your obligations. Do not linger here. I understand. Please do not push me so forcefully. Upon departing the treehouse, Su Bai received an email from Yunyan Shang, the celestial-grade technological artifact, Hippus's technological crystal. Under the aegis of Inglua's system, her Orisis system had undergone further enhancement. Ding! Your contract beast, Orisis Ingluo, has ascended in quality, currently at the spirit level. The capabilities of the entity attributes have significantly amplified, some skills have been empowered, and resource consumption has diminished. Upon reaching the spirit level, Inglua's attributes nearly mirrored those of Qian. Perhaps it was due to their lineage. This unique effect bestowed by the Book of Contracts belonging to Su Bai, however, came at a cost. If the contracted entity was not acknowledged by Su Bai's binding power, he would be unable to utilize the contract technique, regardless of the entity's superior qualifications or formidable abilities. As for the conditions of acknowledgement, one could only concede that it was indeed due to the celestial fox lineage. Had he not recently promised Zhuge Jiner, he would have been reluctant to depart from teacher Irelas's gentle embrace. Wuchan, I have stated that this mission permits only one companion. Miss, this task is crucial for you. You've invested so much for this moment. Why employ a nondescript individual when there is a trusted captain of the family's secret guards? Wuchan implored Zhuge Jiner earnestly. To refer to Su Bai as nondescript felt somewhat of an understatement. The captain of the Zhuge family's secret guards was among the top 100 formidable entities in Huaxia. Regarding the Wudu Pearl incident, he believed the latter to be mere coincidence. Having not witnessed Su Bai's prowess firsthand, he hesitated to entrust such a significant matter to him. Mississippi. Wuchan gazed at Su Bai, who approached, feeling discontent but ultimately relenting. His earlier demeanor was concealed. I entrust my lady to you. Upon completion, you shall receive ample gratitude. With hands clasped, Wuchan approached Su Bai respectfully. Su Bai was somewhat taken aback by Wuchan's gesture. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Jiner's affairs are also our studio's concern. Assisting Wuchan, Su Bai was witnessing someone bow, in reality, much like a scene from a drama, for the first time. Jiner, surely, my lady does not harbor feelings for this individual? No, that is impossible. Wuchan swiftly extinguished that thought. He had yet to observe any inclination from the lady towards any man since following her. In the capital, there were countless distinguished young men, replete with wealth, status, appearance, and talent. So many admirers had gone unnoticed by her. Surely, this one was merely leveraging their professional connection to ascend the social ladder. Putting aside his thoughts, Wuchan took his leave. Chapter 87. The Rebel Army Jiner. Could it be that Wuchan is a good person? Perhaps. Watching Wuchan depart, Su Bai posed a query casually. Yet Zhuge Jiner's response lingered in contemplation. Not broaching the subject of Wuchan further, Zhuge Jiner began to explain to Su Bai the reason she sought his assistance. The hidden professions transfer task was one Zhuge Jiner had undertaken since the novice village, a process exceedingly intricate, to the point where she could scarcely recall the resources she had expended. The voodoo pearl was merely one facet of this undertaking. She initially intended to retrieve it later, but suddenly learned that she was not the sole contender for the trial qualification. Reflecting on this, Zhuge Jiner cast a discreet glance at Su Bai. "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" "And no, nothing at all." Su Bai touched his cheek as they both entered the teleportation array, arriving at Langyin Town. Compared to Shuwang Town, the atmosphere here felt somewhat desolate. Zhuge Jiner remained unfazed, while Su Bai's delayed arrival meant they had no time to admire the scenery. "Has something transpired? Upon receiving your message, it seemed you were approaching swiftly. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in me." Ding! You have entered the 20th Secret Realm instance, Chaos Graveyard, unique. The protective time for the Voodoo Pearl's venom automatically activates. Currently, 40 minutes remain. Ding! Detection reveals a player exceeding level 20 in the party. Sealing level now in effect, it will be unsealed upon exiting the Secret Realm. As they entered the Secret Realm, Zhuge Jiner inquired, though Su Bai appeared momentarily stunned. He had indeed been able to arrive instantly prior, but the allure of Teacher Irealiz's embrace lingered in his thoughts. "Jiner, it is nothing significant, merely a slight delay." Su Bai felt a twinge of guilt. Zhuge Jiner's expression bore a hint of concern. Her delicate, crimson lips pressed together. Her beautiful eyes filled with a subtle worry, gentle yet warm, radiating a faint air of care. At that moment, Su Bai's heart raced. Perhaps influenced by the celestial fox, Zhuge Jiner's tender words ignited certain thoughts towards this foolish woman. "Calm yourself. The desire for beauty is a universal inclination," just as Su Bai endeavored to steady his emotions. An unsightly creature, grotesque in form with eyes as dark as pitch, emerged before them. His previous composure was utterly disrupted. 6th generation zombie, Ingo clan, grade, bronze level, 20 skill, blood-sucking description, descendant of the blood ancestor Ingo, possessing an exceedingly thin bloodline, driven solely by the instinct to feed on blood. A bronze-grade monster? Upon discerning the attributes of the zombie before him, Su Bai felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been ages since he had encountered a creature below the gold grade. So this is what a zombie looks like. Palm thunder. Before he could complete his thought, a bolt of lightning surged from Zhuge Jiner's fingertips, slender as a strand of hair, swirling in the air, morphing into a lifelike lightning serpent. It slithered forth with deadly precision. A large, crimson-damaged figure erupted. The bronze zombie was instantaneously vanquished, yielding no equipment, only a droplet of blood suspended in the air. Zombie essence, 6th generation. Ingo clan. Zhuge Jiner cast a glance, but did not retrieve the blood droplet. The essence was precisely what she sought. Yet it was not entirely sufficient. She required the essence of the 2nd generation, even the 1st generation of the zombie ancestors. Upon gaining an understanding of the situation, Zhuge Jiner anxiously gazed at the dwindling time. Given the current rate of zombie appearances, they were unlikely to encounter a suitable target in time. "Su Bai, let's proceed this way." "Wait," Ing Luo interjected. "First, scan the surroundings for any powerful life energy." Su Bai grasped Zhuge Jiner's small hand. Yet she appeared momentarily taken aback. Despite her steps not faltering, Su Bai steadied himself, causing her to inadvertently tumble into his embrace. With a soft thud, both fell silent, enveloped in the warmth of the moment as Zhuge Jiner's delicate hands rested against his chest. Listening to the rapid thumping of Su Bai's heart, she became aware of a hand resting on her lower back, igniting a flurry of emotions that rendered her momentarily speechless. "Master, preliminary analysis indicates 2 life forms of considerable danger to the east," Ing Luo reported, prompting them to hastily separate. After prolonged pause, Su Bai finally spoke. "Jiner, let us move." Zhuge Jiner quietly followed behind him, both lost in thoughts about their earlier expressions, hoping their moment had not been witnessed by the other. They had surprisingly not pulled away from each other in the heat of the moment. Fearing misunderstandings, neither dared to mention the incident again. "Master, the target is behind us." Through their telepathic connection, Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner continued forward, soon noticing the figures following them. They seemed devoid of malice. "Do not be afraid. We are members of the resistance." The voice came from behind, and Su Bai, still uncertain, halted. The two individuals trailing them did not resemble zombies. They appeared more like civilians from this realm. However, their identities were clear. 5 generations corpse, grade, silver, level, 20. Description: altered by the miasma of the restless corpses. His physique has undergone a transformation. The man in front seemed to be a leader, distinct from the one beside him, dressed in attire akin to a military officer. A long sword sheathed at his waist. "You two must have just escaped from the livestock pen, correct? Do not worry. You are safe now," the other man said kindly. Unlike the officer, his demeanor was exceedingly amicable. "I am Bai Tianheng, and this is my captain, Bai Yi. Judging by your appearance, you are likely unaware of the current state of the world outside. Do not fret. I shall explain it to you slowly." Bai Tianheng spoke at length about the so-called resistance. As the absolute rulers of this realm, humans have been confined beneath a grand barrier, farmed by zombies since birth. Their fate was to serve as sustenance for the undead, akin to livestock. Following the escape of a group, they discovered that without the barrier's protection, their bodies began to undergo peculiar changes, giving rise to the corpse people. They possessed some abilities of zombies, but lacked a thirst for blood. After prolonged reproduction and cultivation, organizations composed of corpse people emerged, relentlessly dismantling the zombie strongholds, rescuing the populace, and bolstering their ranks. The Resistance was one such organization. You must have escaped from there as well. Chapter 88. Friends having settled Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner, Bai Tianheng and Bai Yi ventured into the stronghold alone. They perceived Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner as entirely untrained and lacking combat prowess, mere burdens in their eyes. "Captain, is it wise to leave them behind?" "Do not concern yourself. We must act swiftly," Bai Yi replied, their figures dissolving into the surrounding shadows. Their mission extended beyond merely rescuing Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner, and involving them would undoubtedly diminish the chance of success. As time elapsed, Su Bai remained still. "Su Bai, is it all right for us to just wait here?" Zhuge Jiner prodded at the newly kindled fire with a twig, pondering their limited time. Is it truly acceptable to remain idle? She understood, after hearing the men's descriptions, that they were in a world of immense scope. Aligning with local forces seemed prudent, yet they had merely 40 minutes. A flicker of helplessness crossed Zhuge Jiner's eyes. Indeed, this task was somewhat beyond their capabilities at present. "Jiner, take out the Wu Du Zhu for a moment." The poison within the Wu Du Zhu had diminished considerably, its surface dulling. Su Bai remained unperturbed because, through their telepathic link, the time within the realm was essentially irrelevant to them now. "Qian, Master, Ding." Detecting recovery of the Wu Du Zhu's potency. Remaining time in the realm, 1 hour. Holding the Wu Du Zhu, tendrils of toxic mist emanated from Qian. The Wu Du Zhu originated from her, and she mused, "The scenery within is quite pleasant, yet I am alone, merely cultivating my poison." I am sister Ing Luo's shape-shifting abilities. In her reverie, Qian's gaze drifted toward Su Bai's wristband, adorned in the attire Su Bai had chosen for her. She felt a soft warmth, causing Su Bai to stumble back. Observing the sudden appearance of a lilac-haired maiden clad in white silk, Zhuge Jiner regarded Su Bai with a wary gaze, one hand drifting toward his thigh. "Ouch!" Su Bai grimaced, feeling a sharp pinch near his thigh. "Must you be so reckless? Master, your bond with her is quite intriguing. I am curious how you interact with her," Zhuge Jiner remarked with a dangerous smile. Having witnessed Su Bai's Ing Luo, her curiosity about the contract summoner profession had surged. She had even consulted experts within her family regarding this matter. Unlike Su Bai, their primary contract beasts lacked such elegance. Only one, a primordial dragon type, caught her eye, yet none of them seemed to have contracted a second beast. The limitation of contract slots was one aspect. More crucial was the need to cultivate a good relationship with the contract beast, whether through trade, friendship, or deeper connections. Entrusting one's life to another while the contract beast disobeys commands is hardly preferable to diligently nurturing one's primary beast. "Su Bai, what is it? Have you perhaps stumbled upon some leverage against someone?" Zhuge Jiner's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. in the eyes of an ordinary person. The world of the illusory realm seemed no different from the real world, making it peculiar for a maiden to willingly address someone as master. Wait, Jinya, this is a misunderstanding, Subai attempted to clarify, but Qian interjected, this sister, master is indeed master. Why are you so concerned, dear sister? Qian teased while clinging to Subai. Despite her petite frame, she exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. She had observed that in the days spent with her master, more and more girls surrounded him. While she had no qualms about Sister Ing Luo, others posed a different threat. Sister Qian, this person is a friend of master. Sister Ing Luo, you must trust me this time. You have contributed so much to master. He belongs to us, and this woman clearly intends to steal him away. Indeed, Sister Ing Luo, you are always with master, yet you have yet to even share a kiss. Your first kiss was taken by teacher Yelisi. As Qian and Ing Luo engaged in silent communication, Su Linger chimed in. Sister Ing Luo, have you never shared a kiss with the master? You were even usurped by teacher Yelisi. Clearly, Qian, who has been confined within the contract book, is oblivious to the events transpiring outside. In this space, she can only communicate with the master, Linger, and Sister Ing Luo through telepathy. At the moment when Su Bai and Yelisi were being affectionate, Qian happened to be absent. Quiche, are you referring to what the master did with Yelisi today? Yet, they maintained a good relationship even before that. Ing Luo seemed perplexed by the implication. Upon hearing this, Qian's expression grew even more resentful. So, the master was only subdued today. If Linger hadn't intervened, she would have claimed the master's first kiss. What a pity. Sister Qian, I'm sorry, Su Linger, filled with remorse, remarked. Meanwhile, Su Bai's expression became frozen. What is Qian contemplating day by day? And Ing Luo, don't be curious. Do not indulge your curiosity. It appeared that the three of them realized Su Bai was eavesdropping, and their conversation was shielded from him. However, observing Qian's expression, it was evident that their subsequent topic held significance. Su Bai? Jiner, let me clarify, I absolutely did not coerce Qian. The reasons are rather intricate. Why must you explain yourself to me? Zhuge Jiner turned her head away, feeling as if Qian's words implied she harbored feelings for Su Bai. How could that be possible? Yet, for some reason, upon hearing Su Bai's urgent explanation, a sliver of relief washed over her. No, that can't be right. This concern stems from the instability of their contractual relationship, which might jeopardize the mission, and perhaps a modicum of concern as a friend. Yes, precisely. Jiner sensed the unusual feelings within her, but she would never equate them to romantic affection. Su Bai was her first male friend, thus inherently special. Often, when faced with certain situations, she found herself at a loss. Regarding their forms of address, even she considered some terms slightly ambiguous. Yet, they had persisted until now. Her furrowed brow gradually unfurled, for her feelings towards Su Bai were certainly not romantic. Chapter 89. The Demon King's Candidate. The Rebirth of the Chosen One. Captain, have you not noticed how feeble these zombies are? Bai Tianheng and Bai Yi both possessed silver-level attributes, yet their strength surpassed mere statistics. As a member and captain of the 6th Combat Squad of the Rebel Army, the individual attributes of the undead merely provided basic physical capabilities. Their true powers stemmed from the organization's unique modifications. As blood gradually congealed, a question arose. How could such a vast stronghold lack a single noble? Their covert operations are driven by the fear of noble presence among the zombies. Zombies of the 3rd generation or above consider themselves nobles. They appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Captain, behind you. You livestock, do not obstruct me. The spear charged forward, yet the zombie merely waved its hand dismissively. The clash of metal echoed as the tremendous force sent by Tianheng's spear flying. A noble, undoubtedly a noble, and a rather formidable one at that. Yet, his fear was not directed at Bai Yi. You two livestock, did I not tell you to stand aside? The bloodlust surged, and the deep blue sword light shattered in an instant, revealing a world of corpses and blood. Captain, Bai Tianheng could no longer attend to anything else, brandishing his spear to shield Bai Yi. But the realm of blood vanished before his eyes. This powerful noble bypassed them entirely and fled toward their rear. What could possibly be happening? As this thought crossed their minds, two figures emerged within their sight. Hao Ian, is this the power you seek? This so-called noble was nothing extraordinary. True words with spirit entangled. The man murmured, as an abundance of flora materialized from thin air, ensnaring the fleeing noble zombie. Vines spread relentlessly, revealing gaping wounds on the noble's body, eliciting continuous roars of agony. This is just vines. How infuriating. The sea of blood reemerged, and the sharp blood rays transformed into blades. The cloaked man, pursuing the noble's retreating form, expressed a flicker of annoyance. I told you. It would be simpler just to let yourself be killed. True words' magic dispel. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, the vast array of blood rays vanished. Hao Ian stepped forward to confront the noble zombie. Wait, I say, aren't you seeking the whereabouts of the true ancestor? Allow me to share the information. The zombie pleaded desperately, but Hao Ian paid it no heed. Shadows of darkness enveloped the creature, and in an instant, it disintegrated into a drop of pure blood. Hao Ian, did he not promise to lead us to that ancestor you seek? The cloaked man regarded the drop of blood with some exasperation. They had hunted zombies for half a day. Did Hao Ian intend to continue this massacre indefinitely? Yeching, this third-generation zombie does not possess the qualifications to know the whereabouts of the first-generation ancestor. To lure out the four ancestors, we must persist in our slaughter. Hao Ian directed his gaze toward Bai Yi and Bai Tianheng, and the malevolent dragon's eyes widened, releasing an overwhelming aura. Under the oppressive weight, beads of sweat cascaded down their brows, as if they stood before an all-consuming black dragon. Alas, this place is truly dull. Level 20 dungeons do not spawn monsters exceeding this level, nor do they yield equipment. As a level 20 secret dungeon known as the Land of the Misunderstood Corpses, it was inherently impossible to encounter monsters above level 20. Due to the dungeon's peculiar nature, the creatures here would only drop pure blood. Hao Ian understood this well. Rest assured, once we acquire the ancestors' pure blood, our Ming will gain additional members. Are you not aiming for the position of Demon King? You should comprehend what that entails. Yeching remained silent. Ming was a mercenary group established by Hao Ian, and he had been invited as one of the candidates for the Demon King. Moreover, every member of Ming possessed extraordinary power, each one at least his equal. Following the failure of the Demon King War, he lost the protection of the Demon God Pillar, and relying solely on his status as a candidate left him significantly behind other contenders. Hence, he joined Ming. Hao Ian had promised to leverage Ming's strength to assist him in attaining the title of Demon King. Recalling Su Yuro's haughty demeanor and her terrifying powers, he realized that avenging himself would be nearly impossible without external aid. However, Hao Ian was well aware of Yeching's thoughts. As one of the most formidable candidates in the previous life, this was precisely why he sought to recruit Yeching. Let us set Su Yuro aside for now. Her strength eludes my grasp. This time, I will take you to hunt other Demon King candidates and plunder their Demon God pillars. Hao Ian made no mention of Su Yuro. As if struck by a sudden realization, both Hao Ian and Yeching shuddered simultaneously. Upon their departure, Bai Yi and Bai Tianheng, who had been frozen in place, finally gasped for breath. What had they just heard? Those two intended to slay the ancestors. The true ancestors, the blood ancestor Ingo, the demon ancestor Ho Qing, and the primordial ancestor Hanba. Was it not said that they had all been sealed? It should be noted that their current goal was to eliminate the 12 zombie kings within the dead fortress, creatures bearing second-generation bloodlines, the closest to the ancestors. 40 years ago, a single individual was capable of obliterating an entire nation's zombie king. If the four ancestors were still active, what significance would there be in the rebel army and other undead factions' resistance? The weight of this information was staggering, and the two individuals possessed a terrifying strength that even their leader had never witnessed. Regardless of whether the ancestors existed, since their objectives aligned, they must draw those two into the rebel army. Chapter 90. Misunderstanding. A multitude of individuals followed closely behind by Tianheng, who had summoned Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner to join him. It was at this moment that Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner recognized the so-called livestock trailing behind by Tianheng, a varied assembly primarily composed of children. Each wore a white shirt adorned with a series of numbers. Who are you two exactly? As the two stepped into Bai Tianheng's line of sight, his expression darkened instantaneously, the long spear in his grasp revealing itself as he assumed a defensive posture. Contrary to his expectations, while their attire could be interpreted as scavenged remnants from a hasty escape, the fact that neither Su Bai nor Zhuge Jiner exhibited any signs of corpse-like decay after such a considerable duration was perplexing. Humanity had struggled to this point, yet none could inherently resist the pervasive miasma of corpse poison that hung in the air unless they were zombies. Nobility. Such a high level of disguise could only indicate nobility. Bai Tianheng realized he was no match for them, especially not for two. Yet if he were to flee now, all those behind him would undoubtedly perish. Everyone scatter. The command rang out, and Bai Tianheng began to move, concentrating all his strength into a single point, determined that even if he could severely injure one, it would provide the others with a better chance to escape. Abandoning all other thoughts, he launched his spear with the force of a rainbow piercing the sky. He made no defensive preparations for himself. What are you rambling about alone? Subai Saith, having just stepped out alongside Zhuge Jiner when a brilliant light aimed directly at him. Frankly, had the attack not been so feeble, he might have been incensed. Observing the spear halted before him, the ring on his right hand emanated a faint glow. Su Bai reached out to grasp the spear, and Bai Tianheng felt an overwhelming force surge through the weapon. In the next moment, his body was violently thrown to the ground. The impact was thunderous, creating a natural crater that left the others bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The overwhelming disparity in power left Bai Tianheng devoid of any hope for resistance. Su Bai suddenly felt as if he were the antagonist. Bah, you zombies. Minutes later, Bai Tianheng exclaimed, "Big brother, why didn't you say so earlier? You've made me endure this torment." He lightly pounded his still aching chest, disregarding the age difference as he affectionately referred to Su Bai as Big Brother. All right. I'm getting old now. You mentioned encountering two others who, like us, are unaffected by corpse poison, and their target is also the Jiangsu. He glanced at the giggling Qian and Zhuge Jiner, prompting Su Bai to wave his hand dismissively. You're not planning to confront the Jiangsu as well, are you? I'll take you to the leader right away. If the Jiangsu truly exists in this world, the leader is bound to be aware. Existence in this world? Why mention whether the Jiangsu exists? Is there no Jiangsu in this instance? Before Su Bai could inquire further, Bai Tianheng had already organized the group and prepared to set off. Along their route, they encountered little danger, merely some fourth-generation zombies, during which Su Bai witnessed Zhuge Jiner display her abilities once more. As a quintessential profession of Huaxia, the Daoist skills were undoubtedly innovative. Talismans, methods, formations, and exorcism. Bai Tianheng cheered enthusiastically from the side. Ha, as expected of my sister-in-law, truly formidable. As he spoke, he whistled, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that descended directly upon his head. Qian stifled her laughter, finding Bai Tianheng's antics throughout the journey quite entertaining. Su Bai and the others gradually grasped the situation concerning the Jiangsu in this world. According to Bai Tianheng's account, humanity had been oppressed to the present day, enduring countless battles, yet they had never encountered the Jiangsu. They had only learned of its existence through the mouths of zombies. And now the populace regarded it as mere legend or sealed away, posing no significant threat. Upon reaching the rebel army camp, it was far from the desolation Su Bai had envisioned. Instead, it thrived with activity. The vice captain of the combat squad, a figure of considerable significance in the eyes of the common folk, was present. Xiaozhe, why is it so lively here? Bai Tianheng questioned, perplexed. What if a few nobles are attracted? Who will bear the responsibility? Realizing something was amiss, Bai Tianheng attempted to halt the commotion, but a nearby guard intercepted him. Tianheng. Hold on, let me explain. Noticing Bai Tianheng's intent to interrupt, the guard recognized that the latter had been on a mission and was unaware of the news from above. Tianheng, we received word that 2 of the 12 Jiang kings were slain today. 2 mysterious zombie hunters appeared, and their prowess is absolutely terrifying. They have even provided footage of the Jiang king's demise to the higher-ups, which is now being broadcast everywhere. Even the guard, who had long been aware of the events, became increasingly agitated as he spoke. After all, these were the 12 Jiang kings. monsters that had survived for countless years. Evidently, the guard word struck a chord with Bai Tianheng, and tears began to well in his eyes. The hunt for the Jiang Kings was the ultimate objective for every rebel. Bai Tianheng, set aside your emotions for now. First, take us to see your leader, Su Bai murmured. Perhaps I might even enjoy a good sleep. Su Bai's tone struck the guard as peculiar, causing him to furrow his brow. Big brother, I'd apologize for my overzealous excitement. I'll take you there right away. Seeing Xiao Zhe still intent on questioning Su Bai's identity, Bai Tianheng hurriedly led Su Bai and the others into the camp. Ascending to the level of vice captain, Bai Tianheng's thoughts were far from superficial. A moment's reflection revealed to him that the zombie hunters must be the same two individuals he had encountered with the captain earlier that day. It seemed that Big Brother hailed from the same origin as them, if Big Brother possessed similar strength. With this thought, Bai Tianheng quickened his pace. Chapter 91. First confrontation. This is the head of the third Jiang King. Bring forth the items. Within the assembly hall, a group of elders encircled a round table. Wei Qin stood at the entrance, holding a package. They had not discovered the Jiangzu, yet they realized that hunting the Jiang Kings allowed them to exchange for substantial resources. Honorable hunters, the promised items will be collected shortly, one elder tremulously announced, revealing the head upon the table. The third Jiang King, the bloodthirsty Jiang King, ranked third in power, had been slain by the two before them. In the wake of this revelation, the elders exchanged glances, as if confirming something, before the round table began to shift. The sound of gears echoed faintly as the table split down the middle, and an ancient scroll began to rise. Esteemed ones, we possess the sealed location of blood ancestor in Go. We implore your assistance. The elder's voice quivered with urgency. He understood that the two before him were not of this world. Humanity had been enslaved for so long that hope felt unattainable. Facing third-generation zombies, they would incur heavy losses, and since the establishment of the second-generation Jiang King's rebel army, no one had ever been known to slay one. Rebellion. Humanity has long been a mere shadow of its former self. Even if all zombies vanished in this instant, without the livestock of zombies, they would gradually turn into corpse people. What a ludicrous reality. Having escaped their oppressors, they found themselves incapable of continuing their lineage. Presenting the scroll, they placed all their hopes upon the two young men before them. Perhaps, not having been infected, this method might also work for them. Hao Yin, however, was not surprised. He had anticipated the scroll's presence, or else he would not have engaged in trade with the rebel army. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. Yet, it seemed a visitor had arrived outside. Blood ancestor and Go? I find myself quite intrigued. As the sound fell, Yi Chun and Hao Tian had long anticipated this moment, turning their heads in unison, yet their expressions revealed a trace of solemnity. For within their perception, apart from Bai Tianheng, they had also sensed the presence of Zhuge Jiner. However, to their astonishment, there were two unexpected individuals. How peculiar! Why was Zhuge Jiner here? Hao Tian scrutinized Zhuge Jiner, clearly recalling that this was not her designated opportunity. Ah, the butterfly effect. Observing Su Bai, Hao Tian felt a sense of confusion. Once again, apart from the name, he could discern no attributes. Yet, the figure before him was unmistakably that of a man. Even the aura was entirely distinct. Just as Hao Tian was lost in thought, Su Bai made his move. Empowered by formidable attributes, his form transformed into an afterimage, reaching out to seize the scroll from Yi Chen's grasp. True word, halt. Yi Chen made no preparations, merely murmuring a phrase. To him, the simpler the command, the lesser the force required to alter reality, thereby minimizing his consumption. With such a directive, he was confident he could delay Su Bai for a good 10 minutes. Such was the essence of his demon lord's power. As anticipated, at the moment Su Bai's fingers were about to touch the scroll, his body inexplicably froze midair. How tedious! Hao Tian, let us depart. You fool behind you. Just as Yi Chan turned to greet Hao Tian, he found his hand empty. Su Bai's form merely hesitated for an instant, as the absolute particle defense circle activated, instantly amplifying the resistance he needed against the words of power. The afterimage shifted, and he successfully snatched the scroll recording the status of the Blood Ancestor's seal. Evil Dragon Slash. The black longsword cut through the void, an overwhelming malevolent aura spreading forth. dark intentions enveloping the scene as a colossal black dragon roared into existence. Bang! With a resounding impact, the evil dragon slash struck heavily against the absolute particle defense circle, ripples radiating outward, and Su Bai's health bar flickered slightly. Astonishingly, it breached the defenses of Ing Luo. At this moment, Su Bai began to regard the strength of the two before him with newfound respect. Whether it was the bizarre language technique or the familiar Hao Tian. Aside from him, the expressions of Hao Tian and Yi Chun varied greatly. Upon unleashing the slash, Hao Tian's pupils constricted, while Yi Chun nearly jumped in fright. Typically, Hao Tian's evil dragon slash was swift as lightning. Evil dragon soul, evil dragon slash. Hao Tian opened his eyes again, the transformed dragon gaze emanating a chilling menace. In this iteration of the same technique, the black dragon seemed to possess a heightened vitality. The black dragon writhed, and even at this moment, Su Bai felt a hint of pressure emanating from it. Black mud eel, do you wish to harm your master? Blood touch. She also made her move, the dark red blood touch piercing through the black dragon's body, causing the massive creature to instantly dissolve into pure spiritual energy. Streams of blood touch surging forth. The poisonous aura emanating from it was not to be underestimated by either party. Demon Lord's power, language technique. True word, release. In an instant, the blood touches surrounding Yi Chun and Hao Tian vanished. Yet countless blood touches continued to emerge from the depths of the earth, depleting the magical energy within him. Evil dragon, true martial manifest. True word, transmission. The black sword transformed into a massive dragon claw, and the already dilapidated meeting hall collapsed further with this strike. What has happened? I do not know. The master's meeting hall has collapsed. Quick, summon help. Notify all combat teams. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A crimson signal soared into the sky. Chaos ensued outside. And every elder present in the meeting hall represented the foundation of their human race. The crowd gazed helplessly at the crumbling structure, unable to commence rescue efforts. They were oblivious to the events unfolding within, silently praying for the best. Under the protection of the absolute particle defense circle, Su Bai and Zhuge Jiner remained unscathed, while the figures of Hao Tian and Yi Chun had completely vanished. Yi Chun, why did you teleport me away? Do you think we would lose? Hao Tian glared at Yi Chun with his dark dragon eyes, their strength barely unleashed, and now he wished to retreat? What ist? Their purpose for entering this secret realm was the Blood Ancestor's essence. Blood Ancestor's essence. I just glimpsed the content of the scroll in my hand. Reality had shifted once more, directly acquiring information about the Blood Ancestor. Yet Yi Chun could only modify his previous actions. Hao Tian, the position is secured, but we still have a considerable distance to cover. Let us hasten, aiming to resolve matters before those few return. The prior teleportation had drained most of his magical energy, making direct travel via true word implausible. And those two individuals just now, why do we keep encountering monsters when we meet Hao Tian? Yi Chun regarded Hao Tian with exasperation. It was not that he was fearful, but entanglement with him could prove quite troublesome. Chapter 92. The 7 captains gather. Qi's efforts as the structure collapsed. A multitude of debris cascaded down, with several elders being crushed into pulp by the falling stones. And even Bai Tianheng succumbed to unconsciousness from exhaustion. Outside the assembly hall, guards tightly encircled the area, forming a vacuum zone with a radius of 50 meters. With 13 figures distributed within, the 7 rebel armies, the captains and vice-captains of the 7 squads, emerged from among tens of thousands of insurgents. They represented the pinnacle of human strength in this world. Oh, is this not the Elder Council Hall? Did the hunters inside engage in conflict with the elders? A man narrowed his eyes, swinging a colossal sword, sending waves of energy surging outward. The gleaming sword aura rose slowly, and the guards who failed to retreat in time bore several ghastly wounds. A flicker of bloodlight flashed in his eyes. TCH, what an annoyance. Lu, be cautious. There's still many onlookers. The man adjusted his glasses, and an elegant feathered bow materialized in his hand. Radiant white light gathered at the bow's tip as arrows were unleashed, shattering the debris, allowing a petite figure in pink to slip away unnoticed. with short black hair and pale pink pupils matching her attire. The girl's vibrant clothing contrasted sharply with her perfect concealment in the shadows. Oh dear, she propped up the unconscious Bai Tianheng, hiding in the darkness. Yang Kai curiously observed the intertwined Su Bai and Qi, remarking, "This battle is truly terrifying. That big brother must be extremely powerful. Never mind. I shall refrain from exerting myself. Such matters are best left to the captain." The little girl sighed. Zhuge Jiner stood behind Su Bai and Qi, and with just the three of them, the hall's floor was already riddled with damage. Toxic fumes pervaded the surroundings. And with Bai Tianheng in tow, Yang Kai initially worried about exposure risks. However, witnessing the oblivious Su Bai and Qi, she felt she might have been overly cautious. "I told you, your physique could easily handle the second-generation serum, yet you refused to listen." Yang Kai pouted at Bai Tianheng, regardless of his unconscious state, directly injecting the red serum into his body. As Bai Yi approached, intending to speak, he hesitated upon seeing Bai Tianheng's injuries. Bai Yi was struggling. He had witnessed the captains of other teams enhance their abilities after administering the serum, yet their personalities had changed. The antidote had been developed, yet he remained unwilling to alter himself due to external factors. In his sixth squad, not a single individual had ever utilized the second-generation serum. "Bai, what are you still contemplating? Your title as the captain of the sixth squad should have been relinquished long ago. You must have witnessed the events unfold." The captain of the seventh squad, Di Jian, appeared suddenly, voicing his discontent with Bai Yi's leadership style. The diminutive figure overpowered Bai Yi, bringing him to the ground, a red vial appearing in his grasp. "Master, are you all right?" As the crimson liquid swept away the surrounding debris, Qian leaped into Su Bai's embrace. Observing the bracelet on Su Bai's wrist, Qian puffed out her cheeks. "I also want to protect Master forever. Sister Ing Luo is far too cunning." With a glance at Zhuge Jiner behind Su Bai, Qian tightened her grip, reflecting on how she could never surpass Ing Luo, her elder sister. She resolutely determined that she would not allow anyone else to succeed. With these thoughts in mind, Qian cast a hostile glare at Zhuge Jiner. The infiltration by Yang Kai and the gathering of the seven captains created an increasingly chaotic scene. Even Zhuge Jiner sensed something amiss. "Where is Bai Tianheng?" Zhuge Jiner quickly realized the abnormality. The previous battle had provided her with new insights into Su Bai's strength, as well as the abilities of Qian and the enhancements of Ing Luo. In her observations, she had overlooked Bai Tianheng's sudden disappearance. "Su Bai, did you?" Just as Zhuge Jiner was about to voice her concern, Su Bai leaned closer to Qian, his silhouette suggesting a kiss from behind. "Qian, you should let go. Someone is coming." Su Bai whispered near Qian's ear. The warm breath brushed against her, causing her face to flush crimson. For reasons unknown, her resistance to the scent of her master seemed almost non-existent. If she had been prepared, it would have been different. But Su Bai's sudden proximity and intoxicating aroma left her increasingly dazed. "Master, may I?" As her consciousness began to blur, she yearned to savor more of his essence. Before Su Bai could react, Qian leaned in, her lips approaching his just as a fierce strike collided with Ing Luo's absolute particle barrier. Ripples spread as Su Bai instinctively steadied Qian, a wave of dread washing over him. That was close. What just happened? He swallowed hard while gazing at Qian's still, flushed face. The aura of the Tianhu began to grow chaotic. The strike was absorbed by the barrier, and Lu Yi's expression turned serious as he raised his massive sword, its radiant light filling the assembly hall with a terrifying presence. No signs of decay, and yet they can withstand my attacks? Have the nobles infiltrated here? As he prepared his sword strike, white feathered arrows shot forth, and a figure appeared before Zhuge Jiner, wielding a heavy rock hammer. Blessing runes. Strange symbols radiated from a woman's hands, scattering as they enhanced the remaining captains, who unleashed their full might. 12 figures swiftly approached Su Bai and his companions. Aside from Yang Kai, even Bai Yi joined the fray. Unlike his earlier simple sword strikes, Bai Yi conjured a blue spectral shadow behind him, an undead monstrosity. As the assault intensified, Zhuge Jiner began to chant incantations, but Su Bai halted her. "Wait, Jiner. The state of Bai Yi and the 12 attackers is peculiar. I am more concerned about Qian's condition than these attacks that Ing Luo can easily defend against." Ing Luo's voice echoed warnings in his mind. System diagnostics indicated that Qian's emotions were volatile. Luo even suggested that Su Bai should release her and maintain a distance. Without hesitation, Su Bai continued to hold the girl in his arms. Qian, what's wrong? He gazed down at her, placing a hand on her drooping head, unable to discern her expression. Chapter 93. The calamity of toxic blood soldiers. The rock hammer shattered, and Qian's figure vanished from Su Bai's grasp. A malevolent toxin clung to her skin as she struck the hammer, piercing through the head of the third vice captain. Blood, tainted by the horrific purple venom, cascaded down, enveloping Su Bai and the others, as a colossal figure cloaked in feathered garments emerged. The structure collapsed entirely, the 100-meter giant disregarding all captain's assaults, plunging the Resistance's stronghold into utter chaos. Calamity Toxic Blood Soldier. Note: Calamity Toxic Blood Soldier. Active: a giant warrior form from the wielder's poison. Possesses the power to annihilate everything. Doubles its own stats upon use. No consumption, cooldown time. The toxic spread intensified. The previously encircled guards collapsed one by one, convulsing on the ground, their lips turning a deathly purple, faces contorted, skin decaying like peeling flesh. The woman forming sigils unleashed radiant runes that flew into the bodies of the other captains. The toxins were alleviated, allowing the captains to regain their combat abilities as they frantically attacked the giant, the situation growing more chaotic, despair evident in their eyes. Damn it! Does this monster truly have no weaknesses? Another white arrow was loosed, but the toxic blood soldier had no effect on Su Bai and the others, who remained unscathed, as if they had not yet succumbed to decay. Friends, we may have misunderstood something. Can we cease hostilities for now? The man wielding the feathered bow, despite his ongoing assault, pleaded with a voice full of desperation. At that moment, clarity returned to his gaze, yet he dared not halt his attacks. The giant's destructive power was too formidable. Without their restraint, the stronghold would vanish in an instant. Captain, I can barely hold on. Lu Yi, struggling to maintain the sword realm, appeared disheveled. Even though the giant's intent was not to destroy the sword realm, the toxic aura emanating from it was overwhelming. The sword realm visibly eroded before their eyes. Friends, we were wrong before. We are willing to compensate. Equipment, items, gold, anything. The other captains cast aside their pride, shouting towards Qian, who stood at the giant's brow. At this moment, they could not even think of protecting the crowd, let alone ensure their own escape. Rebirth poison puppets, giant spider, toad, poison python. 3 colossal figures were summoned by Qian, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter in the toxic sanctuary. As the surroundings transformed into a hellish landscape, Qian's expression darkened further. This is the second time. The second time. It was indeed her second interruption. Summoning her courage, she felt increasingly agitated by these persistent intrusions. The giant, now adorned with circular rings on its wrists, released shards resembling black crystals that rained down like a torrential downpour. Lu Yi, the man with the white arrows, pushed Lu Yi aside, but the ethereal arrows encircling them were insufficient to shield them. 2 captains, including the brigade leader, were caught off guard. The shards pierced their bodies, causing cellular death as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Captain, Lu Yi clung tightly to the fallen body before him, the black-purple venom creeping up from the wound, yet he did not relent. Half an hour had passed, and in that brief time, the rebellion was nearly obliterated. Faced with the terrifying giant before him, he could not conceive of any means to halt her. Bai, do not stop me. The blue sword energy severed Lu Yi's left arm, which had been ravaged by the toxin. Gazing at his vanishing left arm, Lu Yi found no trace of life in his eyes as he raised the colossal sword with his only remaining right arm, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent. A sword technique at the cost of life. Master, you must not approach now. Luo manifested her form, positioning herself before Su Bai. With her pink wings unfurled, she faced Qian, the blood soldier, with utmost caution. The glow of the absolute particle defense circle enveloped Su Bai and Zhuge Jin gently. As the variable wing system unfolded, Luo's eyes gradually shifted to a soft crimson hue. Bang! Master? A gentle tap on her head made Luo tilt her head curiously at Su Bai, bewildered by his actions. Su Bai sighed. Remember, Qian is our family, your sister. We must not be so wary of each other in the future. After patting Ingluo's head, he advanced towards Qian. As before, the giant form from the deadly poison showed no effect on those within. Subai stepped forward slowly, while Qian lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, resembling a mischievous child caught in the act. "Qian, come here." Subai opened his arms, and after a moment of hesitation, Qian obediently approached. As the poisoned soldier dissipated, Louis flashed before Subai and the others, radiant with sword light. "You must not disturb the master now." Ingluo spread her wings and flew between Louis and Subai. The colossal sword swung down, but once again it couldn't even shake the absolute particle defense circle. Louis was repelled, and as he attempted to lift his sword again, he discovered his right arm lacked strength. A halo unfurled before him, and under the terrifying energy fluctuations, his body trembled involuntarily. "Wait!" A pale blue specter whisked Louis away, leaving Bei alone. If he weren't a zombie, Bei would have discerned from their earlier encounter that Subai and his companions were not bloodthirsty. Their rebel forces had nearly been annihilated, and losses could not be afforded now. The death of the commander, the passing of familiar figures. Hatred, loathing. Influenced by the second-generation blood serum, Bei was driven to want to rend Subai into 1,000 pieces. The horrifying bloodlust filled his eyes, and the blood within him boiled, urging him towards murder. He forcibly suppressed it with his reason. Reconciliation was imperative. He needed to stabilize his emotions. Bei moved his lips, about to speak, when Ingluo interrupted him. The master said that whatever he desires here, he will take away, and then he will leave. Nearby, Zhuge Jiner noticed the devastation wrought by the blood soldier. The toxins eroded, the land decayed. The once vibrant encampment had become a desolate ruin. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a player of merely level 20 could cause such destruction. Chapter 94. Humph. Do not think about it. The deadly poison gradually dissipated, and even the poisoned crowd began to recover. Bei sighed in relief. Yet he did not immediately acquiesce to Ingluo's words. He lacked the authority. Qian regained her composure, the insatiable bloodlust creeping across the ground, consuming the lingering toxins. Releasing the girl in his arms, Subai suddenly noticed Ingluo reaching out to him. "Master, I want a hug too." Ingluo adorably stretched her hands, imitating Qian as she leaped into Subai's embrace, while Qian covered her mouth, observing. She noticed the actions were identical, yet Ingluo's expression remained unchanged. A thought struck her, and Qian glanced at Zhuge Jiner, puffing out her little chest. "Qian, accompany Jiner and protect her. I've already discussed other matters with her." Seeing Qian giggling beside her, Subai lightly tapped her head. The moment Louis made his move, the fates of these individuals had been sealed. The assembly of the 7 combat teams, Yansai's infiltration, and ultimately, everyone's involvement had been foreseen from the beginning. Under Ingluo's system scan, these individuals could not conceal their forms. He had already informed Zhuge Jiner that apart from essential survival supplies, all other items and gold could be seized. In the past, he might have felt pity for these individuals. But now, the situation was different. Acknowledging that this might be a genuine world, it was not his world. His goal was to grow stronger to prevent further harm to those around him. Ruffling Ingluo's hair, it seemed he had much to teach her, hand in hand. "Subai, can you leave us some supplies?" After much hesitation, Bei finally voiced his request. At this moment, they had no standing for negotiation. The law of the jungle prevailed in any realm. Yet if he did not step up now, leading so many without any resources would ensure their demise. "Captain Bei, it's all right. I have faith in this big brother." Yankai appeared behind Bei, standing on tiptoes to barely reach his shoulder, her aura significantly strengthened compared to before. 3rd-generation zombie, Jiangchun Shizu. Level, 20 skills, blood devour, zombie body. Description, descendant of the true ancestor Jiangchun, possessing some of his powers. Upon scanning, Subai had already recognized the little girl before him as a zombie, though she had previously been classified as a 4th generation. Sensing Subai's gaze, Yankai showed no hesitation, subtly revealing her fangs. Her naturally pink pupils met the concealed fox light in Subai's eyes, and she cheerfully mouthed, "Shoo, keep it a secret." Subai remained silent. It bore no significance now. What mattered was teaching Ingluo the concept of hug. As twilight descended, Subai and Ingluo sat on the lawn, and it seemed Ingluo understood, opening her arms once more. "Master, I comprehend now," she proclaimed and leaped toward Subai. In her mind, only those who liked each other could embrace. Liking? What does that mean? Observing Ingluo, Subai felt a twinge of guilt. He wished for her to learn more, to consider him more. He endeavored to explain, but the questions only multiplied. Why can't I hug a master casually? What does liking mean? What kind of feeling is it? The opposite sex? Only those who will be together for life can do that. If I understand these, will the master be happy? Originally perplexed, Ingluo grew even more confused. Subai sighed. Such matters could only be resolved with time, allowing Ingluo to experience them herself. Upon seeing Subai, Qian dashed forward without hesitation. Ingluo observed, seemingly pondering something, and eventually mirrored Qian, each embracing one of Subai's arms. Subai glanced at Zhuge Jin'er's sullen face, sensing trouble. However, Zhuge Jin'er's concern was far from the familiar scene before her. Instead, it was a comment Qian had made during their journey. Do not think about the master. He has already been taken by Teacher Yelaisi. No, Teacher Yelaisi merely arrived a step ahead of me and Ingluo. The master has no room left for others. Teacher Yelaisi? Throughout their journey, Zhuge Jin'er contemplated what Qian had said about Teacher Yelaisi. Okish, with Subai? After much thought, she could not recall any girl named Yelaisi being close to Subai in reality. She had no ulterior motives. Her curiosity merely piqued, for aside from those in the apartment, she had not seen Subai with any other girl. Upon further inquiry, Zhuge Jin'er learned that Yelaisi was a character in the game, currently serving as Subai's professional mentor. In the realm of virtual gaming, the notion of falling in love is not an uncommon phenomenon. As fictional characters, they embody innocence, devoid of the treacherous intricacies of reality, where everything appears to be splendid. The allure of virtual romance has captivated many, and while games may eventually cease operations, it is the simplicity of fiction that offers a semblance of authenticity they crave. The ethereal sensation of a 100 genuine experience is indeed attainable. In a moment of mirth, Zhuge Jin'er, unbeknownst to herself, felt her spirits lift upon discovering that Yelaisi was present. "Subai, the leaf in your hand is quite lovely. It even glows," she remarked, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Qian and Ingluo beside him. Instead, she inquired with a smile, as if she had stumbled upon something delightful. "Is this what you're referring to?" The anhun leaf in her grasp emitted a faint emerald light. While it could not facilitate direct communication between Subai and Yelaisi, it could convey their general emotional states. "This was given to me by my mentor. It allows us to sense each other's feelings." A tinge of apologetic sentiment was transmitted through the anhun leaf. A flicker of tenderness crossed Subai's eyes. "Yelaisi, you say?" Zhuge Jin'er chuckled lightly, while Subai cast a reproachful glance at Qian, who merely stuck her tongue out playfully. He knew that this young girl must have said something. "What stage have you and your Yelaisi reached?" Zhuge Jin'er settled beside Subai, resting her chin on her hand, her curiosity piqued. The girl's gossiping spirit ignited fiercely, and Subai realized there was no escaping. "My relationship with Yelaisi is serious." As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Having made a commitment, he felt a sense of responsibility, yet admitting it in front of others felt somewhat embarrassing. Zhuge Jin'er's smile widened, and it became evident that Subai had indeed never experienced romance before. Merely discussing the topic was enough to make him blush. "Subai, have you never had a girlfriend before?" Chapter 95. An outcome Zhuge Jin'er's casual inquiry elicited not only her own curiosity, but also that of Qian, who noticed a fleeting shadow cross Subai's face. "No," he replied, maintaining the same shy demeanor, yet Zhuge Jin'er sensed an underlying tension in his hurried breaths. In the treehouse, Yelaisi grasped the anhun grass tightly, acutely aware of Subai's despondent state. "Master, you have been holding the anhun grass for nearly half an hour. Your meal has gone cold. You can chat with that fool later," the flower fairy said, fluttering beside Yelaisi with a small, specially crafted bowl. As the creator of the anhun grass, she could naturally sense the emotions of both parties. What on earth is that fool doing? Feeling the weight of Subai's emotions, the flower fairy was enveloped by a sense of oppression, akin to plummeting into an abyss. It seemed, however, that Su Bai's emotions were gradually stabilizing. Nonetheless, Ulysses' worry remained unabated. That fool is out there frolicking, yet he seems unhappy, causing Master to fret. The flower fairy clenched her tiny fists, perched on Ulysses' shoulder, determined to comfort her. Rising slowly, Yongkai appeared beside Su Bai, who cast a reassuring glance at Zhuge Jiner and Qian before departing. "Yingluo, do you know what Master is discussing with that little zombie?" Qian inquired, displeased with Master's absence. Twirling a strand of her purple hair, she wore an expression of discontent. "I don't know. Master said it was a private discussion and instructed us not to intrude." "Qian, what does it feel like to be in love?" With an inquisitive gaze, Yingluo was clearly not about to let Qian off the hook, even catching hold of Zhuge Jiner's clothes as she attempted to rise. "Master instructed me to keep an eye on you both and to consult you regarding some matters." Yingluo's expression was devoid of emotion, her pale blue eyes fixed on Zhuge Jiner and Qian, as if vowing not to release them. With no recourse, they understood that Yingluo's tenacity would not allow them to escape. Su Bai's words were everything to the young girls. If they were to devise a plan, perhaps there was only one option. Suddenly, Qian clasped Yingluo's arm, her demeanor turning frantic. "Yingluo, what if that little zombie harms Master?" System detection indicates that the combat power disparity is too great. Probability of Master being harmed is 0. "I'm in a sneak attack. What if 0? As Su Bai and Yang Kai's departure was not coincidental, he had indeed promised to speak with Yang Kai privately, and the decision to avoid Yingluo and others was at Yang Kai's behest. Having walked a sufficient distance, Su Bai halted. Besides imparting knowledge to Yingluo, the little girl had also enlightened him about many aspects of this secret realm, such as the essence of the zombie ancestors. The scale of this secret realm far exceeded Su Bai's expectations, divided into 3 sectors, each ruled by the offspring of the 3 great zombie kings. The Jiangshan clan lacked a fixed territory, unlike other descendants of zombie kings. Save for the weakest 6th-generation zombies, the Jiangshan clan typically resembled humans. Much like Yongkai. "Big brother, wouldn't it be safer this way?" Yongkai appeared as a child of 8 or 9, her voice pure and innocent. With no one around, she revealed her small fangs, showcasing her sharp teeth, her eyes turning crimson. "Do you wish to perish?" Su Bai did not enter his Tianhu state, but the aura of his strength, particularly upon realizing this was a genuine world, radiated a palpable threat. The massacre of the Elder Council had nearly obliterated the entire rebel army. To others, this was entirely perceived as the will of Su Bai, the so-called master. Sensing Su Bai's rising hostility, Yang Kai curled up on the ground, exclaiming, "Wait, big brother, please don't act rashly. I just feel more at ease in this state." In a state of urgency, she buried her head in the ground, having drawn Su Bai out merely to negotiate. Typically, transforming into a zombie would solidify their lineage. Yang Kai's advancement was intrinsically linked to her abilities. The capabilities of the 3 great zombie clans were fixed. Yet the descendants of the Jiangshan true ancestor exhibited a diverse range of awakened powers. Blood Devourer. Her ability allowed her to consume the blood of others to enhance herself. The blood of several fallen captains during the previous skirmish had facilitated her ascension. "I know the location of the seal of the Hamba ancestor. Please, don't kill me." Yang Kai whimpered, her tears flowing. She merely sought to exchange information for what she desired. Yet this big brother showed no inclination to barter, let alone spare her life. With one hand, Su Bai lifted Yang Kai, perceiving her small stature as a result of her being a zombie. Who could determine her true age? "Do you know where the Hamba is?" he inquired softly, causing Yang Kai to cease her struggles, her dusty face surprisingly adorable. After some explanation, Su Bai grasped Yang Kai's intent. She wished for him to spare a drop of the Hamba's blood after he vanquished it. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to defeat the Hamba. The mere mention of the various zombie ancestors sent shivers through Yang Kai's body, particularly when she sensed Su Bai's murderous intent. Observing Su Bai's expression, she resolved to flee should he attempt to forcibly seize her. She could always join another faction. Yet, why did this big brother's demeanor seem so peculiar? As her mind raced with uncertainty, Su Bai's expression transformed entirely, radiating warmth as he gently wiped the grime from her face. "The sensation on my cheek, how shall I describe it? It is rather nauseating. Young Chai, what do you intend to do? Taking a step back, Yang Kai looked at Su Bai with a panicked expression at that moment. Su Bai bore the unmistakable demeanor of a dubious stranger. Indeed, Yang Kai, let us forge a contract. I assure you, even if it requires a copious amount of blood, I can provide you with as much as you desire, and afterwards, I can whisk you away to another world for a delightful adventure. Su Bai's voice dripped with temptation. Thanks to Ling Er's reminder, he realized that this petite girl before him possessed the qualifications to be bound by the contract. With 7 slots still available for contracts, he was determined to ensnare this little girl. Yang Kai, just consider the outside world offers even more blood. At that time, no. Think it over carefully. You may contemplate further. Absolutely not. I will not confine you. You will, under no circumstances, allow that. Chapter 96. The Might of the Celestial Fox. Sigh. The scenery before him changed incessantly. Yet Su Bai felt no desire to appreciate it. After much effort in locating a target recognized by the contract, Yang Kai remained obstinate. With no alternative, he acquiesced to Yang Kai's terms. Once Su Bai obtained the blood of the Ingo, Yang Kai would then guide him to the Han Ba. Very well. Let's take it one step at a time. Master, we have arrived, Ing Luo announced, gently placing Su Bai and Zhuge Jin down, her angelic wings retracting. Although it was designated as a sealed area, what lay before them was a grand castle. Its architectural style bore a resemblance to European palaces, yet its outer walls were adorned with grotesque, crimson patterns, emanating a nauseating stench of blood. Su Bai, you must be aware that she is a zombie, correct? Zhuge whispered into Su Bai's ear while observing Yang Kai, who remained blissfully asleep on Ing Luo's back. As a Taoist, she could discern this fact with clarity. The concerns regarding Yang Kai's disguise were well known to all present. Nodding, Su Bai began to scrutinize the castle's entrance. Master, system detection indicates that there is no array fluctuation 50 meters to the left. We can enter from there. Ing Luo set Yang Kai down and, after awakening the little one, transformed into a bracelet. In contrast to the grand structure, the entrance Ing Luo indicated was a gaping hole, as if obliterated by some force. As they stepped inside, a torrent of blood surged forth accompanied by a thunderous roar. Another intruder. This time, we will not allow you to disturb our master. The crimson tide surged forth like a tsunami, crashing against the absolute particle defense barrier. As the fourth of the 12 zombie kings, his blood sea possessed a unique corrosive quality, rendering one powerless to resist until consumed by the bloodlight. How infuriating! Su Bai and his companion were engulfed by the blood sea, yet the zombie king displayed no trace of delight. Cursing aloud, those 2 livestock took advantage of my momentary lapse and charged ahead. Cursed be this fate. Long before Su Bai and the others arrived, Hao Tian and Yi Chun had already made their entrance. They paid no heed to the zombie king as they ascended to the 2nd floor. Surely the 2 masters above would not cast their wrath upon me, he thought in trepidation. While the zombie ancestor remained dormant, the 12 zombie kings appear to be the most formidable beings within the Ingo clan, governing the Death Fortress and commanding legions of zombies. Yet they had never believed themselves to be truly invincible. In comparison to the reclusive zombie ancestor, they feared the elite guard stationed beside him, the true progenitors of the zombies. He paid no mind to Su Bai and the others, whom he perceived as already corroded by the blood sea, directing his gaze towards the attic, hesitating whether to ascend. Ultimately, the 4th zombie king halted, unleashing a super vibrational particle beam. With a mere gesture, the blood sea was parted. Not dead, the aura behind him intensified, the dreadful energy poised to erupt as a pair of decrepit hands, devoid of any vitality, silently emerged behind Su Bai and Zhuge Jin. The fingers spread wide, a dense aura of blood enveloping the space. Sharp, knife-like nails aimed for their hearts. Half-ancestor zombie, Ingo Corpse Clan, grade, celestial spirit level, 20 affected by the instance. Skills, bloodthirst, blood sea corpse chi, half-ancestor zombie body. Blood progenitor, partially sealed due to the instance. Attributes, partially sealed due to the instance. Description, descendants of the blood progenitor Ingo, possessing the bloodline closest to him. Their power is tremendously formidable. The aura of blood gnawed at the heart. Subai realized that Luo's absolute particle defense would not suffice. The white beam struck fiercely toward the figure behind him. In a moment of urgency, Subai shielded Zhuge air beside him. The contract appeared, the bracelet radiating light, and the figures of Qian and Luo manifested beside them. Bloodthirsty touch. Super vibrational particle beam. The blood surged toward the figure behind Subai. The white beam narrowly grazing the zombie king's cheek as it propelled toward his rear, revealing a disheveled figure. How intriguing. You were able to detect me. Sister, allow me to handle that angel. The young man met Luo's attack head-on, seemingly unfazed, while his gaze turned wary towards Qian beside Subai. Previously, he and his sister had been careless, allowing two livestock to injure them and invade the blood progenitor's sealed domain. This time, they must not allow any intruders to enter. Both half-ancestor zombies were enveloped in an aura of blood, and the oppressive atmosphere made it clear to the zombie king that he could not interfere in this battle. He too rushed towards Subai and Zhuge air. The blood sea surged once more. Cradling Zhuge air, Subai remained motionless. Subai evade. That zombie is charging. Thunder Law. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. The battlefield shifted in an instant. Zhuge air, nestled in Subai's embrace, instinctively blushed, intending to escape. But the zombie king's attack was already upon them. With no choice left, lightning flickered as a pale golden talisman struck the blood sea. Blood sea and lightning. Do not dawdle. This talisman cannot hold for long. Move aside. Pushing against Subai's chest, Zhuge air, seeing his lack of response, cried out anxiously. As the lightning faded, the talisman lost its luster, and the potency of the blood sea waned little, even under the zombie king's control, transforming into a more destructive and penetrating blood sword. Perish! The excitement in the zombie king's eyes intensified. Upon seeing the contract, he comprehended Subai's identity. Under the manipulation of blood, the sword's might grew stronger. If he could eliminate this livestock who was too intimidated to resist, the battle would conclude in favor of the masters, and he would be rewarded by them. Blood, half-ancestor blood. His power would grow even more terrifying, potentially allowing him to ascend to the rank of the first zombie king. Subai evade. In a moment of desperation, Zhuge air could only push Subai away with all her might. In her eyes, as long as Subai lived, there remained hope for the blood. With a talisman in hand, Zhuge air exerted all her strength, pushing towards Subai's chest as the blood sword flew towards them. As Fox energy surged, Zhuge air closed her eyes. In the form of the Celestial Fox, the first transformation of the Celestial Fox 9 transformations, Fiery Moon transformation. A colossal pink fox tail rose to shield Subai and Zhuge air. Amidst the swirling mist, a terrifying aura of fox charm radiated from Subai. Even the zombie king, who had previously remained unperturbed in the presence of two half-ancestor beings, knelt at this moment, his eyes vacant, his soul in despair. The zombie king had entirely lost control over his own body. Under the influence of his inner desires, he discovered that he could not even muster the thought of resistance. He was unable to strike against the person before him. The allure of the Huan Hu and the might of the Tian Hu. The current Subai was no longer the helpless youth who was paralyzed by danger. Empowered by the terrifying strength of the Jiu Wei Tian Hu. Even in his first transformation, he possessed the power to crush the Zhuang Wang before him. How could this be? The two half-ancestors beside him momentarily lost their focus. At the slightest hesitation in their actions, their bodies were forcefully slammed against the walls by the attacks of Qian and Luo. Subai opened his eyes once more. But the imagined pain did not come. He shifted his form, yet still firmly embraced himself. Zhuge air averted her gaze, her face slightly flushed. Subai did not exert any fox charm on her, yet for reasons unknown to Zhuge air, she found herself unable to meet Subai's gaze. What happened? Just now. My chest still hurt. Observing Zhuge air as youthful demiano, Subai jested. Having long suppressed the power of the Tian Hu and controlled his outward appearance, Subai now felt utterly at ease. As the power of the Tian Hu flowed through him, it became increasingly difficult to suppress the desires surging within him. Hold on. Subai, already have teacher lie. Stay calm, stay calm. Calm? Is it really necessary to remain calm? Under the influence of the Tian Hu's aura, chaotic thoughts surged within him, and Subai temporarily set Zhuge Jiner aside. Ing Luo, Qian, we must act swiftly. In the previous battle, Ing Luo and Qian found themselves at a disadvantage. One could only commend the prowess of the half-ancestor zombies. With a sweep of his foxtail, the Zhuangwang was reduced to mere fragments. Subai vanished from his position, and one half-ancestor, disregarding his own injuries, shouted urgently, "Sister, get away quickly." But in the next instant, Subai's hand had already pierced through the chest of another half-zombie. "Sister." The wound writhed, and under the power of his formidable physique, the half-ancestor zombie showed signs of recovery despite being pierced. If not for Qian's blood-devouring touch enveloping its surface, the already decaying body would have lost all ability to resist. Pain and a grimace appeared on its face as its blood was devoured and vitality faded away. Witnessing this, the other half-zombie could no longer contain his emotions. His strength could not be concentrated at a single point, trapped in an absolute particle defense circle. He could not even take a single step forward. Rebirth poison puppet. After the blood energy and vitality were nearly consumed by the blood-devouring touch, Qian did not cease her actions. As the ghostly light emanated from her hand, the half-zombie that should have perished opened its eyes once more. Damn it, break it! The defense circle and the blood claws were at a standstill, and the death of his sister extinguished any thoughts of survival, causing all his power to surge forth. The blood light intensified, seemingly invoking some secret technique, causing his aura to become chaotic. The blood claws broke through the defense circle, with Ing Luo's neck within reach. Yet a figure suddenly obstructed him. "Sister!" the youth exclaimed in shock, and upon seeing the familiar face before him, the force of the blood claws weakened as Ing Luo and Qian's attacks surged from both sides. He wished to flee, yet his sister's claws pierced through his chest. As the battle concluded, the vast corpses of the poison toad and poison spider transformed into a torrent of toxic energy, nourishing the two zombies that had just entered alongside another giant python. Note: Rebirth poison puppet. Active summons the deceased using the body of the poison puppet. The poison puppet possesses 100 of the deceased's strength and memories, cannot advance independently. Maximum quantity 33. Poison cultivation space. Active a place for nurturing the lethal poison puppets. Transformed from a source of lethal poison, only adaptable to poisonous energy for the poison puppets. Throughout the battle, Subai gained a rough understanding of his current strength. The gaze of that half-zombie reminded him of his former self. Equally powerless, Subai felt a sense of melancholy, yet remained indifferent. What relevance do the affairs of others hold for him? It could only be lamented that they were too weak. As he retracted the state of the Tianhu, he felt physically and mentally comfortable in that form, yet he could not accept that outward appearance. Noticing Zhuge Jiner still in a daze, Subai rubbed his chest. No, I can't take it anymore. I sustained an internal injury just now. I need someone to massage it." Internal injury? Zhuge Jiner's hands crackled with lightning. That scoundrel clearly had the means to block that attack, yet he made her worry for so long. He even wanted her to massage him. The thought of having just lain in this guy's embrace made Zhuge Jiner blush furiously. I was merely easing the atmosphere. Really? Seeing Zhuge Jiner genuinely prepare to strike him with lightning, he was unafraid, yet he realized he had perhaps gone too far with his jest. Moreover, when he had held her earlier, his hands had instinctively squeezed. That sensation, the lightning in her palm, gradually dissipated as Zhuge Jiner coldly huffed. "Never do that again." "Master, I'll come. Qian unabashedly clung to Subai, her hand reaching towards him. "Qian, wait." Her small hand gently roamed across his chest. A warm, faint sensation slowly spread from his chest to every part of his body, filling him with an extraordinary feeling. It was as if an electric current coursed through him, leaving him tingling. As the power of the fox continued to circulate, Subai hastily set Qian down. He noticed Zhuge Jiner was casting a dangerously fierce look at him. "Jiner, let me explain. Don't move. Don't come near me for now." Subai took a step forward, and Zhuge Jiner quickly retreated. In desperation, he could only teleport behind Zhuge Jiner and once again lift her into a princess carry. "What are you doing?" Zhuge Jiner met Subai's gaze, her voice trembling. She realized she couldn't muster even an ounce of strength to resist. What was Subai planning? Even if he wanted to explain, what significance would it hold for her? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Jiner suddenly felt a light pinch on the side of her thigh. A tingling sensation surged through her entire body. Subai's hand continued its motion, seemingly oblivious. Zhuge Jiner fell silent, glancing at her own hand, and Subai quickly said, "Hold tight, I'm going in." "What do you mean going in?" Zhuge Jiner's words were cut short as Subai embraced her and stepped into the teleportation array. Ying Luo and Qian followed closely behind. "Ding! You have entered the blood-sealed realm. Current secret realm level is 20. As the white light flickered, Zhuge Jiner broke free from Subai's embrace. Her face flushed. For a fleeting moment, she found herself wondering if Subai would do something to her. And the thoughts that had just crossed her mind, she realized she hadn't felt any inclination to resist. How could this be? Could it be that I have feelings for that guy? Clearly, she felt aversion towards other males who merely approached her. No, that can't be it. It's just because he is my first male friend, so I'm a bit concerned. Cradling her face in her hands, Zhuge Jiner realized her heart was in disarray. This feeling is so strange. "Subai, what are you doing?" Striving to calm her emotions, Zhuge Jiner suddenly noticed Subai had placed his right hand near her nose. Inhaling its scent, that hand had just touched her. At that moment, Zhuge Jiner could no longer maintain her composure. She grasped Subai's hand and pulled it down, her veil unable to conceal the blush on her face. As Qian and Ying Luo materialized, they beheld Zhuge Jiner gently lowering Subai's hand, gauging their master's expression. That position is unacceptable. Qian swiftly positioned herself between Subai and Zhuge Jiner, noticing their hands merely linked together, and she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Having been away from their master for such a short time, this woman certainly acted with remarkable speed. Qian patted her chest. The two hands were separated, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Subai suddenly realized that since their arrival in this ancient castle, he had scarcely seen Yankai, the little girl. "Qian, have you seen Yankai?" Qian, still pouting, felt that with her intervention, the previous incident could be considered behind them. Stealing a glance at Zhuge Jiner, she noted that the latter had no intention of revisiting the earlier matter. Her cheeks flushed crimson. After all, she had just witnessed Subai's indiscretion. Reflecting on this, Subai rubbed his forehead in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, he was still using the same hand, and Zhuge Jiner's gaze remained fixed upon him. "Subai, could this be intentional?" Zhuge Jiner was apprehensive, fearing that if Subai uttered something inappropriate, she would be at a loss for words. "Master? Master? I apologize. I suddenly recalled something." "What did you just say?" Noticing Qian's pout, Subai realized that despite posing the question, he had become distracted. "I want to tell you." Qian sulkily turned her head away. It was she who had been tasked with keeping an eye on Yankai before their arrival, and even during combat, she had been unable to remain focused. Yankai had been peacefully napping on Ying Luo's back, behaving well since entering the castle, but after their master defeated the undead king, Yankai had dragged its corpse away. With no other anomalies, Qian felt no urgency to report to Subai. "Qian, I apologize. Once we exit, shall I take you and Ying Luo out for some fun?" "Fun? Yes, and I will agree to one reasonable condition." Observing Qian's softened demeanor, Subai continued, as he had intended to take the two little ones out, and he could ask for anything he wished. Seeing Qian's charming smile filled Subai with a twinge of guilt. "Ha, this should be the lair of Ingo, right? Strange, where are the people?" Rubbing the back of his head, Subai quickly changed the subject. At that moment, Ying Luo unfurled her wings. Detection of barrier analysis complete, commencing destruction. As Subai's words fell, Ying Luo ascended into the sky, countless halos unfurling, coloring the entire sky a pure white. The super-vibrational particle light beams, though weak in power, were densely packed, and their brilliance reached about 50 meters beyond the crowd, seemingly obstructed by an unseen force, dissolving into the sky. The halos continued to expand, and the surrounding environment rapidly transformed. The walls, ground, air, and everything around seemed to be ravaged. The open space they once occupied morphed into a dim chamber. There was nothing but an old man seated upon a throne, wounded and breathless. Blood ancestor Ingo rarity. Affected by the instance. Sealed, level, 20 sealed, skills. Affected by the instance, partially sealed, attributes. Affected by the instance, partially sealed, description. The elder on the throne remained silent, yet the aura he emanated bore a striking resemblance to that of Telesyria, whom Su-bai had encountered before. The disparity in their levels was palpable. "Do you seek blood?" the elder murmured, and in an instant, the surroundings of Su-bai and the others transformed into a sea of blood. Countless vengeful spirits wailed, and a multitude of monstrous blood beasts began to relentlessly assault Ingluo's absolute particle defense. Ingluo unleashed the halos. Compared to Ingluo, who remained expressionless with her wings spread wide, the others bore expressions of deep concern. An overwhelming sense of bloodthirst and negativity flooded their minds. Terrifying beams of light rained down into the blood sea, causing it to begin dissipating, and the elder sighed. Gazing into the void, he was bound by chains inscribed with golden runes, restraining his entire being. His bloodline sealed, his powers shackled. These chains were his constant companions, visible only to him. The seal crafted from the entire secret realm ultimately leads to death, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. The elder's laughter echoed with madness. During the war between gods and demons, the four great undead kings transcended the 6 realms, belonging to no faction, wielding forbidden powers while instilling fear across the realms. The so-called war between gods and demons. As chaos engulfed the 6 realms, on the eve of war, the gods and demons had united to seal them away. Now, even these feeble creatures could brush against his whiskers. The runes on the chains glimmered with golden light, and he regarded the ants before him. Had he been able to exert even a fraction of his former power, he would not have been reduced to this state. The once mighty blood ancestor now resembled nothing more than a hollow shell, devoid of any threat. Ingluo, Qian, unleash your full strength. Su-bai immediately discerned the blood ancestor's weakened state. Facing Ingo, he dared not be the least bit careless. The halos unfurled. Poisonous soldiers emerged. The super-vibrational particle light beams struck the frail form of the elder, and as immense red damage appeared, Ingo did not evade. Launching a direct assault with his blood-red claws aimed at Su-bai, he clearly recognized Su-bai's profession. The blood-red aura filled the surrounding space, and the silhouette of a giant soldier materialized before Su-bai as Qian executed a swift maneuver. Boom! The giant poisonous hand slammed Ingo into the ground. The blood energy swirling violently as Qian swiftly repositioned herself. A beam of blood shattered the defenses of the poisonous soldier. The area where Qian had stood was entirely consumed by the blood energy, including the giant poisonous soldier she had conjured. So weak. Upon close inspection, Su-bai's previously taut heart began to relax. He realized that Ingo seemed to be in a precarious situation. Even the blood beam that had just been unleashed from him, which devoured the poisonous soldier, had severely affected him. Su-bai remained unaware that during his absence, Ingo had only just concluded his battle with Hao Yin and others. His blood energy nearly depleted, and now he was merely holding on. Honestly, why still resist? Qian muttered, as the poisonous blood soldier reformed. Unlike before, the poisonous soldier clad in feather garments now wielded 2 massive swords, one red and one purple, with their terrifying momentum descending upon Ingo. Chapter 99. Entering the hospital, Mr. Su by the second transformation of the 9-tailed fox, the Forbidden Moon transformation. Su-bai's physique elongated, and with each graceful movement, he radiated an alluring charm. An enticing aura enveloped the space, and beneath the dreamlike, snow-dyed attire, every smile and frown of Su-bai was utterly captivating. Qian, Ingluo, do not hold back. After reminding the still-dazed Qian, Su-bai's 2 foxtails swept away the blood beams before them. The allure of the celestial fox captivated all, and Ingo's gaze began to shatter. Unlike the others, Su-bai made no attempt to conceal his aura. Desire and distractions, combined with his already tattered blood form, became increasingly chaotic due to the strange thoughts that suddenly surged within his mind. He felt himself losing control over his own body. Am I to perish as well? The undead king remained unvanquished. Even the gods and demons of yore could only seal him away, and now only that woman, the Hamba, remained. The thought of her sent a chilling glimmer through Ingo's eyes. A livestock must behave like livestock. The light beams pierced through his form as Ingo utterly disregarded the blood touches affixed him, fiercely grasping Su Bai's foxtail, while blood-red patterns unfurled beneath his feet. Ing Luo disregarded the blood radiance obstructing her path and swiftly made her way toward Su Bai. One of her wings was pierced, and the crimson patterns began to spread from the foxtail she held onto, enveloping Su Bai. 12 blood lotus patterns blossomed beside him, emitting a dazzling white light filled with a familiar spatial aura. Qian and Zhuge Jiner attempted to approach, but were forcefully repelled. Su Bai, master, move aside. The blood radiance emanating from Ingo intensified as the blood lotuses began to wilt, and Qian's poison weapon surged toward Su Bai. She could feel the bond with her master fraying. The twin swords of the giant descended, causing the blood circle formed by the lotuses to quiver. Ingo's complexion grew dire, and the sound of thunder resonated behind him, striking at his heart. Not only was he unable to resist, but even shifting his feet had become a luxury. The thunder crackled, and Zhuge Jiner fixed a cold gaze on Ingo, who merely smirked in disdain. I truly wish to witness your master's fate. Congratulations. You have slain the level 20 semi-divine, sealed, blood ancestor Ingo, gaining experience. The blood lotus array began to dissipate, leaving the essence of the undead floating in the air, yet Zhuge Jiner showed no intention of collecting it. With only half a wing, Ing Luo stared blankly at her hands. Su Bai's figure vanished, and just as she was about to touch her master, the array was activated, and she could only watch as he gradually faded away in her embrace. The game time has ended. Please prepare to exit. Countdown, 5 seconds. Su Bai, returning to reality. Zhuge Jiner dashed into Su Bai's room. Everyone in the apartment noticed, for the first time, the panic on her face. Zhuge Jiner, what has happened? Xia Ziming entered the room. The game time had been forcibly terminated, yet Su Bai lay quietly in the gaming pod. She witnessed the normally aloof Zhuge Jiner attempting to lift Su Bai with both hands. Xia Ziming, I've called 120. Hurry and help. The gaming pod door opened, and Zhuge Jiner anxiously caressed Su Bai's face, her strength insufficient to lift him. Lin Haoshuan, who entered afterward, was astonished by the scene, but quickly carried Su Bai out of the apartment. Where am I? With a dazed consciousness, Su Bai opened his eyes to the pristine ceiling and the familiar arrangement of the room. Is this the smell of a hospital? He half sat up, rubbing his throbbing head. In the final moments of consciousness, it seemed he had been transported by Ingo to someplace. Unlike the system's teleportation array, the blood markings clinging to him felt as if his body were being torn apart. Struggling to maintain awareness, he thought he heard the system informing him of his location. Where was it? Ouch, that hurts. Su Bai gritted his teeth, preparing to rise to get some water when he suddenly noticed Zhuge Jiner seated beside the hospital bed. With an elegant demeanor and flowing hair, she sat quietly in a chair, a hint of concern etched upon her brow. Unlike the veiled Zhuge Jiner in the game, even without makeup, her beauty remained striking. As he breathed evenly, Su Bai refrained from disturbing her tranquil slumber. At that moment, she resembled a quietly blooming orchid, exuding a captivating fragrance. Strange, what has happened to me? Gazing at Zhuge Jiner's serene visage, Su Bai felt a stir within his heart, as if an unusual sentiment was taking root deep within him. This feeling, I never felt this way before. The power of the Tianhu stems from the heart. And as Su Bai continued to awaken, he remained oblivious to the fact that reality was affecting him as well. While Su Bai continued to observe Zhuge Jiner, he was unaware that a figure had already appeared in the hospital room. Mr. Su. Warm breath brushed against his ear, and Bai Yushi teased. Observing Su Bai's dazed expression, while you were unconscious, your little girlfriend stayed right beside you. After a few days apart, the once naive Su Bai had managed to win the heart of the Zhuge family's young lady. She had witnessed Zhuge Jiner's anxious demeanor, and for just a simple fainting episode, she had insisted on conducting multiple full-body examinations. The hospital's prominent figures had been summoned one after another. How should I put this? You're using the money from the Xia family while courting the Zhuge family's heiress? Bai Yushi handed Su Bai a glass of water, continuing to jest. Over the years, she had watched the growth of this brother-sister duo. Yushi, it's one thing for strangers to tease me, but you know my situation all too well. Subai sighed in resignation. Bayu suppressed a smile, her body slightly trembling, as if recalling something amusing. Mr. Su, you're the one who insisted I call you that. How can I change it now? She recalled how, shortly after graduating middle school, Subai had insisted she call him Mr. Su to avoid being looked down upon. Bayushi chuckled, her eyes sparkling, her cherry-like lips enticing. Subai understood her thoughts and hastily changed the subject. Yushi, you Haven T told you Ro about my fainting, have you? Upon realizing he was in this hospital, Subai worried whether Suyu Ro was aware of his condition. But should be fine. If little Yu Ro found out, she would undoubtedly cry and demand to come over. Yushi would not be so relaxed then. If that little one knew, do you think you could rest easy here? Don't worry, I'll take my leave now. Your little girlfriend has been awake for a while. I won't disturb you.